transmigrating into the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, only to find oneself exiled to a desolate planet devoid of life. Just as despair sets in over the inability to escape, an invitation to a dimensional chat group arrives. Thus begins a transcendent adventure set in the Dragon Ball universe, traversing various realms to engage in battles, with the narrative direction determined by the readers. Witness the ferocious Broly as he employs his absolute power to dominate the multiverse, ensuring that the name legendary Super Saiyan resounds throughout the cosmos. Chapter 1. Broly joins the group chat. On the desolate planet of Wanpa, far removed from any signs of civilization and abandoned by cosmic societies, a scorching scar stretches over 50 meters across the wilderness. At the end of this scar lies a massive crater, over 30 meters in diameter. At the center of the crater, a spherical spacecraft is embedded within the rocky ground. After enduring extreme temperatures and violent impacts, the metallic hull has become distinctly deformed, emitting plumes of black smoke. Suddenly, a hand breaks through the metal shell, which instantly shatters into fragments. A small child with long black hair leaps from the cockpit, a long tail swaying behind him. This child is Broly, a banished Saiyan. The weather is harsh amidst a sandstorm. Broly clutches his head in agony as countless fragments of memory invade his mind. Among these memories is that of Lin Hao, an ordinary university student who was playing video games in his dormitory while ordering takeout 3 chicken wings, a grilled eggplant, and a bottle of beer. Just as the delivery arrived, a blackout enveloped the dormitory. In the darkness, Lin Hao trips and hits his head, losing consciousness instantly. As the memories further merge, Broly feels as though his head is exploding, the pain causing him to writhe on the ground. A powerful energy surges within him, his combat power soaring to 10,000. The terrifying aura makes the entire Wampa planet tremble as if facing an apocalypse. I am Lin Hao, and I'm also Broly. Slowly rising from the ground where he had been rolling in distress, Broly gradually lowers his hands from his head, revealing a wry smile. When the world is happening, I can't even enjoy a midnight snack without being transported to another realm. This is absurd. After a moment of exasperation, he adopts a mindset of acceptance, gradually coming to terms with his identity and circumstances. At that moment, a creature resembling a long-necked dinosaur, adorned with green fur, erupts from the ground, launching an attack on Broly, evidently mistaking him for prey. Yet, as the legendary Saiyan, Broly finds it effortlessly simple to handle such weaklings, whose combat power barely reaches a few hundred. As Broly gazed upon the formidable green-skinned beast, its cavernous maw gaping wide, he leaped high into the air, evading the creature's ferocious attack. With a powerful punch, he struck the beast atop its head, producing a resounding thud as its skull collided with the ground, causing the earth to tremble and crack within a 100-meter radius. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of punches, driving the beast's head deep into the hardened soil. Minutes later, the creature lay lifeless. Broly grasped its tail, extracting the entire beast from the ground, scrutinizing its shaggy green fur with a shake of his head. Although the creature appeared unappetizing, finding sustenance in such an environment was a rare feat, leaving little room for his picky inclinations. With his diminutive frame dragging the several hundred-meter-long beast, Broly ventured forth in search of a suitable refuge. Soon, he discovered a grand mountain and, with a mighty fist, he shattered a cave entrance. It proved more prudent to fashion his own shelter than to continue the arduous search for a natural one. Subsequently, Broly severed a portion of the beast's thigh muscle, hauling it into the cave to commence a fire for roasting. As the golden fat dripped onto the flames, the savory aroma of the creature's flesh began to fill the air. Taking a bite, he found it remarkably unpalatable, however. Hunger compelled him to consume several mouthfuls, tears welling in his eyes. Eventually, he devoured the entire beast, his stomach swollen like a balloon as he reclined comfortably within the cave. In this newfound sanctuary, Broly began to sift through his memories regarding the Dragon Balls, surmising that he now inhabited the world of Dragon Ball Super, Broly. This conjecture arose from the absence of any recollection concerning Kakarot after merging with the memories of this body. According to the plot, in merely 2 days, his unfortunate father would arrive on this planet, accompanied by another ill-fated Saiyan in search of him. Yet, this version of Broly, now an entity unto itself, harbored no desire to encounter his father, feeling a profound disconnection and even aversion towards him. In the film, He had become merely a tool for his father's ambitions. By the age of 40, he could scarcely articulate a coherent thought, and even his only friend, the green-skinned long-necked dragon, Baya, had been driven away and slain, further deepening his disdain for this estranged progenitor. Presently, he yearned to carve out an existence on this desolate planet, seeking a means to escape to a realm enriched with human civilization. After all, Broly was a traveler, his soul intertwined with that of an ordinary individual. Were he to remain in a silent, desolate place for over 40 years, the prospect of madness seemed all too tangible. Yet, as he contemplated his future, a dialogue box suddenly materialized before him, rendering him momentarily speechless. The Dimensional Chat Group invites you to join. Do you agree? Yes, no. Staring at the dialogue box before him, Broly fell into a contemplative silence before quietly clicking agree. On the planet Wampa, he found himself surrounded by creatures devoid of intelligence and incapable of communication. The name Dimensional Chat Group suggested it could connect various realms. This meant that even if he had to endure a 40-year existence here, he would have someone to converse with, alleviating the tedium of solitude. Upon clicking yes, a chat interface reminiscent of his past lives WeChat immediately appeared before him. He was warmly welcomed as soon as he entered the group. The strongest 6-year-old joins the chat, announced the group leader. Welcome, newcomer. Share a photo to receive a red envelope. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates chimed in. Welcome, newcomer. Share a photo to receive a red envelope. The master of Meatballs added. Welcome, newcomer. Share a photo to receive a red envelope. Tasmi exclaimed. Welcome, newcomer. Share a photo to receive a red envelope. The Emperor Engine stated. Welcome, newcomer. Share a photo to receive a red envelope. The chosen leftover child remarked. Welcome, newcomer. Share a photo to receive a red envelope. There were 6 individuals in the group who had sent out 6 red envelopes. Broly chose not to engage just yet. Rather, he preferred to observe the dynamics of this peculiar group. Chapter 2. The Charming Companions. After a prolonged silence due to Broly's lack of response, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the group. The group leader remarked, "This is a bit awkward. Why hasn't the newcomer said anything since joining the chat?" The Emperor Engine speculated. From my perspective, the newcomer might be overwhelmed, struggling to believe what he is witnessing. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates countered, "No way. Isn't it incredibly exciting to join this chat? Engaging with individuals from different worlds is super cool." The master of Meatballs interjected, "Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, one cannot compare everyone's fortitude. When I first entered, I thought I was ensnared in an illusion. It terrified me." Tasmi added, "Master Meatballs, I felt the same. I thought I was still dreaming. Haha." The chosen leftover child suggested, "Could it be that he is preoccupied with other matters and hasn't seen our messages?" The group leader dismissed the concern, saying, "Never mind him for now. By the way, Tasmi, are you prepared to leave the village?" Tasmi replied, "I have 1 week left. I need to get ready." The group leader cautioned, "Don't forget what I told you. Leave with those 2 villagers and don't let them depart first. And be careful in the town. That well-meaning noble lady who welcomes you is a complete sadist. She often lures outsiders to her home, only to imprison and torment them in dungeons until they perish." Tasmi expressed disbelief. "No way can someone really be that dark-hearted?" The group leader replied, "Why wouldn't they be? In your world, it seems a woman dies in every episode. They call it the sister-slaying world." It nearly plunged me into depression. Tasmi was left speechless, while the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates exclaimed, "It's so hot. When will we reach the oasis?" The group leader, "Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, have you arrived in Alabasta?" Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, "It's so hot. I'm so thirsty." Luffy, alone in the desert, was dragging a heavy load of luggage, tongue lolling out, his senses beginning to blur. Having lost a game of rock, paper, scissors to his companions, he bore the burden of all their belongings. Meanwhile, in a technologically advanced martial arts world ravaged by a virus, a strikingly beautiful 16-year-old girl had just finished her shower, using a hairdryer to dry her damp locks. Halfway through, Su Xiaoyu promptly sent a large bottle of drinking water from her room as a digital red envelope. Ding! The group leader has sent an exclusive red envelope to the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates group leader. "Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, I've sent you a large bottle of drinking water. Please claim it." In a near delirium from the heat, Luffy immediately accepted the red envelope, and before him appeared a massive 5L bottle of water. With the precious liquid in hand, he raised it to his lips and gulped it down in hearty swigs, rejuvenating his spirit. Broly surmised that this group leader was likely well-versed in the plots of most anime and manga, possibly hailing from a world similar to his own, or perhaps even from his own universe. The atmosphere in the group was pleasant, fostering a sense of camaraderie devoid of deceit and scheming. This realization brought him relief. After all, it was no small feat to join a chat group where members engaged in friendly conversation. If the participants were embroiled in manipulation and intrigue, it would indeed be exhausting. Now, aside from the group leader, Broly recognized the others in the chat. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates was Luffy from the One Piece universe. The master of meatballs was Naruto from the Naruto World. The Emperor Engine was K, the strongest man on Earth from One Punch Man. The remaining child was a protagonist from the Digimon world. Tasmi was a supporting character from Akame Ga Kill, as only Akame survived in the end. Embracing the philosophy of seizing opportunities, Broly first replied in the group. Hello everyone. I look forward to your guidance, joyful emoji, casually snapping a selfie and claiming 6 red envelopes. You have received the group leader's red envelope, obtaining a box of instant noodles. You have received the red envelope from the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, acquiring a piece of Sanji's grilled meat. You have received the red envelope from the master of meatballs, winning a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. You have received the red envelope from the Emperor Engine, securing a gaming console. You have received the red envelope from the remaining child, acquiring a box of eel sushi. You have received the red envelope from Tasmi, obtaining a refined longsword. Items materialized in the cave, particularly the aroma of Sanji's grilled meat and the Ichiraku ramen, which filled the space with a delicious scent. Although Broly was already satiated, he couldn't bear to let such culinary delights go cold and continued to indulge. He savored a large bite of meat while slurping the noodles, the experience exhilarating. Just as he was enjoying his meal, the group erupted in chaos due to his selfie. The little group leader exclaimed, "Wow, one adorable little brother. What is your name?" The Emperor Engine remarked, "With such cuteness, he must surely be a boy." The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates added, entering the group with such a formidable name, "He must be quite impressive. How wonderful it would be if he could join me as a companion." The skilled meatball maker inquired, "How is Uncle Yao's ramen? Is it as delectable as they say?" The leftover child mused, "At 6 years old, you're about the same age as my sister." "Sigh, I find myself missing home." Tasmi observed, "From the photos, it seems the newcomer is in a cave. I hope there are no dangers lurking." As Broly munched on his food, he perused the group messages, responding nonchalantly, "No worries, no monster here could defeat me." The little group leader fell silent, as did the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates and the Emperor Engine, while the leftover child did the same. The little group leader addressed the strongest 6-year-old, saying, "I must share with you something rather terrifying. Please do not be frightened." Broly replied confidently, "Rest assured, I have undergone professional training and fear nothing." The little group leader continued, "I possess omniscience and can access all information from every world. Just tell me your name, and I shall uncover details about your realm." "Young one, what is your name?" Broly furrowed his brow at the little group leader's message. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to be forthright. Since joining the group, everyone had shown him kindness, proving to be unexpectedly easy to get along with. He replied, "My name is Broly." Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu, reclining on her bed and swinging her legs, murmured to herself, "Broly, Broly. That name sounds so familiar, yet I can't recall where I've heard it. I should look it up online." Chapter 3. Departure from Wampa Star. Su Xiaoyu opened her mobile browser and entered the name Broly. The information that appeared on her screen left her momentarily stunned. Broly was an original character from the animated film Dragon Ball released 50 years ago, known as the legendary Super Saiyan, a monstrous being with an astounding battle power of 10,000 at birth. Initially portrayed as a dim-witted individual whose strength grew over time, he was a creature of destruction with combat capabilities that surpassed all other Saiyans. However, in the subsequent narrative of Dragon Ball Super, his character was redefined, infused with a semblance of humanity, exhibiting a relatively gentle, obedient, and kind nature, capable of befriending even the monsters of desolate planets. Yet, his father, Paragus, harbored ambitions of universal conquest, equipping him with special gear to exert control over him, leaving Broly, even at the age of 40, unable to utter a single word, a tragically poignant figure. As Su Xiaoyu read the information, she recalled a piece of Dragon Ball Super that she had seen. Could this Broly be the very one from that story? She immediately inquired in her group chat. Group leader, Broly, are you a Saiyan? Broly, yes. Upon receiving his response, Su Xiaoyu excitedly rolled around on her bed, clutching her pillow, a smile of uncontainable delight illuminating her face. No way. Could it truly be the Broly from the Dragon Ball universe? This is absolutely amazing. Once he matures, I could undoubtedly secure a formidable ally. I wouldn't have to fear any tasks in other worlds anymore. But how can I win him over? I hope that insufferable father of his ISNT nearby. That would complicate matters. Group leader. Broly, are you a human? Broly, yes. Group leader, listen to your sister. You must leave that planet quickly, otherwise, your fate will be quite tragic. While enjoying a bowl of ramen, Broly replied, I wish I could, but my spaceship is broken, and I cannot leave. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Wow, what does your spaceship look like? Is it one of those that flies in the sky? Master of Meatballs. Same question. Emperor Engine. You could say that, but it's very high up in the sky. Su Xiaoyu quickly opened the small shop within the group chat to check the newly refreshed items. To her astonishment, a spaceship was listed for sale. Circular spaceship price, 1,800 points. Originally, Su Xiaoyu intended to use her points to purchase a gene enhancement solution, especially with the impending college entrance examination, a crucial milestone for everyone. Her goal was to gain admission to Jiangnan's top military academy. However, the thought of Broly being under the control of his despicable father weighed heavily on her heart. Knowing that his future could be exceedingly grim, with a resolute spirit, she gritted her teeth and decided to buy him the spaceship first. Even if she temporarily forfeited the gene enhancement solution, she believed that with double the effort, she could still secure a place at Jiangnan's top military academy. In a small group chat, the group leader expressed a desire to purchase a spaceship for Broly, but found themselves short by 1,000 points. They requested a loan from the others, promising to repay once a task was completed. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates responded with a hearty laugh, stating that there was no need for repayment among friends, although their own points were limited as they had been spent on meat, leaving them with only 100 points. The Emperor Engine lamented their weakness, having only 50 points, relying solely on daily check-ins for points, and feeling despondent in the restroom. The expert meatball maker contributed 350 points, while Tasmi offered 300, and the child left behind mentioned having 200. The group leader thanked everyone, touched by their sincerity and willingness to help Broly acquire the spaceship. Even though they were unsure of the value of the points, Broly, moved by the kindness of the group, expressed his gratitude, assuring them that he would repay the points for the spaceship in due time. With a notification, the group leader sent Broly a special red envelope. Upon accepting it, a spaceship materialized before Broly, who effortlessly lifted it with one hand, exited the cave, and climbed aboard, setting the destination to Earth. The group leader reassured Broly that there was no need for thanks, emphasizing the supportive nature of their group. They advised him that Earth was home to Dragon Balls, which could grant wishes, and mentioned the usefulness of the super holy water and senza beans. While uncertain about the former, they assured him of the latter's efficacy in healing injuries, provided he had breath left in him. They suggested seeking out Master Roshi to learn martial arts, which would enable him to perform energy blasts and even fly. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu posted on a forum, pondering what she would do if she were Broly, having crossed into the Dragon Ball universe. The post quickly garnered a plethora of insightful replies and strategies. After reviewing the comments, she selected the most reliable strategy and relayed its key points to Broly. He smiled knowingly at the group leader's suggestions, finding them in alignment with his own thoughts about visiting Earth. The group leader then mentioned that they would send Broly a document outlining the group's rules and functions. Broly opened the group file and began to read its contents. The document described the chat as a dimensional group connecting characters from various worlds, wherein tasks related to different dimensions would be periodically posted, and participants would earn points based on their contributions. Members of the group can earn points through various tasks, with no penalties for failure. They may also accrue points by signing in daily. These points can be used to purchase various items from the world of each member, with each item refreshing randomly. The essence of our group lies in mutual assistance and benefit, fostering a spirit of solidarity and camaraderie. Should any member attempt to gain improper advantage by attacking others, they will be blacklisted and expelled from the chat. In the unfortunate event that a member's actions lead to the demise of another, they will face collective retribution from fellow members and the group leader. Let greed not cloud one's judgment, leading to unforgivable transgressions. Conversely, if any group member finds themselves in peril, they can initiate a bounty, opening a dimensional portal for others to provide support, with each member free to decide whether to respond. Chapter 4. Daily Chatter. After perusing the group's regulations, Broly sighed and inquired, Group leader, did you compose this document yourself? The group leader replied, Indeed, it is my own creation. I spent an entire night crafting it, losing quite a few strands of hair in the process. I meticulously outlined the group's functions and rules for clarity. Impressive, isn't it? Through the screen, Broly could sense the exuberance of a girl from another realm, her arms outstretched and eyes sparkling with anticipation for praise. He felt somewhat exasperated and shielded his eyes with a hand, eventually responding with a simple, At first glance, The group leader's rules and the document's contents appeared sound. If adhered to by all, they could indeed cultivate a harmonious environment where members could mutually assist and exchange resources, greatly enhancing each other's strengths. However, a critical flaw lurked within. If a nefarious individual, particularly one of formidable power skilled in the art of disguise, were to infiltrate the group, the implications could be dire. The potential for deception would be significant, with unsuspecting members possibly being exploited without even realizing it. Moreover, it was evident that the group leader lacked discernment. Typically, one possessing such a system would craft a formidable persona to instill fear and ensure compliance with the rules, leveraging their knowledge of the narrative to extract resources from the worlds of other members or to sell information for profit. Yet, she chose instead to be forthright with them. This behavior revealed much about her character. She was exceedingly kind, yet naively so. As a popular phrase in the anime community suggests, with that level of intellect, I could easily convince her to bear me a second child. After reviewing the rules and functionalities, the group erupted into lively discussion once more, prompting Broly to retreat into silence once again. Emperor Engine, I was utterly terrified. I merely ventured to the supermarket to procure some sustenance, and unexpectedly encountered a peculiar individual resembling a frog on my way. He seized a woman with his tongue, nearly causing my heart to leap from my chest. By the way, I captured a photograph for you all to witness this bizarre creature. He truly looks grotesque. In the image, a figure clad in human attire, possessing a frog-like head and green skin, holds an innocent woman hostage with his tongue, exuding an air of outrageous bravado while those around him flee in panic. Tasmi, oh, your world is so perilous. What has become of that girl? Are you unharmed? If you require assistance, I can come to your aid. Emperor Engine, thank you for your concern, but it's all right. I frightened him away. The remaining child, I am curious, how did you manage to scare him off? Skilled meatball maker, I suspect the uncle harbors some latent power within himself, unbeknownst to him, which enabled him to frighten off the creature. It's akin to how I dream every night of a naked red fox, provocatively lying in a cage, claiming it wishes to grant me strength. Clearly, it is no ordinary fox. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. That creature must be edible, right? Sanji could surely cook it. Emperor Engine, I am uncertain about the details. I was overwhelmed with fear, my heart racing audibly, loud enough for everyone to hear. Suddenly, the frog-like creature knelt down and pleaded for mercy, declaring his intention to reform and admitting to his own weakness. Skilled meatball maker. So, the sound of your heartbeat was sufficient to scare him away. Truly, uncle. You are formidable. Little group leader. It is evident that Emperor Engine is an ordinary person devoid of combat prowess. There is no need for speculation. However, he is a remarkable summoner capable of calling forth the bald-headed Demon King. Emperor Engine. Emperor Engine. Little group leader. You are referring to Saitama, correct? Little group leader. Alas, it is a pity he is not a member of our group. We cannot utilize the portal to embark on missions together. If only we had the bald-headed Demon King with us, we would have nothing to fear. Emperor Engine. Indeed, with Saitama present, we would not have failed our last mission nor been pursued by the monsters from the Pacific Rim world. Tasmi. Emperor Engine. Is that bald-headed Demon King? No, Saitama. Really that formidable? In the world of Akane Ga Kill, Tasmi, while packing his belongings in his home, glanced at the messages in the group chat. He couldn't help but reminisce about the terrifying giant beast that emerged from the depths during their Pacific Rim mission, battling against the colossal mecha, a conflict far beyond the reach of mere side characters like themselves. What was even more disheartening was witnessing the crew captain, Luffy, upon seeing the mecha, becoming utterly enthralled. His eyes sparkling with excitement, incessantly muttering about the romance of man, utterly unmovable. Fortunately, the child who was ultimately selected, Taichi's Agumon, evolved into Metal Greymon, capturing Luffy's attention. With everyone successfully escaping the battlefield, it simultaneously signified the failure of the mission. Emperor Engine, I watched that mission through the livestream. If Saitama had been there, he would have undoubtedly dealt with that colossal beast. Dingball small expert, really? If that is the case, doesn't it mean that the one called Saitama is invincible? Small group leader. Well, one could say that if he were in his element, this guy is indeed one punch man. Anyone who dares to receive a punch from him would surely perish. Small group leader. Emperor Engine, by the way, I have a suggestion for you to grow stronger. You could seek out Child Emperor or the doctor who modified Genos, asking them to create a game controller to control Genos. With that controller, anyone who approaches, aside from the bald Demon King, would be brought to their knees. Emperor Engine, isn't that a bit absurd? Moreover, Genos wouldn't agree to that. Let us forget it. Broly, observing the group chat, found himself amused. This ludicrous idea must have come from some forum or discussion platform. While gaming prowess can allow one to easily defeat the bald Demon King with just 2 fingers, actual combat is an entirely different affair. It's akin to those champions in battle royale games. If they were handed a real gun to fight, they might struggle to even hold it steady. The unpredictability and variables in real combat are far too numerous. In games, balance is typically achieved by nerfing or buffing certain characters, preventing severe imbalances. Genos' fundamental issue lies in encountering increasingly powerful foes, some of whom have completely surpassed his capabilities, rendering him unable to break through their defenses or even land a hit. Even with a game controller and shared vision goggles, the situation would remain challenging. Those monsters don't display health bars above their heads. Nor does Genos have one for himself, making it all too easy to fall into traps set by others. There is simply no way to ascertain the limits of Genos' body. If, during combat, it were to fall apart accidentally, it would indeed be a farcical situation. After all, Genos is renowned as a budget warrior. It's not uncommon for him to disintegrate after a single battle. Chapter 5. Entering the world of Parasite. According to the spaceship's display, there were still 2 weeks until they reached Earth. In the following days, aside from the usual group chats, Broly found himself with little to occupy his time. Within the confines of the spaceship, Broly, feeling quite bored, picked up a pack of spicy strips and took a bite, all while perusing a comic book set in the Dragon Ball universe. The space was cluttered with various snacks, clothing, and shoes, all gifts from the small group leader, including this comic book. Broly was well aware of the small group leader's intentions behind such gestures. Yet he harbored no resentment towards this approach. That is simply how the world operates. Aside from inherent nature, no one is unconditionally kind to another without reason. Though the little group leader may be somewhat foolish, there is an undeniable charm in her naivety. Should she encounter trouble alongside those who have aided her, Broly would certainly extend a helping hand within his means. Just as he intended to casually browse the group chat and observe the members' antics, the little group leader abruptly sent a message. Attention everyone, a mission has arisen. Please respond with a 1 if you wish to participate. This task involves traveling to a world inhabited by parasitic creatures to eliminate 200 humans afflicted by these parasites, with a time frame of 1 week. Upon completion, each participant will receive a base reward of 200 points, with additional performance points awarded based on individual contributions. For each human eliminated, an extra 10 points will be granted. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, I shall not partake in this mission. I must defeat Crocodile. Emperor Engine, you may go. I prefer to remain a couch potato. Do not forget to livestream. The remaining child selected, I will not join either. I must rescue my companion Suna and duel with Goku Beast. Little group leader, what is happening? Why does everyone have prior engagements? What should we do? Is this mission unfeasible? The strongest 6-year-old. The strongest 6-year-old. It's alright, I can go. There's little to do aboard the spaceship, and I'll be cooped up there for half a month, rusting away. Dumpling Master. Dumpling Master. I have no pressing tasks at the moment. Count me in. Su Xiaoyu, dressed in a white shirt and denim jeans, stood at the traffic light, waiting for the green signal. Though not conventionally beautiful, she possessed a captivating charm that occasionally drew the attention of passers-by. She blinked her large eyes as she perused the chat logs. With Broly and Naruto involved, the mission should be achievable. Broly, a legendary Super Saiyan with an astounding power level of 10,000, could help strengthen their bond through this endeavor. Su Xiaoyu replied in the group chat, Alright. I will open the portal to the parasitic world in 1 hour. Please prepare yourselves. The strongest 6-year-old. Dumpling Master. Broly glanced at the snacks and comics beside him, deciding to grab a few more spicy strips. For it seemed he had little to prepare. Meanwhile, in another realm, Naruto lay beneath a waterfall, staring blankly at the sky to pass the time. Upon seeing the group chat notifications, his eyes sparkled with renewed energy. He dove into the water, catching 2 large fish and swimming to shore. Skillfully, he stunned one fish, removed its scales and entrails with a kunai, and skewered it with a branch, placing it on a grill to roast. This place was his secret hideout. As a child, when food was scarce, he would come to this lake to catch fish and supplement his meals. With merely an hour remaining, he resolved to nourish himself adequately before undertaking his tasks. Subsequently, he intended to prepare a grilled fish for both the group leader and Broly. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, he conjured a duplicate to tend to the grilling. Meanwhile, he took the opportunity to dry himself, don his attire, and arrange his shuriken and kunai, thus deeming himself ready. Given his financial constraints, he was unable to purchase explosive tags at this juncture and had to make do with what he had. An hour later, Su Xiaoyu returned home and opened the portal to the parasite world. Simultaneously, within Broly's spaceship, a swirling vortex emanating a blue glow materialized. Naruto, standing by the creek, also spotted the same vortex. Unbeknownst to each other, they both stepped inside. As a flash of light enveloped them, they found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar setting. Upon opening his eyes, Broly was greeted by the sight of a yellow-haired boy with 6 whisker-like markings on his face. It was unmistakably Naruto Uzumaki. Holding a grilled fish that emitted a tantalizing aroma, Naruto smiled warmly and greeted, "You must be Broly. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the expert at making meatballs in our group, but you can call me Naruto." Broly, observing Naruto, who was taller than him by a head, noted the boy's humility and politeness. After all, not long ago, Naruto had aided him by contributing to the purchase of his spaceship. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss when facing his rather unhelpful father. "Hello, Naruto, I am Broly. I look forward to your guidance," Broly replied. Upon hearing Broly refer to him as Big Brother, Naruto's excitement surged. At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware of the formidable capabilities of the 6-year-old before him. Instinctively, he exclaimed, "This mission should be like the others. As long as you're by my side, you'll be safe. Let Big Brother Naruto protect you." With a hearty laugh, Naruto raised his right hand and flexed his bicep with his left, exuding enthusiasm. This feeling of being needed was precisely what Naruto cherished. Otherwise, he would not have aspired to become Hokage. Broly, witnessing Naruto's earnest demeanor, couldn't help but smile, finding him reminiscent of the Naruto he had always known. At that moment, Sushayu also arrived in the parasite world. Upon opening her eyes and preparing to greet them, she noticed one boy clutching a bag of spicy strips. His mouth stained with red oil from the snack, while the other excitedly chatted with the younger boy while holding a grilled fish. Overwhelmed by the scene before her, she couldn't help but feel exasperated. It seemed they had come primarily for food. Nevertheless, she approached and greeted, "Naruto, it's been a while. And Broly, it's a pleasure to meet you." Broly lifted his gaze and finally beheld the visage of the group leader. She sported a refreshing ponytail, a delicate face, and bright, clear eyes that radiated an aura of natural freshness. The only shortcoming was that her assets were not particularly ample, but that was of little consequence. Chapter 6. Encounter with the parasite beasts. Before the three could exchange many words, a sudden blinding light pierced through the darkness, making it difficult to open their eyes. A man in a police uniform emerged before them, flashlight in hand, and inquired, "I am the patrol officer in this area. What are you three doing here at such a late hour?" As Su Xiaoyu, along with Broly and Naruto, had traversed into the world of the parasite beasts, they found themselves amidst the night. They were uncertain of the exact time, or perhaps the time difference had yet to adjust. However, Su Xiaoyu quickly regained her composure and stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Naruto and Broly. With a polite smile, she explained to the officer, "Well, officer, my brother and I had a little quarrel, and he ran out. I came out to find them." The officer, vigilant, shone his flashlight on Su Xiaoyu's face, then directed it towards Broly and Naruto, questioning them, "Is that truly the case? If you are indeed siblings, then who is this foreign child with the blonde hair?" "Broly, Naruto, Su Xiaoyu." Broly promptly interjected, "He is my friend. Is it wrong for me to seek my friend after arguing with my sister? Then why do you not appear at all like siblings who have just quarreled? Is there something you are not telling me? Are you attempting to deceive me?" Years of patrolling experience led the officer to sense that the trio was concealing something. Coupled with the recent spate of missing persons cases, a flicker of doubt arose within him. "We have reconciled. Is there still an issue?" Broly replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. He sensed the officer's hostility and contemplated whether to simply incapacitate him and leave. The officer, initially suspecting that the two children had been abducted by the girl, began to reconsider. If that were the case, they would instinctively signal for help upon seeing him. Yet, the children seemed to exhibit a faint resistance towards him. Could it be that he was overthinking? "Is this woman truly your sister? I am a police officer. You can trust me. There have been numerous cases of missing persons in Kobe Town lately, and we suspect human trafficking. I kindly ask that you accompany me to the station for verification." Exchanging glances, Broly, Naruto, and Su Xiaoyu found their thoughts surprisingly aligned. "Su Xiaoyu, no problem, we shall come with you." Just as Su Xiaoyu, Broly, and Naruto began to approach the officer, the man, inexplicably, licked his upper lip and displayed a strange smile. When the trio was merely 5 or 6 steps away, Broly sensed something amiss. The officer's gaze was reminiscent of the fervent and eager eyes he had witnessed in his previous life while pursuing anime. He immediately warned, "Be careful. There is something off about this guy." Su Xiaoyu had initially intended to incapacitate the police officer. Upon hearing Broly's words, she swiftly retreated, creating distance. At that moment, the officer's head abruptly split open, blooming like a flower, revealing 8 barbed tentacles. Deep within the head lay 3 rings of densely packed teeth, reminiscent of an octopus's beak. Naruto drew 2 kunai from his waist, hurling one directly at the creature's maw with great force, only for it to be deflected by one of its long tentacles, producing a metallic clang upon impact. He then leaped in front of Broly, shielding him. Observing this, Su Xiaoyu unsheathed 2 short sticks from her waist. With a flick of her wrist, the sticks elongated significantly, and upon twisting them together, they transformed into a long staff. Armed with her staff, she charged at the human host, now a mere puppet of the parasitic beast, engaging in combat. In response, Naruto performed a series of hand seals, unleashing the multi-shadow clone technique. Instantly, dozens of Narutos filled the street, employing a strategy of sheer numbers as they surged towards the police officer, now under the creature's control. However, each of Naruto's clones was effortlessly dispelled by the beast's tentacles, dissipating into smoke upon contact. Yet, this diversion afforded Su Xiaoyu a precious moment to catch her breath. Seizing the opportunity, she exerted all her strength to forcefully strike one tentacle away, then dashed forward, delivering a powerful blow to the creature's head, obliterating it with terrifying force. In that instant, a bug sprang forth from the shattered remains of the head, hurtling towards Su Xiaoyu's eyes. This creature was the true essence of the parasite, now seeking a new host after its original one had been vanquished. Once the battle subsided, Su Xiaoyu gasped for breath, leaning on her alloy staff to avoid collapsing. Completely drained of energy and unable to evade, she watched helplessly as the bug approached her eye. Suddenly, a small hand appeared, grasping the insect and crushing it with remarkable strength, instantly killing it. Turning to see Broly as the rescuer, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Broly had previously encountered this parasitic creature in a comic from his past life and understood the nature of its existence. He was aware that if the host perished, the parasite would seek another. Thus, he remained vigilant against the bug's emergence. Just as Su Xiaoyu was about to express her gratitude, 5 figures clad in identical police uniforms emerged from the shadows of the dimly lit street, approaching slowly. It was evident that Sato was inept, failing to lure the 3 individuals here while creating such a commotion. If more people were to discover this, it could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, if too many witnesses appeared, they would have no choice but to eliminate them, risking waste if they could not consume all that they had slain. I have no desire to consume that frozen meat languishing in the refrigerator. Freshly slaughtered meat is undoubtedly the most delectable. Enough of this, let us swiftly deal with those 3. As Naruto listened to the conversation among the trio, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. If these 5 individuals possessed strength akin to that of the one encountered earlier, they would be in grave trouble. Naruto observed the exhausted Su Xiaoyu and Broly, who remained steadfast in their commitment to their companions. Just as he prepared to continue forming hand seals, Broly interjected, cracking his knuckles and neck. Allow me to take charge. I have longed to test the extent of my strength. Chapter 7. A single punch reduces them to ruins. Upon hearing Broly's declaration, Naruto assumed Broly was merely buying them time to escape. He was about to dissuade him when the breathless Su Xiaoyu halted him. Naruto had faith in Broly. He was undeniably powerful. Even so, one could not contend with 5 parasitic beasts alone. He had promised to protect him and would not allow him to come to harm. No sooner had Naruto completed his thought than he stepped forward, suddenly beset by an overwhelming gust of wind. The fierce pressure forced his eyes shut, causing him to stagger backward, even sending a nearby trash bin tumbling away, littering the street with debris. When he finally opened his eyes, he beheld Broly standing firm, his fist emitting wisps of smoke, while the 5 parasitic beasts lay utterly annihilated before him. They had not even been granted the opportunity to utter a final threat before they inexplicably met their demise. Turning to Su Xiaoyu and Naruto, Broly smiled and said, all taken care of. Naruto, where shall we head next? Naruto, Su Xiaoyu. While Su Xiaoyu understood the terrifying extent of Broly's strength, she often subconsciously overlooked the fact that he was merely a 6-year-old child. Moreover, she had not anticipated that Broly could so effortlessly obliterate 5 parasitic beasts with a single punch. Naruto stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape, until Broly called him back to reality. Do not refer to me as big brother. It is I who should be addressing you as such. This is utterly preposterous. Broly examined his fist, realizing that he had not even exerted 1/10 of his strength in that blow. Yet, to achieve such an outcome indicated that his prowess was indeed among the elite in the realm of parasitic beasts, alleviating his concerns for personal safety. Su Xiaoyu, struggling to rise, swayed slightly as she addressed Broly and Naruto, saying, the commotion we caused here was too great. We must depart swiftly. If too many people are drawn here, it could lead to complications. Naruto and Broly nodded in agreement, and the trio vanished from the street in an instant. Moments later, the wail of police sirens pierced the air as a police car arrived on the scene, accompanied by a throng of onlookers. Officers cordoned off the area with red tape, dispersing the curious crowd. Chief Yaoi Fujita gazed upon the litter-strewn ground and the shattered remains of bodies, yet his heart remained unperturbed. Following the prescribed procedures, he diligently documented the scene, collected evidence, and facilitated the retrieval of the corpses. Climbing into his police vehicle, his expression remained impassive, fixated on the bags containing the remains. Suddenly, an unsettling occurrence transpired. A patch of flesh on his left cheek detached from his skin, flailing uncontrollably, revealing a multitude of barbed protrusions beneath. In an instant, his entire head erupted in a grotesque transformation, resembling a flower blooming as numerous barbed tendrils unfurled within. His colleagues, too, underwent a similar metamorphosis, their heads splitting open to reveal parasitic entities that voraciously consumed the corpses contained within the bags. Meanwhile, the Broly trio had taken residence in a luxurious hotel. In the bathroom, Su Xiaoyu indulged in a bath, while outside, Broly and Naruto sat upon a sofa, engrossed in the television news. A woman clad in a professional suit reported on a particularly heinous murder case that had transpired that evening. On Street 13 of Kobe Town, 6 patrolling police officers had been brutally slain by an unknown assailant. Experts analyzing the crime scene suggested that the perpetrator wielded a weapon of substantial destructive capability. In the days to come, the public was urged to report any suspicious individuals to the authorities and to remain vigilant regarding their personal safety, especially at night. Next, the broadcast connected to Chief Yaoi Fujita, the lead investigator of the case. As Broly absorbed the unfolding news, his thoughts drifted to the manga parasite, stirring an ominous sense of foreboding within him. He pondered whether parasitic beings had begun to infiltrate and subtly control the very fabric of human society, occupying positions of power and influence. If this were indeed the case, it would spell disaster. Broly recalled that at the conclusion of the first volume of the manga, certain parasites had begun to participate in presidential elections, gradually embedding themselves within the ranks of human elites. In the narrative, parasitic creatures are depicted as highly intelligent beings, endowed with remarkable learning and adaptability. They are characterized by their cold rationality, viewing humanity merely as a source of sustenance. Currently, it seemed that the number of these parasites was insufficient to dominate humanity entirely, leading them to adopt a strategy of blending into human society, seizing control of vital resources and playing pivotal roles within it. The chilling implication that the 6 slain police officers might be parasites raised troubling questions for Broly. Could it be that the entire police department was compromised? The thought was indeed terrifying. The very individuals charged with safeguarding the populace could be a coven of man-eating monsters, reveling in their deception as they awaited the next call for assistance. Then the police's heads burst open, blooming like flowers, extending a fervent welcome to your arrival. Broly began to comprehend why they were ordered to eliminate 200 parasitic beasts and swiftly vacate this world. The demise of these 200 beasts would undoubtedly draw the attention and apprehension of the entire parasitic beast populace. Consequently, humanity would mobilize all its resources to confront you. In other words, it would mean declaring war against the entire world. At that juncture, various missiles, tanks, and fighter jets would be deployed, potentially even unleashing humanity's most catastrophic weapon, the nuclear bomb. Contemplating this prospect invigorated Broly. The Saiyans were inherently a warrior race. Each Saiyan's nature was deeply entrenched in a thirst for battle, a desire for combat that resonated in their very bones, especially in the case of Broly, the legendary Saiyan. Influenced by the Saiyan blood coursing through him, Broly found himself anticipating the confrontation with the entire world, eager to eradicate all parasitic beasts and amass a significant number of points. The pressing issue before him was discerning the parasitic beasts. It would be excessively brutal to simply strike down a person with a single punch upon sight. Chapter 8. The cleansing operation. Broly sat on the sofa, furrowing his brow, realizing that this dilemma was indeed quite challenging. Parasitic beasts, if they did not reveal their identities, appeared indistinguishable from normal humans, leaving no apparent flaws to exploit. Although the fate of these individuals bore no relevance to him, he was not one to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. To rampage through a crowd merely to fulfill a mission would undoubtedly conflict with his conscience. After all, he was a young man nurtured under the banner of the 5-star red flag, possessing a sense of right and wrong and a moral compass. Additionally, considering the personalities of Su Xiaoyu and Naruto, should he proceed with such reckless abandon, It could lead to an irreparable rift among them, ultimately proving counterproductive. From the conversations within the group, it was evident that Su Xiaoyu was a kind-hearted yet naive girl. Initially, he feared that the group leader might be overly idealistic. But through their interactions that day, he discerned her unwavering resolve against adversaries. Her previous decisive action in crushing a parasitic beast with a single blow had earned his admiration. As long as she was not overly idealistic, everything could be negotiated. An old adage aptly states, "In the apocalypse, eliminate the idealist first," and this sentiment held true. As for Naruto, the so-called prince, he required no further elaboration. Having remained untainted in Konoha for so long, he was akin to a wolf, possessing a touch more ruthlessness. Thus, the notion of charging into the crowd and indiscriminately slaughtering was effectively dismissed. Now, he could only reflect on the details within this comic that he had overlooked. Nearby, Naruto was engrossed in the television, remote control in hand, thoroughly enjoying the broadcast. In the world of Naruto, television has yet to be invented. However, having undertaken several missions previously, Naruto is familiar with modern devices such as televisions and understands their operation. After finishing her bath, Su Xiaoyu, draped in a towel, emerged to find Broly frowning in a daze. Naturally, she seated herself beside him and inquired, "What troubles you? Are you lost in thought?" Snapping back to reality, Broly glanced at her and replied, "I was merely contemplating how to identify the parasites among the crowd. If they choose to conceal themselves, locating them could prove quite challenging. If they persist in hiding, our task of eliminating 200 parasites within a week may become insurmountable." Su Xiaoyu blinked her clear, bright eyes, appearing enlightened, and then proclaimed with pride, "There's no need for concern. Before coming here, I finished reading the manga on the parasites. There's a scene where a teacher, infected by a parasite, mingles within a school. One mischievous girl pulls out a strand of his hair and discovers it possesses vitality and movement. The parasite teacher, realizing he has been exposed, begins to slaughter the students, ultimately meeting his demise when one student douses him with acid. Thus, humans infected by parasites have active hair. Simply pulling one strand can reveal whether they are a parasite." Broly regarded her with a thoughtful expression, realizing that gathering intelligence ahead of time might not be as endearing as he had initially perceived. Indeed, such a scene existed in the manga, albeit it had slipped his mind due to the passage of time. Had he known of this method for identification, their upcoming task would be considerably easier. After a moment of contemplation, Broly proposed, "Sister Su Xiaoyu, Brother Naruto, I have an idea. We could have Brother Naruto use the shadow clone technique to create duplicates that can pull hair strands, confirming if someone is a parasite. Once identified, he can send a location signal, allowing me to swiftly deal with the parasite. Given my strength, I can handle one with a single punch. We should aim for individuals in the upper echelons of society, police officers, doctors, teachers, lawyers. Moreover, if a household contains only one person, that individual is highly likely to be a parasite. When parasites first infect a human, their sole desire is to consume, and they will not hesitate to devour the host's family. Additionally, I suspect that the parasites have gradually begun to manipulate the societal structure, bringing all of humanity under their control." After hearing Broly's analysis and suggestions, Su Xiaoyu found them quite plausible and turned to Naruto, asking, "What do you think, Naruto?" With unwavering enthusiasm, Naruto replied, "Of course, that sounds perfectly feasible." Thus, the technique of multiple shadow clones was unleashed, filling the entire room with countless Narutos, who tumbled out of the windows one after another, akin to dumplings falling into boiling water, embarking on a meticulous inspection of every household in the quaint town of Kobe. As they entered, Naruto's clones first transformed themselves into diminutive mice or birds to blend in seamlessly. Upon nearing the unsuspecting inhabitants, they would revert to their original forms, swiftly plucking a strand of hair from their heads, particularly focusing on households where only one individual resided. Inside the room, Su Xiaoyu and Broly awaited news, soon receiving Naruto's precise location. Just as Su Xiaoyu prepared to set off, Broly interjected, "Sister Xiaoyu, it's sufficient for me to go alone. You should rest here." "What's this? Do you underestimate your elder sister?" she retorted, crossing her arms, feeling slighted that this 6-year-old child deemed her incapable. "I can certainly handle a parasitic beast by myself. Remember that one outside? I dispatched it with just one strike." Irritated yet endearingly so, Su Xiaoyu pouted, feeling the heat of embarrassment. If she were to remain idle, relying solely on others to complete the mission, the points she earned would feel burdensome in her hands. Understanding her sentiments, Broly refrained from further objections. "I understand, just be careful. If you encounter any danger, notify me in the group, and I can reach you in mere seconds," he cautioned. With a huff, Su Xiaoyu brandished a metal baton, striking it in the air before descending the stairs. Broly shook his head, swiftly following her towards Naruto's coordinates like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, within the room, a woman clad in a kimono, her head blooming like a sinister flower, exhibited tentacles with tips sharpened to lethal blades, effortlessly slicing through objects in an instant. Upon arriving at the first designated location, Broly quickly identified the target and raised his small yet formidable fists ready for destruction. However, lacking control over his strength, he inadvertently transformed the scene into a gruesome massacre, obliterating the parasitic beast's main body in the process. Onwards to Chapter 9. My idol is the great sage equal to heaven. After neutralizing the first parasitic beast, Broly continued to follow the group's coordinates to the second location. On the flip side, Su Xiaoyu wielded her baton, launching an attack on the parasitic beast lurking within a ramen shop. The host of this creature was the proprietor of the establishment, once a man blessed with a happy family, a devoted wife, and an obedient, understanding daughter. However, from the moment he became host to the parasitic beast, he was no longer himself. One fateful afternoon, still in a dazed state post-parasitism, he found himself confronted by his own daughter, who, appearing as food, clung to his leg, exclaiming, "Daddy, I'm home." In a horrifying turn, the parasitic beast, with a bloodthirsty maw, ruthlessly devoured his 6-year-old daughter and dismembered his wife upon her return from work, freezing her remains in the refrigerator. Inside the ramen shop, he stood surrounded by a white scarf stained with blood, wielding a large cleaver, with half a human corpse laid upon the chopping board. As he beheld someone charging in, brandishing a stick, his head split open, revealing 8 flat, tentacle-like appendages that moved with the suppleness of rubber. The tips morphed into razor-sharp blades that were hurled viciously towards Su Xiaoyu, so swiftly that only a fleeting afterimage could be discerned. Utilizing her nimble footwork, Su Xiaoyu evaded the first tentacle, which grazed the floor, carving a deep gash into the wooden surface. Before she could catch her breath, the other 7 tentacles lunged toward her from various directions. With her stick raised, she deflected the onslaught of the tentacles, the metallic clang of repeated strikes echoing in the air as the parasitic beast's appendages struck her weapon like a tempest. Amidst this relentless barrage, she found herself retreating, her arms and thighs suffering cuts from the sharp blades, blood streaming forth. Had she not reacted in time to cleave through a tentacle with her stick, her entire arm and foot might have been severed. At that moment, she recalled Broly's words: if danger arose, he would arrive within 2 seconds. Gritting her teeth, she once again struck down a tentacle with her stick, retreating a short distance. With her weapon in hand, she locked eyes with the parasitic beast. Suddenly, she felt warmth on her face. It turned out that a blade had sliced open her cheek. The parasitic beast retracted all its tentacles, transforming into the form of a middle-aged man, coldly stating, "Your body has reached its limit. With my next attack, I shall cleave you into several pieces." Su Xiaoyu indeed sensed that her stamina was waning. The beast's strength was unnaturally immense, each collision rendering her arms numb. Nevertheless, she maintained an air of confidence, positioning her stick before her and smiling. "You may try. With my next strike, I shall smash you to pieces." The parasitic beast was momentarily taken aback by her words. Could she possibly have a hidden card? No, that was impossible. She was clearly exhausted. She must be bluffing. The beast, unwilling to prolong the confrontation, feared that the commotion would attract attention from the surrounding area. If the other parasitic creatures learned of such a disturbance, they might consider it a threat to their stability. At that point, it would have to flee or abandon its current host, having adapted to this body. The parasitic beast had no desire to transfer to another. Regardless of whether you are bluffing, with my final strike, I will exert all my strength to slice you into 7 or 8 pieces. Once more, the beast's head split open, its flat-tipped tentacles transforming into blades, as it unleashed all its might towards Su Xiaoyu's various vulnerable points. Faced with such peril, her rapid breaths gradually steadied, her mind entering a state of transcendence as a memory flickered through her thoughts. "Xiaoyu, have you decided what weapon you wish to use?" "I want to use a stick." "Ah, a girl's choice of a stick is hardly graceful, and it's quite arduous to learn." "No, I want to learn the stick." "Why is that?" "Can you tell mommy?" "For I am the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, the great sage from the Water Curtain Cave of Huawa Mountain." Little Su Xiaoyu draped a cloth over her back, wielding a stick in hand, her face adorned with a monkey mask, circling around her mother. Having just captured several demons and subdued a few spirits, she wondered how many such creatures there were. "Monsters, take this strike from me," she declared. "I shall vanquish your soul and scatter your essence, leaving you trembling in fear." As this scene unfolded in her mind, a laugh escaped her lips. and she awkwardly wished to carve out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes on the ground. At that moment, she felt an unprecedented lightness envelop her entire being. Every cell within her thrummed with excitement. Her blood surged with vigor, and with the resounding beat of her heart, she finally broke through, ascending to the realm of a novice warrior. With her newfound strength and speed significantly enhanced, she vanished from her original spot, appearing before the parasitic beast as if a specter, delivering a powerful thrust straight into its maw, piercing through its body. Blood splattered across her face, and once the creature ceased to breathe, Su Xiaoyu withdrew her stick from its mouth, promptly crushing the vile insect beneath her foot. However, the commotion had attracted a crowd outside, and she had no choice but to flee in haste from the scene. As she advanced to her next destination, the exhilaration of her recent breakthrough imbued her with seemingly boundless energy. Should she encounter another parasitic beast, she was confident she could defeat it within 3 minutes. Her refusal of Broly's assistance stemmed from a crucial reason. She felt on the brink of a breakthrough. Deep down, she understood she was not a prodigious talent. Rather, she was simply more diligent than the average person. Moreover, she recognized that one could only transcend oneself when confronted with the direst of dangers. In truth, had it not been for the need to purchase that spaceship for Broly, she could have easily entered the warrior realm with the aid of gene cultivation fluid, sparing herself such relentless effort. Meanwhile, Broly swiftly dispatched all the parasitic beasts discovered by Naruto, knowing that not even their combined might could withstand a single blow from him. Aware of the considerable ruckus they had caused that night, he decided it was time to conclude the encounter. On his way back, an inexplicable worry for the stubborn girl, Su Xiaoyu, began to gnaw at him. Upon passing an intersection, he spotted her, battered and leaning against a wall, her clothes tattered and scant. That night, Su Xiaoyu had relied solely on her strength to eliminate 10 parasitic beasts, and she felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Just as she was on the verge of losing consciousness and collapsing, Broly caught her, hoisting her onto his shoulder as one would carry a sack of rice. Sensing that her aura had intensified significantly, he realized that this headstrong girl had indeed broken through, reaching a new pinnacle of strength. Broly finally understood why she was so insistent on battling the parasitic beasts. Truly, she was a foolhardy girl. Chapter 10. Not allowed. Broly, bearing the injured Su Xiaoyu, refrained from entering the hotel through the main entrance, as he was drenched in blood, with remnants of flesh and entrails clinging to him, and his companion was equally battered, presenting an alarming sight. Had they chosen to enter through the front, the staff would likely have alerted the authorities. To avoid unnecessary complications, he opted to leap directly to the 12th floor, entering through the window. Gently, Broly laid her upon the bed before heading to the restroom to wash his face and hands. Upon returning, he began to tend to her wounds. The iodine solution caused Su Xiaoyu to emit involuntary, peculiar sounds of discomfort. The familiarity of her moans stirred a flurry of thoughts in Broly's mind, compelling him to glance at her more than once, though he quickly suppressed such distractions. He was no stranger to women in his past life, and he was not so starved for desire. To clarify, he was not acquainted with any of the names such as Yongmei, Gongxian, Lola, Ohashi, or Ishihara. After wrapping Su Xiaoyu's wounds and changing into a fresh set of clothes, Broly took a hot shower, using a hairdryer to dry his hair, and even attempted to fluff the furry tail at his rear. Dressed in the outfit Su Xiaoyu had purchased for him, he awaited Naruto's return in the living room while beginning to experiment with controlling the energy within his body. In the world of Dragon Ball, each individual possesses a form of energy known as ki. Mastery of this energy allows one to unleash powerful energy waves and even soar through the skies. In truth, learning to control ki to perform energy attacks is not particularly arduous. One need only observe Goku's Kamehameha from childhood to grasp its simplicity. If a lower-class warrior like Goku could achieve such feats, one can only imagine how much more adept Broly, with his superior learning ability and comprehension, could be. For days, Broly had endeavored to harness this formidable and tumultuous energy within him. Its sheer power made it exceedingly difficult to control. Should he fail to master this energy, the potential for catastrophic destruction of the planet loomed large, not to mention the waste of his own stamina. This situation is reminiscent of the character Hui Hui from Konosuba, who could only unleash a single devastating spell before becoming completely drained. After much training, he had managed to command a small fraction of this energy. Extending his right hand, he concentrated this minuscule portion of ki within his palm. A sphere radiating a green luminescence materialized above his hand, rapidly expanding until it reached a diameter of 5 meters. As Broly felt the tempestuous power contained within, he sighed, and with a mere pinch of his fingers, the entire energy sphere vanished into thin air. It was still insufficient. This represented only 1,000th of the energy within him. Yet even so, such a blast could obliterate a small nation. Alas, such overwhelming strength can be a source of great vexation. As the legendary Saiyan, Broly could sense the immense power within him growing exponentially, even without training. His combat prowess was escalating continuously, far beyond the effects of the most potent elixirs. If left unchecked, he feared he might revert to the old version of himself, losing all rationality and succumbing to a primal urge for destruction. Broly endeavored to harness the energy coursing through his body, striving to control it to a mere 1,000th of its potential while also taming the other ferocious energies within him. At that moment, Naruto returned through the window, his belly round and full, evidently having indulged in a late-night snack. Noticing that everyone had gathered, Broly ceased his training and addressed Naruto. "If you're feeling fatigued, you ought to rest. We must depart from this place at dawn." "Why the hurry?" Naruto, having just dined at a nearby ramen shop, inquired with puzzlement. "Our commotion tonight was far too loud, and we eliminated an excessive number of parasitic beasts. You emitted 50 signals. I managed to deal with 40 of them, alongside Sister Yu, who also dispatched several. In one area, there were 50 reported fatalities. What do you think the authorities will do in response?" Broly continued. "Let me rephrase. If 50 murders occurred in your village, how would your ninja react?" After a moment's contemplation, Naruto grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, had 50 murders transpired in the Hidden Leaf village, chaos would ensue. The fabled Umbu and guards would be mobilized, scouring the vicinity for the perpetrators and conducting thorough investigations, searching every household for suspicious individuals. "I understand now." Naruto acknowledged the seriousness of the matter, retreating to his room to rest and recuperate for the battles that lay ahead. For Broly, however, the military posed no threat whatsoever. Even if they deployed aircraft, tanks, and artillery, they would be utterly ineffective against him. With merely a 1,000th of his energy output, he could obliterate them and devastate the entire region. Yet, he deemed such an action unnecessary, as his true adversaries were not these ordinary individuals. Furthermore, slaughtering so many people at once felt unsettling. After all, he was still relatively new to this world. Exterminating the parasitic beasts felt akin to culling livestock, but eliminating his own kind would meet with some resistance. Of course, should circumstances demand it, he would unleash his full wrath without hesitation, delivering a decisive lesson or even a lethal blow. He was no fool, and he would not stand idly by while they attacked without retaliation. The following morning, Broly, Naruto, and Su Xiaoyu departed from the city, embarking on a new journey to another location to eradicate the parasitic beasts. This time, they arrived in a district known as Shibuya, located in Tokyo, near Kyoto. Shibuya, aside from Harajuku, serves as another vibrant gathering place for the youth, as well as a favored haunt for students after school. Here, one can find an abundance of renowned culinary delights, entertainment venues, and charming streets. It is a realm where anything imaginable can be discovered. It is no wonder that it is called Shibuya. From adults to children, the area is replete with captivating attractions. Broly and Naruto were forcefully dragged by Su Xiaoyu to indulge in shopping, acquiring an entire ensemble of trendy apparel. In this world, their currency is exchanged through points, and the cost of goods is astonishingly low. 1 point can be exchanged for a substantial amount of currency. Consequently, financial concerns were far from their minds. Chapter 11. The Alliance of Rebels. When Broly and his companions departed from Kobe, the media announced that only 5 homicides had occurred. It appeared that the parasitic beings did not wish to escalate the situation and incite public panic. While the police were diligently sealing off various routes and rigorously inspecting incoming and outgoing individuals. However, by that time, Broly and his group had already left, making it impossible for them to be apprehended, no matter how hard the authorities searched. On the other hand, the parasitic beings had begun to grow vigilant, clandestinely convening a meeting to deliberate on their next course of action, having adapted fully to human societal structures during their time in this world. The parasitic beings had become proficient in utilizing various technological products. They connected via computer to coordinate with the leaders controlling parasitic beings in different regions. The elder convening the meeting was a man with graying temples. Though clad in a casual kimono, he emanated an air of authority and gravitas typical of someone in a position of power. His visage was familiar to the populace, as he was none other than the current Prime Minister of Neon Country, Yurita Takashi. With a cane in hand, he sat upon a wooden chair, a plate of freshly severed small hands resting on a nearby table. The hands, delicate and exquisitely smooth, belonged to children and had been freshly harvested. Having ascended to the highest echelons of national power, Yurita was no longer content with merely satisfying his hunger. He sought loftier ideals, meticulously studying which parts of the human body were most delectable at which times. Ultimately, he concluded that children were the most delectable, followed by women, then men with a bit of chewiness, and finally the elderly. His favorite delicacy was the hands of children, akin to how humans savor duck or chicken feet. Thus, each evening upon returning home, he would prepare a platter of his favored delicacies, allowing him to indulge while attending to his work. As the video conference commenced, Asuka Daiki, responsible for the Kobe region, appeared in a sharply tailored black suit, bowing at a 90-degree angle to the others on the screen, expressing profound regret. I sincerely apologize for the significant incident that occurred within my jurisdiction, resulting in the deaths of 50 compatriots. I am willing to accept full responsibility and punishment. What precisely transpired? Why such significant casualties occurred is a matter of great concern, especially considering the already limited number of our parasitic beasts. I implore you to provide a rational explanation. A piece of flesh on the left cheek of Takamasa Yurata detached from his body, morphing into a flat, tentacle-like appendage that seized a palm-sized object from the table and began to devour it. The leaders from other districts were equally eager to ascertain the origins of this calamity. Should such an event transpire in their territories, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Akan Daiki maintained a bowing posture, reflective of the cultural customs of Neon Country, a trait preserved even among us parasitic beasts. Initially, we suspected the Resistance Alliance might be behind the attacks on our kind. However, subsequent investigations and video evidence revealed that 3 individuals were responsible for the slaughter of our parasitic beasts. Among them was a 6-year-old child with a furry monkey tail protruding from his rear, a girl wielding a stick, and a foreign boy with blonde hair and 6 whiskers adorning his face. The surveillance footage and satellite imagery unveiled that these 3 possessed extraordinary abilities. The child with the tail emerged as the primary predator, exhibiting remarkable strength and speed, capable of delivering lethal blows that left our kin in gruesome disarray. The girl, though slightly less formidable, could nonetheless dispatch our kind with relative ease. Lastly, the foreign boy showcased a peculiar power, conjuring multiple identical clones of himself and transforming into various small animals. Through their coordinated efforts, they ruthlessly slaughtered 50 of our brethren in a single night. Presently, they have made their way to Shibuya, parading about, purchasing clothing, and indulging in leisure. Upon completing his statement, Akan Daiki uploaded numerous photographs and videos featuring Broly and his companions. Despite their caution, the technological advancements in this world, including indiscriminate satellite photography, left them with little recourse. The parasitic beast leaders observed in the footage were struck with fear as they witnessed the merciless Broly obliterating a parasitic beast with a single punch, an act that elicited emotions previously thought impossible for their kind. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure in the video, upon learning that these 3 formidable individuals had encroached upon his jurisdiction, trembled in trepidation, contemplating escape, a punch-like that would undoubtedly reduce him to a mere puddle of flesh. Shibuya? That falls under the purview of Hiroshi Nagahama, if I recall correctly, and the Resistance Alliance in that area has been notably active. Hiroshi Nagahama, has the Resistance Alliance been neutralized on your end? While I remain oblivious to the reasons behind this trio's hunt for our kind, a confrontation between the 2 factions would pose an immense threat to us, particularly since the Resistance Alliance possesses our identities. After finishing a palm-sized delicacy, Takumi Urata leisurely wiped his mouth with a napkin and calmly stated, "I must apologize. The area I oversee has already undergone 3 purges. However, there exists an exceedingly troublesome target, a parasite residing in the left hand of a compatriot, along with his unfortunate host, who has repeatedly thwarted our plans, allowing individuals to escape each time we attempt to purge." Hiroshi Nagahama reported the situation truthfully, awaiting Urata's verdict. "Is that so?" Urata remarked, narrowing his eyes as he regarded him. On the other side of the video call, Nagahama sensed a shift in the atmosphere and attempted to lift his head, only to find it severed moments later by a bodyguard who had transformed into a parasite. Urata issued a command to the bodyguard responsible for Nagahama's demise, Jun Ishii. "You know what to do, don't you?" "I understand. I will first evacuate the parasitic brethren from this area, followed by a portion of the human population. I will meticulously track their movements and coordinate the human military to deliver a devastating blow, ensuring their complete annihilation, along with the eradication of the Resistance Alliance." Jun Ishii knelt on one knee, responding coldly. "Excellent. I entrust this task to you. If necessary, I will request military missiles to cleanse the area, erasing them entirely," Urata said nonchalantly. In his mind, he regarded Broly and his companions as no threat. After all, could individual power truly stand against the might of the world? Broly. Chapter 12. The protagonist of the parasite world strange. What is happening? Why are the parasites in Shibuya withdrawing? In a dim underground chamber, a bespectacled girl with long black hair took a bite of a cookie, staring perplexedly at the radar system displayed on her computer. There were a total of 300 parasites in Shibuya, controlling the entire economy, medical, and administrative sectors of the area. Yet, curiously, they were hastily vacating the region. A nearby youth, having overheard her, approached and whispered in her ear, "Check online for any recent major events." How could these parasites, who have painstakingly established their foothold, possibly withdraw without reason? The girl nodded, her hands swiftly dancing across the keyboard. As she swallowed her bite of cookie, she breached the nation's firewall, successfully infiltrating the information system. Outside, the news presented to the public was merely what the media wished them to see. Numerous stories were suppressed and sealed off by the government for various reasons. Thus, to uncover the truth, one must directly access the nation's information system. The girl, known as Shizuku Tsukino, was one of the world's top 10 hackers and a member of the Resistance Alliance. She rapidly sifted through the information system, employing an extraordinary speed-reading technique, and soon discovered a piece of information. However, at that moment, the computer screen began to flood with ominous red text. Warning, warning, warning. Tsukino Shizuku promptly exited the National Information System and initiated measures to sever the pursuit from the security apparatus. Following her adept maneuvers, she swiftly evaded the grasp of the security system. The man behind her urgently inquired, "Have you discerned what has transpired?" Tsukino Shizuku nodded, then shook her head. "I must first contact my comrades in the Kobe district to ascertain the veracity of this matter." Tsukino Shizuku entered the exclusive chat system of the Resistance Alliance and inquired, "Greetings, may I speak with Kamiyama Shodaro from the Kobe district?" Kamiyama Shodaro responded, "It is I. What can I assist you with?" Tsukino Shizuku stated, "I have received word of 50 homicides in your area and wish to know if those 50 individuals were parasitic beasts." Kamiyama Shodaro replied, "I cannot confirm that, as employing the parasitic beast radar for scanning would expose us to counter-surveillance. Our radar system has yet to be upgraded. Furthermore, given the magnitude of this incident, the authorities are currently conducting a thorough investigation in our region. If we activate the radar now, the entire Resistance Alliance in Kobe would be compromised. I sincerely apologize." Tsukino Shizuku acknowledged, "I understand. Thank you for the information." After concluding the chat, Tsukino Shizuku took a sip of mineral water and turned to the man beside her. "I just infiltrated the National Information System and discovered that 50 homicides occurred in the Kobe district yesterday. The information was swiftly suppressed by the authorities, reducing the count from 50 to 10 and ultimately to 5. Moreover, according to an announcement, that infamous Special Self-Defense Force is advancing towards Shibuya. Therefore, I suspect that if those 50 individuals are indeed parasitic beasts, it raises the possibility of another group, like us, resisting the parasitic beasts, which is now moving towards our Shibuya district." The young man seated next to Tsukino Shizuku furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to meet with them. Suddenly, his left hand began to transform rapidly, ultimately morphing into a creature with a single eye, a mouth, and 2 side-shaped arms. Strangely, this left hand spoke, "Kazumi, I do not recommend meeting with them. Their methods are excessively radical. Engaging with them could easily lead our Resistance Alliance in this region into an abyss. Moreover, we cannot dismiss the possibility that this is a well-crafted scheme by the authorities to lure us out and ensnare us all. My advice is to refrain from any contact and to suspend all activities during this period, maintaining a low profile while strengthening the Resistance Alliance." Tsukino Shizuku concurred. What Kozo said is quite reasonable. A portion of the populace in Shibuya has begun to grasp the truth of this world. I believe that one day, everyone will come to know the truth, and together we shall overthrow the dominion of the parasitic beasts. Although Izumi Shinichi recognized the validity of their perspectives, he harbored his own differing opinions. Every ounce of resistance against the parasitic beasts is invaluable, and they possess weapons of mass destruction capable of obliterating these creatures in an instant. If possible, I wish to extend a helping hand when they encounter peril. Tsukino Shizuku shook her head and grasped Izumi Shinichi's arm. "No, that is too perilous." Izumi Shinichi replied coldly, "Rest assured, I will not confront them directly. I merely hope that this power can be preserved to alleviate some of our burden. Furthermore, with KZ at my side, I am confident that I shall face no danger." Long ago, Izumi Shinichi suffered a grave, life-threatening injury to his heart, which was mended by the parasitic beast KZ using modified cells. This alteration has imbued his body with certain traits of the parasitic beasts, and his cognition has begun to align with their cold rationality. Upon hearing this, Sakino Shizuku could only acquiesce, and she commenced following orders to temporarily halt their recent activities, initiating the relocation of key personnel from Shibuya. Meanwhile, Broly and his companions encountered a dilemma. Naruto informed him that after extracting hair from over 300 individuals, not a single parasitic beast had been found, and these efforts were specifically targeting unique groups. This revelation heightened Broly's alertness, and he began to surmise the unfolding situation. It appeared he had underestimated the parasitic beast's capacity to devise countermeasures and pinpoint their group within such a brief span. It was evident that their presence had been compromised. Soon, a substantial contingent of military forces would arrive to suppress them. More likely, an elite special operations team would precede a full military deployment. For mobilizing an army requires considerable time, rendering it ill-suited for such sudden developments. Broly rose, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Though his derision was not aimed at the parasitic beasts, but rather at himself. The exponential growth of his power had fostered a sense of arrogance within him in recent days, coupled with the influence of his legendary Saiyan bloodline. It led him to subconsciously underestimate these feeble humans. Nevertheless, regardless of the parasitic beast schemes, they could not stir even the slightest ripple. The absolute dominance of his strength ensured that they posed no threat or harm to him whatsoever. Chapter 13. The Iron Scion Broly, adept at crafting spherical orbs. Declared within the group, there is no need to continue. Naruto, let us proceed to the next area. The parasitic beasts have all fled from here. The orb craftsman inquired. Although Naruto was perplexed, he had come to realize that Broly was more reliable than himself, instinctively agreeing with his assessment. So where shall we venture next? The strongest 6-year-old replied, to Tokyo, the most bustling and densely populated region. The lair of the parasitic beasts must be there. I suspect some have escaped in that direction. Let us head straight there. Please send me a location pin, and I will take you there. The orb craftsman responded, all right. Though Naruto was initially puzzled by Broly's comment about flying with him, he nonetheless sent a location to Broly and began retracting all his clones. Meanwhile, Broly arrived at Su Xiaoyu's room, intending to explain the situation. After all, leaving her alone in her current condition was particularly perilous. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu lay on her bed, her complexion somewhat pale. Indeed, her monthly cycle had arrived. As a martial artist, she had endured the sting of numerous parasitic beasts without shedding a single tear, yet this monthly affliction prompted tears to flow unbidden. Her large, tear-filled eyes, evoking a sense of pity, made one feel an irresistible urge to embrace her tenderly. Each month, the aftermath of substantial blood loss, accompanied by sporadic smaller losses, brought with it excruciating pain, akin to someone fiercely twisting the flesh on either side of her waist without relent. Being a time traveler, Broly was naturally aware of the situation and understood that women often exhibited heightened irritability during this period. However, in his previous life, he had taken the initiative to research how to respond scientifically to such circumstances without provoking his girlfriend's ire. Steel-hearted men should take heed and observe how the legendary Super Saiyan conducts himself. Broly entered the room, bearing a large cup of hot water. With hemostatic medicine and band-aids tucked in his pocket, he knocked gently on the door and expressed his concern. Sister Xiaoyu, how are you feeling? I just checked online. You should drink more hot water. Su Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable surge of irritation at the mention of drinking more hot water, her temper flaring. Yet, upon realizing that the person before her was not her boyfriend and that she could not direct her frustration towards such an endearing child, she suppressed her anger. However, the thought of her lack of a boyfriend deepened her sadness. She truly wished to vent her frustration but had no one to direct it towards. Thank you, Broly. Just put it down there. I will drink it later, Su Xiaoyu said, her voice slightly hoarse. Broly nodded and, under her perplexed gaze, produced a bottle of hemostatic medicine and a band-aid from his pocket. Sister Xiaoyu, remember to apply this after taking the medicine, don't forget. Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock, her breathing quickening, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she pointed at the hemostatic medicine and the band-aid he presented, her lips trembling. At that moment, she could no longer contain her surging emotions, especially with his last remark shattering her composure. Where exactly was she expected to apply this? Was it meant for that area? Just as she prepared to unleash her frustration, she caught sight of Broly's adorable expression and the little tail wagging behind him. Realizing he bore no ill intent and was likely taking some humorous online comments at face value, she could only pat Broly's head, her tone tinged with resignation. Thank you. Broly, I need to rest and recuperate. Broly nodded, not forgetting the purpose of his visit. Sister Su, you should rest well. We will be leaving here in about half an hour. Su Xiaoyu, clutching her abdomen, sat up. What happened? After Broly explained the situation, Su Xiaoyu realized the gravity of the matter. Enduring the excruciating pain in her stomach, she immediately got out of bed and downed a glass of warm water. Though she neglected to take the hemostatic medication, this omission raised a small question mark in Broly's mind. Sister Xiaoyu, you haven't taken your medicine, and the hemostatic patch is ineffective without it. Su Xiaoyu selectively ignored Broly's words, crouching down to speak to him. Broly, please wait outside for a moment. I will be fine soon. Once Broly stepped outside, she applied 2 heat patches to her abdomen and added another layer for extra protection. Prepared, Su Xiaoyu emerged wielding a stick. Her decisive and unhesitant demeanor instilled a sense of fear in Broly. This woman is formidable, he thought to himself. We should leave quickly. Every extra minute here increases our danger, Su Xiaoyu said weakly. Broly shook his head. No need, I can carry you. In response to Su Xiaoyu's puzzled gaze, Broly lifted her and flew out of the window, leaving behind a trail of screams. By the previous night, Broly had gained control over most of the energy within his body and could unleash a fraction of his power through energy blasts. He had also unlocked 2 skills, flight technique and energy barrier. Broly enveloped both of them in an energy barrier, ensuring they would not be harmed by the rushing air during their high-speed flight. While the air posed no threat to him, it could easily injure Su Xiaoyu. Given the current circumstances, subtlety was no longer a concern. Broly was not afraid of being detected, as the parasitic beasts had already discovered their presence. If these frenzied creatures realized Broly's formidable strength, they might resort to using missiles or even nuclear weapons to eliminate him. Confident that missiles would not harm him, Broly was uncertain about nuclear weapons, which were renowned as humanity's most devastating arsenal. Should events escalate to that dire level, the world of the parasitic beasts would descend into chaos, with countless humans losing their lives, plunging the entire world into darkness. Broly resolved to take swift action, aiming to eliminate all high-ranking officials within human society, as many of them were likely parasitic beasts, though some might not be. However, in the present situation, avoiding unnecessary casualties had become impossible. He could only strive to minimize them. Quickly locating Naruto, Broly lifted him into the air amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Naruto never imagined that Broly's offer to fly was to be taken literally. He was indeed soaring through the skies. Under the protection of an energy barrier, they emerged unscathed, their initial fear transforming into exhilaration. Particularly, Naruto was vociferously expressing his excitement. Chapter 14. Speculations and Theories. Broly had transported Naruto and Su Xiaoyu from Shibuya in Tokyo to the Chiyoda district. The trio landed atop a department store, settling on the ground to deliberate their next course of action. Broly promptly articulated his plan, which he had meticulously devised during their journey. The official parasitic entities of Neon Country had already taken notice of them and commenced relocating the parasites. In an effort to eliminate them, armed violent organizations from this world had been dispatched, verging on the deployment of military forces. Although they could still distinguish the parasites by pulling out their hair, the effectiveness of this method was dwindling. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable the situation became, leading to potentially catastrophic casualties. The parasites, upon encountering them in their forthcoming confrontations, would soon realize that conventional weaponry posed no threat, and to ensure their survival, they might resort to employing large-scale destructive weaponry. While such weaponry would not harm Broly, it would spell terror for the ordinary inhabitants of this world. He was acutely aware that neither of his companions wished to witness innocent lives suffering due to their actions. Therefore, he aimed to resolve this mission as swiftly as possible. Before the parasites could react, he intended to strike decisively, utilizing a key blast to obliterate the administrative bodies, military command, scientific institutions, and defense departments of this world. Upon hearing Broly's plan, Naruto's face reflected his discontent, understanding that if such actions were taken, countless innocents would perish. He interjected, "Hold on. Everything you've stated is mere speculation. There is no concrete evidence to suggest that the situation will escalate to such dire circumstances. Moreover, it's not certain that the parasites have truly detected our presence. We have been exceptionally cautious. Perhaps today's events are merely coincidental. After all, there may not be many parasites in that area, right?" Naruto glanced at Su Xiaoyu, seeking her support, ensnared by the illusion of the will of fire. He struggled to accept the notion of harming ordinary people for the sake of expediency. Su Xiaoyu, however, did not share Naruto's viewpoint. Hailing from a future martial arts world, she had encountered numerous narratives in novels and films, and she possessed a profound understanding of the parasitic world, thus recognizing the veracity of Broly's assertions. After a moment of contemplation, She replied, "This world does not operate on mere coincidences. Naruto, you may be unaware, but in such realms, there exists a phenomenon known as satellites. Through satellite positioning, it is feasible to detect our presence. I suspect we have already been exposed to the parasitic authorities. Nonetheless, Broly, your approach seems somewhat extreme, as you are planning for the worst-case scenario. Without concrete evidence to substantiate claims, hastily deducing events towards the worst possible outcome, coupled with detrimental measures, is a stance I find rather unpalatable. Should the administrative bodies, military command, national defense institutions, scientific academies, and law enforcement agencies of this world be dismantled, it would inevitably plunge society into chaos. A future devoid of law and order would ensue, where the inherent desires of humanity would be unleashed in their entirety, resulting in the collapse of the societal hierarchy, with countless lives lost amidst the ensuing turmoil." Broly shrugged, indicating that his suggestion, though not ideal, was preferable to the potential devastation of nuclear warfare and missile strikes. He acknowledged that his outlook indeed leaned towards the bleakest interpretations, lacking any evidence to support such a perspective. Perhaps his past experiences had conditioned him to anticipate the worst in every situation, leading him to formulate contingency plans that provided an escape route. However, it dawned on Broly that he need not pursue such drastic measures. Why should he concern himself with the fates of those in this world? His reluctance to engage in violence did not preclude indifference towards their survival. These two sentiments were not mutually exclusive. Even if parasitic creatures unleashed missile strikes or nuclear attacks, he would remain unscathed. What was there to fear? His proposal was merely to consider the well-being of Su Xiaoyu and Naruto. Since they opposed his plan, it mattered little to him. Perhaps he was merely overthinking the situation. Very well, he decided to adhere to the original strategy, albeit acknowledging its slower pace. Time was of the essence. He estimated that within 2 hours, the parasites would receive word and attempt to flee. Nevertheless, he believed he could eliminate 200 of them within a week. A smile gracing his face, concealing a hint of ruthlessness beneath his charming demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, as time progressed, the legendary Saiyan blood coursing through his veins would gradually influence his demeanor, rendering him increasingly cold and ruthless, pushing him to repeatedly cross his own boundaries, ultimately transforming him into the true legendary Saiyan. Su Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, stating that they should proceed with the original method. However, this would require extra effort from Naruto. "No problem, leave it to me," Naruto replied confidently, his chakra abundant. This time, he could create over 1,000 clones. He skillfully divided his chakra into 10 parts, forming 10 clones. These 10 clones departed from the rooftop, each generating additional clones. Broly and Su Xiaoyu remained vigilant, continuously monitoring the information flow within their group, awaiting the location updates from Naruto. This time, after changing regions, they quickly made progress, identifying 4 or 5 locations of the parasitic creatures. Broly did not part ways with Su Xiaoyu this time, recognizing the inherent dangers of such a course of action. After all, the 3 of them were completely exposed, and at any moment, a bullet could come flying from the shadows. Su Xiaoyu understood this well. Refraining from any displays of bravado, she was not foolish, and when it came to critical moments, preserving her life took precedence. However, this led to the unfortunate consequence of her having no opportunity to strike. Each time they reached a location, Broly would locate the parasitic creature and, in a state of rapid flight, deliver a powerful punch that annihilated it instantly. Not only did the parasite fail to react, but even passers-by were likely oblivious to what had transpired. To the bystanders, it appeared as though the individual standing there had suddenly exploded, without them even catching a glimpse of Broly's silhouette. After eliminating the parasitic creature discovered by Naruto, Broly began progressing towards certain target areas. As outlined in the data he had reviewed the previous night, all the while plucking hair from unsuspecting victims. This led to individuals walking along the street suddenly turning to see who had pulled their hair, only to find no one there, cursing in confusion. The situation was particularly dire for the programmers in Zhonghai, who, already suffering from thinning hair, cherished the few strands they had left, only to have several yanked away by Broly and Naruto in passing. This was truly a calamity. Chapter 15. Broly's Ambition. Welcome to the Tokyo Midday News. I am your news anchor, Chisa Murata. I am your co-anchor, Junichi Watanabe. Recently, a series of large-scale human explosions occurred in Shidaidai, Tokyo. According to investigations, a total of 10 residents inexplicably exploded. This has garnered the attention of relevant authorities. Experts speculate that the victims may have experienced an intense shockwave in an instant. The situation remains under investigation, with authorities and the police intensifying their efforts to uncover the cause. Now, let us turn to the next news item. also stemming from Chidai. Today, the television station received 1,000 reports from residents. A large-scale hair-pulling incident has emerged, with many individuals inexplicably losing hair while walking down the street, and some even experiencing hair loss within their homes. Experts suspect this may be the work of an undiscovered extraterrestrial entity, while others theorize it to be a supernatural phenomenon. As Chisa Murata concluded her first segment, she felt a sudden sharp tug on her hair. At that moment, Broly, moving at an imperceptible speed, precisely extracted a strand from her long locks. He then extended his grasp towards a nearby man, plucking yet another strand. This method served as an effective means of controlling the energy within his body, and Broly felt he was now capable of harnessing even greater power. Ultimately, upon realizing there were no more parasitic creatures, Broly decided to vacate the premises. Meanwhile, Chisa Murata, having been deprived of her hair, felt a surge of pain that made her want to cry out, but as it was a live broadcast, she, as a professional anchor, could only endure with tears in her eyes. As Broly cast a glance towards his colleague beside him, he noticed a subtle change in the other's expression, indicating that he too had experienced the same ordeal of hair pulling. After a long day of toil, Broly, accompanied by Su Xiaoyu, finally returned to their resting place, where Naruto had also arrived. The trio gathered to replenish their strength with food. The day's endeavors yielded satisfactory results, having dealt with 70 parasitic beasts. However, it was perplexing that the news reported only 10 incidents, suggesting that the parasitic beasts were keen to minimize the visibility of this event. After their meal, Broly took both individuals and soared into the sky, departing from Tokyo Katanda and heading towards Osaka. The rationale for this journey was clear. The parasitic beasts were likely desperate to escape Tokyo or conceal themselves, opting not to reveal their presence. Remaining in this vicinity or around Tokyo Katanda would prove futile. It was more prudent to venture further afield for hunting. Turning to his companions, he remarked, aside from hair pulling, "Naruto, if you encounter bald individuals or those donning wigs, be sure to report their locations. Given our recent activities, the parasitic beasts, unless they have some abnormality, have likely shaved their heads and donned wigs to avoid drawing attention." Naruto expressed his concerns, questioning whether the parasitic beasts might hide away. Broly reassured him, stating no. The parasitic beasts have integrated into human society. They cannot simply retreat and disappear in a short span. If they were to hide completely, chaos would ensue within human society, a scenario the higher echelons of parasitic beasts would not desire. It is akin to raising pigs. Would you prefer them to be well-fed and content, or to be in constant turmoil? Broly continued, "Moreover, our destination is Osaka, a considerable distance from Tokyo Katanda. They likely have not yet reacted." With this explanation, Naruto began to grasp the situation. Soon, they reached Osaka and resumed their efforts with even greater fervor, fearful that those wearing wigs might still bear adhesive. During this hunt, Broly inadvertently killed several ordinary bald individuals, and while reducing them to mere fragments, he found no trace of the parasitic beasts themselves. He chose not to share this with the overly compassionate Su Xiaoyu who accompanied him. Broly's initial assumptions were validated. The parasitic beasts had preemptively shaved their heads and adorned wigs, likely aware that Broly employed this method for identification. As he faced the reality of taking a life for the first time, Broly felt a disquieting sense of discomfort, his fists trembling with uncertainty. Yet, as the instances of mistaken killings mounted, he gradually acclimated to this sensation, even beginning to relish it. The sound of flesh being pulverized and bones shattering, accompanied by the visceral explosion of blood vessels, became a strangely exquisite experience for him. The sensation was akin to the childhood delight of tearing newspaper into shreds, deliberately shattering a bowl to relish the sound it produced, evoking an inexplicable thrill within. His expression grew increasingly grotesque, the force of his punches intensifying. Not only did he reduce his opponents to mere fragments, but he also created a gaping crater in the cement beneath him. Typically, Broly stifled his immense power, fearful that even a slight increase in force might obliterate everything around him. He felt as though he were ensnared in an ill-fitting bodysuit, constricting him to the point of breathlessness. Yet at that moment, he was gradually breaking free from this confinement, a sensation that brought him profound comfort. As he struck with escalating force, Su Xiaoyu, perched on his shoulder, sensed something amiss. Despite the rapid pace of their movements, she remained unaware of how many lives Broly had claimed. However, she could perceive a radical transformation in his demeanor, strange, volatile, frigid, suffocating, oppressive. "Broly, Broly, what has happened to you?" Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, her voice filled with desperation. Broly was roused by her cry, gazing at his bloodied hands and his motionless form, seemingly entranced. Broly, what's wrong? She asked. It's nothing. I simply feel a bit fatigued. Perhaps we should call it a night, Broly replied, his tone tinged with weariness. All right. But if anything troubles you, please do tell me, Su Xiaoyu said, her concern evident as she nodded at him. They returned to the hotel they had previously booked. Entering through the window, he submerged himself in the bathtub, hugging his knees and curling inward. I feel as though I lost consciousness just moments ago. What could have caused this? If this occurs again and the duration extends, will the unconscious version of me still be me? Broly pondered anxiously. He feared becoming a madman, one who no longer even recognized his own identity. He began to search his mind for information regarding the legendary Saiyans, a warrior race within the Dragon Ball universe. Known for their fierce combativeness, they were both brutal and ruthless, a tribe of demons who killed without hesitation, with very few among them exhibiting kindness or normalcy. The protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, Kakarot, if not for a head injury, would undoubtedly have grown into a brutal warrior given his nature. This led Broly to question whether the Saiyan bloodline concealed a gene for madness and ferocity. As the legendary Saiyan, did he harbor an even more terrifying potential for violence? In the original series, Broly was depicted as a madman, losing control at the mere mention of Kakarot's name. In Dragon Ball Super, however, Broly retained his awareness, his inherent goodness intact, and did not succumb to madness upon encountering Kakarot. What could account for this anomaly? Could it be that this version of Broly lacked the factors that would incite his frenzy? Confident in the belief that he has transcended into the realm of Dragon Ball Super as Broly, he finds himself grappling with an unsettling madness. This perplexity arises when a sudden epiphany strikes him. The Broly from Dragon Ball Super donned a unique apparatus crafted by his father during his youth, which contained his burgeoning power. If this were indeed the case, it would elucidate his inability to reign in his own strength, rendering him perpetually on the brink of insanity, with the potential to obliterate everything in his vicinity. In light of this, one must ponder the very essence of life. If he were to annihilate all existence around him, how dreadfully solitary would his existence become? He contemplates the motivations of the antagonists within the anime, who incessantly proclaim their desire to obliterate the world. Such aspirations yield no tangible benefits. Without games to play, novels to read, comics to peruse, films to watch, or series to follow, and devoid of companionship, what purpose does life serve? Would it not be far more fulfilling to dominate the world, to become its sovereign, and have it cater to his every whim? Broly's grand design was to return to Earth and establish dominion over it, creating an environment far more comfortable than in his previous life. He envisioned residing in the most opulent and luxurious palace, and should none exist, he would construct one. He desired a multitude of maidens, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. This Broly asserts that he could effortlessly contend with 1,000. Furthermore, he intended to vigorously promote the entertainment industry, including literature, gaming, comics, anime, and film. He is acutely aware that the authors who fail to update or produce minimal chapters do so out of sheer laziness. In his former life, he had a friend named Huang Yu, who, despite dedicating only 2 hours to writing 2 chapters, would squander the remainder on gaming or watching short videos. Such individuals ought to be confined, compelled to write 10 chapters daily, or else be dispatched to Siberia for potato farming. As for manga, though it requires considerable time and effort to create, he believes a daily update of 5 chapters is a reasonable expectation. He does not consider himself a tyrant. Regarding anime, the funds should be allocated to ensure that characters are beautifully modeled, particularly the female figures. In terms of television series, he demands the production of high-quality content. With substantial investment in special effects and skilled actors, it is tiresome to witness endless romantic narratives. While romance may be acceptable in youthful campus dramas or urban tales, it becomes absurd in historical, fantasy, martial arts, detective, educational, apocalyptic, or science fiction genres. Must contemporary series revolve solely around romance? Furthermore, those devoid of acting prowess, emotionless performers, and inept trainees should refrain from encroaching upon the spotlight. They ought to find their own paths elsewhere. As Broly reflects on the disheartening possibility of his envisioned future slipping away, he lets out a resigned sigh and brushes his hair back. At that moment, a sudden knock reverberates from the door. "May I come in, Broly?" It was the voice of Su Xiaoyu. Broly shuddered in the bathtub. Could she possibly want to assist him in bathing? Chapter 16. Underwater adventure while sharing a bath with a stunning 16-year-old girl could be deemed a beautiful experience, one that might even be considered a service unattainable in his past life. Broly had no intention of deceiving Su Xiaoyu by exploiting his youthful appearance. He refused to take advantage of her kindness, for such actions would render him no better than that accursed peach boy. Broly recognized his own lascivious tendencies. Yet he maintained a moral compass. Were he devoid of such boundaries, he would have wreaked havoc upon this world countless times. Moreover, in his current childlike form, sharing a bath with an adult soul would undoubtedly be uncomfortable. Despite Su Xiaoyou's modest physique, she could be regarded as a goddess in his previous life. The thought of her standing before him in her entirety was enough to stir his emotions. To avoid a ludicrous situation, he called out, "No need. I can manage on my own." "Really?" Su Xiaoyu clearly did not wish to relent, making another attempt. Broly responded firmly, "Indeed. Very well then." As he heard her footsteps retreating, Broly gradually submerged himself in the water, reheating the now-cool bath. The room filled with a veil of white mist. At this moment, Broly began to question whether his approach was misguided. Perhaps relentless suppression would only lead to a more violent rebound. The principles and boundaries he had steadfastly upheld might become the final straw that broke the camel's back. The moral and ethical constraints from his past life were shackling his present actions, preventing him from fully embracing freedom. Yet, the legendary Saiyan blood coursing through his veins incessantly stimulated his nervous system, urging him to destroy, to annihilate, to engage in battle. Could it be that his physiological cravings, unmet and forcefully suppressed by his reason, were intensifying to the point of causing him to lose consciousness during the recent extermination of parasitic beasts? To test this theory, Broly dried himself off, donned his clothes, and utilized his flight technique to ascend, seeking a secluded location for validation. After 10 minutes of flight, he finally arrived above the ocean and discovered an uninhabited isle, one of the over 200 islands of the Neon Nation. Though the Neon Nation's land area is modest, it is undeniably a significant maritime entity, with the majority of its islands scattered across the vast Pacific Ocean, far from the mainland. It is precisely these distant islands that play a crucial role in expanding the nation's maritime territory. The island that Broly has arrived at is none other than the lesser-known island of Hokkaido in Japan. Although the name may sound peculiar, it is indeed a real island. Primarily composed of rocky reefs and scattered coral debris, devoid of any living creatures or human habitation. As Broly gazed upon this desolate place, reminiscent of a toad's skin, he felt an inexplicable aversion and, with a swift motion, concentrated a ki blast in his hand and unleashed it, causing the island to sink beneath the waves. After expelling the excess energy from his body, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, prompting an involuntary sigh of contentment. Little did Broly know that this action would lead to a significant loss of maritime territory for Japan in the future. His intention was never to destroy this island. It was merely a convenient act. His true objective lay within the depths of the ocean, where the colossal sea beasts resided. This time, as he descended into the depths, Broly opted not to utilize an energy barrier, relying solely on the strength of his physique to navigate the underwater realm. As he ventured deeper, the light from above gradually faded, and the pressure intensified. Upon reaching a depth of 100 meters, a massive great white shark suddenly lunged at him. Its gaping maw wide open, Broly noticed the resistance of the water slowing his movements, requiring more effort to strike, which in turn meant greater physical exertion. This realization delighted him. Indeed, it was a splendid opportunity for both training and release. Initially intent on delivering a fatal blow, Broly's spirits lifted as he delivered a powerful slap to the juvenile great white shark, stunning the 6-year-old creature. The two engaged in a silent standoff beneath the waves, their eyes locked in a curious exchange. The great white, sensing something amiss, attempted to bite Broly, only to receive another resounding slap in return. This left the shark utterly bewildered. Just as Broly prepared to deliver yet another strike, the so-called apex predator of the ocean turned tail and fled, gripped by a profound fear of this bipedal creature that thrived in its aquatic domain. After dispatching the great white, Broly continued his descent, reaching a staggering depth of 900 meters, where he encountered a plethora of bizarre and uniquely structured marine life. He pondered whether the darkness of these depths had led the creatures to adopt such eccentric appearances, as they could not perceive one another clearly. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed behind him, while Broly was preoccupied with a translucent, glowing jellyfish. He had no time to react as a tentacle adorned with suction cups ensnared his waist. Almost immediately, a pair of enormous, drum-like eyes appeared behind him. It was a 17-meter-long giant squid. The giant squid was perplexed. A creature with 2 arms and 2 legs was not supposed to withstand the crushing grip of its tentacles. Nevertheless, it intended to feast. With its abyssal maw agape, it sought to engulf Broly, aiming to crush him within its depths. The first time Broly encountered such enormous squid tentacles, he felt no discomfort as he was ensnared. Rather, He was filled with exhilaration at the thought of how delectable such sizable tentacles would be when grilled. When he was cast into the gaping maw of the great king squid, a radiant beam of white light pierced through the creature's forehead. With merely a single finger, Broly dispatched this deep-sea behemoth, once regarded as a sea monster during the Middle Ages, dragging the body of the king squid behind him. The scent of blood swiftly attracted other hunters from the depths, including a sperm whale. 5 minutes later, the sperm whale emerged battered and bruised, its eyes brimming with tears as it departed from the scene. Had Broly possessed knowledge of how to prepare such a creature, it might have faced a fate similar to that of the king squid, taken away in a single stroke. After frolicking in the ocean for a while, bullying other colossal beasts of the deep and expending surplus energy, Broly ultimately confirmed his suspicions. As long as he ceased to suppress himself and engaged in combat normally, he would not lose control or consciousness. Elatedly, he sprinted back, hoisting the 17-meter-long king squid, eager to prepare a sumptuous barbecue feast. Chapter 17. Feeling like a fool gradually mastering the secrets of Saiyan power, Broly felt an exhilarating release and came to understand why his companion, the two-headed dog, relished in causing chaos. With merely over 70 parasitic beasts remaining to complete their mission, he realized that a single day would suffice to eliminate them. It had only been 3 days since their arrival in this world, and time remained ample for them. Furthermore, Broly secretly concocted a plan to continuously expose their group's whereabouts, aiming to attract the attention of the parasitic beast authorities more swiftly. Upon witnessing such a colossal squid for the first time, Naruto was utterly astonished, his jaw agape in disbelief that Broly had captured such a magnificent creature from the sea in merely half an hour. Su Xiaoyu, on the other hand, remained relatively unfazed. Having grown up in a future martial arts world where many mutated giants roamed, creatures of this size often graced the television screens in her world, some even exceeding the dimensions of this king squid by several times. However, few could successfully hunt such deep-sea giants, save for the legendary titans, Hong and Lei. In contrast to Naruto's excitement, Su Xiaoyu felt a twinge of concern for Broly. Would such a blatant display attract the attention of the parasitic beast authorities? This seemed unwise. She pondered. What if we draw their attention? She asked with worry. We can complete our mission today, so what is there to fear? Even if they do discover us, what can they really do? From the outset, our strengths have been unequal. Whenever I choose, I can effortlessly ensnare them all. Now it is they who should be wary of us, rather than the other way around. Broly raised one hand and clenched it forcefully, instantly unleashing a wave of energy that rippled through the surroundings with an air of arrogance and dominance. Su Xiaoyu was about to speak, but swallowed her words upon witnessing Broly's demeanor. For some reason, she felt as though Broly had transformed entirely since his return, instilling a hint of fear within her. Broly addressed Naruto, saying, Naruto, my brother, summon your shadow clones. Let us complete our tasks today and return to enjoy some grilled squid. Leave it to me, Naruto exclaimed enthusiastically as he formed a series of seals, causing numerous shadow clones to materialize densely around him, transforming into a myriad of small animals ready for action. The sheer magnitude of chakra brought tears to Kakashi's eyes. Sister Xiaoyu, please find a few skilled chefs to prepare this squid. We will return immediately after completing our mission. If you encounter any danger, just message me, and I will fly back at once. As Broly departed, he inadvertently adopted a commanding tone, yet remained oblivious to it, finding it entirely normal. Subconsciously, he had begun to undergo changes that he himself had not even recognized. Su Xiaoyu stood rooted to the spot, her body instinctively nodding in agreement. As she watched Broly's figure diminish into the sky until it vanished, she sighed. She understood that while Broly now considered her and Naruto's feelings and thoughts, he had also grown increasingly unrestrained and averse to being confined by anything. Nevertheless, she could clearly sense that Broly was more joyful than usual, radiating vitality. Su Xiaoyu was uncertain whether this change was for better or worse, yet she chose not to dwell on it. After all, she had never sought to control Broly. She merely wished to be his friend and support each other like true companions in times of peril. With this realization, Su Xiaoyu's heart felt lighter, and she cheerfully sought out several skilled chefs to prepare the squid. Given the size of the squid, she figured she would need around 7 or 8 chefs. Before long, she found the required number of chefs and secured a venue for their work. For Su Xiaoyu, resolving matters with money was hardly a concern. Each journey through realms was a chance for her to achieve financial freedom, allowing her to stockpile a plethora of supplies at home. Truly a delightful prospect. Initially, the chefs had arrived with expressions of disdain, questioning why such a large squid required 7 or 8 people for preparation. They suspected that the boss was exaggerating the quantity, perhaps intending to pay less. After all, Their compensation was based not on time, but on the number of squids grilled. On their way, the group repeatedly emphasized to Su Xiaoyu that if it were not merely one squid, they would need additional payment, as well as double their wages. However, when they beheld a tentacle longer than the combined height of several of them, their jaws dropped in astonishment. In fact, a few seasoned craftsmen contemplated fleeing, for by the time they finished grilling this colossal squid, they would be utterly exhausted. Yet, upon turning their heads, they witnessed Su Xiaoyu wielding a stick, effortlessly cleaving a large tree in two. While I hold great respect for the elderly and young, the stick in my hand does not share the same sentiment. If you wish to depart, you must adhere to our prior agreement. Each of you must receive a strike from me. Upon hearing her declaration, the group of craftsmen, under the pressure of her display of strength, became compliant, their expressions a mix of despair as they began to process the giant squid. They first extracted the ink sac, then cleaned the squid, coating every inch of its body with sauce before setting up the barbecue grill. The craftsmen erected numerous grills, industriously preparing charcoal. One craftsman nudged his neighbor, exclaiming, "My goodness, I've never seen such a large octopus before. Is it even legal to consume this? If you're asking me, who should I ask?" The other craftsman, evidently uninterested in further discussion, simply wished to complete the colossal task at hand and return home for a soothing bath. As if nothing had transpired. Deep down, he understood that this undertaking was likely illegal, and that those assisting might find themselves in serious trouble. Yet, he felt compelled to comply. The consequences of that stick coming down would be dire for him. Meanwhile, the official special forces felt they had been toyed with by their superiors, having scoured 3 districts only to be informed each time that the enemy had already relocated. Arriving at yet another location, they were hurriedly directed to pursue the adversaries elsewhere. "We are aboard armed helicopters and fighter jets. Could these criminals possibly be swifter than aircraft?" They grew increasingly impatient, finally reaching the last designated spot, where their superiors had assured them they would encounter the criminal gang. Concurrently, personnel at the Tokyo Command Center observed, via satellite, the 8 or so craftsmen grilling squid, alongside the contemplative Su Xiaoyu. What were these individuals plotting? Before they could comprehend the situation, another series of human explosion incidents erupted in the area where Broly was situated. The parasites understood that their 2 allies had commenced their plan to hunt them down. However, now that they were separated, it presented an excellent opportunity to eliminate them one by one. Everything was in place. They merely awaited the right moment. Chapter 18. A rampage commences. Eager to return and indulge in the splendid squid, Naruto unleashed his full power, joined by the tireless Broly. Together, they swiftly cleared the area of parasites before moving on to the next district, their efficiency and speed astonishing. In no time, they received a collective announcement. "Congratulations on completing the task in the world of parasitic beasts. The rewards are as follows. Each participant receives a foundational reward of 200 points, along with personal performance incentives." Upon reviewing his score, Broly discovered he had accumulated a total of 500 points, with an additional 300 points reflecting his contributions to the team. His substantial score came as no surprise, as he had personally eradicated the majority of the parasitic beasts. Naruto, on the other hand, earned 350 points, comprised of the 200-point base reward and a 150-point performance bonus, largely attributable to the pivotal role his shadow clone technique played in this endeavor. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu also received her points. As the group leader, she was awarded an extra 100 points, bringing her total to 380. Overjoyed, she leapt in excitement like a child, envisioning the shopping spree that awaited her with her newfound points, planning to resell items in her world and thus secure a handsome profit. Previously, she had successfully engaged in such cross-world trading, which improved her family's circumstances. Everyone who received points felt elated, and Broly, accompanied by Naruto, promptly made their way to Su Xiaoyu's location. Upon arrival, they found that the squid was nearly ready. Broly had mastered the energy barrier technique, enveloping himself in a protective aura, leaving him unblemished and eliminating the need for a bath. The trio settled comfortably as the seasoned chefs hurriedly sliced the grilled squid into portions, placing them before the 3 of them. They eagerly began to savor the exquisite delicacy, a taste so rare that even wealth could not guarantee its acquisition. After all, in their previous lives, who would dare to venture out to catch such a creature? Su Xiaoyu had initially worried that they would not finish the enormous giant squid, but her astonishment grew as she watched Broly unceremoniously shove a tentacle into his mouth. The sight of him consuming a 17-meter-long squid tentacle in a single motion left her utterly speechless. Was his stomach a bottomless pit, or perhaps a portal to another dimension? The greater the energy contained within Broly, the more sustenance he required to fuel himself, which was entirely reasonable. After all, no Saiyan is known for having a small appetite. A reference to Goku's childhood, when he devoured the prize money at the World Martial Arts Tournament, illustrates just how substantial a Saiyan's appetite can be. By the time they finished the colossal squid, the special forces of the parasitic beasts had finally arrived outside the small villa where Broly and his companions were located. They were at last able to confront the criminal gang, tears of relief streaming down their faces, grateful that their efforts had not been in vain. Several armed helicopters encircled the villa, and special forces soldiers descended from the helicopters via ropes, assault rifles in hand. Everyone freeze. Get down with your hands on your heads. Everyone freeze. Get down with your hands on your heads. This scene left the seasoned chefs grilling squid utterly astounded. Since when has the efficiency of the authorities been so remarkably swift? They had barely finished grilling a single squid when someone was dispatched to apprehend them. The chefs, obedient as ever, promptly surrendered, each one crouching on the ground with their hands clasped atop their heads. As ordinary citizens, they lacked the audacity to oppose the officials. Broly, observing the arrival of this group, felt a surge of excitement. It seemed his plan had not gone awry, and he had successfully lured them in. In truth, had Broly wished to avoid encountering them, he could have effortlessly relied on his speed to whisk Su Xiaoyu away, leaving them behind and leisurely completing his task before returning to their respective realms. However, Broly had no desire to retreat. He wished to remain in the world of parasitic beasts, continuing his hunt, as the mission stipulated that he could accumulate points for exterminating these creatures within a specified week. He had not forgotten the considerable debt he owed in the group, and it was not in his nature to leave obligations unsettled. Yet, he found himself somewhat restrained here, primarily due to the inherent kindness of his two companions, which led him to devise a plan to drive them away. Feigning anxiety, Broly addressed Naruto and Su Xiaoyu, stating, "I didn't anticipate such a large number of them arriving. You two should leave this to me." However, Su Xiaoyu hesitated, glancing at the chefs cowering on the ground. Understanding her unspoken concerns, Broly offered her a confident smile, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will ensure their safety. Your presence here would only hinder my efforts. Moreover, these firearms could potentially harm you, and I cannot guarantee I can protect both you and them simultaneously." Reluctantly conceding, Su Xiaoyu responded, "All right, we leave this to you, Broly." Upon hearing this, Naruto and Su Xiaoyu no longer insisted and pressed the return button, vanishing from the scene, leaving only Broly behind. Surrounded by over 30 special forces soldiers wielding firearms, with others stationed in helicopters aiming machine guns at him, the lead soldier demanded, "Kid, what happened to those two? Where did they go? Tell me." Suddenly, he swung the butt of his gun toward Broly's head with ruthless intent. Such a brutal strike would surely leave an ordinary child gravely injured. Broly, however, neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he raised his hand to effortlessly block the blow. To the astonishment of the Special Forces leader, Broly lifted his other hand, and a dazzling white light erupted from his fingertips, piercing through the leader's forehead and obliterating his head entirely. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind from the group system. "Congratulations, you have slain a parasitic beast. You earn 10 points." Realizing that these Special Forces soldiers were, in fact, parasitic beasts, Broly's resolve hardened, and he prepared to strike without mercy. He raised a finger, from which coalesced a small orb of white light, creating a vast crater in its wake. The Special Forces and parasitic beasts that had previously surrounded him vanished without a trace. The parasitic creatures aboard the helicopter brandished machine guns, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon the gaping pit. Though they were oblivious to the recent cataclysm, they clearly witnessed the child obliterating their captain's head with merely a finger. Slowly, Broly emerged from the depths of the crater, landing gracefully on the ground. The hail of bullets rained down upon him, yet he required no protective shield. Not a single hair on his body was harmed. What manner of monster is this? One parasitic beast observed Broly traversing the storm of gunfire and rationally concluded that this was an entity beyond defeat, urging an immediate retreat. In an unprecedented show of unity, all the parasitic beings aboard the helicopter attempted to flee, but before Broly, they had no chance of escape. A beam of light materialized from thin air, cleaving their helicopter in two, resulting in an explosive demise for all aboard. Chapter 19, Counterattack. Congratulations. You have slain a parasitic beast and earned 10 points. Congratulations. You have slain a parasitic beast and earned 10 points. Congratulations. You have slain a parasitic beast and earned 10 points. The notifications of slain parasitic beasts echoed in Broly's mind, filling him with immense delight. For him, the exhilaration of demolishing helicopters surpassed the satisfaction derived from accumulating points. Nearby, several seasoned squid grillers remained prostrate on the ground, paralyzed by fear, with two having even begun to feign death. Having witnessed the childlike monster crush an entire squad of 30 special forces with an unfathomable display of power, the grillers were utterly terrified. The ability to bring down helicopters only added to the surreal nature of the event in their hearts. They could only whisper a single thought: this is undoubtedly a demon, a little fiend. Broly, floating above them, recognized their survival instinct. He appeared as a celestial being, commanding, "Cease your charade of death and depart swiftly. Greater dangers lie ahead, and I shall not protect you any longer." Realizing the imminent threats, the grillers abandoned their pretense of death and sprang to their feet, swiftly casting wary glances at Broly. Satisfied that he meant them no harm, they fled in haste. Broly, observing the retreat of those who had assisted him in vanquishing the colossal squid, remained where he was, curious to see how the parasitic beast organization would respond to him. Ideally, he hoped they would send forth more formidable challengers, playthings that would bring him a modicum of joy, rather than resolving each confrontation with a mere finger. For such encounters were exceedingly dull. On the other hand, the officials of the parasite beasts observed through satellites the complete annihilation of the special squad that had integrated parasite beast cells with humans, executed by Broly. Each parasite beast was engulfed in panic, capable of unleashing assaults more devastating than laser weapons with merely a single finger. This utterly subverted the scientific principles they had learned while parasitizing human society. It defied logic. Currently, the high-ranking officials of the parasite beasts had divided into two factions, one advocating for surrender, hoping to engage Broly in dialogue to ascertain his true intentions, while the other faction deemed such efforts unnecessary. Although Broly's exhibited power vastly surpassed what conventional military forces could subdue, they still possessed human missiles and ultimate weapons such as nuclear bombs, rendering negotiations redundant. At this juncture, Prime Minister Takehiko Urata was far from his usual calm demeanor, evidently just having regained his composure. He cleared his throat, and the entire conference room fell silent. Our understanding of their information is still woefully inadequate. Perhaps there exists some misunderstanding between us and him. If possible, we should strive to avoid conflict. After all, war would result in countless casualties, and a diminished population would lead to a scarcity of food, undermining our current high-quality lifestyle. Let us first attempt contact to discern the nature of our misunderstandings. We should endeavor to fulfill his desires as much as possible. However, we must also prepare for potential conflict, ensuring that our ground missiles and armored tank units are ready for immediate deployment. Takehiko Urata had lowered his stance considerably, a shift brought about by Broly's formidable capabilities. Previously, he had boasted about defeating Broly with enthusiasm. It seems that as one ages, one becomes increasingly shameless. Subsequently, the parasite beast officials began deliberating on who to send for negotiations to initially engage with Broly. Ultimately, they nominated Minister of Foreign Affairs Kumiko Mida, along with several other parasite beasts and some human officials, who boarded a helicopter brimming with sincerity to reach Broly's location. Although Kumiko Mida was 30 years old, her skin was exceptionally well maintained, and her voluptuous figure clad in professional attire left every man present in a state of admiration. She held a strong sense of confidence, as her physique radiated a maternal charm that could instantly transform adult men into children and draw children closer to her. However, as she disembarked from the helicopter and led the other members of the Foreign Affairs team towards Broly, just as she straightened her posture to speak, her head was abruptly blasted off by Broly. This shocking scene left not only those present in utter disbelief, but also stunned the officials of the parasite beasts watching the live broadcast via satellite. This little creature did not even grant them the opportunity for explanation or reconciliation. What a farce. After Broly finished off the woman, a hint of disappointment crossed his face. He had anticipated that the parasite officials would dispatch a more formidable adversary, yet they merely sent this insignificant being who could not withstand even a single blow. What was the purpose of sending such a creature? Merely to grant himself an additional 10 points? Subsequently, Broly swiftly dealt with nearly all the officials, the parasites unable to transform before being obliterated into mere dust, a testament to his astonishing speed. Nevertheless, he spared 2 lives, intending for them to return and relay the news. Otherwise, it would lack significance, for what joy is there in a one-sided massacre? Broly hovered in the air, gripping their throats with his small hand, his tone laced with a chilling menace. You too will return and inform all your parasite kin to unleash their true capabilities. Uncertain if they were indeed parasites, Broly tossed them onto a plane, continuing to await the officials' wrath. The parasite officials, having never encountered such audacity, convened and ultimately resolved to bombard the area with missiles, intending to eradicate Broly along with Osaka from the map of the Neon Kingdom. Broly sat atop a rooftop, squinting as he spotted 60 missiles soaring towards him. Should they detonate in this region, every inhabitant, structure, and life in Osaka would be obliterated. Broly himself had unwittingly steered the situation towards its most dire outcome, yet he felt no fear. Rather, he was exhilarated. He concentrated, forming a white energy sphere in his hand, which grew larger, ultimately expanding to a diameter of 20 meters. Contemplating what to name this technique, he mused that calling it merely an energy blast or cannon was insufficient. He gazed vacantly at the colossal sphere, seemingly indifferent to the approaching missiles, and decided to name it Light Origin Ball. Broly hurled the Light Origin Ball skyward, where it collided with the missiles, unleashing a brilliant crimson light that momentarily blinded all onlookers, compelling them to shut their eyes. The city's skyline was engulfed in flames, and from the impact, a mushroom cloud ascended, accompanied by a deafening roar that generated shockwaves, toppling numerous buildings below. Those unaware might have believed another nuclear bomb had been dropped. History had imparted profound lessons, leading them to instinctively assume that an actual nuclear strike had occurred. Chaos ensued as people fled in panic. Some leapt into the water, while others dashed into buildings. Though they understood that if a nuclear bomb were truly unleashed, no amount of running would save them. Yet, when faced with the specter of death, humanity cannot remain idle. They invariably resort to futile acts of self-deception. As the echoes of the explosion faded, the crowd, in a state of panic, lifted their gazes and touched their bodies, relieved to find themselves alive, each one unable to suppress a sense of gratitude. However, the keen-eyed among them noticed a figure suspended in the air above the city. Those below frantically adjusted their phone cameras, soon revealing a child floating mid-air. The sight left onlookers gasping in disbelief, their mouths agape. Why was he hovering in the air? Moments ago, a cataclysmic explosion had erupted. How was he unharmed? Broly paid no heed to the cacophony of voices from the city beneath him and soared directly towards the Congressional Hall. Driven by a desire to accomplish what he had long envisioned, the Prime Minister of Neon Country, witnessing this via satellite, was instantly taken aback, rising to his feet and pounding the table in a cold sweat. Everyone had just witnessed this individual single-handedly intercept a barrage of missiles, a display of power that transcended human capabilities. Moreover, based on the recent confrontation with the missiles, it was evident that he was akin to a humanoid nuclear weapon. As he approached the Congressional Hall, the Prime Minister surmised that his target was none other than himself and the upper echelons of Neon Country. Given the urgency of the situation, a retreat was imperative. Neon Country promptly issued a withdrawal order and summoned the escort team to buy some time. Broly had anticipated such developments. He estimated that it would take him at least 3 minutes to reach the Congressional Hall, ample time for the majority of the parasitic beasts within to escape. Consequently, he realized that he might only be able to eliminate less than half of them, rendering the effort unworthy. Thus, he deployed a smoke bomb and commenced bombarding various locations along his path. He did not proceed towards the Congressional Hall as the parasitic leaders had anticipated. This maneuver rendered the assembly of the escort team futile, leaving even the retreating parasitic hound followers uncertain whether to remain or to flee. Outside, the terrifying sounds of explosions intermingled with screams, echoing throughout the vicinity. The incessant notifications from the group chat filled the air. Broly was acutely aware that he had dispatched numerous parasitic beasts, inadvertently affecting many innocent lives. Yet, inexplicably, the discomfort and guilt within him began to dissipate. At that moment, Broly was fully cognizant of his actions, despite the influence of the legendary Saiyan blood coursing through him. It was ultimately his own consciousness that prevailed. Since his return from the depths of the sea, his mindset had been undergoing a subtle transformation. From that point onward, his perception of the ordinary people around him began to shift, as they resembled a child crouching on the ground, observing a procession of ants. In those days, I would often tease ants with a stick, sometimes inadvertently causing the demise of many. Yet, I felt no remorse whatsoever. I would continue to provoke them, and if bitten, I might retaliate by crushing several underfoot. When questioned about the purpose of such actions, or why I would use a stick to torment ants and kill so many, I, like Broly in his youth, could not provide an answer. If pressed, I would concede that such behavior held no real significance. It was merely a misguided attempt to alleviate boredom, resulting in the unintentional slaughter of countless ants. As for feelings of guilt, that was preposterous. They were merely ants. Why should I feel remorse? Even as I matured, I would not feel shame for the many ants I had killed in my childhood. Occasionally, while walking, I would unconsciously step over or directly trample upon a swarm of ants. In Broly's eyes, the inhabitants of the parasitic beast world, including the beasts themselves, resembled ants. Once again, Broly obliterated a mechanism in the area, then ceased his actions, sitting amidst the ruins as the incessant notifications of the group chat echoed around him. He stared vacantly ahead, and gradually, his previously dazed expression sharpened into clarity. In that moment, it was as if Broly had shed his restraints, feeling a newfound lightness. Effortlessly mastering the energy within him, he no longer wrestled with notions of right or wrong, nor pondered the significance of his actions. Instead, he contemplated whether what he was about to do would bring him joy. Broly projected his voice, amplified by his energy, into the ears of everyone around him. You have all witnessed the destruction I have wrought, leading to the current calamity. My singular aim is to eliminate the parasitic beasts. Some among you may recognize that this world is wholly under the dominion of these creatures, yet you find yourselves powerless, forced to cower in the shadows. I have come to offer you a chance. I will dismantle the critical components of this societal structure, eradicating the vast majority of parasitic beasts, thus providing you with an opportunity to resist. After delivering his proclamation, a bloodied youth emerged from the rubble, wielding a metal rod, and boldly confronted Broly. You are the harbinger of this disaster. Regardless of the existence of parasitic beasts or the veracity of your claims, you have harmed us and innocent lives. As the youth attempted to continue, his head exploded like a watermelon, a blinding light piercing through his skull. Broly coldly surveyed the onlookers. Understand this. I do not act to save you. I am no savior. My sole desire is to annihilate the parasitic beasts, and I will not hesitate to take human lives as well. Chapter 21. Return and new members. All the followers in the parasitic beast world wept bitterly at the sight of their beloved father in his decline, kneeling at Broly's feet, beseeching him not to leave. Dear Dolly Sure, we still seek your guidance. We implore you. Among these individuals, Broly is now revered as a benevolent father. Though merely a child, had it not been for him, everyone would still be herded like cattle by those monstrous creatures, oblivious to the constant threat of being devoured. This world has always been steeped in injustice, particularly under the tyrannical rule of the parasitic beasts, which renders it even more brutal. The downtrodden endure daily hardships, living humbly, often crushed under the weight of wealth and power, easily extinguished like insects. In such a pathological societal phenomenon, the cost of living skyrockets, compelling everyone to exhaust their energies just to survive. How can they accept that their loved ones may be consumed by parasitic beasts at any moment? If Broly had not led them in overthrowing the dominion of these beasts, in a few decades, they might never learn the truth. Believing those who were devoured had merely gone missing. Even if one were to fortuitously uncover the reality, it would be futile, their children and kin consumed, leaving them with no recourse for justice, while public opinion would swiftly subside. Moreover, people are reluctant to confront the grim truth that their officials are entirely composed of parasitic beasts, demons that feast upon humanity. Broly, however, lacks their sentimentality, offering only a few perfunctory remarks before retreating to his own world. To guide them? Nonsense. Were it not for his amusement and desire to engage with them, he would have long since eradicated the upper echelons of the parasitic society, plunging the entire system into chaos. Back in his spaceship, Broly opened the group chat, indulging in casual banter and settling all his outstanding points. Master of Meatballs. Wow, I didn't know this was even possible. If I had known, I would have stayed to help Broly build a new world. Little group leader. Master of Meatballs, if you hadn't left, we might have ended up being turned into a beehive. Emperor Engine. I can only say this is exhilarating, far more thrilling than any game I've played. Tatsumi. I feel Broly's speech in that world is incredibly inspiring, and his methods are indeed effective in toppling the parasitic officials. I never imagined he is just a 6-year-old child. If someone like him were to lead us in our country, our lives would not be so arduous. Strongest 6-year-old. Haha. I'm just fortunate. By the way, I've returned all my points to you. Thank you for your prior assistance. Little group leader. Hee. It's only natural for us to help each other in the group. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Among comrades, such matters are of no consequence. Emperor Engine. My points are of little use to me anyway. Little group leader. Tatsumi, where are you now? Tatsumi. I'm currently with my 2 friends from the village, Sayu and Yaez, and we have joined the night raid. After completing 2 missions, we can now utilize Brother Blade's Curse of the Demon. Little group leader. You must pay attention to the girl with purple hair and glasses. In your world, she is the first to perish. Tasmi. Are you referring to Sister Hill? Little group leader. Yes, that's her. Among all the group members, your world is the most absurd, with girls inexplicably meeting their demise from time to time, unlike the others. Tasmi. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Ah, the daily sharp tongue of the little group leader. Haha, little group leader. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. By the way, have you warned your brother to be cautious of Blackbeard? His abilities conceal the powers of devil fruits. You wouldn't want him to find himself in dire straits. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. I forgot. Oh no. At that moment, Luffy had just defeated one of the Shichibukai ruling Alabasta, Crocodile, and was indulging in a feast within the palace, recuperating his strength. However, halfway through his meal, he suddenly stood up, his expression alarmingly frantic, exclaiming, "Oh no, oh no. How could I forget such an important matter?" Everyone's attention was drawn to his unexpected outburst, oblivious to the fact that he was stealthily pilfering food from their plates. While he muttered to himself, he stuffed the stolen food into his mouth. "Curse you, Luffy. My food." Usopp, realizing what was happening, quickly locked his arms around Luffy's neck, venting his frustration. The weak and helpless Chopper attempted to reclaim his food, but was held down by a hand pressing on his head, tears streaming down his face. Bang, bang, bang. Nami, infuriated, stood up and delivered a punch to each of their heads, growling, "Be quiet while you're eating, you three." The trio, sporting lumps on their heads, buried their faces on the table, and the dining area fell silent once more. Lying on her bed, Su Xiaoyu found Luffy's antics baffling. He truly was a scatterbrained individual. Despite having reminded him countless times, she was astonished that he still failed to take her words to heart. Perhaps, in his mind, he believed his brother could never be defeated by Blackbeard, which led to his subconscious neglect of the warning. In light of this situation, there was little she could do. After all, she had said all that she could. Finally, she recalled that completing a task would allow her to recruit a new member into the group, prompting her to prepare for the new addition. Su Xiaoyu silently recited in her mind, and then began the recruitment process. Unsure of what sort of individual would join them this time, she hoped for someone with considerable strength and a semblance of normalcy. Ding. Welcome, neighboring boy, to the group chat. Meatball Master, wonderful. A new member has joined. I wonder who it is this time? Imperial Engine, judging by the name. They should be quite easygoing. The remaining child, they should be rather cheerful. Broly, seated on the spaceship, gazed at the newly joined member's nickname, perplexed. Neighboring boy? Who could that be? In another realm, a peculiar figure clad in a crimson spider suit traverses the towering edifices, launching white webs from his hands while emitting strange sounds from his mouth. Suddenly, a voice resonates in his mind, followed by the appearance of a virtual template. This unexpected occurrence disrupts his balance, nearly causing him to collide with a glass surface. However, he swiftly regains his composure, narrowly avoiding the mishap, and arrives atop a department store to scrutinize the nature of this virtual template. Chapter 22. Recognition. Su Xiaoyu initiates the exchange with a red envelope. Responding in the group chat, "Welcome newcomers, share your photos to claim your reward." The strongest 6-year-old, "Welcome newcomers, share your photos to claim your reward." The Master of Meatballs, "Welcome newcomers, share your photos to claim your reward." Emperor Engine, "Welcome newcomers, share your photos to claim your reward." Peter Parker pinches his cheek, questioning whether he has succumbed to hallucinations due to a spider bite. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovers that the virtual template remains, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Could this be a product of magic or perhaps extraterrestrial technology? If so, that would indeed be extraordinary. Peter attempts to open the first red envelope, and to his astonishment, a box of instant noodles appears in his hands, emblazoned with the words "White Elephant." This must be instant noodles. After inspecting the contents, he finds them to be genuine. He breathes a sigh of relief, realizing these envelopes likely contain gifts rather than perilous items. Next, he opens the second envelope, belonging to Broly, and 2 gold bars tumble into his grasp. What is happening? Peter is momentarily startled by the weighty gifts, causing him to fumble, but he quickly retrieves them. These bars could fetch at least 30,000, an astonishing sum for a student like him. He continues to explore the other envelopes, discovering they contain either edibles or various gifts, including a card meant for the exceptionally talented. However, the most valuable items undoubtedly belong to Broly's gold bars. Just as he prepares to further examine his treasures, the group chat begins to demand his attention. Group leader, "Newcomer, you've received a red envelope. Why haven't you shared your photo?" Emperor Engine, "1 Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, 1 the strongest 6-year-old, 1 the leftover child." First, Peter Parker senses no malice from the members of this group and concludes that sharing a photo should pose no threat. Thus, he begins to investigate the template's photo function and soon locates an icon resembling a camera. He takes a picture of himself, careful to remain masked to preserve his true identity. Upon viewing the photograph, Broly instantly recognizes the figure as Spider-Man, Peter Parker. though he remains uncertain whether he is the original Spider-Man, the successor, or the one portrayed by Holland. Upon seeing the photograph, Su Xiaoyu immediately inquired, "You are Spider-Man. Peter Parker, aren't you?" Peter Parker, caught off guard by the revelation of his identity, stood frozen in disbelief. He never anticipated that merely posting an image would lead someone to recognize his name. This was perplexing. The photo he had shared, undoubtedly featuring him in a mask, had not revealed his identity. How had she discerned it? Thus, he posed a question in the group chat. "How did you know?" The group leader replied with a huff. "Why should I tell you? You're utterly despicable, posting a photo while wearing a mask." The neighbor boy chimed in, "If I don't wear a mask, will you then reveal the reason?" The group leader retorted, "You must take the photo first." After a moment's hesitation, Peter Parker finally removed his mask, capturing his visage in a photograph and posting it in the group. Upon seeing his face, Broly instantly recognized him as the Dutch kid. This revelation meant that he hailed from the Marvel Universe, and the implications were quite intriguing. In this universe, he pondered whether his current abilities would suffice to confront Thanos or Captain Marvel. With his Saiyan traits gradually manifesting, Broly began contemplating whom he might enjoy battling the most. Su Xiaoyu too recognized him as the Dutch kid, and without any circumlocution, she explained, "Of course, I know you are Peter Parker. Who else would don a red spider suit? Moreover, all 3 Spider-Men share the same name." The neighbor boy asked, "3 Spider-Men? Are you implying there are 2 others like me, and they too are named Peter Parker?" The group leader confirmed, "Indeed. In Spider-Man, No Way Home, your lapse in judgment led to Aunt May's demise, releasing villains who wreaked havoc, until your good friend Ned summoned the other 2 Spider-Men from parallel universes." The neighbor boy exclaimed, "What? How did this happen? Can you elaborate?" The group leader responded, "The tale is lengthy, so I shall be concise." The neighbor boy pressed on, "Please do tell." The group leader began. The story commences with a purple potato creature. After listening to Su Xiaoyu's account, Peter Parker, while not fully convinced, felt a flicker of awareness within him. He resolved that should he encounter a similar situation, he would avoid repeating past mistakes. However, one matter weighed heavily on his mind: the death of Iron Man, Tony Stark. According to the group leader, Tony had sacrificed himself, seizing the 5 Infinity Stones from the purple potato creature to save the world. Peter Parker deemed it imperative to relay this information to Tony Stark. At that moment, Tony was in his office, enjoying a drink while embracing Pepper Potts. As a once notorious playboy, he had moderated his ways since their union. Upon hearing Peter Parker's account of a purple potato creature arriving on Earth to collect the 5 stones, resulting in a snap that obliterated half of all life in the universe, and how Tony himself had executed a similar snap to save the world before sacrificing his life, Tony had initially listened intently. However, upon hearing the term purple potato creature, he could no longer contain his laughter, for he found it utterly unimaginable to conceive what such a creature might resemble. Turning to Pepper, he inquired, "What do you think the purple sweet potato essence looks like?" Taken aback by the sudden question, Pepper looked at Tony Stark in confusion. "What?" As Tony recounted the tale Peter Parker had shared, Pepper couldn't help but laugh, while Tony exaggeratedly laughed to the point of tears, exclaiming, "A purple sweet potato essence? One such being could defeat us all and annihilate the entire Avengers team." Hearing the relentless laughter coming from the communicator, Holland felt quite helpless. Yet upon reflection, he realized that with so many superheroes in the Avengers, it was implausible for them to be defeated by a mere purple sweet potato essence. All right. I understand. Sleepy baby, you must still be half asleep. That joke is amusing, but please refrain from telling it again," Tony quipped, wiping away his tears. Chapter 23. Arrival on Earth. Broly continued to swim leisurely, and soon enough, everyone in the group returned to their respective tasks, leaving the chat silent. Feeling a lack of engagement, Broly opened the group's shop for exploration. The shop refreshed daily with items from various worlds of group members. However, Broly found most of the items to be of little use to him. Given his current strength, there were few things that could aid him. After browsing for a while, he stumbled upon a Dragon Ball radar on the last page of the shopping interface, priced at a mere 300 points. This item seemed to belong to his world, and considering the timeline, the Dragon Ball radar should not have been created yet. The reason for its presence here was a mystery to Broly. During his recent venture in the Parasite world, he had accumulated nearly 10,000 points. After settling his debts, he still had over 8,000 points, making the purchase of a Dragon Ball radar quite feasible. With a grand gesture, he purchased the radar with ease. With this device in hand, finding the Dragon Balls upon his arrival on Earth would be much more convenient, sparing him the trouble of trailing behind Bulma. Gazing at the cosmic scenery outside, Broly felt a tinge of boredom. With a week remaining until his arrival on Earth, He yawned a few times while reclining in his spaceship and soon fell into a deep slumber. He had not enjoyed a proper rest during his days in the parasite world, and now that he could finally relax, it was time for him to recuperate. Unbeknownst to him, Broly slept for 3 days. Upon awakening, he resumed training to harness the energy within his body, experiencing significant leaps in strength with every passing moment. Through the group chat, Broly learned that it was possible to request a name change. There was a fellow named Tasmi who used his original name, while others sported peculiar nicknames, which struck him as quite unusual. He then applied to change his name to Broly. Carrying the title of the strongest felt somewhat surreal. Though I am currently quite powerful, I cannot yet claim to be the strongest, whether in this world or in the realm of Dragon Ball. To face the real estate mogul Frieza, I, Broly, still lack the confidence to prevail against him. This is no jest. After all, he possesses 4 distinct forms, with his initial form boasting a battle power of 530,000 and his full form soaring to an astonishing 12 million. I estimate my current power level to be around 100,000, which is evidently insufficient in the presence of Frieza, the real estate king. Fortunately, I am headed to Earth, where I should not encounter Frieza in the early stages. If I can endure this developmental phase, by the time I have matured, even the king will have to bow before me. 4 days later, after an extended period of wandering through the cosmos, I finally beheld the magnificent Azure planet. As my spacecraft breached the atmosphere, the friction with the air ignited a blazing fire upon its surface, resembling a meteor streaking towards a desolate desert. At that moment, a caravan traversing the desert noticed the descending meteor, prompting a frantic scramble for safety among its members. The spacecraft crashed into the desert, creating a substantial crater. With charred surroundings, a few intrepid young men, armed with guns, mustered their courage and ventured closer, discovering not a meteor, but a spherical white object. What could this be? Surely, it cannot be an alien spacecraft? Those brave souls exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. The previously frightened onlookers, driven by curiosity, gradually approached the scene. Upon realizing that the crater was not caused by a meteor, but by a spacecraft, their faces reflected sheer disbelief. As I opened the hatch of the spacecraft, I was somewhat taken aback to find so many people outside. I had not anticipated landing in such a populated area. Nevertheless, I paid little heed to their astonished gazes and stepped out into the light. As I emerged from the pit, the sound of cracking bones echoed in the stillness. The traveling merchants, witnessing this scene, were left in a state of bewilderment, gazing at me with a mix of fear and curiosity. They had expected an alien with green skin and large eyes, yet before them stood a child strikingly similar to themselves. However, anyone capable of exiting that spacecraft was surely no ordinary child. A burly man, clutching a shotgun, swallowed hard, and, mustering his courage, approached me. Despite his trepidation, he felt a sense of security with the weapon in hand and bellowed, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Broly merely cast a glance in his direction, disregarding the man entirely, and began to survey his surroundings instead. Even with a firearm in hand, an ordinary earthling possesses a power level of merely 5, which poses no threat to him. Such a weakling, with a power level of 5, is hardly worth consideration. It appears that he finds himself in a vast desert, where the scorching heat is palpable, and the ground beneath him is composed of parched sand. At that moment, the Dragon Ball radar he had purchased earlier began to emit a series of beeps. He retrieved the device and discovered that a Dragon Ball was approaching him at an astonishing speed. 10 seconds remaining. 8 seconds. 5 seconds. It has arrived. The bodyguard, armed with a shotgun, noticed that Broly was entirely indifferent to him and was about to utter another threat when the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. A creature resembling a worm, as large as a truck, emerged from the sands, its razor-sharp jaws aimed directly at the members of the caravan. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, and those targeted as prey had yet to comprehend the peril. A few astute individuals quickly recognized it as a desert-dwelling beast known as the sandworm. Though their bodies appeared bloated, they were surprisingly resilient, impervious to ordinary bullets, and possessed formidable jaws capable of slicing through steel. They were among the last creatures that the desert caravan wished to encounter. Just as the worm was about to claim its victim, Broly raised a single finger, channeling immense energy at its tip, aimed at the creature. In an instant, a blinding flash of white light erupted, and the enormous worm had a gaping hole pierced through its head. Vile green slime oozed from the wound as the beast collapsed onto the ground. Broly approached the fallen creature and instantly spotted the Dragon Ball it had swallowed. With a gentle wave of his hand, he retrieved the Dragon Ball. His intervention was not motivated by the desire to save the others, but rather to acquire the Dragon Ball, and he happened to rescue them in the process. Chapter 24. The Desert Princess after vanquishing the sandworm. Two more massive sandworms emerged from the earth, seemingly intent on avenging their fallen comrade. They opened their jaws, revealing their sharp fangs, and lunged towards Broly. He effortlessly leaped aside, easily evading their attacks, while the two worms ended up swallowing mouthfuls of sand in frustration. With renewed focus, they turned their attention to a few children within the caravan. "Get away from them!" shouted the man who had previously berated Broly. Suddenly placing himself in front of the children, he raised his weapon and fired at the sandworms, yet his legs trembled uncontrollably. The bullets struck the sandworms as if hitting iron, falling uselessly into the sand, leaving one to wonder about the composition of their formidable bodies. Just as the desert worms were about to engulf the man and the child, Broly hovered in midair, raising his hand to gather a radiant white light in his palm. A small energy orb took shape and plummeted towards the two desert worms below. In an instant, the creatures were blasted apart, leaving gaping wounds and writhing in agony before falling still. Broly cast a deep glance at the man, then vanished into the horizon, for in that man, he perceived a reflection of something he had long lost. The caravan members regrouped, and their leader, Babaro, wished to express gratitude to Broly, even preparing a token of appreciation. However, their savior had disappeared in an instant, leaving Babaro with a sense of regret. With the protection of that young boy, traversing the desert would have posed little challenge. Regret aside, the journey must continue. Failing to cross the desert would mean their cargo would yield no profit, leaving the entire caravan to face dire straits. Broly soared through the sky in pursuit of a specific direction, having detected another Dragon Ball within the desert using his radar. In the early stages of the Dragon Clan's lore, the 7 Dragon Balls held immense value. Gathering them could grant one's deepest wish. Given the generally low combat prowess on Earth, acquiring these Dragon Balls would be a relatively simple endeavor for Broly. As for what wish he might make once he obtained the Dragon Balls, he had yet to decide, for at present, he lacked nothing but wealth. At this juncture, Broly could not help but lament. While traversing worlds, he had the opportunity to exchange points for currency in the task realm, yet now, he found himself unable to exchange points for currency in his own world. The reasoning behind this baffled him, especially since he had casually pocketed gold bars in the realm of parasitic beasts. After gifting 2 gold bars to a small spider, he now retained 5. Pondering how much these bars might fetch in the Dragon Ball world, enough for several meals, perhaps? The food aboard the spaceship had long been consumed, and he had traded points with Su Xiaoyu for an array of high-calorie, energy-dense provisions. Without those, he would have surely perished from hunger within the confines of the ship. After a period of flight, Broly finally arrived at the region indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. As he descended onto the sandy terrain, he discovered that the sand flowed like water, pulling him downwards incessantly. This phenomenon was likely quicksand, formed due to an underlying void. When the surface was disrupted by external forces, it would draw the upper layers of sand into the pit below. Should one inadvertently stand atop it, they would be consumed by its grasp. Moreover, with the surrounding sand in constant motion, there were no stable points to support one's body, causing struggles to only deepen their descent. The greater the movement above, the faster the quicksand would swallow them whole. Broly, utilizing the Dragon Ball radar, discerned that the Dragon Ball lay beneath him in the quicksand. Without a struggle, he enveloped himself in an energy shield, allowing the sand to completely engulf him. As he sunk deeper into the quicksand, he unexpectedly found himself tumbling into a metallic cage. Standing within this cage, Broly surveyed his dim surroundings with a perplexed expression. How could there be a cage beneath the quicksand? What was happening? Just as he prepared to emerge from the cage, a pair of glowing green eyes materialized from the darkness, accompanied by the heavy breath of a towering figure approaching him. As the shadow drew nearer, Broly beheld a half-beast, half-wolf creature, its body shrouded in a layer of coarse fur. A foul stench emanated from its being, prompting Broly to instinctively recoil a few steps while covering his nose. Pondering how long it had been since this creature last bathed, he almost wished to dispatch it with a single energy blast. The werewolf grasped the iron bars of the cage, drooling as it gazed at Broly, seemingly elated. Wonderful. More meat to devour. Upon hearing these words, Broly furrowed his brow, his eyes darting to a pile of bones in the corner, evidently the remnants of humans that this werewolf had consumed. Just as Broly contemplated exiting the cage to eliminate the beast and seize the Dragon Ball, another voice echoed from the darkness. Don't eat him. He's just a child. Feast upon me instead. In another cage shrouded in shadows, a frail woman lay prostrate on the ground, pleading with the werewolf. The creature turned its gaze towards her, approaching the other cage with a mocking tone. Princess, you know I would never eat you. I've been obedient, refraining from feasting before you. But now my hunger is unbearable. I must have this child. Broly squinted, noticing a nearby cage that contained a slender young woman, her voice suggesting she was a beauty. The princess's lips were cracked, and her once healthy, sun-kissed skin had lost all color. She had endured 3 days without food or water, and speaking a single word had become a tremendous effort. Please, don't eat him, the princess implored once more. The werewolf regarded her, then shifted its gaze back to Broly, a wicked grin spreading across its face. Very well, I shall spare him, but you must promise to marry me, never commit suicide, and cast away the dagger in your possession. Hearing the werewolf's demands, the princess wrestled with her inner turmoil, ultimately mustering the strength to toss the dagger from her grasp. Chapter 25. The second Dragon Ball. Seeing the princess capitulate, the werewolf howled joyously, bounding about the cave like an exuberant hound. Meanwhile, tears of helplessness streamed from the eyes of the princess confined within the cage. The princess's name is Erica, a noble of a small nation nestled within this arid desert. In her realm, there exists a tradition. On the day of one's coming of age, if one can traverse the treacherous shifting sands and procure a cactus flower from the opposite side, they shall be bestowed with the title of warrior. 3 days prior marked Erica's coming of age, and she stealthily slipped out of the palace, intent on retrieving the coveted cactus flower. However, she fell victim to the legendary demon that lurked beneath the sands. Upon encountering her, the beast, a werewolf, was immediately captivated and wished to take her as his bride. Erica could scarcely fathom the thought of being united with such a monstrous creature. In a moment of desperation, she threatened to take her own life, surprisingly rendering the werewolf hesitant. One could only speculate whether the werewolf was foolish or simply naive. Initially, Erica intended to prolong their standoff, hoping to starve him into submission. Yet, unexpectedly, a child tumbled into their midst, a most unlikely occurrence in this desolate place. Her kind heart could not bear to watch Broly face the fate of being devoured, and thus she reluctantly capitulated. However, the mere thought of cohabiting with this beast filled her with revulsion, making her stomach churn at the idea of his touch. The werewolf, brimming with excitement, paced the cave until he approached Erica, ready to unlock her cage. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted behind him, and in an instant, the werewolf was sent flying as if he were a mere ragdoll. Broly gripped the iron bars of the cage, and with a powerful tug, he tore open a gaping hole, emerging while pinching his nose, exclaiming, "You celebrate too soon, don't you? Humph. You think you can devour me without breaking a tooth?" He stood before the foul-smelling werewolf, raised a finger glowing with white light, and threatened, "Hand over the Dragon Ball." "What is a Dragon Ball?" The werewolf, realizing the peril of Broly's radiant finger which could easily obliterate him, wore an expression of terror as he stammered. Broly revealed the Dragon Ball he had previously acquired, stating, "This is it." The werewolf, bewildered by the sight of the Dragon Ball, confessed, "I have never seen such a thing." Within the cage, Princess Erica was astonished by the prowess of this young boy who had so effortlessly subdued the monster, her mouth agape in disbelief. Upon noticing the Dragon Ball in Broly's hand, she retrieved one from her own possession and shouted, "I have a Dragon Ball." Broly turned to see the Dragon Ball in Erica's grasp. The light at his fingertip pierced through the werewolf's skull as he calmly declared, "You are of no further use." He then approached the cage, grasped the bars, and wrenched them apart, addressing Princess Erica, "Give me the Dragon Ball, and I shall rescue you." With a nod, Erica, too weak to stand, extended the Dragon Ball towards him, her eyes sparkling with hope and admiration as she gazed at Broly. Every young girl harbors a fantasy that one day, when she finds herself in peril, a gallant knight will descend from the heavens to protect her. In this moment, Broly's image in Princess Erica's mind was undoubtedly enhanced by 100 filters, resembling a tall, majestic Prince Charming. She clasped her hands tightly, her heart yearning for a princely embrace. Yet, while imagination is a beautiful thing, reality often presents a stark contrast. After acquiring the second Dragon Ball, Broly, in high spirits, hoisted Princess Erica onto his shoulder as effortlessly as if he were carrying a sack of rice. This stance was familiar to him. In his previous life, he had often helped harvest rice, carrying 2 bags for 2 kilometers without breaking a sweat. Princess Erica blinked her large eyes, puzzled as she uttered a soft, "Eh?" This was clearly not how she had envisioned being held. Who would carry a girl in such a manner? Angrily, she raised her tiny fist, her cheeks puffed up like a dumpling. Broly, however, remained unfazed. To him, it was akin to carrying rice, and he did not overthink the situation. "Ready? Then we shall depart," he declared. No sooner had he spoken than he summoned an energy barrier and soared upwards with Princess Erica in tow. In midair, Broly inquired, "Where's your home?" Point me in the right direction. Although initially astonished by Broly's ability to fly, Princess Erika quickly regained her composure and pointed towards the northwest. Just fly in that direction, and we'll reach my home. Broly nodded and set off in the indicated direction. In just 5 minutes, they beheld an oasis, encircled by a wall designed to shield it from sandstorms. Within the walls lived many individuals garbed in flowing white robes. It seemed that this was indeed Princess Erika's home. Broly landed at the largest edifice. The palace guards instantly recognized the girl as their missing princess and knelt in excitement. Broly entrusted Princess Erika to the palace guards and was about to take his leave when his stomach unexpectedly growled, its sound echoing so loudly that even the kneeling guards could hear. Princess Erika grasped Broly's hand and, beaming with a smile, said, "Now that you're here, let us have a meal before you go. Consider it my way of thanking you, if you would." Broly pondered for a moment. After all, who could refuse a free meal? He agreed. Moreover, with 2 Dragon Balls in his possession, even if others were to find the remaining ones, they could not summon the Eternal Dragon. Given the current combat prowess on Earth, no one could rival him, so he felt no fear. The captain of the palace guards approached Princess Erika with great enthusiasm. "Thank heavens, Princess Erika, you have finally returned. I shall inform the king at once." Princess Erika waved her hand dismissively. "No need for that. I will see father myself. Please inform the kitchen to prepare a splendid feast tonight, as I wish to host esteemed guests." "As you command, Princess," the captain responded, placing his fist against his chest in a gesture of respect. Subsequently, Princess Erika led Broly towards the royal palace. Inside, the king and queen were embroiled in a heated argument, their voices echoing throughout the grand hall. "My Erika has been missing for 3 days. What shall I do if something has happened to her?" The king lamented, his frustration palpable. "What are you shouting about? I have already dispatched people to search for her. Your clamor here will yield no results." A rotund man adorned with a crown rubbed his ears, clearly vexed by the incessant repetition of the queen's grievances. The queen retorted, "Are you implying that I am bothersome?" "No, I am merely addressing the matter at hand." The king replied. "Then you must find me tiresome," she insisted. "You are indeed being unreasonable," he countered. Nearby, a voluptuous woman draped in opulent attire wept, dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief, her expression one of deep distress. The king, visibly agitated, massaged his temples in frustration. Chapter 26. A refreshing return. "Father, mother, I have returned," Princess Erika cried, her tears flowing like rain. Unable to contain her emotions, she flung herself into the queen's embrace, having once feared she would never return. After all, her homeland was but a diminutive kingdom nestled within a vast desert, and the wolfman lurked beneath the quicksand, controlling its movements across various regions, making it exceedingly challenging to capture him. Had it not been for Broly's quest for the Dragon Balls, this place might have remained undiscovered. Upon seeing her child significantly thinner, the queen's heart sank further. "My dear child, where have you been? I was so worried." The king, though inwardly elated to see his daughter return, maintained a stern facade. You finally remembered to come back. Where have you been gallivanting these past days?" Princess Erika recounted the harrowing events of her 3-day ordeal. Upon learning that she had been abducted by the wolfman, both the king and queen felt a tightness in their chests. However, as the tale unfolded, their relief was evident, and they cast grateful glances towards Broly. Broly, observing the family's reunion, felt no stirrings of emotion. Rather, he found the scene somewhat tedious. His primary concern was when he might have the opportunity to dine. As he idly surveyed his surroundings, he noted that although the kingdom was small, the royal residence was quite splendid. The palace boasted exquisite artifacts and professionally trained maidens balancing trays laden with an array of fruits, standing motionless in their duties. Once the heartfelt reunion concluded, Broly's thoughts returned to the prospect of a meal. Unexpectedly, the king sincerely expressed his gratitude but then summoned Broly to take a bath. Having gone a week without washing, Broly acknowledged the necessity, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Upon arriving at the bathing area, he was astounded to find an expansive bathhouse, featuring a pool-like bathing chamber. A group of 7 or 8 young maidens, clad in light attire, stood respectfully on either side of the bathing pool. Each girl possessed an innocent charm that made one almost inclined to tease them. Although their skin bore a slight tan, it was remarkably smooth. As for how Broly came to know this, it is a matter best left unspoken. However, in his youthful form, even if he had the intent, he lacked the strength to act upon it. Under their attentive service, Broly indulged in what could only be described as the most luxurious bath of his life, after which he donned a clean, loose-fitting robe. This experience filled him with a sense of satisfaction, leading him to envision a grander bathing facility for his future reign over Earth, complete with tenfold the number of beautiful maidens. Broly's purpose for arriving on Earth was to dominate it, to harvest its resources and grow ever stronger, ultimately leading a life that would evoke envy in others for its mundane yet uneventful nature. Otherwise, he could have easily chosen a closer planet for his endeavors. Retaining memories from his past life, Broly acknowledged his own proclivity toward beauty. However, his desires were discerning, contingent upon context and individual. He was not the type to lose composure at the sight of a lovely woman. Should they be enemies, regardless of their appearance, he would not hesitate to strike them down without remorse. In the world of parasites, he had dispatched numerous beautiful foes, some of whom could even be deemed goddesses. Yet, what did that matter? Such adversaries posed a danger, and one could never be too careful. Who would tolerate a sudden betrayal in the midst of leisure? As Broly contemplated the means by which he would subjugate Earth, he eagerly approached the dining area. Upon beholding a 20-meter-long table laden with an array of fruits and meats, his stomach growled in anticipation. Once seated, he commenced devouring the food before him with astonishing speed. Although his manners were impeccable, his pace was so swift that none could discern the movements of his hands. In mere moments, he had amassed 2 towering stacks of dishes beside him, prompting the servants to whisk them away and bring forth more. The king, observing Broly's prodigious appetite, instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow. Initially, he had considered the possibility of retaining this powerful yet youthful individual within his kingdom to assist him, but now he thought better of it. At this rate, his little kingdom would soon face bankruptcy. Politely, the king inquired, "Young brother, from whence do you hail? You do not appear to be of our land." Broly paused his consumption out of courtesy, as Princess Erika delicately wiped the soup from the corner of his mouth. He had eaten so rapidly that there had been no opportunity for such an act until now. "I come from a distant eastern land, as a traveler." Broly fabricated an identity to navigate the conversation. "You venture forth at such a young age. That is truly remarkable. Do you not have any guardians accompanying you?" The king continued to inquire. Broly sighed, a bitter expression crossing his face. "At my age, one needs to travel, for where I come from is far too impoverished. Additionally, our appetites are insatiable. Remaining in one place would swiftly deplete its resources. Thus, we must migrate like elephants, perpetually in search of sustenance." The king, witnessing Broly's voracious appetite, believed his words. After all, who could withstand such consumption? He then presented a chest filled with gold as a reward for Broly rescuing his daughter. Broly, however, declined the offer. "I have already made an arrangement with Princess Erika. She bestowed the Dragon Balls upon me in exchange for my aid in her rescue. I cannot accept this money. If possible, could you assist me in converting these gold bars into currency?" With that, he produced 5 hefty gold bars from his cloak and placed them upon the table. Seeing Broly's reluctance to accept the reward, Princess Erika appeared somewhat vexed. She grasped Broly's arm and shook it gently. "Broly, please accept this. Though our nation is small, this sum is not excessive." Indeed, she urged him to accept, adding, "Otherwise, should others learn of this, they might think our king, Acheral, is miserly." The king chuckled in agreement. After several attempts to refuse, Broly ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, I shall accept this sum. Is there any trouble you are currently facing that I might assist with?" The king indeed had a pressing issue, yet he hesitated, ultimately deciding against sharing it. Despite Broly's apparent prowess surpassing that of his peers, he still appeared only 6 or 7 years old, and the king doubted the boy's ability to be of much help. Chapter 27. The Gate to the Demon Realm. Broly noticed the king's unease and realized he was underestimated. With a swift motion, he grasped a leg of the table and effortlessly lifted the 20-meter-long structure. This action astonished both the king and Princess Erika, as well as those nearby. It was known that the table alone weighed at least 200 pounds, and with the food atop it nearing 800 pounds. He had lifted it while only holding one corner. This was remarkable. The total weight, combining the table and food, equated to 400 kilograms. Considering the force required to lift such a mass, and factoring in leverage, Broly would need to exert a force of at least 400,000 newtons to elevate the table. A typical adult male possesses a strength of around 1,000 newtons. Thus, Broly's one hand represented the strength of approximately 400 adult men. And this did not even account for his full strength potential. What astonished the king even more was that this seemingly frail table, supporting a weight of 400,000 newtons, did not collapse. Even with the table's sturdy construction, such a feat seemed impossible. The reason for this, of course, lies in Broly's ability to lift the table using the power of his breath. In truth, he could raise the table even without this force, though doing so would likely result in its breaking apart, leading to the loss of an exquisite meal. a situation that would be decidedly counterproductive. Setting the table down, Broly, with a hint of pride, inquired, "Now, can you tell me what the matter is? I am capable of addressing any issue that can be resolved through strength." The king nodded and promptly recounted the strange occurrences of the past few days. It transpired that a colossal and grotesque gate had manifested in the desert just days prior. At the entrance of this gate stood an eerie sword, and each night, hideous yet formidable monsters would emerge from the other side to plunder food and women. 2 neighboring kingdoms had already suffered from these raids, with many lives lost and women abducted, and all provisions completely stripped away. Even more perplexing was the gate's incessant movement. According to its trajectory, it would soon reach the very doorstep of Broly's kingdom. Upon hearing this, Broly recalled a similar narrative from the Dragon Ball saga. In the original tale, a young Goku, during his training journey, passed through a village where a young girl was abducted by the king of the demon realm. As the embodiment of justice, Goku charged into the demon realm, battled the king, rescued the girl, and drew forth the demon sword, concluding the story there. However, a curious question arose. How did the demon realm's gate come to appear in the desert? In the original story, the creatures within did not take lives. Otherwise, that village would have perished long ago. Why, then, had this realm unleashed such carnage? Could it be that the king of the demons had taken a particular interest in the girl from that village, sparing it from destruction? Broly speculated that this might indeed be the reason behind the village's narrow escape. Thus, it seemed that this gate was indeed a portal to the demon realm. Yet, it was crucial to note that the demon realm in this context was entirely distinct from the dark demon realm that would later emerge. The world of Dragon Ball that we are familiar with is merely an ordinary realm, overseen by the Kais. However, there exists another realm known as the Dark Demon Realm, where Demon King Dabura resides. It is worth mentioning that Dabura, often referred to as the king, is merely one of many lesser kings within a hierarchy of more powerful entities. In contrast, the demon realm here is of a lesser caliber, seemingly governed by the king of hell, inhabited by many bizarre Asura beings. If this truly is the same demon realm from the early Dragon Ball saga, Broly felt confident in his ability to confront it. He thumped his chest and declared, "Leave it to me. I shall seal the gate, and those monsters shall not harm a single hair on anyone in your city." Despite Broly's demonstration of a fraction of his power, the king remained apprehensive, for the fate of the entire kingdom was at stake. At that moment, Broly casually remarked that he would have the palace guards accompany him to confront the monsters. "It's up to you, as long as they can keep up," he said. Although the king did not comprehend Broly's words, he had already devised a contingency plan. In the days prior, he had discreetly begun to disperse some of the kingdom's subjects, preparing to evade the impending calamity. Otherwise, with his daughter missing for 2 days, he would have already ventured out with his guards to search for her. After dinner, Broly, guided by Princess Erika, arrived at his guest room. It was evident that Princess Erika, undeterred, lingered in Broly's chamber, seeking to take advantage of him. Broly did not mind this, as he thought to himself that it was nothing for a boy to endure a little inconvenience. He was not oblivious. He understood that this desert princess held affection for him, a sentiment not akin to that of a child. Sometimes, love transcends barriers such as status, age, and even race. Love is devoid of logic. This situation was entirely different from the previous encounter with Su Xiaoyu, who had wished to bathe with him. Erika did not perceive him as a child, thus there was no deception involved. After managing her presence, Broly entered a group chat. The group leader announced, "Everyone, please refrain from lurking. A new mission has arrived. We must venture into the Goblin Slayer world to rescue the girls captured by goblins. Anyone wishing to volunteer, please respond with a 1. Straw Hat Pirates Captain, 1, I'm in. Sanji mentioned that our food supplies are dwindling, so I need to go find some. Neighbor Boy 1, rescuing people? Count me in. Remaining children, 1, returning to the real world is a bit dull. I'll join too. Tasmi, 1, Emperor Engine, mission abandoned. Broly, I'm occupied. I cannot join. Master of Meatballs, engaged in another task." The group leader responded, "All right, let's finalize the participants. Those joining this time are Luffy, Peter Parker, Tai, Tasmi, and myself. Everyone, prepare yourselves. I will open the portal in 1 hour." Tasmi, acknowledged. Luffy, no problem. Tai, understood. Chapter 28, Goblin Slayer World. An hour later, everyone gradually completed their preparations. Su Xiaoyu donned a convenient red combat outfit and retracted her alloy baton into segments, concealing them on her person. She hopped down from her room and made her way to the hall below. She walked directly to a family portrait on the table. In the photograph, a small boy clad in camouflage gently patted a little girl's head, with their father and mother standing behind them. The father, dressed in military attire, exuded an aura of righteousness. Su Xiaoyu picked up the two photographs, caressing the faces of the boy and her father, murmuring, "Father, brother. This time I ask for your protection to ensure my safe return." Tears welled in her eyes as she opened the temporal portal, stepping boldly into it. A brilliant flash of white light surged forth, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself in a lush, dense forest, surrounded by several individuals. Among them was a man perched in a tree, donning a straw hat, with a fierce scar beneath his eyes, plucking fruits from the branches and voraciously biting into them, oblivious to their potential toxicity. Below this hat-wearing man stood three others, a small boy cradling a round, white, mysterious creature, and a man clad in a red spider-themed bodysuit engaged in conversation with another who bore a uniquely designed large sword on his back. The figures before her were none other than Luffy from the world of One Piece, Tai Chi from Digimon, Spider-Man from the Marvel Universe, and Tasmi from Akame Kill. "Greetings, everyone. I apologize for the wait," Su Xiaoyu said, addressing the group. From the tree, Luffy tossed a red fruit down to her. "Ha ha ha, no worries. We just arrived ourselves. This fruit is quite delicious. Here, have one." Su Xiaoyu accepted the fruit and nodded in gratitude towards Luffy before hastily approaching Peter Parker, extending her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am your little group leader, Su Xiaoyu. I look forward to your guidance." "Nice to meet you. I'm Peter Parker. But you can call me Spider-Man." "I look forward to working with you," Peter Parker replied politely, extending his hand, and the two shook hands. "Let us forget the formalities. Peter Parker, I'm more comfortable calling you Holland," Su Xiaoyu said with a smile. Peter Parker responded with a puzzled expression, unfazed by his bewilderment. Su Xiaoyu began to elucidate the background of their current world and the mission at hand. "Allow me to explain the nature of this world and the task we face. We have traversed into a realm known as Goblin Slayer or Goblin Hunter, which resembles a magical world akin to the Western medieval era. This realm is inhabited by various magical species and mythological creatures, such as elves, dwarves, orcs, and halflings. Our mission involves confronting goblins, one of the many races in this world. While individual goblins are not particularly strong, they are social creatures, which complicates matters. Moreover, these goblins are grotesque and exceedingly cunning, possessing remarkable reproductive and learning capabilities. They often abduct human women to their lairs to propagate their kind. Inexperienced adventurers, unfamiliar with the landscape, frequently fall prey to them. The goblins also have various professions, including goblin slayers, goblin thieves, and goblin shamans. The story commences within an adventurer's guild. Su Xiaoyu conveyed the situation of this world in simple, yet comprehensive terms. Tasmi and the others grasped that these goblins would not be easy adversaries, instinctively nodding in acknowledgement. Once Su Xiaoyu concluded her introduction, she began to organize their mission. "Our next objective is to swiftly locate a human settlement, for if night falls, the dangers lurking within this forest will only intensify. Then, by navigating through human towns, we can locate the Adventurers Guild to register as adventurers and accept quests. This will allow us to gather intelligence about the goblins and the whereabouts of their lairs." But that sounds rather tedious, doesn't it? Can I opt out? I yearn to capture the monsters of this world. And isn't it incredibly cool that this world has wizards?" Luffy crossed his arms and gazed with starry eyes, confidently asserting his desire. Su Xiaoyu pinched his cheeks, stretching them playfully before releasing them, only to deliver a firm punch to his head. "No. We currently know very little about the situation in this world, and we have no idea of the goblins' combat capabilities. We must not act recklessly. A cautious approach is paramount. If your actions lead to any misfortune for the team, I shall not forgive you. Moreover, once we reach the town, we will encounter wizards. So there is no need for haste. There are also warriors and thieves," Su Xiaoyu said slowly. She then turned to Tasmi and requested, "Tasmi, I leave this fellow to you. Keep a close eye on him and ensure he doesn't wander off like last time." Tasmi, aware of Luffy's nature, nodded, thumping his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye on him." Su Xiaoyu continued, "Hilandi, I entrust you with scouting the surroundings, as your spider sense can detect hidden dangers lurking in the shadows." "No problem, leave it to me," Peter Parker responded, shooting webbing from his wrist to swing up into the tall trees for reconnaissance. Broly, observing the situation through the live stream, noted that Su Xiaoyu and her group had set off on the right path, which eased his mind. Su Xiaoyu's reasoning was sound. It was indeed wise to head to the human town first, as the world of swords and magic becomes perilous at night, and visibility issues would significantly diminish their combat effectiveness. Broly continued to monitor Su Xiaoyu's team, treating it as a form of entertainment. However, he did not remain idle. He was concurrently attempting to control the energy within his body. Broly was acutely aware of his power, surging exponentially by the minute. At this rate, by the time he turned 18, his strength might rival that of a Super Saiyan 3, all without any formal training, merely striving to harness his inherent potential. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu exchanged her points for a substantial amount of currency in this world and procured new outfits for the entire group within a town. They traversed the central area without causing much commotion and successfully registered at the Adventurers Guild. In the potion shop, Su Xiaoyu discovered that the potions were effective for her, her eyes lighting up as she decisively converted all her points into local currency, enthusiastically acquiring every potion available in the store. Chapter 29. Entering the Demon World Gate the next morning, Broly awoke and stretched lazily, only to be attended to for his morning routine and presented with breakfast. After indulging in the lavish services, Broly couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how comfortable this decadent lifestyle was. Nevertheless, he found it somewhat unseemly. With nothing to occupy his time over the next 2 days, he lingered near a portal to the demon realm, uncertain of when it might manifest. He felt a twinge of guilt as he continued to partake in the food and drink. Finally, one evening, a thick black smoke billowed from outside the city, and a grand gate, 50 meters in length, abruptly appeared before the citadel. Its design was remarkably peculiar, adorned with various monstrous carvings that exuded a foreboding aura. A strangely shaped sword was planted into the ground nearby. Broly recognized that it was time for him to make his move. Bidding farewell to the king and Princess Erika, he soared into the air, leaving the onlookers in awe, and by the time they comprehended what had transpired, he had vanished from sight. At that moment, the king finally grasped Broly's earlier remark about keeping pace if one could. However, instead of feeling reassured, he swiftly summoned his guards and set forth toward the city gates. Upon arriving at the entrance, Broly encountered a multitude of bizarre, humanoid creatures wielding large blades and various weapons, clambering beneath the fortifications and commencing their assault. Among them was a blue-skinned giant clad in beastly attire, sporting 2 pointed horns and resembling a troll, brandishing a massive spiked club as he attacked the city gates. "Humans, open the gates quickly, or I shall smash them down, and you will all perish," the blue giant bellowed, threatening the soldiers atop the walls even as he pounded against the gates. The soldiers unleashed a barrage of arrows at him and the other monsters below, but their efforts seemed futile against such formidable foes. Just as the gates were on the verge of succumbing to the blue giant's relentless assault, Broly descended from the heavens, stirring a cloud of dust and a surge of energy that repelled the surrounding creatures. He landed directly in front of the blue giant, who staggered back from the force of the impact. As the dust settled, the giant was taken aback to find himself facing a mere child, no larger than his own hand. He crouched down and jeered. Where did this little brat come from to dare obstruct the path of the great Karinka, the strongest in the demon realm? Broly crossed his arms, regarding the giant with a contemptuous glance. Such brutishness was merely a fade. He sensed that the creature lacked any real strength despite its imposing appearance. The blue giant leaned closer to Broly, exhaling a cloud of white mist as he glared menacingly. "You little brat, do you look down upon Lord Karinka with those eyes? I am the strongest in the demon realm. Even if I stand here and let you strike me, you wouldn't be able to harm me. Ha ha ha." The other monsters joined in the raucous laughter, convinced that a mere human child, regardless of his ability to fly, posed no threat. Broly, gazing at the giant's obnoxious visage, delivered a light punch. The giant's face contorted grotesquely, ultimately transforming into a mushy mess that splattered across the ground. All the surrounding monsters were rendered speechless by the scene before them, some even screaming in terror. After all, the sight was profoundly shocking. A mere human child had effortlessly shattered the skull of the strongest titan in the demon realm with a single punch. What had transpired? How had Lord Karinka met such an abrupt demise? The monsters gazed at Broly in terror, instinctively retreating a few steps, their earlier bravado evaporating. Broly was not one to engage in lengthy explanations like a typical villain, elucidating why he could so easily dispatch the hulking brute. Instead, he simply raised a finger, a dazzling white light coalescing at its tip. Almost immediately, a sphere of energy, the size of a soccer ball, materialized above his finger and was hurled toward the cluster of monsters. Upon contact, the energy sphere erupted with a deafening explosion, flames soaring into the sky, accompanied by countless screams, causing the entire desert to tremble. When the fiery chaos subsided, only a few dozen monsters remained from those who had emerged from the demon gate, paralyzed with fear, as if they had witnessed divine power. The ground bore a massive crater, 50 meters in diameter, from which thick black smoke billowed, revealing crystalline formations, a result of the sand melting under extreme heat. By the time the king and his guards arrived, the battle had concluded. Broly had personally dealt with the last of the monsters and was making his way toward the demon gate. Just as he prepared to enter, another blue-skinned giant appeared alongside a long-haired beauty clad in a tight red suit. They positioned themselves defiantly before Broly, proclaiming, "The demon realm is the domain of Lord Yama. No living beings are permitted to enter." Broly scoffed internally. "You deny humans entry while allowing the monsters from your realm to emerge and wreak havoc. What logic is this?" Momentarily at a loss for words, the beauty with pink horns persisted. "This is our duty. We are merely following Lord Yama's orders, preventing the living from entering. While those inside cannot leave, we do not partake in the harm inflicted by those within the demon realm." Broly, unwilling to engage further with such individuals, strode forward. At that moment, another blue-skinned giant swung a spiked club at his head. With a single hand, Broly caught the club, effortlessly launching the giant away before approaching the horned beauty. Just as she was about to speak, Broly raised his finger and obliterated her head. The blue-skinned giant, enraged, rose from the ground, brandishing his club, and shouted, "You vile creature! You have slain Natasha. I shall avenge her." With a cold smile, Broly raised a finger and mercilessly shattered the head of the blue-skinned giant. After its cranium was obliterated, the creature collapsed to the ground. Broly approached the entrance, noticing the Azura sword embedded in the earth, yet he refrained from extracting it immediately. Instead, he ventured toward the demon realm, driven by a curiosity to uncover its mysteries. However, he was cautious not to delve too deeply, for there existed formidable entities within, such as the demon king Dabura, whose power far surpassed his own. Chapter 30. The map of hell. As Broly stepped through the portal into the demon realm, he was greeted by a desolate expanse beneath a deep red sky. The ground cloaked in darkness, and the air thick with a pungent scent of sulfur. Before he could proceed further, a group of peculiar beings with sharp horns surrounded him. Among them, a red-skinned creature with menacing fangs queried, "How did you, a mere human child, enter here? Where's Lord Karinker?" Two goblin-like demons stepped forward. Impatience etched on their faces. "Forget how he got in. The fact is, he is now our prey. Human children possess the most tender flesh. Roasted to perfection is a delight. Indeed, let us quickly hide him. If others see, they will claim him for themselves." The last batch of women the Azura King brought back were exhausted and perished before they reached me. I skinned one and roasted her. The aroma was divine. Yes, the most delectable human meat is that of children, followed closely by women. Usually, children are reserved for the taller demons. We aren't even entitled to catch a whiff. As the demons spoke, drool dripped from their mouths, their intentions toward Broly unmistakable. With a sneer, Broly raised his finger, directing a beam of white light that pierced the skulls of two of the demons, causing their bodies to fall lifelessly. Broly increasingly relished the simplicity of such decisive headshots. They kept his hands clean and the resolution swift. One remaining demon, paralyzed by fear, sat on the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. Initially, Broly had contemplated sparing him to extract information about the demon realm. However, it appeared that regaining consciousness would take time, and he had no such luxury. He decided it was more prudent to find another demon. With another flash of white light, Broly obliterated the remaining demon's head, splattering brain matter and blood in all directions. Unfazed, he continued deeper into the demon realm, soon encountering several more demon squads, resulting in yet another wave of annihilation. This time, however, he managed to leave one demon conscious enough to glean information. From him, Broly learned that the most powerful entity in this realm was the so-called Azura King, while the name of Demon King Badala was unfamiliar to the demon. After Broly received the intelligence, he decisively snapped the neck of his informant. Pondering whether the lowly rank of this demon might be the reason he was unaware of the Demon King Dabura, he pressed onward, advancing towards the palace of the Azura King. Along the way, he encountered other demons, towering and grotesque compared to those he had previously faced. After extracting information from their mouths, he exterminated them as one would crush ants. The information revealed that these creatures were entirely ignorant of the so-called Demon King Dabura, which left Broly somewhat perplexed. His fixation on Dabura stemmed from a desire to avoid an encounter with the fiend. His current strength was relatively feeble. He stood no chance in a confrontation. Should Dabura indeed reside in this vicinity, he would not hesitate to flee, unsheathing the Azura sword. In the Dragon Ball universe, Dabura possessed the terrifying ability to petrify with his saliva and had once overpowered Gohan in his Super Saiyan form. According to Kakaroto's assessment, Dabura was a formidable adversary, capable of contending with the fully formed Cell. As a Saiyan, Broly yearned for a worthy opponent, not one who could vanquish him with a mere finger. Thus, he had adopted a discreet approach upon entering, refraining from flying through the skies and eliminating every demon that laid eyes upon him, all to avoid drawing Dabura's attention. However, it appeared that the demon realm harbored no knowledge of Dabura, and this realization bolstered Broly's confidence. What was there to fear? The Azura King's reputation in Dragon Ball was no more impressive than that of Piccolo. With an air of bravado, he strode into the Azura King's palace, dispatching 2 gatekeeping giants with ease and crashing through the grand entrance. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. Within the palace, demons were engaged in a lavish banquet. Numerous barbecue grills lined the halls, tended by goblin-like demons adjusting the flames. To Broly's horror, the grills were adorned with human corpses, notably lacking heads, including children and women. Their bodies were grotesquely impaled from their lower regions by bone skewers, the severed necks traversing their entire forms. The goblin-like demons, quivering with delight, inhaled the savory scent of the roasting flesh. Green flames flickered like eerie ghostly fires, continuously cooking the bodies of the children and women. Strangely, no signs of charring or burning marred their skin. Instead, the entire bodies emanated a peculiar, lustrous sheen, appearing remarkably intact and enticing, almost seducing one's appetite to take a bite. This time, those attending the banquet were formidable high-ranking demons of considerable strength and noble lineage. The demons raised their goblets, clinking them together in celebration of the Azura King's latest nuptials. However, when a resounding explosion echoed through the hall, they turned in unison to discern the source of the disturbance. To their astonishment, a human child swaggered in, unperturbed by their presence. The demons halted their revelry, time seemingly suspending as they fixated on Broly. His emerald eyes glimmered like the piercing gaze of ravenous wolves. Through his recent transformation, Broly had evolved into a cold-hearted Saiyan, unflinching in the face of death. Yet, upon witnessing this scene reminiscent of hell on earth, his brow furrowed and his youthful visage darkened, a sinister intent rekindled within him. Though he had never intended to spare these demons, he now resolved to torment them. No longer would he dispatch them swiftly with a shot to the head. Instead, he would relish in their suffering before delivering the fatal blow. Chapter 31, The Lower Demon Realm. A massive demon, its tusks protruding menacingly, lumbered forward without a hint of awareness regarding the gravity of the situation. Approaching Broly, it appraised the delicate human child before swallowing hard, extending its enormous hand to grasp Broly, intending to consume him as a mere snack. This would allow the demon to indulge in the feast without sharing with its kin. Upon witnessing the brutish demon's eagerness, the others realized its intent to hoard this delicacy. Kroll, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to keep it all for yourself? How despicable. You must share some with me. Broly surveyed the ravenous demons surrounding him, his expression remaining impassive, as if he were gazing upon a heap of lifeless corpses. He lifted his gaze to the oversized hand, showing no inclination to evade it. Instead, he seized the demon's middle and ring fingers, wrapping his grip around them with a gentle yet decisive force. In an instant, the demon's palm was torn open, blood cascading forth, the gash extending along its entire arm. My hand! My hand! The agony radiating from its arm prompted the demon to unleash a heart-wrenching howl as it collapsed backward. Broly's pupils transformed into a blood-red hue, a sinister smile curling upon his lips as he wiped the blood from his face, unleashing a chilling laughter that sent shivers down the spines of even the most hardened fiends. While laughter escaped his lips, his hands remained relentless, extracting the demon's bones with morbid fascination before the eyes of all present. The demon attempted to resist, but its feeble strength was utterly futile before Broly's might. With each struggle, Broly's exhilaration swelled, until, ultimately, the demon succumbed to its grievous wounds, lifeless. This grotesque and brutal spectacle struck the very core of every demon's soul, leaving them breathless in horror as they collectively gasped in disbelief. After Broly vanquished the towering demon, he shifted his gaze to the remaining fiends, his body swaying as if possessed, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Each word he uttered sent chills through the hearts of the demons. Who shall be next? High above, seated upon a stone throne, the Demon King observed the situation spiraling out of control, realizing it was imperative for him to intervene. He could not allow this mysterious human child to ruin his wedding. The Demon King bore a striking resemblance to a human, in stark contrast to the grotesque appearance of other demons. He was, in fact, exceedingly handsome. Had he existed in Broly's past life, he would have undoubtedly been a heartthrob, captivating countless young women. However, he bore faint differences from humanity, adorned with crimson markings across his visage and physique. These markings lent an air of mystery to his demeanor, rendering him even more alluring. He cast a sidelong glance at his bride, clad in a red wedding gown, trembling beside him, a smile gracing her lips. He whispered soothingly in her ear, "Do not fear. This human child shall soon meet his end." The bride quivered incessantly, nodding stiffly. Her dread was not directed at the human child, but rather at the enchanting figure of the demon king beside her. For she understood that this man was an unrepentant demon, one who would, after tiring of women, bestow her upon the demons below, where she would be ravaged to death and ultimately consumed. Dozens of young women who had accompanied him had already met such a fate. Though Broly appeared brutal, in her heart, she silently wished for his victory. The demon king leapt from his lofty throne, gazing down upon Broly, poised to utter a few menacing words to assert his dominance when, in an instant, Broly seized his neck, lifting him effortlessly. The speed of Broly's assault left the demon king no time to react. Even had he been granted a moment, he lacked the capacity to resist. As Broly floated above the ground, an amiable smile graced his lips. "What were you about to say?" With one hand constricting the demon king's throat, he raised the other, summoning a luminous orb. The orb expanded in his grasp, unleashing a multitude of beams, each as broad as a finger, piercing the bodies of all present demons. Inside the palace, the demons writhed in agony, some crying out for mercy, though their pleas were in vain. Unmoved, Broly continued his onslaught. No matter where they sought refuge, the beams penetrated their forms. They struck relentlessly, tearing through skin, flesh, and bone, ensuring that their suffering would linger. Once a vibrant hall, the palace now lay strewn with demons, each collapsing to the ground, riddled with countless wounds, blood and entrails staining the floor. The demon king, still grasped in Broly's hand, was taken aback by the horrific scene. This child was more akin to the denizens of the underworld, showing no mercy in his lethal pursuit. Moreover, the Shura king could sense his excitement. This fellow was nothing short of a deranged lunatic. Cold sweat streamed down his brow as he pondered how to preserve his life. Broly inquired, "You are the Shura king, are you not? Are you aware of a being named Demon King Dabura?" I know. The Shura king, sensing a glimmer of hope for survival, responded immediately. Demon King Dabura is one of the few rulers of the lower realms of the demon world, possessing formidable strength. Even you would struggle against him. Each year, he occasionally descends into our lair and visits the human world. Upon hearing this, Broly's interest was piqued. "So if what you say is true, the demon world consists of more than just your lair, and it is divided into multiple tiers?" Indeed. We inhabit the uppermost layer of the demon realm, closest to the human world. To reach the human realm, lower demons must pass through our lair. I have connections with other lower demons and have conversed with Demon King Dabura. The Shura king, clearly perceiving Broly's apprehension towards Dabura, began to boast. Broly released the Shura king, and his demeanor inexplicably softened as he continued to inquire, "Oh, is that so? How does one access the lower demon realm?" The Shura king, mistakenly believing that Broly was intimidated by Demon King Dabura, spoke with a newfound bravado, albeit still cautious not to provoke Broly. Fearing the consequences of incurring his wrath, the passage to the lower demon realm is located beneath our throne. Every layer of the demon world is structured this way. Broly ascended to the throne and beheld the stone-carved seat, discovering a hole behind it. It appeared to be the entrance to the lower demon realm, which filled him with delight. If this were true, he would have an excellent training ground and sparring partners, no longer needing to suppress his own strength. What a wonderful opportunity. In his excitement, Broly casually dispatched the Shura king. The Shura king, Chapter 32 has emerged. Broly gazed into the pitch-black cavern, initially intent on descending to explore how far he could fight, but his stomach betrayed him with an audible growl, reminding him that he had yet to dine. After all, it was uncharacteristic of him to engage in battle on an empty stomach. Just as Broly contemplated leaving, the hem of his garment was tugged by a delicate, enchanting hand. This hand was exceptionally fair, not in a sickly manner, but with a creamy, milk-like complexion. Having never encountered such exquisite hands before, he found himself momentarily entranced. If Kira Yashikage, the quintessential devoted family man, were to see it, he would undoubtedly be compelled to cherish it, forming an intimate bond with that hand alone, though it should be noted that Yashikage desired only the hand, not the individual. Broly, however, was not so peculiar. Had he the choice, he would certainly want the person as well. A fragile young girl, tears tracing her cheeks, gazed at Broly with a pitiful expression. Her beautiful hand trembled as she summoned considerable courage to plead, "Please, could you help me escape?" The girl had truly been seized by the king of Azura to serve as a bride. She witnessed the entire massacre of the demons within the palace as Broly unleashed his wrath, fearful yet yearning for his assistance. She understood that escaping this realm of demons was beyond her own capabilities. Broly gently lifted her chin with a single finger, observing her exquisite beauty. No wonder the king of Azura had chosen her as his prize. Appearing to be merely 16 or 17 years of age, her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her fair complexion combined with her delicate features struck a chord within Broly, who had grown weary of the ubiquitous influencer looks from his past life. With a mischievous grin, Broly teasingly inquired, "Why should I rescue you?" The girl raised her gaze, momentarily entranced by the sight of this seemingly youthful, yet terrifying child, rendered speechless. However, desperate to survive, she quickly responded, "I can do anything. I can wash clothes, cook, dance, and care for others." Initially, Broly had intended to jest, but her earnest plea piqued his interest. If he were to settle on Earth, he would indeed require a devoted caretaker, as he could not manage everything himself. Yet, the thought of carrying an extra burden momentarily caused him to hesitate. The girl anxiously regarded Broly, fearing he might abandon her to this dreadful place. Remaining here would be more agonizing than death itself if other demons discovered her. Broly, no longer inclined to toy with her, recognized that it would not be a significant effort to escort someone out. He hoisted her onto his shoulder with ease, chuckling. "I was just joking. I'll take you with me. You can go wherever you wish." The girl dared not utter a word, paralyzed with apprehension, sensing that the boy had not been jesting. Had she failed to demonstrate her worth, he might have indeed left her behind. Broly enveloped them both in an energy barrier, his body transforming into a streak of light as they soared towards the entrance of the demon realm. Upon their arrival, he extracted the sword of Azura from the ground. Although the Lord dictated that the sword could only be removed at dawn, such constraints were mere trifles to Broly, who nearly stirred the desert sands with his might. Though the sword of Azura was not an exceptional weapon, it served as the key to the demon realm's entrance, granting him the ability to traverse to and from it at will. With the sword slung across his back, the portal behind them gradually became ethereal before vanishing into the desert expanse. He gently set the rescued girl down and addressed her, "We are free now. You may go wherever you desire." The girl nodded but did not move, remaining steadfast behind Broly. Surrounding them were the king and numerous guards, vigilantly awaiting Broly, ever watchful for any demons that might emerge from within. Regarding the gate of the demon realm, they dared not venture inside. The king, overwhelmed with gratitude, grasped Broly's hand and exclaimed, "I cannot thank you enough. Without your intervention, our kingdom might have perished." At that moment, the king was astonished that such a grave matter could be resolved so effortlessly. The surrounding guards knelt on one knee, paying homage to him with chivalrous gestures of appreciation. Broly, however, remained unperturbed, for the task had not required much effort on his part. With a playful tone, he remarked, "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, treat me to a fine meal, as I happen to be quite hungry." The king, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Eat, indulge yourself. Alhui, the head of the guards, ride back and instruct the palace chefs to prepare a grand feast tonight, bringing forth all the delicacies available. This evening, we shall celebrate as a nation, and every citizen is invited to partake." With a hearty laugh, he added, "I shall return at once." Alhui promptly mounted his steed, brandished his whip, and galloped away. Broly felt a sense of relief knowing dinner was assured, and his mood brightened, revealing a smile befitting a child, in stark contrast to the menacing demeanor he had exhibited in the demon realm. At that moment, a figure rushed towards him, enveloping Broly in an embrace and spinning him around joyfully. Princess Elika exclaimed, "I knew you would be safe. My Broly is the mightiest in the world." The king, witnessing this scene, shook his head, acknowledging that his unmanageable daughter had likely developed an infatuation. Meanwhile, he entertained thoughts of strategy. If Broly were to stay, he could aid in conquering the desert nations, transforming his kingdom into the most formidable power within the arid expanse, claiming the finest oasis. In such a scenario, even if this fellow had a hearty appetite, the king would not suffer loss, as he could easily afford to support him. As he reveled in his grand dreams of unification, Princess Elika noticed a girl, even more beautiful than herself, standing behind Broly. A sense of rivalry surged within her, and with hands on her waist, she approached the girl defiantly, lifting her chin with an air of superiority, demanding, "Who are you? What brings you behind Broly?" The girl, frightened, pressed closer to Broly. Despite her diminutive and delicate frame, it was evident that Broly, being merely a 6-year-old child, could not conceal such a sizable presence. The girl stood speechless before Princess Elika's fierce inquiry, perhaps rendered mute by the princess's intimidating demeanor. Observing this, Broly interjected, "She is the girl captured by those demons, destined to marry the Azura King. I intervened and dealt with the Azura King, and in doing so, I rescued her." Upon hearing Broly's explanation, Princess Elika softened her gaze towards the unfortunate girl. Perhaps due to her own past experiences, her animosity diminished, replaced by a sense of empathy. Yet she remained fearful. The girl might take away her Broly. After all, if she waited another decade, Broly could be with her. Chapter 33, The Goblin Purge. The mere thought of her nurturing plan and future bliss caused Princess Erika to blush. With matters here reaching a temporary conclusion, she joined the main group as they advanced towards the palace. While on their journey, upon learning of the tragic fates of the girls who had been captured, the inherently kind Princess Erika ceased to trouble the girl and permitted her to accompany her back to the palace. Along the way, Broly discovered that the girl's name was Iris, a commoner from an oasis kingdom situated 50 kilometers away. Her family lived there in carefree happiness until a week ago, when the gate of the demon realm unexpectedly appeared at the kingdom's gates, leading to the destruction of the entire nation and the abduction of Iris along with many other girls into the demon realm. Many of the girls were ravaged before being devoured by the demons within, while the more beautiful ones were kept as wives of the Ashura King. The Ashura King possessed an odd quirk. He believed that the finest treasures should be reserved for last. Thus, the most beautiful Iris became the last wife of the Ashura King, and it was only when Broly arrived and vanquished the Ashura King that she was saved. It can be said that sometimes, being beautiful is indeed an advantage, affording one a chance at survival in critical moments. Broly could not dispute this. After all, in his past life, beauty was undeniably an asset, granting both men and women more opportunities and care in schools and workplaces than those of ordinary appearance. Upon returning to the palace, the jubilant king hosted a grand banquet, presenting a plethora of exquisite wines and delicacies to all attendees. Broly transformed into a voracious eater, consuming everything delectable without pause, indifferent to the king's impassioned speeches or the dancing maidens surrounding him. Was anything more important than his feast? After satisfying his hunger, he indulged in a bit of sweet fruit-infused wine, which he found quite pleasing, as it lacked the harshness of spirits. Noticing Broly's disinterest in the dancing, Princess Erika discreetly led him away, and the two ascended to the palace rooftop. Broly, still carrying a large barrel of wine, gazed at the moon while checking the progress of Su Xiaoyu and her party through the group chat system. Su Xiaoyu had truly internalized the essence of diligence. Even after registering as an adventurer and acquiring information about the goblin nest, she did not act recklessly. A throng of individuals lay in ambush for a passing goblin, a pitiful creature that was merely a common goblin without even a profession. When it met its demise, it remained utterly oblivious as to why it warranted such a clandestine attack from 5 individuals hiding in the grass. Su Xiaoyu invested her remaining funds to hire 10 elite mages, 10 seasoned warriors, and 10 skilled spearmen, leading them on a grand expedition to eradicate all the goblin lairs in the vicinity. The mission was ostensibly to rescue the girls captured by the goblins. Yet it did not specify a limit on the number of rescues, implying that the more individuals she saved, the greater her score would be. This prospect thrilled Su Xiaoyu, igniting within her a desire to achieve something monumental. The goblins, merrily reveling in the novice zone, could hardly anticipate the arrival of 30 high-level adventurers, accompanied by a technologically armored Tyrannosaurus beast, to unleash their wrath upon them. The traps they had set for novice adventurers proved utterly ineffective against Peter Parker's spider sense. Moreover, Tasmi, adorned with the cursed imperial gear, possessed an ability to cloak himself, rendering their efforts futile. As Su Xiaoyu smashed an ugly goblin with her staff, the sight of women bound and treated as mere breeding tools ignited a fierce anger within her. She showed no mercy in her slaughter of the goblins, sparing even the smallest among them. In her eyes, all enemies were to be exterminated without distinction of age or gender. Furthermore, the goblins, upon maturing, would inevitably transform into larger goblins, perpetuating their vile acts against human girls. An old adage rings true: a wolf in sheep's clothing can never be tamed. After annihilating one goblin lair, they liberated several girls, their eyes devoid of hope, some even visibly pregnant. Su Xiaoyu led her goblin-slaying brigade towards the next lair, and at her suggestion, Tasmi and Tai exchanged their scores for the currency of this world, hiring even more formidable adventurers. Remarkably, they managed to enlist the famed Goblin Slayer, a warrior clad in silver armor with extensive experience in hunting goblins. With the expertise of the protagonist at their disposal, their campaign against the goblins became alarmingly efficient. Within a mere week, They had eradicated over 500 goblin lairs and rescued a staggering 3,000 human girls, including a princess who had been abducted for days. As the situation escalated, it ultimately attracted the attention of powerful high-ranking goblin shamans within their tribe. They devised a trap in a valley, intending to ensnare all those who hunted their kin. However, their petty schemes were laughable in the face of the goblin slayer. The mages conjured illusions to simulate a large force, triggering the traps, followed by a barrage of explosive projectiles raining down upon the goblin lairs. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast led the charge, absorbing the brunt of magical and physical assaults. Luffy, exhilarated, unleashed his rubber machine gun, sending the goblin shaman forces flying before they could complete their incantations. Peter Parker, skillfully weaving through the battlefield on threads of spider silk, effortlessly evaded all attacks thanks to his spider sense, providing cover for Luffy while remaining vigilant against lurking dangers. Tasmi unleashed a mighty roar as he drew forth a colossal sword from his back, proclaiming, "Evil spirits entwined." In an instant, a fearsome silver dragon materialized behind him, its gaping maw swallowing Tasmi whole. Emerging unscathed, Tasmi, clad in gleaming silver armor and draped in a crimson cloak, found himself at the flank of the main forces. He utilized his stealth to infiltrate the goblin den, seeking to uncover the whereabouts of the captured maidens. His invisibility was not mere sorcery. It was devoid of any magical fluctuations, rendering him undetectable to the goblin's probing spells. Chapter 34. The Goblin Slayer World. Tasmi stealthily infiltrated the goblin stronghold, trailing a few spear-wielding goblins while skillfully avoiding traps, until he reached a cave where human girls were held captive. The air was thick and oppressive, saturated with a foul, fishy odor, and the ground was sticky with an unidentifiable white substance. Numerous goblins were engaged in the grim act of sowing seeds upon the lifeless bodies of the girls, whose eyes were devoid of life and whose bodies were unresponsive. Among them were ordinary villagers and adventurous souls, all reduced to mere vessels for goblin propagation. Witnessing this horrific scene ignited a fierce desire within Tasmi to unleash his evil spirits entwined and decimate the goblins one by one. However, he restrained himself. Such an action would not only alert the goblins within, but also those lurking outside. If that were to happen, even his formidable ability would scarcely allow for an escape. In this world, goblins possessed various professions, far removed from the simplistic, low-intelligence creatures clad in rags wielding primitive weapons. Among them were formidable adversaries, such as goblin shamans, assassins, warriors, and spear-bearers. In essence, they constituted a highly troublesome faction. During his time with the Night Raid, and alongside Su Xiaoyu on missions, Tasmi had matured, becoming more composed and less impulsive than before. He sent a location update to his group, accompanied by a message, "Little group leader, I have located the place where the girls are imprisoned. Should I continue my reconnaissance or remain here?" The little group leader replied, "Stay put for now. Do not act rashly. Wait for the signal. The goblins outside are in full retreat, and they may execute the human girls or take them hostage. I will send Luffy and He-Lan to support you." Tasmi responded affirmatively. After sending the message, he turned his head away, unable to bear the sight before him. His fists clenched tightly as a seething fury ignited within his heart. Amidst the tumult of warfare, Su Xiaoyu brandished her staff, shattering the skull of a goblin, before leaping atop the head of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. She called out to Tai Chi, urging him to command the mechanical beast to surge forward and advance their front line. For Tasmi had already pinpointed the location of the girls. Presently, Luffy, Helandi, and the Goblin Slayer, accompanied by a cadre of high-level thieves, were hastening towards them. They needed to provide covering fire at the forefront. Tai Chi, encased within a golden protective shield, nodded in acknowledgement. Beside him, two high-ranking clerics conjured a barrier to safeguard him. Despite the formidable nature of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, Tai Chi remained vulnerable, necessitating protection. He raised the holy plan, infusing it with digital soul energy. As the courage badge within radiated a brilliant light, the familiar sound echoed around them. The mechanical beast became enveloped in digital essence. Its injuries and the damaged time alloy miraculously mended in an instant, almost evolving into a battle Tyrannosaurus. Sensing Tai Chi's determination and conviction, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus launched a more ferocious assault, its trident arm shattering the goblin's barrier. On its back, the clerics poured their magical energy into a more potent shield enveloping it. The time alloy at the creature's chest opened, unleashing its ultimate attack, the Gigaton Destruction Cannon. Two mushroom clouds erupted amidst the goblin horde, the terrifying explosion obliterating their last line of defense. Behind them, countless high-level adventurers brandished their weapons, charging forth with fervor. The goblins' defeat was assured. What awaited them was a massacre. Meanwhile, the beleaguered goblins, intending to retreat, scurried through various tunnels in their lair. They recognized that remaining in the face of such overwhelming defeat held no purpose. Just as they planned to evacuate the human girls from their cave to propagate elsewhere, a towering figure emerged from behind the goblin shaman, severing its head with a mighty sword. Having received the signal to act, Tasmi could no longer restrain himself and struck first. Outside, Luffy continued to unleash his rubber machine gun, clearing the goblins within. His fists effortlessly penetrated their shields and armor. The speed of his blows was such that many goblin shamans did not even have the time to cast their spells before being sent flying by a barrage of punches. Behind him, the goblin slayer ensured that none would escape his wrath, prioritizing the extermination of goblins over the rescue of the girls. It appeared he bore a deep-seated grudge against them, fueling his fervor. Inside the cave, Tasmi first employed stealth to eliminate the most troublesome goblin shaman, swiftly dispatching the remaining goblins one by one. Although some possessed advanced classes, they were utterly powerless against an invisible assailant. Before one could even comprehend the situation, the body was pierced directly by a massive sword. Meanwhile, the goblins outside were entirely dispatched by Luffy, Peter Parker, and an entire band of thieves. At this moment, the conflict between humans and goblins came to a temporary halt, with humanity emerging triumphantly. However, a small faction of goblins managed to escape. Following this battle, the goblin population was drastically diminished, teetering on the brink of extinction. The remarkable outcome of this conflict was attributed not only to the formidable prowess of Su Xiaoyu and her companions, but also to their substantial financial resources that allowed them to employ numerous adventurers. More importantly, the protagonist of this world also joined the fray, wielding the advantage of a protagonist's aura. How could victory be elusive? These three factors culminated in Su Xiaoyu's triumph, successfully rescuing 200 women. This venture proved immensely profitable, and she was eager to discover the extent of her earnings and points. As the war concluded, the group prepared to part ways. The Goblin Slayer opted to continue hunting the remnants of the defeated goblin forces, while Su Xiaoyu and her companions made arrangements to return the girls and procure additional supplies in the city. After all, in a magical realm such as this, there were countless treasures to be found. Suddenly, a girl shrouded in a cloak burst forth, striking Tasmi across the face and vehemently demanding, "You were there, weren't you? Why did you not save me from the goblins? Why? What is the reason?" The kind-hearted Tasmi fell silent, unable to meet her gaze, turning his head away. Witnessing the girl tugging at Tasmi's clothing, Su Xiaoyu erupted in anger and slapped the girl across the face. The girl was sent sprawling to the ground, clutching her face and glaring at Su Xiaoyu with resentment. Raising her staff menacingly, Su Xiaoyu warned, "Listen, you must acknowledge who rescued you. Had it not been for us, you would still be overrun by countless goblins. Should you continue this nonsense, do not blame us if we abandon you here. If the goblins capture you again, no one will come to your aid." Upon hearing Su Xiaoyu's threat, the girl immediately subdued her defiance, and the group returned quietly and safely. Chapter 35. A confession on the palace rooftop. Broly, realizing the mission had concluded, felt a sense of relief and subsequently disabled the group livestream and chat system. Lying atop the palace, he gazed at the crescent moon in the sky. Fortunately, it was not a full moon today, otherwise, he would have had to remain hidden in his chamber. Scions transform into colossal gorillas upon sighting the moon. However, as a legendary Scion, he would not undergo such a transformation. He retained his human form, albeit losing his rationality, with his combat prowess surging dramatically. If he were to lose control, the destruction of Earth would be a grave concern. Broly looked up at the moon, beginning to envision his future. He is an ordinary individual, lacking the noble sentiments that some possess, who believe that with greater power comes greater responsibility. He does not selflessly protect the world without seeking reward. Unlike the tyrannical Lord Beerus, he does not aspire to conquer the earth through terrifying strength, subjecting humanity to live in his shadow while reveling in destruction. Instead, he longs to gather the Dragon Balls using his own abilities, ultimately seeking a better life and a comfortable abode upon this planet. Of course, this dwelling is envisioned to be quite spacious, far grander than the palace beneath him. Within this palace, a multitude of chefs prepare a variety of delectable dishes daily, while numerous beautiful maids attend to his every need. After rigorous training, he delights in watching captivating films and engaging in entertaining games. He yearns for the freedom to go wherever he pleases, unrestrained and unbound. No one can dictate his actions or impose limitations upon him. Broly remains uncertain whether his aspirations are right or wrong. He simply wishes to create a cozy sanctuary through his own strength. Is this truly a fault? Perhaps to some. His desires may appear as a surrender to greed and power. In Broly's eyes, such individuals seem both naive and amusing, perhaps overly influenced by superhero films. They genuinely believe that all those endowed with extraordinary abilities should selflessly contribute without expectation of reward. In their minds, if one suddenly acquires immense power and uses it to seek personal happiness, that individual is deemed guilty. Even employing lawful means that cause no harm to others is unacceptable. They perceive this as a capitulation to power and desire. To such people, Broly warns against provoking him. Otherwise, he may resort to unearthing their skulls to discern the structure of their minds. If his actions are deemed a surrender to desire, then what of those in past lives who won the lottery, receive compensation for expropriation, or gain millions? Should they not exercise restraint over their desires? If they utilize their wealth to enhance their lives, reside in grand homes, indulge in massages, hire attractive maids, and seek private chefs or vacation, does this not signify a submission to wealth and desire? It is indeed toxic. Some yearn to yield but lack the opportunity. In that moment, Broly rubbed his temples, pondering why such thoughts occupied his mind. Perhaps it was his sudden vision of a hopeful future or the sight of Tasmi rescuing a girl only to face criticism. This further solidified his belief that doing good without expectation of reward is a rather foolish endeavor. There will always be those who presume it is one's duty. Failure to meet such expectations may result in condemnation. While the majority of people possess sound thoughts and values, there exist a few individuals with extraordinarily peculiar mindsets. Reasoning with such individuals proves futile. One can only resort to actions akin to Su Xiaoyao's, delivering a resounding slap to their faces. Princess Erika, observing Broly's apparent agitation, curiously inquired, "What troubles you?" "Nothing. Perhaps I am simply reluctant to leave tomorrow," Broly jested. "Could you not stay?" Erika asked, her tone tinged with disappointment. Upon hearing her words, Broly turned to gaze into her moonlit eyes, a peculiar emotion swelling within him, yet he swiftly regained his composure. He placed his hands on Erika's shoulders and earnestly asked, "Will you accompany me?" Erika lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, tears brimming within them. "Isn't it better for you to stay? We can ensure you're well fed, and I will always be by your side." From her demeanor, Broly comprehended that Erika would not venture with him. As the princess of her realm, she could not forsake her people, nor abandon her identity to wander with a 6-year-old child. Gently brushing away her tears with his fingers, Broly enveloped her in his embrace, inhaling her fragrant scent as he softly spoke. "In truth, I was once a rather unsuccessful individual, neither handsome nor tall, and certainly lacking in wealth. During that time, I heard that humorous boys easily found girlfriends, so I became particularly lively, often engaging in activities to meet girls. However, I gradually realized that in their eyes, I was merely a clown, a jester meant to amuse them. After 23 failures, despair consumed me, and a voice within me incessantly whispered that no matter how exceptional I became, I would remain unloved." As Erika's emotions began to stabilize, she furrowed her brow upon hearing Broly's peculiar words. It was evident she found his claims hard to believe. After all, how could such a young boy have truly liked so many girls? Perhaps their affection was merely the innocent exchanges of childhood, like sharing a candy that was ultimately declined. Suddenly, the thought struck her, and she burst into laughter. Broly, taken aback by her mirth, felt his face flush. The heartfelt confessions he had shared now seemed a mere jest in her eyes, igniting a flicker of annoyance within him. "What is so amusing? Are you mocking me?" he retorted, playfully employing his tickling technique, sending Erika into fits of laughter. "Stop. Ha ha. Please, no more. I was wrong. At her pleas, Broly finally ceased his antics, crossing his arms and turning away, feigning indignation. Seeing the little one genuinely upset, Erika immediately began to console him. "Do not be angry. Please don't be angry." Broly, however, chose to ignore her. Seeing that he had yet to respond, Princess Erika took a deep breath and earnestly addressed Broly. "In truth, you are already remarkable. Regardless of what others may think, in my heart, you remain the little hero who rescued me from the abyss. If you claim that no girl has ever liked you, then I shall be the first to admit my affection. I like you." As she cradled Broly's face, she gently pressed her lips to his forehead. In that fleeting moment, Broly's eyes widened, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind, leaving him utterly stunned. Princess Erika remained oblivious to the profound impact her actions would have on Broly's life. Observing his dazed expression, she continued, "I must confess, I am a rather selfish person, and it is only now that I recognize the extent of my selfishness. I wish to keep you by my side, to nurture you as you grow, and ultimately to possess you entirely. Love is a beautiful thing, and you should not lose faith in it at such a tender age. There will always be someone destined to cross paths with you and come to cherish you. Though you may seem mature, you are still young. This youth is not merely a matter of age, but rather a reflection of your limited emotional experiences. In this moment, I know you will be touched by me, instinctively believing that this is love. However, transient feelings of affection do not equate to true love. I cannot precisely define what love is. I can only express my fondness for you and my desire to be together. Yet, I still cannot walk alongside you. Broly, regaining his senses, inquired, why not? Are you reluctant to part with your identity as a princess? If you were to come with me, I could offer you a better life and a more noble status. Perhaps you could wait for my return, and it would not take long for me to come back. Princess Erika shook her head, as if suddenly coming to an understanding. Reluctance to relinquish my title as a princess is one aspect, but there are many other reasons. I have just realized that my feelings for you may resemble a sister's affection for her brother, rather than a romantic inclination. Moreover, my intuition tells me that you do not truly like me. You merely wish to experience the sensation of being loved. Broly appeared as though her words struck a chord, leaving him speechless. Chapter 36. The injured Goku Princess Erika gradually stood, extending her arms towards Broly. The silvery moonlight filtered through her white garment, accentuating the graceful contours of her youthful form. Particularly, her developing bosom possessed an inexplicable allure. Though modest in size, it stood proudly. Broly, here is my sole request. If you utter the words I like you, I shall agree to accompany you. She awaited his response. Yet, at that moment, Broly found himself at a loss for words, grappling with an inner turmoil, as the phrase, I like you, seemed lodged in his throat, refusing to emerge. The one endowed with the power to obliterate the entire earth was now rendered speechless by those mere words. To speak candidly, Princess Erika is one of the few girls who has stirred the depths of Broly's heart. It would be utterly disingenuous for him to claim he does not wish to be with such a stunning beauty. Yet, the question remains, is he truly prepared to dedicate his life solely to her, to love her eternally? Broly does not shy away from confronting his emotions. Rather, he struggles to utter insincere words to a girl who genuinely harbors affection for him. Princess Erika longs for a sincere relationship, one where they can remain together forever, embodying the essence of unwavering commitment, rather than a fleeting romance. She is not interested in a superficial love, driven by primal instincts and sweet nothings, which ultimately leads to disillusionment once the fervor fades, leaving only chaos in its wake. Broly yearns for love, but fears the act of loving. He lacks the courage to provide her with the affection she seeks, rendering him unable to vocalize his feelings. In his turmoil, Princess Erika tenderly places her hand upon his head, offering gentle reassurance. You need not force yourself so. You are still young and do not truly understand what it means to like someone. Or perhaps you simply do not know how to love. This fear is magnified, especially when you encounter a girl who shares your feelings. I must apologize, she continues with a light-hearted laugh. I just tricked you. I do have feelings for you. I desire to keep you by my side, to ward off any other girl, and gradually mold you into my possession, ensuring your obedience. Yet, the moment you express a wish to leave, I realize that I cannot hold you captive, and my plan would crumble. However, I now have a more profound aspiration. I hope to engage in a genuine romance with the Broly of the future, one who will understand how to love and will reciprocate my feelings. If such a day should come, will you return to me? Broly, silent yet resolute, nods in affirmation, convinced that if such a day were to arrive, he would indeed come back. With his promise secured, Princess Erika breaks into a smile, embracing him tightly. She whispers softly into his ear, her breath warm against his skin. It is a pity that my Broly is but a child. Otherwise, I would willingly surrender myself to you this very night, ensuring you would never forget me and would inevitably return. Broly, taken aback by such bold words, finds himself at a loss. One moment he is a master of emotions, and the next, he is confronted with such audacious declarations, leaving him bewildered. As Princess Erika holds him close, they gaze at the night sky, savoring these final moments before parting. The following morning, Broly, bearing a chest of coins and the Ashura sword, departs the desert alone, setting forth in search of the Dragon Balls. The memories of the previous night will undoubtedly become some of the most cherished recollections of his life. On that night, although Broly's body could not grow alongside Princess Erika, it was a particular pity. However, his mind experienced a certain evolution, prompting him to reassess his previously flawed beliefs. Minutes later, Broly finally soared above the desert and arrived in a remote mountainous forest. According to the Dragon Radar, a Dragon Ball lay just ahead. Thus, Broly began to walk, soon discovering a small, circular house hidden deep within the woods. Inside, an elderly man with graying hair sat anxiously on the sole bed of the room. Lying on the bed was a small child, who had a furry tail protruding from behind. The child's head was adorned with numerous bandages, indicating he had suffered a severe blow and remained unconscious. Peering through the window, Broly discerned the identities of the elderly man and the child. If his assumptions were correct, the elderly man was none other than Son Gohan, and the child was the protagonist of the Dragon Ball saga, Sun Wukong, also known as Kakarot. Broly was taken aback that in his quest for the Dragon Balls, the third one would lead him here. Although, with his current strength, he could effortlessly enter and seize the Dragon Ball, he was disinclined to act in such a manner. In most circumstances, Broly was a person of considerable reason. Only when confronted with those who lacked reason or impeded his path would he abandon rationality. Inside, Sun Wukong, upon hearing a knock at the door, felt a sense of curiosity. How could anyone venture to such a secluded place? Perhaps some had inadvertently lost their way in the mountains? With these thoughts, Son Gohan opened the door to find a small child standing at knee height. Upon noticing the tail protruding from the child's back, his eyes narrowed in surprise. This tail, Wukong had one too. Could it be that this child was a relative of Wukong, come to seek him out? Son Gohan scrutinized Broly, and as if arriving at a significant conclusion in his mind, he invited Broly inside. The two sat on the ground, sipping tea. Son Gohan gestured towards the unconscious Wukong and directly inquired, "You are here searching for little Wukong, are you not?" Broly swiftly denied, "You misunderstand. I am not here seeking him. My purpose in entering is to find the Dragon Ball." "What? You are not here for little Wukong?" came Son Gohan's certain reply. "Then you must know where little Wukong's family is, considering you share the same tail." Alone in the secluded mountains, Son Gohan had been training and now, in his advanced years, felt an acute sense of loneliness. Although he yearned to keep Wukong by his side, he wished even more for Wukong to return to his family. Broly inferred Son Gohan's thoughts, wanting Wukong to reunite with his kin, and candidly remarked, "We indeed come from the same place, but that place no longer exists. I too have fled from it. Wukong's parents have already passed away, having chosen to die in battle to protect their homeland. You need not worry. Someone will come to find Wukong in due time. Simply nurture him as your grandson." Upon hearing these words, Son Gohan felt an inexplicable sense of relief, deep down. He wished for the child to remain by his side. Despite the child's mischievous nature and daily antics, he longed to keep Wukong close. Broly sensed that the conversation had strayed somewhat, and promptly inquired of Son Gohan about the Dragon Balls. "My purpose for coming here is to collect the Dragon Balls. Could you kindly give them to me? I am more than willing to assist you in any way you require." Understanding his intentions, Son Gohan did not impose any difficulties on Broly and readily handed over a Dragon Ball from the table. However, he did make one request. "Little Wukong has sustained a severe injury and cannot move. I wish to go into town to find a doctor, but I am uneasy leaving him here alone. Could you wait here for a few days until I return with the doctor?" Broly deemed this request reasonable, but ultimately chose to decline. He shook his head, saying, "There is no need for such trouble. You can stay here, and I will promptly fetch the doctor for you. It is too dangerous for a child to be alone in the deep mountains. Allow me to go, for I am a martial artist." Son Gohan was reluctant to let the child take such a risk, knowing the deep forest was home to various large carnivorous creatures that could easily snatch away a small child. He did not wish for Broly to endanger himself on his behalf. Broly took the Dragon Ball and, without further ado, flew into the sky before Son Gohan's astonished gaze. This is the Kame Sennin School's flight technique. That child is a disciple of the Kame Sennin School. As a disciple of Master Roshi, Son Gohan recognized this secret art of soaring into the sky, a unique skill of his uncle, the Crane Hermit. However, he was mistaken this time. Broly had no connection whatsoever to the Crane Hermit. For humans on Earth, achieving flight is a challenging feat, attainable only through rigorous training. Yet for Saiyans, it is a rather simple endeavor. Many Saiyans learn to fly naturally after witnessing others do so at a young age. Broly did not merely take the Dragon Ball and flee. Instead, he located a private clinic, took the doctor inside, allowing them to experience the thrill of flight. A few minutes later, they arrived at the mountain, the doctor clutching a first aid kit, swaying unsteadily, having never experienced such an exhilarating adventure, his face turning pale, leading him to vomit. After he felt better, he examined little Wukong's injuries, discovering that the child was not in serious danger, and proceeded to reapply the medication. Before leaving, the doctor left some external and internal medicine, advising that it be taken and applied 3 times a day. As they departed, Broly emphasized the importance of regularly removing Wukong's tail, especially during the full moon. He did not keep them in suspense. He directly informed Son Gohan that on the night of the full moon, if the tail was not removed, little Goku would transform into a giant gorilla. Son Gohan, somewhat skeptical, clearly found it hard to believe that a child could turn into a gorilla upon seeing the full moon at night. After escorting the doctor back to his clinic, Broly visited 10 buffet restaurants, leaving each time after merely sampling a fraction of the offerings. After all, it would be quite challenging for a buffet to break even when faced with a bottomless pit like himself, and he certainly had no shortage of money. Utilizing the Dragon Ball radar, Broly successfully located the 4th Dragon Ball and defeated the 2 antagonists, King Goldhorn and King Silverhorn. Despite their self-proclaimed titles, they bore no resemblance to the Goldhorn and Silverhorn from the journey to the west. King Goldhorn was a burly man sporting a mohawk, while King Silverhorn was a tall, slender figure with a purple birthmark on his face. These two were racing their vehicle across the wilderness, precisely along the trajectory of the Dragon Balls. In pursuit of the Dragon Ball, Broly descended from the sky and collided with them. He emerged unscathed while their vehicle was left in ruins. Frustrated, the duo sought to settle the score with Broly, brandishing a purple golden gourd, intending to trap Broly inside and reduce him to a puddle of liquid. Unlike the gourd from the journey to the west, this one had a peculiar feature. If its name was spoken and there was no prompt response, the individual would be sucked into it. Having recently refreshed his knowledge of the Dragon Ball narrative, Broly recognized that these two were not virtuous characters. After dispatching them, he seized the gourd, which, while not particularly beneficial for him, was at least a rare artifact in this world. Broly decided to keep it as part of his collection of curiosities. As he prepared to venture to the next location to gather Dragon Balls, he was suddenly alerted by the group chat system in his mind, indicating the arrival of a new participant. Meanwhile, in a distant alternate world, a male and female were laboriously contributing to the construction of the novice village, quite literally laying bricks. After a day of hard work, they retreated to a tavern to enjoy a pint of beer, accompanied by some light snacks. With nowhere to go and unable to afford accommodation, the two took up residence in a stable. After a fulfilling day, they lay contentedly on the straw, which bore the scent of horse manure, and drifted into a pleasant slumber. Suddenly, the man named Kazuma jolted awake, gazing in horror at the blue-haired so-called goddess sleeping beside him, his hands clutching his face in shock. What am I doing? Am I not the hero destined to save this alternate world? Why am I here? Aqua, roused from her slumber, looked at Kazuma with disdain. What is going on? Are you perhaps developing feelings for me, the goddess, and scheming something under the cover of night? Kazuma, regarding this utterly useless goddess with scorn, spat on the ground, tch. As the goddess of wisdom and water, Aqua possessed an innate purifying aura capable of dispelling vile thoughts from individuals. In her presence, Kazuma found himself utterly unable to maintain his composure. This indeed is a rather sorrowful tale. Just as Aqua was on the verge of losing her temper, a notification chimed in her mind. The goddess of wisdom, with resolute determination, clicked agree without hesitation. Truly wise. Beware of scams. I have fallen victim to one, so everyone should exercise caution regarding those deceitful individuals attempting to sell game accounts. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, Broly joins the dimensional chat group. Be wary of scams. Currently being typed. Please hold for a moment. Once the content is updated, refresh the page to access the latest information. Chapter 38, Life Must Go On. The Goddess of Wisdom has joined the group chat. Little Group Leader, welcome newcomers. Share a photo to receive a red envelope. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, welcome newcomers. Share a photo to receive a red envelope. Master of Meatballs, welcome newcomers. Share a photo to receive a red envelope. Tatsumi, welcome newcomers. Share a photo to receive a red envelope. Emperor Engine, welcome newcomers. Share a photo to receive a red envelope. Once again, the familiar routine and welcoming manner ensued. This time, Broly refrained from generously offering gold bars. Previously, he had done so out of a lack of better gifts aboard the spaceship. In the town, he purchased some food items and sent them as a red envelope instead. Our dear goddess of wisdom, Aqua, thoughtfully stroked her chin, analyzing the situation. As a deity, she had guided countless heroes from the modern world to other realms and seemed to possess some understanding of contemporary matters. However, this group chat appeared abruptly in her mind, entirely disregarding her divine prowess, which indeed instilled a slight fear within her. At this moment, Aqua had completely forgotten that she had willingly clicked agree to join. Aqua, in a state of panic, shook Kazuma vigorously, exclaiming, Hey, Kazuma, it seems that something called a group chat has appeared in my mind, filled with many people. They sent a kind of red envelope for me to claim and are asking me to share a photo. Kazuma, resembling a noodle as he swayed back and forth, urged her to release him. The two conferred and decided to claim the red envelope and see what transpired. Kazuma tilted his head with a mischievous grin, saying, "Baka, if something truly happens, that would be splendid. I could finally be rid of this useless goddess." Naively, Aqua, taking Kazuma's words to heart, snapped a photo of him using the group chat system before claiming the red envelope and sent it to the group. Kazuma, sensing something amiss, hastily inquired, "Aqua, what are you doing?" Aqua, perhaps lacking in other areas, was exceptionally skilled at causing trouble for her teammates. "Baka, of course, I'm using your photo. Would I use mine? If this group is problematic and you send my picture, I would be doomed." Kazuma lunged at her in alarm. At that moment, a plethora of snacks and daily necessities cascaded down, astonishing not only Aqua, but also startling Kazuma. Instant noodles, ham sausages, sushi. It was utterly unbelievable. Aqua stood there in sheer amazement. Kazuma was likewise taken aback. The members of the group were equally flabbergasted. Group leader, why is the goddess of wisdom a man? Emperor Engine, I've only heard of cross-dressing gentlemen, but never of a male version. Broly, this photo can't belong to someone else, can it? Tatsumi, I think it does. The leftover chosen one. No way, this goddess of wisdom seems a bit dishonest. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Oh, so this photo isn't hers? How did you all know? Group leader, perhaps we should expel her. Being dishonest right upon entering the group could mean she's some sort of nefarious goddess. We wouldn't want her to stab us in the back during a mission. Broly, one meatball master, one Emperor Engine, one with 3 ham sausages stuffed in her mouth. Aqua clawed at the food, completely lacking the demeanor one would expect from a goddess. Ever since she arrived in this alternate realm, she had not savored a single decent meal, toiling daily in the novice village with nothing but hard labor. Kazuma was even more unfortunate. Had it not been for the treasure he chose to accompany him to this world, he might have already knocked on the door of the Demon King. As the two were embroiled in their food fight, Aqua noticed the group was about to expel her. Relishing her newfound treats, she hastily snapped a comical picture of herself ravenously eating and uploaded it. Her cheeks, stuffed with ham sausages, appeared quite adorable. Group leader, Broly, Emperor Engine, the leftover chosen one, goddess of wisdom, please don't. I am no malevolent deity. I am Aqua, the goddess of water and wisdom. Have you heard of me? Silence enveloped the group, with both those familiar with Aqua and those unfamiliar remaining quiet. Broly, meanwhile, had discovered another Dragon Ball in the lake, inexplicably chuckling to himself. His interest in the group was growing by the moment. To his surprise, even Susie had been drawn into the mix. As more tasks were completed, would they attract even more intriguing individuals? This thought filled him with anticipation. Su Xiaoyu was also aware of the illustrious goddess of wisdom. After all, if wisdom had a color, it would undoubtedly be blue. Although Aqua's intelligence often seemed absent, and her strength barely surpassed that of a large frog, she was undeniably a genuine goddess. Moreover, she possessed a resurrection spell and a series of formidable abilities to purify the undead, skills that even reached the level of divine magic. One could easily imagine that even Ain's old gown would be obliterated by her purification magic. Given Aqua's performance within the group, Su Xiaoyu felt that only she could pull off such antics. It was rather absurd that a being titled the Goddess of Wisdom would upload a male photograph. How should one even articulate such a situation? It simply felt a tad ludicrous. With the arrival of a new member, the group buzzed with excitement once more. Tasmi inquired, "Wisdom Goddess, are you truly a goddess?" Expressing his skepticism, the Wisdom Goddess replied, "Certainly. I am a deity revered by the Axis. The teachings of Axis proclaim that with dedication, anything is achievable. We are those who can accomplish great feats, and if we falter, it is not our fault. Any failures are to be blamed on the world, and when faced with adversity, one need only retreat. Retreating is not defeat, but a triumph. In moments of hesitation, any action taken will lead to regret. The chest of Eris is merely an illusion. Oh, confused one, please join me in following the goddess Aqua and embrace the teachings of the Axis." The Wisdom Goddess continued. "So what say you? Do you wish to join the Axis? I can whisk you away to an alternate realm for adventure, young one." Tasmi, after perusing the doctrine, felt a sense of unease regarding the cultish nature of this belief system, questioning, "Are you certain this is not a cult? It seems rather peculiar." The Wisdom Goddess retorted, "What? Are you doubting me? I am a goddess. How could I possibly deceive?" The adept in making dumplings interjected, Actually, I think this might be quite unhinged. Dear sister, are you sure you're not part of a cult?" The Wisdom Goddess asserted, I, Aqua, am the most upright, benevolent, and beautiful goddess who has never uttered a falsehood." In another realm, Broly, having closed the group chat system, clutched the sixth Dragon Ball as he ascended into the sky. Now only one Dragon Ball remained. As he soared above, three injured figures lay on the ground, surrounded by shattered armor remnants. One human, a dog, and a blue-skinned creature resembling a demon. These three were none other than the infamous Pilaf gang, who had also ventured to find the Dragon Balls. Upon witnessing Broly's acquisition of the other Dragon Balls, they harbored malicious intent, seeking to seize his Dragon Balls, only to be decisively overpowered. Fortunately, Broly, in good spirits that day, chose not to retaliate, or else he would have swiftly dispatched them with a ki blast. Pilaf, watching Broly's retreating silhouette, mustered the strength to raise his head and snarled, "That wretched fellow, I will make you pay. I had no intention of unleashing that great one, but you have forced my hand." One of Pilaf's subordinates, a ninja clad in a dog costume named Asu, trembled at his words and asked, "Are we truly going to seek out that great one?" Pilaf was resolute in his decision to release the formidable King Piccolo, who once dominated the world. Meanwhile, Broly finally arrived at the location of the last Dragon Ball. He flew over the ocean and discovered a small island amidst the waves. On the rocky shore, an elderly man clad in a turtle shell, wielding a cane, was performing exercises in the sunlight of dawn, accompanied by a large turtle. Without needing to look closely, Broly recognized this figure as Master Roshi. It was no surprise that the final Dragon Ball was in his possession. Broly first purchased a capsule containing various alluring swimsuit photo collections of beautiful women, some of which featured models devoid of swimwear. He also decided to bring along Master Roshi and the turtle for a massage. Ultimately, he successfully obtained the last Dragon Ball from him. With all 7 Dragon Balls gathered, Broly began to summon the Eternal Dragon. The sky, once clear and bright, was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. From the ominous clouds emerged a majestic green dragon of Eastern lore. The dragon addressed Broly, inquiring about his wish. Broly pondered seriously for a moment before articulating his desire. "I wish to master the magic and martial arts of the entire universe." Although he acknowledged that his current strength on Earth was formidable, rendering the pursuit of magic and martial arts seemingly unnecessary, he found himself devoid of any particular yearning. His quest for the Dragon Balls was perhaps more a matter of curiosity. Acquiring knowledge of the universe's martial arts and magic would indeed be a splendid enhancement. After all, certain spells, such as instant transmission and fusion, were exceptionally practical. Fusion, in particular, was akin to a divine technique. In the later stages, when Goku faced insurmountable foes, he would fuse with Vegeta, transforming into Gogeta or Vegeto, and his power would surge to an astonishing level. Broly entertained a bold notion. If he possessed this extraordinary ability, he could manipulate Dr. Gero through magic to cultivate a mindless clone using his own cells. Should the narrative take a drastic turn and introduce formidable characters typically encountered in the mid to later stages, merging with the clone would afford him a fighting chance. If all else failed, he could always escape using instant transmission. Furthermore, mastering Namekian magic would enable him to create Dragon Balls, potentially allowing for an infinite cycle of wishes. After a brief hesitation, the dragon responded, "I can only fulfill wishes within my capabilities. If you desire to master the magic and martial arts of the entire universe, that is beyond my power. However, if you wish to learn Earth's magic, I can grant that." Broly understood that the dragon could indeed only fulfill wishes within its capacity, and thus he inquired further, "Does this include the magic used by Namekians to create Dragon Balls?" The dragon replied, "That does not include such powers." Broly, contemplatively stroking his chin, mused, "It seems I must journey to Namek to seek those Dragon Balls. That dragon should be able to grant my wish." He also felt a twinge of disdain toward the Earth Dragon, sensing its slight inadequacy. The dragon appeared bewildered, as if it had been underestimated by a mere child. Sitting on the ground, Broly continued to reflect. If it pertains to Earth's martial arts, I could easily learn by observation. There would be no need to wish for that. As for magic, the early spells on Earth have considerable wind-up time, posing no threat to me. Learning them would serve little purpose. In his recollection, he was aware of only a few wielders of magic: the rabbit that could transform people into carrots, a pig that could shapeshift, and the blue cat that accompanied Yamcha. Behold the malevolent entity capable of extinguishing lives at a mere glance, a demon whose heart harbors wicked thoughts. At first glance, it appears that the magic of Earth is rather scarce, and the knowledge acquired seems of little utility. The Eternal Dragon, summoned by its master, appears to be in a quandary over what wish to grant. It gently scratches its chin with its claws and wipes its face. Pondering, "Have you not yet made up your mind? Shall I return?" Broly then rises and declares, "I desire to possess the largest commercial empire on Earth. meaning that all enterprises and capital on this planet shall belong to me. Is that agreeable? The eternal dragon nods in affirmation. It is indeed possible. I shall fulfill your wish. You are now the most formidable and wealthiest shareholder and ruler of the Capsule Corporation on Earth. You possess the equity of all film companies worldwide, standing as the paramount shareholder and authority. You hold the stakes in every gaming corporation globally, being the largest stakeholder and leader. You command the shares of all anime industry enterprises, again the foremost shareholder and ruler. The dragon continues to enumerate various sectors until it has exhausted its list, after which it transforms back into the 7 Dragon Balls. Just as these 7 orbs are about to disperse across the globe, Broly swiftly intercepts them, gathering them all into his possession. Thus, when the Dragon Balls regain their powers, he will not have to scour the world in search of them. The rationale behind his wish lies in the fact that the Dragon Balls currently lack the capacity to enhance his strength. They can only cater to his desires in other realms. Why not simply wish to become the richest individual in the world? Who can say if the dragon might whimsically conjure vast sums of wealth, along with bars of gold and silver? If such funds were to materialize without cause, it would undoubtedly lead to inflation as they flooded the market. Inflation would precipitate a rise in prices, thereby destabilizing the societal fabric of Earth. Broly aspires to a stable and prosperous society at his service, rather than governing a dilapidated and lifeless world. Should he choose to dominate the globe through sheer force, there would be no need to invoke the dragon's wish. His strength alone could rival that of old Piccolo. Yet such a world is not what he desires. Moreover, with the Dragon Balls now in his possession, he can summon them whenever he has made his decision, fulfilling his heart's wishes at his leisure. As Broly prepares to return and claim his commercial empire, a peculiar creature with antennae, wrinkled green skin, and an ominous demeanor materializes behind him. This being is none other than King Piccolo, rescued from a rice cooker by Pilaf. With a sinister grin and sharp fingers, King Piccolo hisses, "You have made a wish with the Dragon Balls. This means I must wait another year. Do you comprehend the consequences that may arise?" Broly, perceiving the ill intentions of the approaching group, grasped the petrified Dragon Ball and addressed old Piccolo with a terse remark. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I grant you 10 seconds to lay an egg." Old Piccolo, Pilaf, and Xiao Wu all shared a fleeting moment of contemplation. Following a recent deception, I found myself lost in thought and wandering alone. The emotional turmoil was so profound that tears would not even flow. Now that the event has transpired, there is naught I can do but seek to mitigate the repercussions of these issues and restore my life to its rightful course. I am beset by guilt and feel utterly foolish, unable to forgive myself, as if this incident has cast the most significant stain upon my existence. With a heavy heart, I resumed my updates, finding solace only in writing joyful narratives. Perhaps the goddess Aqua can offer some healing. I find myself hesitant to engage in gaming or similar activities, as shadows of doubt loom over me. Currently, my focus lies on studying, crafting novels, browsing short videos, and reading. I regret not having viewed more anti-fraud resources at the time. A particular case mirrored my own, revealing that fraudsters employ similar tactics. Had I explored these anti-fraud cases further, I might have avoided this predicament. Ultimately, my overconfidence led me astray. I believed myself too clever, often neglecting communication with my parents and friends, convinced that scammers could never ensnare me. In truth, I was a fool, isolating myself in my own little world, eschewing social interaction, and exhibiting immaturity at my age. I fell prey to the fear of loss that scammers exploit. Upon further examination of the country's anti-fraud measures, I discovered a system to trace bank accounts. I do not intend to promote this software, yet it possesses several commendable features, including classic fraud cases and the ability to check bank accounts in WeChat. I had previously downloaded it but uninstalled it out of concern for storage space. Now I regret that decision. But alas, it is too late. My current dilemma involves contacting the bank tomorrow to inquire about how to address the refusal of payment and the freezing of online transaction capabilities. Will this affect my credit rating? Furthermore, I am seeking ways to expunge any records of this incident to prevent repercussions on my political review. Ultimately, I must strive to earn money. If time permits in the future, I shall endeavor to update more frequently, promising that upon publication, should my work thrive, I will produce 10,000 words daily. In Chapter 40, Piccolo lays an egg. King Piccolo had never encountered such a despicable humiliation. He raised his finger, a red light glimmering at its tip, and a sinister smile graced his face. "You little rascal, you have successfully provoked my ire. Soon, you shall learn the meaning of regret." A beam of crimson light shot towards Broly's chest. Yet he effortlessly dispersed it with a raised hand to prevent his attire from being torn asunder. The ferocity of such an attack was woefully inadequate, barely sufficient to break one's own skin. Suddenly, Broly vanished from sight, and before King Piccolo could react, he found himself face to face with his adversary. A small hand pressed firmly against his entire visage, and, amidst Piccolo's horrified gaze, Broly forcefully drove his head into the earth, creating a massive crater in the ground. With a crooked smile, Broly remarked, "This won't do. Given the opportunity, you prove utterly ineffectual. Your time is up." No sooner had the words left his lips than Broly's foot pierced through Piccolo's chest. At that moment, King Piccolo finally comprehended Broly's earlier words about needing 10 seconds to lay an egg. In a flood of regret and hatred, he summoned the last remnants of his strength to expel his offspring, a round, white egg that rolled away into the distance. "Child, do not seek revenge for me. Live well," he implored. With those final words, the once mighty ruler of the world, King Piccolo, drew his curtain. No one could have anticipated that this former overlord would meet his end in such a manner, crushed beneath the foot of a child. Broly ascended into the sky, intercepting the egg, leaving no opportunity for escape. Were it not for the Dragon Balls, the old Piccolo might have uttered not a single word. He placed the newly birthed egg of Piccolo upon the ground, casting an intrigued glance at Pilaf and his companions. Witnessing the swift downfall of King Piccolo, the trio panicked and attempted to flee, only to be met with Broly's terrifying warning. "Are you certain you wish to run? Do you truly believe you can escape?" The three halted abruptly, colliding into one another, and then prostrating themselves at Broly's feet in unison, pleading, "Please forgive us. We acknowledge our mistakes." Broly's gaze swept over the trio, as if contemplating something profound. Being a child of the 90s who grew up with Dragon Ball, he harbored a certain fondness for many of its characters. Thus, he had initially refrained from executing these three, who, while having appeared as antagonists early on, later played minor roles that were not particularly irksome. The character might even become the object of Trunks' affection. However, the thought of allowing them to remain unaddressed was troubling, for he feared they might incessantly pester him, thus contradicting his principles. After a moment of reflection, Broly declared, "You have 20 seconds to present me with a reason that will spare your lives." Upon hearing this, the trio broke into a cold sweat, their minds racing to find a justification for their survival. Pilaf hastily exclaimed, "I can serve as your subordinate. I can assist you in finding the Dragon Balls or with any other tasks you require." Mai interjected, "I am skilled in piloting and repairing various mechs, and I can operate spaceships." Then, Shu added, "I possess ninjutsu." Broly perceived that the utility of these three individuals was indeed minimal. The 20 seconds afforded to them could hardly sway his resolve. Thus, he resolved to send them to meet the King of Hell. He had already granted them an opportunity, and their ineptitude was of no concern to him. With his palm radiating a blinding light, he prepared to vaporize the trio painlessly. Pilaf, sensing Broly's murderous intent, hastily uttered every word he could muster, evidently terrified. "Please don't kill me. I can assist you with anything, any menial or laborious task, and I want to even require a salary. You cannot possibly handle everything alone. Delegating certain tasks to us would yield better results than if you were to undertake them yourself. Please spare us." Upon hearing this, Broly considered the impending responsibility of managing the commercial empire, realizing that he indeed faced certain challenges and manpower issues that required resolution. It was impractical for him to handle every matter personally, which contradicted his inherent tendency to seek ease. Although Pilaf and his companions lacked strength, they held a degree of local influence on Earth. Assigning some tasks to them could prove more effective than if he were to do them himself. As Pilaf noticed the white light above him gradually dissipating, he understood that Broly had been persuaded by his words. Instantly adopting a sycophantic demeanor, the three comfortably ushered Broly onto their spaceship. While Broly was capable of flight, he wished to experience the sensation of traveling by ship. He stowed all his belongings in a capsule and followed the trio aboard as they set off toward their destination. Here, the dragon bestowed upon him a contract encompassing various corporate equity holdings on Earth, along with a string of bank account numbers. These equity companies would annually remit dividends to Broly through this bank account. Upon checking his account, Broly was astonished to discover a staggering sum of 10 trillion in funds. He withdrew a portion of this money to purchase a residence, and amidst the astonished gazes of those present, he retrieved a safe that was also within the account. Having successfully extracted this substantial sum, Broly marveled at the efficiency of the Union Bank in this Dragon Ball universe. In his previous life, regardless of the bank's neutrality or standing, he would have struggled to withdraw even a penny, as the bank staff would have diverted funds towards investment products, with such actions being deemed personal misconduct, unrelated to the institution itself. At this moment, Broly remained oblivious to the fact that this very Union Bank was under his ownership. Who would dare to meddle with the finances of their own master? Pilaf and his companions were equally astonished by their master's immense wealth, rendered speechless. Broly tossed the money-filled box to Pilaf, commanding, "You go and secure the finest house with this sum, and for heaven's sake, do not attempt any clever tricks or schemes. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not be lenient this time." Pilaf, having been thoroughly intimidated by Broly's formidable power, had long abandoned any ambitions of world domination and was solely focused on preserving his life. Thus, the mech began its quest to find a grand residence that would satisfy Broly. Accompanied by two individuals, Broly entered a hotel and retrieved all the equity contracts from the safe, presenting them to his companions. Please transcribe all our contact numbers, and you should be familiar with the titans of various industries. Highlight them accordingly. Xiao Wu and Guzi stood upright, promptly responding, "Understood." They then immersed themselves in the mountain of equity agreements. Chapter 41. Broly's plan and the Divine Hall. With nothing to occupy his time, Broly reclined on the sofa, gazing at a television reminiscent of the 1990s. Upon switching it on, he discovered it was either broadcasting the news or showing superhero animations suited for children. He incessantly flipped through the scant channels, only to find the content exceedingly dull, extinguishing his desire to continue watching. Broly realized that the scientific and social advancements in this world were alarmingly unbalanced. The scientific prowess of Earth in the Dragon Clan world utterly eclipsed that of his previous life's modern science. The mere existence of the supercapsule, capable of compressing objects, far surpassed the technological level of his former world. Not to mention, mechs and spaceships occasionally emerged in this realm. Yet, entertainment was remarkably scarce here, suggesting that science was not employed for the betterment of leisure. For instance, while this world possessed computers, they were colossal and cumbersome, akin to those from the World War II era, in stark contrast to the sleek, lightweight tablets and laptops of modern times. It wasn't that they lacked the capability to create contemporary devices. Rather, there was simply no desire to apply such technology for public enjoyment. Considering that Dr. Gero could design androids using these computers, one could only imagine their formidable power. Broly's current ambition was to harness science for the benefit of everyday life, developing various projects for his own amusement. Otherwise, despite his formidable strength, he would find himself bereft of joy in this new world. There were no sugary delights, no games, no novels, no anime, and no films. Aside from the allure of beautiful women, there seemed to be little else to bring him happiness. After shutting off the television, Broly instructed Guzi to venture out and procure some comics, magazines, and physical novels from this world. Heeding the command, Guzi set off with money in hand and soon returned, burdened with a sack full of magazines, comics, and novels. However, upon examination, Broly found the comics overly juvenile. They either depicted a righteous hero defeating a villain driven by ambition through the power of friendship and love, or featured trivial storylines akin to those of Makamaka. They lacked substance. As for the magazines, many showcased glamorous photographs of women, which piqued his interest to a slight degree. In this world, there exists a multitude of talking animals alongside humans, coexisting harmoniously. Additionally, there are merfolk, half-beasts, and half-demons among other fantastical beings. However, for those of the furry variety, he harbors little interest, finding them somewhat visually jarring. His gaze is predominantly drawn to humans, merfolk, and half-beasts, particularly the alluring beast-eared maidens, whose fluffy tails and petite ears, combined with their captivating figures, leave one utterly entranced. After perusing a magazine, Broly resumed his reading of novels, though few captured his attention. Typically, he would flip through a few pages before discarding them aside. Eventually, in a moment of desperation, he retrieved them once more to pass the time. Simultaneously, he engaged in dual focuses on his training, striving to harness more energy within his body. As evening approached, Xiao Wu and Dogzi uncovered over 1,000 contracts spanning various industries, all spearheaded by prominent figures. Pilaf finally located a spacious estate, featuring a garden, pasture, swimming pool, garage, and an impressively large villa. Upon arriving at the estate, Broly nodded in approval. While it fell short of his envisioned palace, it sufficed. In the following days, he meticulously documented his aspirations and plans for the future within the estate. Broly aimed to transform the Dragon Ball world into a dreamlike realm akin to that of his previous life, making substantial adjustments across various sectors, including the welfare of its inhabitants. Such endeavors required his personal dedication, as the three companions proved unhelpful. Thus, he instructed them to upgrade their armor and recruit a few servants. A grand estate necessitated assistance in managing daily life. By the time Broly completed his comprehensive plans, an entire day and night had elapsed. He felt no fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated. Subsequently, he summoned Pilaf and the others, entrusting them with the execution of his plans, offering rewards for success and inevitable consequences for failure. The trio, cowed by Broly's imposing presence, dared not breathe a word. He set off with King Piccolo's egg and numerous capsules filled with various supplies, preparing to venture to the sacred temple in search of the Kai. Along the way, he intended to raid Korin Tower, for the Senzu beans were indeed a valuable treasure, and the super divine water's efficacy remained uncertain. However, adhering to the philosophy of better to err on the side of caution, he resolved to proceed. With a swift motion, Broly soared into the sky, leaving Pilaf and his companions in a daze, clutching the thick stack of plans he had entrusted to them. Pilaf, stunned by the magnitude of Broly's vision, found himself at a loss for words. Should his plans come to fruition, the entirety of Earth would revolve around him, with resources, materials, and science dedicated solely to his service. This would epitomize true dominion over the world, maximizing its benefits for his reign. This sudden realization instilled within Pilaf a resolute determination to follow in Broly's footsteps, even if he could not dominate the world. Serving as his foremost subordinate would yield unimaginable benefits. If he were to be a lackey, he vowed to be the most loyal of them all. Pilaf silently cemented this resolve in his heart. Meanwhile, Broly was unconcerned with such matters as he arrived at Korin Tower. The cat sage was sipping tea when, out of the blue, a dark-haired boy appeared before him. From this child's presence emanated an extraordinarily potent force, one capable of obliterating the entire world. The cat sage forced himself to remain calm, placing his tea back on the table, and in a humble tone, asked, "Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Broly directly expressed his intent. "I seek some Senzu beans and the ultra-divine water." The cat sage replied, "I sense a tremendous power within you. You truly do not require the ultra-divine water. However, if you insist, I can provide it. It wouldn't happen to be the version tainted with your nasal secretions, would it? That would certainly vex me." Broly recalled the absurdity of what this being had given to Tao Bai and quipped lightly. He released a minuscule fraction of his energy, which manifested as a fiery aura enveloping him. This surge of energy pushed the cat sage back several steps, gripping his wooden staff to shield himself. He narrowly avoided being thrust out of Korin Tower. Realizing that this seemingly unassuming child harbored such formidable power, exceeding his expectations, the cat sage, having lived for centuries, understood the wisdom of not underestimating his adversaries. Thus, he presented a bag of Senzu beans to Broly and led him to a water tank, stating, "The ultra-divine water resides within this tank. Please help yourself." Broly responded affirmatively and leaped into the tank, entering a frigid, snow-laden realm. Chapter 42. So, you are called Beerus. Upon arriving in this icy world, Broly soared toward a specific destination. Despite the biting cold, it failed to penetrate his energy shield, offering only a hint of chill. He continued his flight, swiftly reaching the terminus of the snowy expanse. At that moment, two unexpected figures emerged from the frost, a middle-aged man in a black suit carrying a briefcase, and a homemaker in a pink sweater with an apron tied around her waist, both waving at him. These two were none other than Broly's parents from his past life. However, upon seeing them, Broly felt no joy. Their faces radiated happiness as they approached him. Broly lowered his gaze, hearing once more the heart-wrenching pleas that echoed in his ears. His figures seemed to overlap with a shadow from his memories. "Mom, Dad, where are you? Why have you abandoned me? I long for you." In the darkness, a small figure wept ceaselessly. Before him lay the remnants of his past. As the distance between his parents expanded, they ventured further apart in divergent directions. Their figures grew increasingly indistinct, gradually fading from his sight. Both had found new companions and children, reconstructing a blissful family. Yet, Broly's being was slowly consumed by darkness, as if his existence were a mere illusion. The anguish within him was palpable, a torment that manifested as a sharp pain in his chest. It was a piercing agony, stabbing, slicing, cutting. The rhythmic thumping of his heart echoed violently, as if a fragile soul were being relentlessly pounded by a relentless drum. Amidst this cacophony, Broly clutched his hair with both hands, his entire being surging with energy, unleashing a full-power aura for the first time, akin to a wounded beast emitting a pained roar. In this state, his terrifying combat prowess soared exponentially. 100, 000, 300, 000, 500, 000, 1, 000. His once ebony pupils transformed into golden orbs. Initiating his first transformation phase, In this golden-eyed state, his power escalated tenfold, reaching an astonishing combat strength of 1,000,000. The ferocious energy radiating from his body tore through the earth, crafting razor-sharp blades of wind that ravaged this icy realm. Even the ephemeral images of Broly's parents from his past were obliterated by the overwhelming aura he exuded. Suspended in midair, Broly raised one arm. A sphere of green energy coalescing in his palm, potent enough to annihilate worlds. This green energy orb swelled relentlessly, growing larger by the moment. Meanwhile, the deity governing this frozen world trembled in fear, too terrified to show himself. Having already resigned to accompany this world to its demise and report to the king of hell, he recognized his folly in summoning such a formidable entity. As the god of this realm, he wielded a substance known as super divine water, capable of unlocking the full potential of living beings, albeit at the cost of irreversible damage to those who consumed it. Bored from prolonged isolation in this lifeless icy expanse, he devised a game to pass the time. Each individual entering this world would encounter the most significant person from their life, and only by defeating that person could they earn the right to obtain the super divine water. Inwardly cursing the mischievous cat, he lamented, "Damn that cat. How could it send such a terrifying being my way? And what is this? With such overwhelming power, seeking super divine water here is nothing short of a cruel jest." Meanwhile, the cat sage, observing the unfolding events from the Tower of Corinne through a crystal jar, wiped the sweat from his brow. This little one possesses such formidable strength. If that energy were unleashed, even the earth would likely perish, he thought, shaking his head decisively. He sealed the jar, severing the connection to the icy world, ensuring that the consequences would not extend to the realm of earth. This matter bears no relation to me whatsoever. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Within my heart, I silently beseech the deity of the icy realm, hoping he can endure the tempest. The deity of the icy realm. Broly unleashed the energy sphere he had been concentrating, causing the entire world to crumble incessantly. The deity, concealed thousands of meters underground and composed entirely of ice, was obliterated by Broly in a state of unconsciousness. By the time he regained his senses, a halo had appeared above him, presenting him before Lord Yanluo. Lord Yanluo was acquainted with this icy deity, having once been classmates. Now, the two deities exchanged glances, bewildered. Meanwhile, in a distant palace within the realm of destruction, a hairless purple-skinned cat, adorned with a nightcap, lay comfortably in bed, snoring contentedly. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, as if haunted by a nightmarish vision, causing the bubble of snoring to burst. The god of destruction, Beerus, finally awoke. Inside the palace of the destruction realm, the angel Whis was stealthily indulging in delicacies from a certain planet, unbeknownst to Beerus. Suddenly, sensing Beerus' awakening, he waved his staff, causing the food before him to vanish instantly. After erasing the evidence, Whis appeared at Beerus' bedside and inquired, "Lord Beerus, what has caused your sudden awakening?" Beerus frowned, visibly displeased, and replied, "I just experienced a most peculiar dream. Initially, I found myself in a battle with a red-haired Super Saiyan. Abruptly, a person with long green hair struck me with a punch that sent me flying, while grasping my clothing and menacingly demanding, 'So, you are called Beerus?'" Whis tilted his head, displaying a puzzled expression. "Huh." Beerus' gaze swept across Whis' face, noticing remnants of food lingering at the corners of his mouth. He extended his claw, pointing at Whis' face. "Wait a moment. Whis, have you been enjoying delicacies while I slumbered?" Whis hastily wiped the remnants from his mouth, revealing an innocent smile. "How could that be, Lord Beerus? You must trust me." Beerus sighed. "Very well, I shall address this matter later. Prophetic fish, are you present?" No sooner had Beerus spoken than a small bouncing sphere fell from above him. It struck the ground, revealing a blue fish floating in a wine glass, leisurely approaching Beerus. With a teasing tone, it asked, "What is it that you seek from me?" Chapter 43. Beerus arrives. Beerus squinted at the prophetic fish, exhaling a sigh from his nostrils as he posed his inquiry. "I just dreamed of a vision, foreseeing the emergence of a formidable rival in the future. No, it should be two, to be precise. Do you have any insight on this matter?" The prophetic fish spread its arms, as if luxuriating in a hot spring, and replied, "Indeed, Lord Beerus, in the future, you will encounter two formidable rivals. One is the Super Saiyan god, and the other is the legendary Super Saiyan." Beerus sat on his bed, stroking his chin with his claw. The name Super Saiyan god implies a divine being, does it not? So what is the nature of this legendary Super Saiyan? Oh dear, how troublesome. Whis closed one eye, gazing at the orb atop his staff, and remarked, "However, Lord Beerus, The figure of the Super Saiyan God does not exist. As the name suggests, the legendary Super Saiyan ought to exist solely within the lore of the Saiyans. Beerus floated up from his bed, dressed himself, and seated himself on a chair. Perhaps the Saiyans know something. Whis continued. The planet inhabited by the Saiyans was recently destroyed by Frieza. Who gave him the audacity? Beerus retorted. Was it not your command that led to the destruction of that planet? You are the one who bestowed upon him such boldness. Oh, I recall now. It was simply due to my disdain for them, particularly that fellow, King Vegeta. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. That Saiyan prince is still alive, currently working under Frieza? Perhaps he knows something. What a fortunate fellow, he remarked nonchalantly. Shall we seek him out now? Whis inquired. What a bother. Beerus let out a long yawn. Then stood up. Let us pay him a visit. Whis, through his staff, located Vegeta's current whereabouts, and with a gentle wave of his staff, they instantaneously traversed space to where Vegeta and his companions were conquering a planet. At that moment, Vegeta led several other Saiyans as they joined Frieza's real estate army, excelling as a formidable fighter while invading a planet of lesser civilization. Although he was only 6 years old, akin to Broly, as the Saiyan Prince, he had an initial battle power of 1,000 at birth, and through the learning and development of the Saiyan system, he had completely mastered this power. Yet even so, they encountered resistance during their invasion of the planet, forcing Vegeta to transform into a great ape to augment his strength. However, unlike the lower-class warriors, Vegeta, possessing the royal Saiyan blood, did not lose his consciousness upon transforming. Just as he had fully conquered the planet and was pounding his chest towards the sky, he suddenly spotted two figures floating in the air, causing his pupils to constrict in an instant. The terror from his memories compelled him to revert from his great ape form back to his human state. Beerus and Whis approached Vegeta directly, asking straightforwardly, Hey kid, do you know what the situation is with the Saiyan God? And what about that legendary Saiyan? Vegeta's legs trembled incessantly as he nervously replied, Lord Beerus, I do not know what the Saiyan God is. Let me ask my comrades. He turned to Nappa and Raditz, shouting in a tone filled with fear, Hey, do you know what the situation is with the Saiyan God? Both Nappa and Raditz wore expressions of bewilderment, as it was their first encounter with the name of the legendary Saiyan God. With narrowed eyes, Beerus inquired, What piques my interest more is that green-haired Saiyan from the legends. Surely, you are not unaware of him. Vegeta, ever the knowledgeable one, promptly replied, I am familiar with this tale. Among our Saiyan race, it is said that every 1,000 years, the strongest warrior in the universe is born. His nature is bloodthirsty, ferocious, and combative, possessing formidable and terrifying combat prowess. Before our planet met its demise, there was a legendary Saiyan born named Broly, who was subsequently exiled to the far reaches of the universe, to planet Vampa. Vegeta, a man of immense pride, had been haunted ever since he learned of a child whose battle power surpassed his own. He had committed the name Broly to memory. At times, he pondered whether he should seek out this Broly. However, his pride as a Saiyan prince held him back, for he believed he could surely surpass Broly. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyan lineage. Moreover, he yearned to personally vanquish Frieza using his own strength. Yet, Vegeta was uncertain if Broly harbored any resentment towards the Saiyans, considering it was his own father and the entire Saiyan race that had cast him away. The thought of approaching him was a source of great embarrassment. An even more pressing concern loomed in his mind, the fear of being subject to Broly's wrath, potentially resulting in a humiliating defeat. After all, this formidable being was born with a battle power of 10,000. Who could withstand that? Weighing these factors, Vegeta ultimately relinquished the notion of seeking Broly, opting instead to diligently train, elevate his strength, and endure the burden of humiliation. Whis, through the staff in his hand, remarked, He is no longer on planet Vampa. He is currently in the Eastern Universe, specifically on Earth. Very well, let us proceed. I wish to see the condition of this legendary Saiyan, Beerus declared. In an instant, the two vanished from Vegeta and his companion's sight, embarking towards Earth. Meanwhile, 3 hours prior, Broly, awakening from a suffocating slumber in a snowy world, found himself in a void of space, utterly bewildered. What has transpired? Was I not just in a snowy realm? How did I suddenly arrive here? Broly, holding his breath, activated his energy barrier and began to navigate through the cosmos. Although Saiyans cannot endure long in space, they can survive for a limited duration. After flying for half an hour, Broly smacked his forehead and immediately accessed the group chat system to purchase a spacecraft. He then boarded the vessel, setting the destination to Earth. Fortunately, the distance was not great. It would take merely an hour to reach Earth, which alleviated his concerns. Upon arriving on Earth, he returned to Kirin Tower, startling the cat deity. Broly glared at the feline and inquired with a tone laced with irritation, "Corinne, what is the meaning of this? Was I not supposed to be searching for the ultra-divine water? How could I suddenly be exiled to the cosmos?" At this moment, the cat sage found himself at a loss for words. After careful consideration, he ventured, "Do you think it plausible that you inadvertently exiled yourself to the universe?" Broly, Chapter 44, An Encounter with the God of Heaven. Broly gazed at the feline for a considerable time, sensing that he was not being deceitful. Could it truly be that he had inadvertently obliterated that icy realm? If that were the case, he must have lost consciousness at that moment. In a state of unconsciousness, he had unwittingly destroyed that world, including the super divine water. Alas, Broly did not lament the absence of the super divine water. Rather, he was horrified by the realization that he had once again succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. Such a predicament was profoundly terrifying for him. Considering that if a person lacks autonomous awareness, can they still be considered themselves? Broly desperately attempted to recollect what had transpired in the icy world. Yet his mind drew a blank. All he knew was that when he regained consciousness, he was already amidst the cosmos. Cat Sage, do you have any insight into what transpired? Broly earnestly hoped that this ancient feline might possess knowledge of the events that had unfolded. Though the cat sage was aware of what had occurred, he was apprehensive that revealing the truth might cause Broly to go into a rage, unleashing a ki blast that could obliterate the earth. With this concern weighing heavily on his mind, the cat sage resolutely declared, "How could I possibly know what happened? When I came to my senses, you had already appeared behind me." After pondering for a moment, Broly decided it would be prudent to ask Su Xiaoyu to investigate the Saiyans, as well as the legendary Super Saiyan and his own origins. He needed to uncover the reasons behind his current predicament. As dwelling on it yielded no answers, he resolved to seek out the God of Heaven at the Heavenly Temple. "Very well, Cat Sage, I shall not take your magic beans without offering something in return. This capsule contains 1,000 cans of fish. Please help yourself. In the future, I shall exchange fish cans for your magic beans. Should you desire anything else, feel free to ask, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request." Broly retrieved a small box containing capsules from his person and tossed one to the cat sage. After completing these arrangements, Broly set off toward the heavenly temple in search of the god. Left in a state of bewilderment, the cat sage thought to himself, "Though I am indeed a cat, I am still a sage. How could I be so easily tempted by mere cans of fish?" Yet, as he opened the capsule to reveal an array of fish cans, his mouth watered. Especially when he spotted a can of tuna, he was utterly astounded. It contained an entire tuna fish. There is not a cat alive that does not adore fish, much like there is not a seasoned driver who would refuse to take the wheel. Broly arrived at the temple of the Supreme Being. Upon landing, he beheld a stout, dark-skinned individual adorned with a headscarf, who appeared to have been anticipating his arrival. The man spoke without surprise, addressing Broly. "You must be the child who vanquished the demon King Piccolo. Please wait a moment. I shall summon the Supreme Being." Broly quickly recognized this man as Bubbles, the servant of the Supreme Being. It was evident that Bubbles was informed of Broly's triumph over the Demon King by the Supreme Being himself. As for how the Supreme Being was aware of such matters, it was clear that as a Namekian, he possessed various magical abilities and had a connection to the Demon King, understanding that if one faced peril, so too would the other. Broly had come seeking assistance and responded politely, "I apologize for the intrusion." Shortly thereafter, a peculiar being emerged from within the temple. Characterized by wrinkled green skin and 2 antennae sprouting from his head, leaning on a cane. This creature was the Supreme Being himself. Upon gazing at Broly, the Supreme Being appeared slightly perturbed and inquired, "What brings you to my abode?" Broly retrieved the egg of the Demon King Piccolo from his capsule and presented it to the Supreme Being, stating, "This is the offspring of the Demon King Piccolo. I sense it holds great significance for you, which is why I have brought it. I would also like to request permission to train here." The Supreme Being accepted the egg and, sensing the faint life force emanating from within, let out a resigned sigh. He had once been one with the Demon King, who was the dark side that had separated from him. To his surprise, this dark legacy had returned to him once more. The Supreme Being, with a firm grip, contemplated shattering the egg to sever all ties to the Demon King. Noticing the Supreme Being's intention, Broly furrowed his brow. If the egg were to be destroyed, his own life would be forfeit, rendering the Dragon Balls in his possession utterly useless. He quickly interjected, "Supreme Being, please hold on. The being within the egg is a new Piccolo. With your guidance, he need not become the next Demon King." Upon hearing Broly's words, the Supreme Being sighed deeply, refraining from crushing the egg, and instead regarded Broly with a penetrating gaze. "Why do I feel as though you possess knowledge beyond comprehension? May I inquire who you truly are?" Broly pondered for a moment before replying. I am uncertain how to explain. Would you believe me if I said I had read about this in a comic book? He then nonchalantly handed the Supreme Being a volume of Dragon Ball, a gift from Su Xiaoyu. As the Supreme Being perused the comic, his astonishment grew, for the descriptions of himself contained within were strikingly accurate. However, there were discrepancies. Notably that it was not the child named Son Goku who defeated the Demon King, but rather the individual standing before him, Broly. The Supreme Being returned the comic to Broly, asking, "Where did you acquire this comic?" Broly replied candidly, "I found it." He could only express it this way. Should he claim that a girl named Su Xiaoyu from another world gifted him the comic book? Such an assertion would be even more absurd, and the Supreme Deity would undoubtedly dismiss it as nonsense. From Broly's demeanor, the Supreme Deity realized that even if he pressed further, he would not divulge the origins of the comic book. Thus, he remarked, "I am grateful to you for handing me the egg of the Demon King Piccolo. In exchange, should you wish to train in this place, it is certainly permissible. However, I hope you will wield your power judiciously. I sense an immensely potent force within you. Without proper application and control, possessing such power could easily lead to the destruction of this world." Broly nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Chapter 45. Reminiscing joyful moments upon finishing his words, the Supreme Deity took the egg of the Demon King Piccolo and entered the temple, entrusting Broly to Bobo, granting him access to any training facilities within the Divine Temple. Broly had achieved his objective. He had come to the Divine Temple to utilize its hyperbolic time chamber for his training. The hyperbolic time chamber is an extraordinarily unique space situated above the temple. This room has significantly enhanced the strength of many Dragon Ball warriors. It is fully equipped with food, water, and all necessary amenities. While the air is thin and oppressively hot, with temperatures fluctuating between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius, and gravity is 4 times that of normal. It boasts an expanse comparable to that of Earth. Remarkably, 1 year spent inside equates to merely 1 day outside, making it a veritable sanctuary for training. Goku himself had once entered for a month and found it unbearable. In earlier narratives, an individual could only access it for 2 days in their lifetime. Otherwise, the entrance would vanish, rendering one unable to exit. However, by the time of Dragon Ball Super, Goku and Vegeta had transcended this limitation, freely entering and exiting the time chamber. As Broly made his way to the hyperbolic time chamber, above them, the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis were engaged in conversation. Given their immense strength, if they wished to remain undetected, it would be nearly impossible for even a Supreme Kai to perceive them, let alone Broly. Whis placed his hand on his forehead and leaned slightly forward, observing Broly within the Divine Temple, and said to Beerus, "Lord Beerus, it appears we have found the legendary Super Saiyan. However, judging by the current circumstances, his power seems quite feeble, greatly differing from the legendary Super Saiyan with green hair you envisioned in your dreams. Nevertheless, the prophecy fish has dubbed him your formidable rival. In the future, he will undoubtedly possess the strength to challenge you, Lord Beerus. What are your thoughts on this child?" Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Whis and yawned. "Since he is weak, let us wait until he possesses the strength to challenge me." For Beerus, the current situation felt akin to dousing him with a bucket of cold water, leaving him uninspired. Originally, he had believed he would encounter a formidable opponent with whom he could engage in a contest of strength. Little did he anticipate the situation would unfold in such a manner. The angel Whis, peering through the orb atop his staff, seemed to discern something about Broly's physique and, quite unusually, suggested to Beerus, "Lord Beerus, since you are already here, would you like to descend?" The god of destruction, Beerus, regarded Whis with mild astonishment. In his recollection, Whis had rarely, if ever, proposed such a notion over the millennia. He then turned his gaze toward Broly, a smile gracing his features. "Let us descend." Then, the two vanished from the heavens, reappearing directly before Broly. At that moment, Broly was immersed in thoughts of training in the room of spirit and time for 7 days, convinced that by the time he emerged, even the likes of Beerus would be of no concern. If he could successfully transform into a Super Saiyan, he could perhaps engage Beerus in battle. Gripping his own attire, he menacingly inquired, "So you are the god of destruction?" This fantasy mirrored the dreams of the god of destruction himself, leaving one to wonder if it was mere coincidence. Just as he was about to enter the room of spirit and time with a smile, that smile vanished swiftly. The memory of Beerus had appeared before him. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Broly soon realized it was no illusion, and his demeanor shattered instantly. The god of destruction, Beerus, bore a sardonic smile and remarked, "Kid, what were you just thinking? You seemed quite merry. Care to share so I can join in your joy?" At that moment, Broly's mind raced with chaos. akin to countless wild steeds galloping through his thoughts. Why was Beerus present here? It was utterly absurd, akin to being ambushed at the village's entrance. What should he do? He desperately sought a strategy. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His memories from a previous life reminded him of the absurdity of Beerus's power. Even Goku, in his Super Saiyan 3 form, found himself effortlessly subdued. Only by transforming into a Super Saiyan god with red hair could one hope to exchange blows with him. Moreover, based on his portrayal in the films, Beerus had not even unleashed his full might. At the very least, he had not utilized his divine abilities. To make matters worse, his arrogant and capricious nature, coupled with a destructive force that was beyond imagination, meant he could obliterate planets at the slightest whim. Every few years or decades, he would awaken, heralding doom for numerous worlds. Broly found himself at a loss for words, unable to admit that he had just fantasized about mercilessly thrashing the god of destruction. Instead, he forced an awkward chuckle and replied, "Ah, I was just thinking of something joyous." Meanwhile, the old Supreme Kai, who had been idly resting in the Kai realm, suddenly received word from the North Kaishin. Realizing with alarm that the legendary god of destruction, Beerus, had arrived on Earth and was currently outside. This revelation sent him into a frenzy as he rushed out to greet the deity. Beerus, however, paid him no heed, keeping his focus fixed on Broly. This left Broly with goosebumps all over his body, fearing that if this individual found him displeasing, a mere sneeze could obliterate both him and the Earth. The god of destruction, Beerus, cast his gaze towards the angel Whis. Whis, unfazed by Beerus's scrutiny, innocently inquired, "Lord Beerus, why do you gaze upon me?" Internally, Beerus was at a loss for words, thinking, "I assent at you who wish to descend?" The old Kai hurriedly offered a warm invitation, suggesting, "Since you have traveled such a distance, would you care for a meal?" At the mention of food, Beerus's interest piqued, redirecting his attention to the old Kai. Throughout his extensive existence, only destruction, exquisite cuisine, and formidable adversaries could truly captivate him. "I demand the most delectable dish this planet has to offer. Should I be dissatisfied, I may just annihilate your world," Beerus stated nonchalantly. This statement sent the old Kai into a panic, prompting him to call for boba. And the two hurried into the kitchen to prepare the meal. Now, only Broly and Beerus remained, exchanging silent glances. Broly suddenly recalled that Beerus had a penchant for gourmet food and had once been swayed by Vegeta with a packet of instant noodles. At that moment, he remembered that he possessed a pack of white elephant instant noodles gifted by Su Xiaoyu in his capsule. Perhaps Chapter 46, Whis' Guidance. Minutes later, Beerus's expression had grown decidedly impatient, his small claw incessantly tapping against his arm, as if signaling the onset of something significant. Broly recognized that it was his moment to shine and stepped forward, proposing, "Lord Beerus, Lord Whis, the Supreme Kai requires a bit more time. I happen to have some delicacies that you might enjoy before the meal. Would you be interested?" Upon hearing Broly's words, Beerus turned his gaze towards him and slowly responded, "Listen, if the food you present does not meet my standards, the consequences will be dire." Broly understood that Beerus was not jesting. Failing to impress him would be interpreted as mockery. "No problem," Broly replied confidently. He then rushed into the kitchen, positioning himself beside the busy Supreme Kai and Boba, where he promptly boiled a large pot of water. He opened a capsule, retrieving various flavors of instant noodles, including not only the white elephant, but also several of the finest varieties from this world. Broly was uncertain which flavor Vegeta had prepared for Beerus at that time. He then reached out in the group chat, tagging Su Xiaoyu, hoping she might assist him. "Broly, little group leader, could you help me find out which flavor of instant noodles Vegeta served to Beerus?" "Little group leader, have you encountered some trouble? Why the sudden request?" "Broly, it's quite serious. The one known as Beerus is currently blocking the entrance." At this moment, Su Xiaoyu donned a pink training outfit, diligently striking the sandbag before her in the martial arts dojo. Her petite fists possessed remarkable penetration and force, each punch causing the entire sandbag to indent and sway. Had it not been crafted from black fire cowhide, it might have been pierced through entirely by her strikes. Having fully converted her points from the goblin world into formidable strength, she had ascended to the level of a high-ranking warrior, distinguishing herself as a paragon among the youth. Within the confines of this dojo, none could rival her prowess. However, there was one individual whose relentless effort earned her deep admiration. This young man, named Luo Feng, was said to be a student from the neighboring school. Unlike others who relied on resources to bolster their skills, his strength was a testament to his own rigorous training. Furthermore, he possessed unique insights into martial arts. She resolved to make his acquaintance when time permitted. Ceasing her workout, Su Xiaoyu picked up her phone to search for the name of the instant noodles, But to her dismay, she found no trace of it. Nobody seemed to know. She resorted to searching for original footage, capturing every frame of Beerus consuming the noodles and sending them to Broly. Upon viewing the images, Broly promptly rummaged through his own instant noodles, discovering 15 varieties that resembled those in the pictures. He decided to prioritize seafood flavors, placing them at the forefront. For after all, cats were known to favor fish. Simultaneously, he dared not prepare just one of each flavor, mindful of the angel Whis. Though Whis appeared to be Beerus' attendant, he was, in truth, his mentor, possibly even surpassing Beerus in strength. Broly carefully arranged the 30 portions of noodles on a large wooden board and stepped out, the aroma wafting through the air even before his arrival, instantly piquing Beerus' interest. It was the first time he had encountered such a delightful scent, igniting a sense of anticipation within him. Broly emerged, balancing the wooden board laden with 30 portions of noodles, his appearance both comical and amusing. Yet, Beerus' gaze was entirely captivated by the noodles above. Clearly, he was encountering such a novel delight for the first time, prompting him to inquire, "What is this?" Placing the board on the table, Broly replied, "This dish is called instant noodles, available in numerous flavors. Here we have 30 portions, representing 15 types. Lord Beerus, please take a look and see which suits your palate." Feigning indifference, Beerus lifted the bowl of noodles closest to him. In truth, he longed to sample all 15 varieties. For reasons unknown, the aroma exerted a profound allure over him, as if he were destined to savor this food. Upon taking a bite of the exceptionally springy noodles, enhanced by a burst of seafood flavor, he felt as though he were floating among the clouds, a blissful smile gracing his features. Whis also took a bowl of noodles, savoring a bite that sent his soul soaring, declaring it an explosion of flavor. Before long, the two of them had consumed all the instant noodles before them, their faces reflecting sheer delight. It seemed that the crisis facing Earth had been averted, thus escaping the devastating fate at the hands of the god of destruction, Beerus. Observing the elevated spirits of his companion, Broly promptly approached Beerus for guidance. "Lord Beerus, I have a small inquiry, and I wonder if you could assist me in resolving it." Beerus replied nonchalantly, "Considering the delicious meal you have offered, feel free to ask your question." Broly was taken aback by Beerus' willingness to address his concern, and he articulated his perplexity. "There are times when I suddenly lose consciousness and am unaware of what transpires. Furthermore, my body seems to experience an uncontrollable surge in energy. I am uncertain if there exists a remedy for my predicament." Whis, standing behind Beerus, interjected in place of his master. "Allow me to respond to your inquiry. The reason for your loss of consciousness lies in the rapid amplification of your power, or rather the swift escalation of energy within you, which is susceptible to emotional influences. Under extreme emotional duress, you may suddenly lose your rationality and consciousness. Moreover, your body is peculiar. The energy continues to increase relentlessly, even beyond the limits of what your body can contain. If this persists, any slight emotional disturbance could lead you to a frenzied state, where you remain trapped in extreme emotions." Upon hearing this, Broly's expression shifted dramatically, and he inquired, "Is it possible for me to use the Dragon Balls to wish away this negative condition?" "Dragon Balls? Are you referring to those of the Namekians?" "Yes, precisely." Broly promptly produced the petrified Dragon Ball he possessed. After a brief glance, Whis concluded, "That cannot be done. The Dragon Ball you hold originates from Earth, crafted by a Namekian with limited capabilities. If you were to make such a wish, there would be two possible outcomes. One, it would outright deny your request. The other, it would merely suppress the increase in your energy. While it may seem to alleviate the issue, it is merely a temporary fix. The energy within you will continue to accumulate, and eventually, under extreme emotional influence, you will completely lose your rationality, leading to a catastrophic eruption of power until you are utterly exhausted. In simpler terms, the latent power within you is formidable, regardless of your future training. This energy will perpetually grow. This leads to your inability to harness this power fully while in a conscious state. In the future, you will be compelled to use your strength to contain your own power in order to maintain rationality." Broly, upon hearing this, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, his initial wish was not to eliminate the negative state of his body. Otherwise, the Eternal Dragon might have inadvertently compounded all his issues for the future. In a moment of intense provocation, one could be driven to madness, utterly exhausted. Who could possibly push oneself to such limits? It seems that only the Omni King would have the capability to do so. The god of destruction and the angels might struggle to regain their composure in such a scenario. In their eyes, one might merely be perceived as a chaotic entity bent on disrupting the cosmic order, potentially facing erasure by the Omni King himself. In such dire circumstances, there would scarcely be a place left to shed tears. Broly cautiously inquired, "What should I do?" After a moment's contemplation, Whis replied, "Aside from the Super Dragon Balls, there are no other viable options. However, you could endeavor to train your body to enhance its capacity for energy. Additionally, it would be beneficial to improve your mastery over power and energy." Upon hearing this, Broly recalled that he had never specifically trained his physique. His strength had merely developed under the influence of energy. The relationship between body and energy is inherently reciprocal. The greater the physical strength, the more energy one can contain. Conversely, the more formidable the energy, the stronger the body becomes. Broly's current dilemma lay in the mismatch between his physical strength and his energy's potency. As he contemplated how to train his body further, the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis prepared to depart. Broly, sensing the moment, refrained from pressing further. The fact that they had shared so much with him, given their status and strength, was already a rarity. To be overly greedy might only invoke their disdain. Thus, Broly presented the 2 capsules in his possession to Beerus and Whis, containing an assortment of instant noodles from Earth, expressing his gratitude for their guidance. Once they had left, the Supreme Kai and Bubbles prepared food, only to find Broly alone outside. The Supreme Kai, feeling apprehensive, asked, "Where did Lord Beerus go?" "They've left. Earth is safe now. So do not worry," Broly replied with a sigh of resignation, gazing up at the sky. "Left?" The Supreme Kai, puzzled, followed Broly's gaze. Broly chose not to elaborate further and instead entered the hyperbolic time chamber to commence his training. This time, his primary focus was on enhancing his physical strength. He recalled the training regimen of the Bald Demon King, performing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 kilometers daily. For the next year within the hyperbolic time chamber, he devoted himself to this rigorous training. The gravity inside was 4 times that of the outside world, thereby elevating the difficulty significantly. Each day, aside from 8 hours allocated for sleep, he dedicated 2 hours to physical training, while the remainder of his time was spent binge-watching shows, watching movies, and playing games. Strangely, since entering the hyperbolic time chamber, he noticed a severe delay in message notifications within his group chat. After all, it was a system. It couldn't merely be a matter of internet lag, could it? In light of these observations, it seems there exists but one explanation: a divergence in the flow of time between my realm and theirs. This discrepancy accounts for the peculiar circumstances we encounter. Thus, it stands to reason that the passage of time within my world aligns with that of the members in other groups. Could it be that this is one of the criteria for selecting group members? Only those from worlds where the flow of time is congruent are chosen and drawn in. A year has passed. He has grown stronger, yet his hair remains unthinned. In fact, it has grown longer. Broly emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, slightly taller, his gaze more resolute. He summoned the eternal dragon and wished to master all the martial arts and magic of Earth. Although the martial arts and magic of Earth posed little threat to him, the philosophies and depths of these practices significantly aided him in mastering his body and harnessing his power. While Broly could learn at a mere glance, he lacked the time to traverse the world in search of martial arts masters. Thus, before the Supreme Kai, he gathered the Dragon Balls that would have otherwise scattered across the globe, alleviating the need for a widespread search. This scene incensed the Supreme Kai, turning his visage a shade of green that would remain for over a decade, even as Piccolo matured. Broly appeared oblivious to the Supreme Kai's countenance. Or perhaps he noticed yet chose to disregard it. He returned to replenish his supplies, discovering that the Pilaf gang was diligently executing their plans, which put his mind at ease, prompting him to offer verbal commendation. Should they prove disobedient, he would have no choice but to replace them with others destined to meet the King of Hell. Upon Broly's return, the Pilaf gang was taken aback. Sensing a change in him after merely a day, they felt he had grown taller. After replenishing his supplies, he resumed his training within the hyperbolic time chamber, mastering all the martial arts of Earth and encountering the rudimentary form of Ultra Instinct for the first time, becoming attuned to the existence of Ki. His objective was to harness the Ki within his body and refine his physical instincts through this simplified version of Ultra Instinct. He felt the flow of Ki within him, moving rhythmically with his breath. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away. Broly spent 6 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, maturing from a child into a young man. Outside, the Supreme Kai stood with a smaller version of himself, bearing a resemblance, who gazed solemnly at the chamber. This individual had remained inside for 6 years, and when combined with the previous year, Broly had now spent 7 years in total. During these 6 years, Broly did not squander his opportunities with the Dragon Balls. For his first wish, he sought eternal life but was denied. Instead, he wished for the ability to absorb life energy to extend his lifespan. His second wish was for his body to perpetually remain in its prime at the age of 20, never aging. For his third wish, he desired the power of instantaneous movement. For his fourth wish, he desired to possess an extraordinary resistance to magic. His fifth wish was to acquire the ability to control the hearts of others. By his sixth wish, he wished for the subsequent desires of others to have no effect on him. Chapter 46. Guidance from Whis. Minutes later, the expression of the god of destruction, Beerus, clearly reflected a hint of impatience, as he tapped his small claw incessantly against his arm, seemingly a habitual gesture before undertaking a significant action. Broly realized it was time for him to make his move and promptly stepped forward to propose. Lord Beerus, Lord Whis, the Supreme Kai still requires some time for preparation. I have some delectable delicacies that can be savored before the meal. Would you be interested? Upon hearing Broly's suggestion, the god of destruction, Beerus, turned his gaze toward him and slowly replied, "Listen, kid, I must inform you that if the delicacies you present do not satisfy me, the consequences will be dire." Broly understood that Beerus was not jesting. Failure to impress him with the food would be perceived as mockery. Not a problem, Broly confidently asserted. He then dashed into the kitchen, bustling alongside the Supreme Kai and Bobo, and promptly boiled a large pot of water. He opened a capsule and retrieved an assortment of instant noodles, featuring not only the White Elephant brand, but also some of the finest varieties from this world. Broly was uncertain which flavor Vegeta had cooked for Beerus, so he decided to directly message Su Xiaoyu in the group chat to see if she could assist him. "Broly, little group leader, could you help me find out which flavor of instant noodles Vegeta served to Beerus?" "Little group leader, have you encountered trouble? Why the sudden request?" "Broly, it's quite serious. That fellow named Beerus is blocking the entrance." At that moment, Su Xiaoyu, donned in a pink training outfit, was striking a sandbag in the dojo. Her petite fists exhibited remarkable power, causing the sandbag to indent and sway significantly. Had the bag not been crafted from black fire cowhide, it might have been punctured by her blows. Having returned from the Goblin World, she had fully converted her points into strength, now reaching the level of a high-ranking warrior. Among the youth, she was undoubtedly a standout, as no one in the dojo could rival her skill. However, there was one individual whose dedication she greatly admired, a young man named Luo Feng, who was said to be a student from a neighboring school. Unlike others who relied on resources to bolster their prowess, his strength was self-forged through rigorous practice. He possessed unique insights into martial arts, and she hoped to discuss the discipline with him when time permitted. Pausing her training, Su Xiaoyu picked up her phone to search for the name of the instant noodles, but found herself unable to locate it. No one seemed to know. Ultimately, she resorted to searching for the original footage, capturing every scene of Beerus eating noodles and sending the images to Broly. Upon seeing the image, Broly promptly searched through his instant noodles for those that bore a similar shape. To his surprise, he discovered 15 varieties of noodles with comparable packaging. He decided to prioritize the seafood-flavored options, placing them at the forefront, for surely a creature like a cat would have an affinity for fish. However, he was cautious not to prepare merely one serving of each flavor, for he held Angel Whis in high regard. Despite appearing to be Lord Beerus's attendant, Whis was, in fact, his mentor, and perhaps even possessed strength surpassing that of Beerus himself. Broly lifted a large wooden board, carefully arranging the 30 servings of instant noodles upon it, and confidently made his way outside. Even before he arrived, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, instantly piquing Lord Beerus's interest. It was the first time he had encountered such a delightful scent, and anticipation began to swell within him. As Broly emerged, balancing the wooden board laden with 30 servings of noodles, his appearance was both comical and amusing. Yet, all of Beerus's attention was captivated by the noodles on display. Clearly, he was witnessing something novel, prompting him to inquire, "What is this?" Broly placed the board on the table, explaining, "This culinary delight is called instant noodles, available in a myriad of flavors. Here, I present 30 servings across 15 different varieties. Lord Beerus, please do take a look to see which flavor suits your palate." Effectively, Lord Beerus picked up the bowl of noodles closest to him, though in truth, he yearned to sample all 15 varieties. For some inexplicable reason, the aroma exerted a compelling allure, as if he were destined to savor this food. As Beerus took a bite of the delightfully chewy noodles, infused with a rich seafood flavor, he felt as if he were floating among the clouds, a blissful smile gracing his face. Whis, too, took a bowl of noodles, and upon tasting, felt his soul ascend, overwhelmed by the explosive deliciousness. Before long, both of them had devoured all the noodles before them, their faces reflecting pure enjoyment. In light of this, it seemed the crisis on Earth had been averted, sparing it from the destruction that Lord Beerus might have unleashed. Noticing their elevated spirits, Broly seized the opportunity to seek counsel from Beerus, stating, "Lord Beerus, I find myself with a small dilemma and wonder if you might assist me in resolving it." With a nonchalant tone, Beerus replied, "Considering the exquisite meal you have provided, feel free to ask." Surprised by Beerus's willingness to address his concerns, Broly expressed, "Sometimes I experience sudden lapses in consciousness, unaware of what transpires. Moreover, my body feels as though my energy is amplifying uncontrollably. Is there a way to remedy this issue?" Whis, standing behind Beerus, interjected on his behalf, saying, "Allow me to answer your question. The reason for your lapses in consciousness stems from the rapid escalation of your power, or rather, the swift increase of the energy within you, which is also susceptible to emotional influences. Under extreme emotional duress, you may suddenly lose your rationality and consciousness. Moreover, your physique is quite peculiar. At every moment, your energy continues to swell. What is even more perplexing is that this surge of energy does not cease, even when your body has reached its capacity. If this persists, a mere fluctuation in your emotions could drive you into a frenzy, wherein you would maintain an extreme emotional state amidst your violent energy." Upon hearing this, Broly's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly inquired, "Can I wish to eliminate this negative condition using the Dragon Balls?" "The Dragon Balls? Are you referring to those of the Namekians?" "Indeed, that is correct." Broly immediately presented the petrified Dragon Ball he possessed. Vados glanced at it, and quickly discerned, "No, the Dragon Ball you hold was crafted by a Namekian on Earth. Given its creator's capabilities, should you wish for this, there are two possible outcomes. One is a direct refusal, while the other would merely suppress the growth of your energy. Although this may appear to resolve the issue, it is merely a temporary fix. The energy within you would continue to accumulate, and under extreme emotional influence, you could abruptly lose your sanity, culminating in a complete eruption until exhaustion, at which point you may or may not regain your rationality. In simpler terms, the latent power within you is formidable, regardless of your future training. This power will incessantly grow. This leads to the inability to fully harness this strength in a conscious state. In the future, you will be compelled to use power to contain power, merely to maintain your sanity." Broly, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, his first wish was not to eliminate his body's negative state. Otherwise, the dragon could have inadvertently compounded all his issues into the future. If he were to be provoked into madness, who could possibly exhaust him? Likely only the Omni King could manage that. The gods of destruction and angels would find it quite challenging to contain him. Moreover, in their eyes, he is merely a chaotic entity that disrupts the cosmic order, and he could easily be erased by the Omni King. In such a scenario, he would have no place to express his sorrow. Cautiously, Broly asked, "What should I do then?" Vados pondered for a moment and replied, "Well, aside from the Super Dragon Balls, there are no other alternatives. However, you could attempt to train your body to enhance its capacity for energy. Additionally, you should work on improving your control over both power and energy." Broly recalled that he had never specifically trained his physique. Rather, his body had gradually strengthened under the influence of energy. The relationship between body and energy is inherently complementary. The stronger the body, the greater the capacity for energy. Conversely, as energy grows more potent, so too does the strength of the body. Broly's current dilemma lies in the fact that his physical strength cannot keep pace with the intensity of his energy. As he contemplated inquiring about how to enhance his physical prowess, the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis prepared to take their leave. Broly, recognizing the significance of their status and strength, wisely refrained from pressing further, understanding that it was already a rare opportunity to engage in conversation with them. To express his gratitude, he presented 2 capsules filled with an assortment of instant noodles and other delectable earth delicacies to Beerus and Whis, thanking them for their guidance. Upon receiving the gift, Whis glanced toward the distant time chamber and inquired, "Do you wish to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber for your training?" Broly candidly affirmed his desire. This unique dimension, linked to the Kaioshin of time, allowed only a 2-year stay per lifetime. "In light of your generous offering, I shall extend your stay," Whis proclaimed, wielding his staff with a graceful flourish toward the time chamber, which illuminated with a radiant glow. "You should now be able to remain within for 7 years." "Thank you." Broly expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After completing these exchanges, Beerus and Whis vanished from sight. Once they departed, the Supreme Kai and Bubbles prepared the food, only to find Broly alone outside. The Supreme Kai anxiously inquired, "Where did Lord Beerus go?" "They have left. The earth is safe now, so fret not," Broly replied, exhaling deeply as he gazed at the sky. The Supreme Kai, puzzled, followed Broly's gaze upward. Broly chose not to elaborate further and promptly entered the time chamber to commence his training. His primary focus during this period was to enhance his physical strength. He recalled the rigorous regimen of the Bald Demon King, performing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 kilometers daily. For the entire year within the time chamber, he devoted himself to this intense training. The gravity inside the chamber was 4 times that of the outside world, inherently raising the difficulty of his endeavors. Throughout the 24 hours, aside from 8 hours for sleep, he dedicated 2 hours to physical training, with the remaining time spent indulging in television series, films, and video games. Strangely, he noticed a significant delay in message notifications from his group chat since entering the time chamber. Given that it was a system, it couldn't merely be a network issue. This suggested that a discrepancy had arisen between the flow of time on his side and that of the outside world, thus explaining the peculiar phenomenon. Thus, it can be inferred that the passage of time in one's own world is akin to that of the members within other groups. Might this be one of the criteria for selecting group members? Only those from worlds with a synchronized flow of time are chosen to be drawn in. A year has passed. He has grown stronger, yet his hair remains intact, having instead lengthened. Broly emerges from the hyperbolic time chamber, having gained a slight increase in height and a more resolute gaze. He summons the eternal dragon to wish for mastery over all martial arts and magic on Earth. Although the martial arts and magic of Earth pose no threat to him, their philosophies and intricacies significantly aid him in controlling his body and power. While Broly possesses the ability to learn merely by observing, he lacks the time to traverse the world in search of martial arts masters. In the presence of the Supreme Kai, he collects the Dragon Balls that would otherwise be scattered across the globe, thus sparing himself the trouble of seeking them out. This scene turns the Supreme Kai's complexion an unflattering shade of green. Even years later, after Piccolo has matured, the green hue remains. Broly appears oblivious to the Supreme Kai's expression, or if he notices, he pays it no mind. He returns to replenish his supplies, discovering that Pilaf and his companions are diligently executing their plans, which brings him a sense of relief, accompanied by verbal commendation. Should they prove disobedient, he would have no choice but to replace them and send them to meet the King of Hell. Upon Broly's return, Pilaf and his gang are taken aback, sensing that he has grown taller in merely a day's time. After replenishing his supplies, Broly resumes his training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Acquiring knowledge of all martial arts on Earth and encountering a rudimentary version of Ultra Instinct for the first time, becoming aware of the existence of Ki. His objective this time is to master the flow of Ki within his body and harness his physical instincts through the basic version of Ultra Instinct. He perceives the rhythmic flow of Ki within him, synchronized with his breath. As time subtly slips away, Broly spends 6 years within the hyperbolic time chamber, transforming from a child into a young man. Outside, the Supreme Kai is accompanied by a younger Kai who bears a resemblance to him, his expression serious as he gazes at the chamber. This individual has remained inside for 6 years, totaling 7 years including the previous year. During his 6 years, Broly does not squander his wishes on the Dragon Balls. For his first wish, he desires immortality, but is denied, opting instead for the ability to absorb life and extend his lifespan. His second wish is for his body to eternally remain in its prime at the age of 20. His third wish is for the power of instant transmission. His fourth wish is to possess formidable magical resistance. His fifth wish is to acquire the skill of mind control. The sixth wish he desired was that the wishes granted to future generations would not affect him. Chapter 48. The Earth Reconstruction Plan. Broly emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, stretching languidly and invigorating his limbs without causing any destruction to his surroundings. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease within his body. Outside, the Supreme Kai, sensing the aura emanating from Broly, broke into a cold sweat, gazing solemnly at the now-grown young man. At this juncture, the Supreme Kai could no longer perceive any trace of energy from Broly, as if he were an ordinary human. Previously, this child had exuded an aura akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, fierce and tempestuous. Yet now, all of that had vanished, which was utterly astonishing. Having mastered the martial arts of the entire planet, Broly had utilized a simplified version of the Ultra Instinct technique to channel the energy within his body continually, thereby enhancing his physical capabilities. Although he had not completely resolved his bodily issues, he had made considerable progress compared to before. At the very least, he would no longer lose consciousness and succumb to a state of rage at the slightest provocation. Over the course of these 7 years, Broly had also grasped the power of the Golden Great Ape transformation. However, if activated at full capacity, it would lead to uncontrollable chaos. To better manage his strength, He categorized his physical state into three distinct forms. First form, primarily reliant on physical strength, allowing him to freely utilize a portion of his energy. Through the simplified Ultra Instinct, he could control both his physical power and energy, while perfectly regulating his emotions, remaining impervious to provocation. Second form, releasing 80 of his energy. He entered a semi-berserk state, suppressing half of his power while retaining rationality. However, his physical strength and energy became uncontrollable. Even a minor action could result in catastrophic destruction, capable of obliterating a planet with a mere oversight. Third form, also referred to as full power, this state involved releasing 100 of his energy, plunging him into a complete frenzy where he lost all reason and ceased to suppress his physicality. Nevertheless, he would regain his rationality after 1 hour, without requiring exhaustion to do so. These three states were developed specifically to address his physical challenges, transforming his previously passive abilities into active skills, alleviating his fears of losing control. At present, he was in the first form, yet Broly understood that to fully resolve his bodily issues, he might need to journey to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls, hoping the Namekian dragon could remedy his predicament. If that proved futile, he would have no choice but to seek the Super Dragon Balls. He finally comprehended why, by the later arcs of Dragon Ball, every individual's power had escalated to the billions. Earth had endured countless battles without complete destruction. This was because, at that point, everyone had perfected their control over their inner power, directing it entirely against their adversaries, while their opponents could flawlessly disseminate that power throughout their bodies. Otherwise, a single punch might have punctured their forms entirely. To illustrate the concept, in Dragon Ball Super, Broly, when incensed, enters a state of unrestrained power and delivers a punch with an astronomical battle power that could obliterate even the Golden Frieza. Logically, such an attack would lead to the annihilation of the Earth itself. However, Frieza's body possesses an extraordinary resilience, absorbing the brunt of the assault and dispersing the impact throughout his form. Were it not for this unique durability, his body would have been pierced through, resulting in his demise. Although this scenario defies Newton's third law of motion, it is not entirely incomprehensible, as the portrayal of science in the manga often transcends the bounds of realism. Furthermore, regarding the energy waves exchanged during battles, the Earth remains unscathed primarily because these waves serve as mere illusions. Skilled combatants consistently maintain their energy, never frivolously expending it. Their genuine, full-strength attacks are directed solely at their foes, ensuring no waste of energy. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, Vegeta, with a power level of 18,000, could easily penetrate the Earth's core, leading to planetary destruction through a core explosion. Given the numerous battles the Earth has endured, even a single wave landing upon its surface would have resulted in its obliteration countless times. This is especially true considering Vegeta's later battle techniques that involve indiscriminately launching energy waves. After bidding farewell to the Supreme Kai, Broly returned to his estate, only to discover an influx of charming and attractive maids, which brought him a sense of delight. It appeared that Pilaf and his cohorts had executed their assigned tasks quite well, at least refraining from sending ill-suited individuals to work in his manor. Just as Broly descended, intending to seek out Pilaf and his companions, he was unexpectedly approached by them. Utilizing the funds provided by Broly, Pilaf had successfully upgraded his mecha, equipping it with a laser cannon and a lightning drill. This mecha also had the capability to merge with the mechas of Mai and Shu to form the Super Invincible Mecha King, a title of Pilaf's own invention. The trio had been testing their upgraded machines in the skies when they spotted an individual intruding into their master's estate. This was an affront they could not tolerate. Pilaf had resolved to be the most devoted servant, and it was unacceptable to allow an invasion of their sanctuary. The three of them dove from the heavens to complete their mecha fusion within the manor. Pilaf declared, "I will form the head." Mai chimed in, "I will form the torso and arms." Shu added, "I will form the legs." Together, they proclaimed, "The Super Invincible Mecha King descends." Once fused, the mecha struck a striking pose, leaving Broly momentarily speechless. Clearing his throat, Pilaf shouted from within the mecha, "Who are you?" "This is the residence of my master." "King Pilaf, why have you intruded here?" Broly raised a finger, aiming at the mecha, and unleashed a beam of energy. The formidable and invincible Mech King erupted in a spectacular explosion, propelling three comical figures into the air. Pilaf's body was flung directly at Broly's feet. Broly crouched down and remarked, "Now, I trust you can discern my identity." Hearing that familiar voice, Pilaf raised his head to behold the terrifying visage he could never forget. Instantly merging his perception with that of his master, Broly, he promptly stood at attention and greeted, "Master, Welcome back. Broly was taken aback that this creature had genuinely recognized him. He nodded and instructed, "You three, come here and consume this senzu bean. I have matters to discuss." Although Pilaf and his companions were baffled by their master's transformation from a child to a youth within a mere 7 days, they unwaveringly complied with Broly's command, ingesting the senzu beans, which miraculously healed their injuries in an instant. Emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, Broly stretched languidly, invigorating his muscles without causing any surrounding destruction. At that moment, he experienced an unprecedented lightness within his body. Outside, the Supreme Kai sensed Broly's aura and broke into a cold sweat. His expression grave as he observed the now-matured young man. Astonishingly, he could no longer detect any trace of ki emanating from Broly, as if he were an ordinary person. Previously, this child had radiated a volatile energy akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, fierce and savage. Yet now, that energy had entirely dissipated, an utterly remarkable transformation. Having mastered martial arts from around the globe, Broly had effectively channeled the ki within his body through a simplified version of the Ultra Instinct technique, continuously enhancing his physical prowess. Although he had yet to fully resolve his bodily issues, he had made significant progress compared to before. At the very least, he would no longer lose consciousness and descend into a frenzy at the slightest provocation. Throughout these 7 years, Broly had harnessed the power of the Great Ape transformation in its golden-eyed form. However, activating it at full power would lead to uncontrollable chaos. To better regulate his strength, he categorized his physical state into 3 distinct forms. The first form emphasizes physical strength, allowing him to utilize a portion of his ki freely. With the simplified Ultra Instinct, he can control his physical power and ki while perfectly managing his emotions, remaining impervious to provocation. The second form releases 80 of his ki, entering a semi-rampage state, suppressing half of his strength while retaining his rationality. However, in this state, his physical power and ki become uncontrollable. Even a minor action could result in catastrophic devastation, capable of obliterating a planet with the slightest misstep. The third form, also known as full power, unleashes 100 of his ki, plunging him into a complete state of frenzy, devoid of reason and no longer suppressing his physicality. Yet, after 1 hour, he would regain his senses, without the need for exhaustion to restore his clarity. These 3 states were meticulously developed to confront his bodily challenges, transforming what was once a passive ability into an active skill, thus alleviating his fears of losing control. Currently, he finds himself in the first state of normalcy. However, Broly comprehends that to completely resolve his bodily issues, a journey to planet Namek in search of the Dragon Balls may be necessary. He hopes that the eternal dragon of Namek can alleviate his predicament. And if that proves futile, he might have to seek the Super Dragon Balls. Simultaneously, he has come to understand why, in later arcs, each individual's power level is often quantified in billions. The Earth has endured countless battles without complete destruction. This is because, by that time, everyone has mastered the control of their inner strength, allowing them to concentrate their power entirely upon their adversaries. Conversely, opponents can effectively disperse that force throughout every part of their own bodies. Otherwise, a single punch could potentially puncture them entirely. To illustrate, in Super Broly, when Broly, in a fit of rage, enters a state of full power, he delivers a blow with a combat strength in the trillions to the transformed Golden Frieza. Logically, such force would obliterate both the tyrant and the Earth itself. However, Frieza possesses an exceptionally resilient physique, capable of absorbing these onslaughts and distributing the impact across his entire form. Without this ability, his body would have been torn apart long ago. Although this defies Newton's third law of motion, it remains comprehensible, for science in the realm of manga often defies logic. As for why the Earth was not destroyed during these energy clashes, it is primarily due to the fact that those energy waves were mere illusions. Skilled fighters must consistently maintain their ki and cannot afford to waste it frivolously. Their true, full-power attacks are always directed at their foes, never squandered casually. Otherwise, according to conventional understanding, Vegeta, with a power level of 18,000, could easily penetrate the Earth's core and annihilate the planet through a core explosion. Given the numerous battles Earth has faced, even a single wave striking its surface would have led to its demise countless times. Moreover, one cannot even begin to fathom the reckless energy techniques employed by Vegeta later in the series. Having bid farewell to the Supreme Kai, Broly returned to his estate, only to discover an abundance of charming and lovely maids in his manor, which undeniably lifted his spirits. It seems that Pilaf and his companions have executed their tasks rather well, at least refraining from sending a horde of old onions to work in his estate. Just as Broly was about to seek out Pilaf and the others, he was unexpectedly approached by the trio. With the funds Broly provided, Pilaf has successfully upgraded his mecha, equipping it with a laser cannon and an electric drill. Furthermore, this mecha can combine with those of Mai and Shiatsu to form the Super Invincible Mecha King, a name he personally devised. The three of them were simultaneously testing their upgraded mechas in the sky when they noticed an intruder flying directly into their master's estate. A situation that was intolerable. Pilaf had resolutely decided to become the most subservient of underlings, intolerant of any trespass upon this estate. How could he ever hold his head high before his master otherwise? The three of them swooped down from the sky, merging their mechs within the confines of the manor. Pilaf declared, "I shall form the head." Xiao Wu exclaimed, "I shall form the torso and arms." The dog chimed in, "I shall form the legs." In unison, they proclaimed, "The Super Invincible Mecha King descends." The assembled mech struck a striking pose, leaving Broly utterly speechless. Clearing his throat, Pilaf bellowed from within the mech, "Who are you?" "This is the residence of my master, King Pilaf. Why have you intruded here?" Broly raised a finger towards the mech and unleashed a beam of light. The imposing Super Invincible Mecha King was instantly obliterated, sending the three comical figures tumbling out. Pilaf's body was flung directly at Broly's feet. Crouching down, Broly remarked, "Now can you see who I am?" As Pilaf recognized that familiar voice, he looked up to behold the terrifying grin he could never forget, instantly merging the image of his master, Broly, in his mind. Hastily standing at attention, he greeted, "Welcome back, master." Broly, taken aback that this fool actually recognized him, nodded, "You three, come and consume this healing bean. I have matters to discuss." Although Pilaf and his companions were bewildered as to how their master had transformed from a child to a youth in merely 7 days, they unwaveringly obeyed Broly's command. Upon consuming the healing beans, their injuries miraculously healed. Chapter 49. Desire is equivalent to dreams. Upon entering the villa within the estate, it was evident that the maids were unfamiliar with him. Each adorable maid wore a perplexed expression, unsure of how to proceed. After all, they had only recently been summoned to serve as maids, and had been instructed by the head butler that their master was a child. They must treat him with utmost respect and never defy him, regardless of his whims. Pilaf trailed behind Broly, vigorously signaling to the oblivious maids, then shouted, "Your master has arrived. Why aren't you greeting him?" Only then did they react, gracefully curtsying and in unison saying, "Greetings, master." Broly nodded, expressionless, as he passed by them, though inwardly he was bursting with joy. This sensation was one that could not be comprehended by those who had never indulged in the delights of a maid CAF. "Please call me Master." Broly settled into his bedroom, sinking into the soft sofa as if it were about to engulf him entirely. He regarded the three individuals standing before him and inquired, "How have you fared with the tasks I assigned? At what stage is the plan now?" "The tasks you entrusted to us have been completed at the preliminary stage. The gravity training room is in the developmental phase. Shortly, the Capsule Corporation will achieve groundbreaking results. Moreover, we have reached out to the leaders of various industries across the globe, meticulously adhering to your standards for industrial optimization. We have harnessed technology for the betterment of humanity, establishing a global internet and developing a worldwide interconnected network. The first search engine, akin to Baidu, has already emerged. I am confident that in the near future, the internet will become even more refined, melding seamlessly with traditional industries to realize the integration of the internet with the new materials and communication sectors. We are diligently designing smartphones and intelligent computers that align with your vision, aiming to make these technologies accessible to the masses. It is anticipated that within a year, the world will witness its first information technology revolution. Concurrently, various holographic imaging helmets are entering the research and development phase. The inaugural adult-oriented holographic game, reminiscent of heroic adventures, will commence testing next month. Here are the character models. What do you think? Pilaf retrieved a laptop from his bag and opened the character models contained within. This laptop is a prototype produced by the tech giant Capsule Company over the past week. Broly manipulated the mouse to examine the character models. Quite impressive, exquisite, alluring, and charming. The attire is minimal. Let's proceed with this model, but ensure no alterations. By the way, make the final female antagonist, Yu Xiong, a bit larger. Lengthen her legs, and set her height to 8 feet to create a striking visual impact. I have a penchant for long legs. The fabric adorning those succubi should be even less. If not, they might as well wear nothing. Broly began to offer suggestions on the character models within the game, emphasizing the importance of an immersive experience, leaving no room for negligence. The combat scenes must be fluid, the special effects magnificent, and above all, The characters must be utterly lifelike. Broly then inquired about developments in the realms of film, music, literature, and comics. Pilaf hurriedly responded, stating that the film industry has been optimized per your directives, focusing on narrative depth and the actors' performances. Plans are underway to produce hundreds of series and films of various genres, moving away from juvenile themes to create more meaningful cinema. In literature, authors' royalties have been increased. Piracy is being rigorously combated, and initiatives for novel channels across various regions are attracting numerous writers to craft works that meet your standards. The same goes for comics. Everything is progressing in an orderly fashion according to your specifications. Broly was pleasantly surprised by the impressive execution of these tasks and felt compelled to commend them. Noticing Broly's satisfaction, Pilaf breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he had successfully accomplished his mission. After inquiring into the details of each aspect mentioned, and finding no significant oversights, Broly gathered the 3 individuals and prepared to dine. They would be served by a team of the world's top chefs, each one a sought-after culinary artist from 5-star establishments. However, now they have all become Broly's personal chefs. Under their meticulous culinary skills, an array of exquisite dishes, each a feast for the senses, has been presented, with thousands of servings continuously emerging without pause. For the past 7 years, Broly has been training in the hyperbolic time chamber, subsisting on fast food or meals he prepared himself. Although the flavors were acceptable, they paled in comparison to the gourmet creations of these top chefs. After finishing his meal, Broly indulged in a soak in a hot spring. This was no mere artificial hot spring, but a genuine, natural one. To create this sanctuary, he had spent 5 minutes relocating an entire volcano, subsequently transforming it into a dormant one with a key blast. The mechanics behind this are beyond explanation. It simply is what it is. In the misty confines of the hot spring room, a dozen enchanting young women, wrapped in towels, stood ready to provide service. They were apprentices trained by the world's foremost massage therapists, possessing an impressive repertoire of massage techniques. The room was adorned with exquisite furnishings and an array of exotic fruits and fine wines. As Broly relished the full-body massage and the tender attentions of the young women, he couldn't help but muse that perhaps this is what life should truly be about. In truth, his fervor for immortality and power was not as intense as one might presume. To him, daily joy and the ability to indulge in his desires were sufficient. This led him to ponder the objectives of those who pursue immortality. Was it merely to prolong existence? What was the ultimate goal of seeking power? Was it solely for the sake of strength? Those who chase immortality aim to extend their lifespans. Those who pursue power seek to become more formidable, devoid of any other desires. In his past life, Broly was an unremarkable individual, and he remains so now. He yearns for longevity solely to savor more pleasures in life. He desires strength to afford himself greater enjoyment. Broly is not a martial fanatic. Life is not merely a quest for power or absolute invincibility. He is imperfect, harboring various desires. Power is merely a means to fulfill those desires. If the term desires feels too crude, it can be reinterpreted as aspirations. Power serves as a tool to realize dreams, a notion that might be more palatable to some. However, what distinguishes the present from the past is that now he possesses the capability to fulfill his desires, whereas in his previous life, he did not. Chapter 51. The villain chat group having enjoyed the hot spring, Broly emerged and comfortably settled onto a sofa. His plans are gradually being executed. Although he has achieved some significant breakthroughs in progress, he has yet to reach the desired level. Nonetheless, there is good news. Bulma's father at Capsule Corporation has developed a gravity training room, albeit with a maximum gravity increase of only 3 times. If this progress continues, a gravity training room capable of 10 times the normal gravity may be completed within a month. Broly, feeling somewhat idle, opened the group chat system and discovered that a new companion had joined. It seemed that during his time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had completed yet another task, resulting in the addition of a new member. Due to the discrepancies in time, the effects had been delayed, and now Broly could utilize the system normally, albeit with an overwhelming barrage of messages. From the exchanges within the chat, Broly discerned that the newly added member appeared to be a demon lord from another world, intriguingly named Mo King. Broly mused, could it be that slime? As he scrolled through the chat history, he stumbled upon an image of a slime, confirming his suspicion that this entity was none other than Rimuru Tempest. The protagonist from that time I got reincarnated as a slime. Originally a salaryman, he met his untimely demise at the hands of an assailant, only to be reborn in a fantastical realm as a slime. Through the act of devouring, he inherited the appearance and will of the human knight, Cheyenne. Known for his gentle demeanor and obliviousness, he established the Jura Tempest Federation, advocating for peaceful coexistence between monsters and humans, while cherishing his companions. Notably, he possesses no gender, making him both male and female. Brawley meticulously observed the other members of the group and noted a distinct characteristic. All seemed to belong to the virtuous faction. He refrained from boasting, but he believed that had he not traversed into this realm, he too would have aligned with the forces of good. After all, he was not the old version of Brawley, but rather the one from the newer Dragon Ball Super series. This led him to ponder whether, within the multiverse, there existed a group chat system entirely opposite to his own, a villainous chat system. Could it be that in such a realm, the old version of Brawley resided? If he were to encounter that previous iteration of himself, would his current strength suffice to overcome him? Brawley rubbed his temples, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. He could not shake the notion that his chat group was not the sole one in the multiverse. Having read countless novels in his previous life, filled with peculiar chat groups, divine realms, and myriad systems, Brawley had always tended to envision the worst-case scenarios and prepare contingency plans. Otherwise, he would not have felt compelled to endure 7 arduous years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber. He realized that the lurking anxiety persisted, especially given the uncertainty of whether his world aligned with any fan-made interpretations of the Dragon Ball universe. It appeared imperative for him to hasten his journey to planet Namek in search of the Dragon Balls, hoping to resolve his physical dilemmas. If that failed, he would have no choice but to pursue the Super Dragon Balls. However, before departing, a significant obstacle remained to be addressed. Brawley resolved to first exert control over Dr. Gero, compelling him to serve his interests, while ensuring that the android experiments continued unabated. Though it may seem far-fetched, the artificial beings, androids number 17 and number 18, possess a remarkable combat power exceeding 1.6 billion, not to mention the formidable number 16 and Cell. Utilizing his vast commercial empire, Broly swiftly located the hideout of the Red Ribbon Army. After obliterating them, he uncovered the whereabouts of Dr. Gero and, employing the mind control granted by the dragon, took command of the old man. Henceforth, this nefarious figure would no longer pose a threat. Broly transferred Earth's resources to him and provided his own cellular tissue, urging him to rapidly cultivate an unconscious life form endowed with his own cellular structure, thereby developing even more potent androids to serve as his aides, should the need arise. After all, Broly did not wish for a creature resembling a gorilla to charge at him, bellowing, "Kakarot." Once he had prepared all of this, Broly exchanged for a spacecraft and set forth on his journey to planet Namek. Meanwhile, in an alternate universe known as the Duki continent, the protagonist, Xiao Yan, had ascended to the rank of Do Emperor, taking on the title of Flame Emperor and sealing the once mighty Soul Heaven Emperor. As the Xiao clan reveled in their triumph, it was evident that for the coming centuries, even millennia, they would reign as the most powerful imperial family in the Duki continent. However, a young man named Xiao Ning, within the confines of his chamber, was engulfed in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Recently, he had joined a chat group for side characters, capable of traversing various multiverses to undertake missions. The current source of his dread stemmed from the incessant notifications in his mind regarding the demise of group members. Group leader Sun Bu'er has perished. Group member Bai Chen-xiang has perished. Group member Cha Huzi has perished. Group member Wang Quan Ba Yi has perished. Group leader has died. Leadership transferred to surviving member Xiao Ning. At this moment, Xiao Ning found himself at a loss. Despite being the older cousin of Xiao Yan, he had not treated him well in the past. Although their relationship had somewhat softened, gaining an audience with Xiao Yan was not a matter of mere desire. Despite possessing the strength of a Do Wang, he remained in a state of panic, sensing impending catastrophe. Meanwhile, the Flame Emperor Xiao Yan had opened the world barrier to welcome the primordial imperial energy, engaging in tea and conversation with other Do Emperors. As the Duki continent witnessed a spectacular convergence of 5 emperors breaking through the void. In his desperation, Xiao Ning resolved to seek assistance from Xiao Yan's 2 elder brothers, confiding all his secrets. Just as he prepared to set out, a trident suddenly pierced through his body. Behind him stood a young man with long, water blue hair cascading down to his feet, clad in an opulent blue robe. He spoke coldly into his ear. "To die at the hands of my sea god is your fortune. Had you encountered any of the other group members, your world might have faced utter annihilation." Xiao Ning turned his head, fixating on the indifferent youth, ultimately succumbing to his fate and collapsing to the ground. All group members are deceased. The supporting character chat group is being forcibly reclaimed. This man, who called himself the Sea God, successfully reclaimed the supporting character chat group and opened his own, the villain chat group. He then sent the supporting character chat group to the group leader in the form of a red envelope. At that moment, Xiao Yan, savoring his tea, sensed an unusually malevolent aura emanating from the Xiao family. He abruptly stood, his body transforming into a blaze of fire, racing back towards the Xiao family's location. Chapter 53. The Path to Your Demise. The man who identified himself as the sea god was none other than Tang San from Dola Continent. While debates about the pinnacle of fantasy literature persist, the foundational aspects remain unchallenged. Nevertheless, Tang San gained tremendous power through the villain chat group, now capable of defeating Do Wang Xiao Ning with a surprise attack. A verdant aura of blue-silver grass enveloped Xiao Ning, incessantly siphoning his energy. In a short while, this body was drained to the point of becoming a desiccated husk. Tang San prepared to retrieve the isolation barrier and depart from this world. Had it not been for the isolation barrier obtained through the chat group, he would never have succeeded in stealthily attacking Xiao Ning amidst the formidable Xiao family. At this moment, Xiao Yan, transformed into a blazing inferno, hastened towards the Xiao family. Upon entering Xiao Ning's chamber, he discovered that the room was ensconced in a peculiar energy. With his current strength, he was unable to discern what transpired within. Were it not for his ascension to Do Di and the connection forged with the world's heavenly will, he might not have sensed the malevolent presence infiltrating this realm, let alone the overwhelming evil descending upon the Xiao family. Xiao Yan unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the protective barrier. Upon entering, he found his elder cousin had been reduced to a mere dried corpse, while a striking yet sinister young man stood before him. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan's body radiated intensely high temperatures. With each step forward, the flames surrounding him grew increasingly ferocious. His gaze, icy and resolute, fixated on the blue-haired youth imbued with a sinister aura. Although he was unaware of the youth's identity, Xiao Yan was determined to eradicate him here. Seeking justice for his elder cousin, Tang San, sensing the formidable aura and unrestrained murderous intent emanating from Xiao Yan, scoffed disdainfully. Do you wish to avenge this man? You, like him, seem to tread the path to your own demise. Blue Silver Bind. My blue silver grass is immune to fire attribute attacks and physical assaults. Before my arrival, I had already investigated. You are the protagonist of this world, the Flame Emperor Xiao Yan. Allow me to vanquish you now, in the name of Tang San, the sea god. Ha! Tang San's blue-silver grass lunged towards Xiao Yan, entangling him. The moment these vines came into contact with Xiao Yan's, they evaporated instantaneously. At that moment, both Xiao Yan and Tang San found themselves at a loss for words. Xiao Yan had not anticipated the feebleness of this foe's attack, while Tang San was astounded by Xiao Yan's formidable strength, which had effortlessly shattered his first soul skill merely through the aura he exuded. It was truly terrifying. Tang San instinctively took a step back, yet defiant. He summoned his second martial soul, the Haoyan Hammer, and began to rain down blows upon Xiao Yan with the chaotic cloak hammering technique. Bang, bang, bang. Feeling the strikes that were even lighter than Sun Air's massages, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow and strode forward, conjuring a massive hand of intended to seize this mysterious malevolent figure. Sensing the terrifying heat emanating from the hand, Tang San swiftly activated his killing god domain and the all-encompassing realm. However, these two domains were as fragile as mere sheets of paper before Xiao Yan, being effortlessly shattered. Just as Xiao Yan's hand was about to grasp him, an unusual force field suddenly emerged around him, repelling Xiao Yan's grasp. By the time he regained his composure, Tang San had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Xiao Yan gazed quizzically at the spot where the man had disappeared. As a Do Emperor, he could sense the entirety of the Duki continent, and he was now certain that the sinister youth had indeed vanished. Meanwhile, Tang San had successfully escaped from this world through the villain chat group, returning to his divine realm, clutching his heart and gasping for breath, clearly shaken by Xiao Yan's overwhelming presence. Such terror, such horror, he thought. Had it not been for the life-saving card bestowed upon me by the group leader, I might have been captured on the Duki continent. Thus concluded the events on the Duki continent. Subsequently, Xiao Yan found no trace of Tang San, and with no other options, he prepared to venture towards the Great Thousand World. On another front, Broly piloted the spaceship he had exchanged for in the chat group. Heading towards Namek, he had an entire box of capsules filled with various supplies. Inside the ship, he continued to peruse the Dragon Ball manga, particularly the movie adaptations. Some of the antagonists featured therein possessed extraordinary power, and he knew he must remain vigilant to avoid any potential pitfalls. At that moment, a new message chimed in the chat group. The little group leader announced, "Dear friends, we have a new group mission. This time, we are headed to a world called Re-Zero. starting life in another world. Our task is to assist humanity in acquiring the Star Cup. Upon completion, each participant will earn 1,000 points. Who wishes to join? Please respond with a 1. Broly, I've always heard that we can venture to other worlds to complete tasks. I shall go as well. The cute king. I've been told about this, so I will join too. The goddess of wisdom. As the irreplaceable goddess of wisdom, I must leave that fool and Jean, so they may comprehend my significance. The remaining chosen child. I shall refrain from joining this time. New adversaries have emerged here. The vampire demon beasts. The boy next door. My studies have become quite burdensome lately. I will not partake. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Since departing from Alabasta, life has been rather dull. The master of meatballs. I will also make my way there. Tasmi. I am currently engaged in a mission. The small group leader. Very well. Our party will consist of Broly, Rimuru, Aqua, Luffy, Naruto, and as per tradition, everyone prepares for 1 hour. After 1 hour, I shall open the portal. Broly, sounds good. The cute king, no problem. The goddess of wisdom, hurry up. An hour later, a portal materialized before Broly. Drawing from his previous experience, he confidently stepped inside. The mechanics of the portal's transportation remain a mystery. One would always find themselves at the exact location they were teleported to at that moment. If it were otherwise, Broly would have long since drifted into the cosmos upon his return from a mission. After transporting one individual, the portal binds to nearby objects. Should these objects be in motion, they would appear at their relocated positions upon being teleported back. A flash of light enveloped Broly, and after a brief moment of dizziness, he opened his eyes to discover himself in an unfamiliar environment. The sky was a dismal gray, and the ground lay charred and barren, devoid of life. As if it had recently suffered a nuclear strike. It seemed this world was indeed that of the Re-Zero universe. Chapter 54. Understanding and speculation. The atmosphere was thick with a suffocating silence, and dark matter rained from the heavens, landing on Broly's hand, imparting a slight burning sensation. Oddly enough, given his physical prowess, it should be impossible for anything in this world to inflict harm upon him. Yet, he distinctly felt the burn on his hand. Instantly, Broly activated his energy barrier, isolating the dark matter. This substance was black ash, the remains of the third-tier elven races deceased. They are the cornerstone of Discord. Born from the elven corridor, yet existing in the world as pure energy. As long as a being possesses an elven corridor, the elves will flow as energy within. During times of war, the majority of races utilized elves for combat, resulting in the deaths of countless elves. Upon their demise, they transform into spiritual remains, which do not harm life forms endowed with elven corridors, but are lethal to humans devoid of such. The spiritual remains can scorch skin, leaving behind indelible scars. This is what humanity refers to as black ash. Broly reflected on some of the lore surrounding this world. Previously, he had been quite fond of this anime, and after watching the theatrical release, he made a point to read the novels, thus acquiring a substantial understanding of its intricacies and content. He had never anticipated that the darkness of this world could evoke such a searing sensation within him. Could it be that there exists a possibility that the magic of this realm encompasses certain rules from which one cannot escape? The notion of a singular force overcoming myriad laws is rendered obsolete. In essence, once one enters a specific world, one is compelled to accept certain established norms of that realm. Just as he currently lacked the essence of a spirit, the darkness was capable of inflicting harm upon him. Broly pondered silently within. Not far away, Su Xiaoyu and others were bouncing about, unable to evade the effects of this darkness. Broly could only expand his energy, enveloping the group within a protective barrier, isolating them from the encroaching shadows. Luffy's left cheek had evidently been scorched by the dark residue. The others fared no better. As newcomers to this world, they had little understanding of their surroundings and had, to varying degrees, become tainted by the darkness. Broly retrieved a pouch of senza beans from his capsule, tossing one to each of them. These are senza beans. They should alleviate the burns caused by the darkness. After consuming the beans, the wounds on their bodies began to heal gradually, and they expressed their gratitude to Broly. Su Xiaoyu, with a puzzled expression, gazed at the long-haired youth and uncertainly inquired, "Are you Broly?" Broly nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that is indeed me." She continued, "How did you grow so tall all of a sudden? Did you wish for it from the Dragon Balls? If so, why not wish to appear as an adult instead of remaining youthful?" Broly shook his head and replied, "I did not wish for growth from the dragon, but rather spent time training in the hyperbolic time chamber, which is why I now look like this." "Oh, I see." The group displayed expressions of realization, though many remained bewildered, particularly Luffy and Aqua. One was rather oblivious, while the other was genuinely endearing. Aqua discreetly concealed the Senzu bean and healed her wounds using a healing spell, thinking to herself, such an excellent restorative item could surely fetch a high price in the novice village. At that moment, a gelatinous blue creature transformed into the likeness of a blue-haired girl, greeting everyone. Nice to meet you all. I am the king of the group. You may call me Rimuru. Aqua, with a mischievous grin, embraced Rimuru, playfully poking her cheek. Hey, are you really a demon lord? I've never heard of a slime becoming a demon lord. You can't be very strong, can you? Rimuru contemplated for a moment before affirmatively stating, I am indeed a demon lord. In my world, there are now only 8 demon lords remaining, including myself. While I may not be the most powerful among them, I have not engaged in many battles with the others. Rimuru spoke with a notable modesty, omitting the tale of having vanquished another demon lord. No one took it seriously, except for Aqua, who genuinely believed that Rimuru was indeed weak. She dramatically spread her arms and sighed, saying, I knew it. If only the demon lord of our world were you, we could defeat the demon lord alongside the truth and return home sooner. Broly was at a loss for words. If the demon lord of Aqua's world were Rimuru, they might never escape the novice village. Though, in truth, they were never destined to leave. As a transmigrator, Rimuru possessed a golden finger akin to a system, enabling limitless consumption and evolution. A truly growth-oriented demon lord with no upper limit. Given Aqua's party, which consisted of a thief who only pilfered panties, a delusional mage who could only cast one spell, and a paladin who could never land a hit. Alongside a goddess who was guaranteed to sabotage her teammates, it was evidently a futile endeavor. Disregarding Aqua's theatrical display, Broly retrieved a Senzu bean from his bag and placed it in Rimuru's hand. Can you attempt to deconstruct and analyze this Senzu bean, and then synthesize it? Rimuru accepted the bean, which seamlessly absorbed into her body. Let me give it a try, she said, closing her eyes to summon Raphael in her mind. Analyzing initiated by Raphael. Command received. Analysis in progress. Analysis 25 complete. Analysis failed. 3 identical substances required. Proceed with input? Rimuru opened her eyes and remarked, No. I need at least 3 more Senzu beans to conduct the analysis. Broly promptly retrieved 3 more beans for her. Once Rimuru received the Senzu beans, she successfully analyzed their components and began synthesizing them using the magical essence within her body. In no time, she had synthesized over 100 Senzu beans. Though she had the capacity for more, she deemed it unnecessary, as it was her first encounter with them, and she felt a tinge of caution towards these individuals. Broly was astonished that she could actually synthesize Senzu beans, which was far more useful than the goddess beside him. He distributed the synthesized beans among the others, stating, These can restore stamina, heal injuries, and sustain a person for half a month without hunger, so everyone should stock up. After receiving their share, everyone carefully stored their beans, having just experienced their miraculous effects that instantly healed their burned skin and filled their stomachs. Once the Senzu beans were distributed, Su Xiaoyu began to explain the background of this world and what they needed to do. Chapter 55. First encounter with the demon species. The name of this world is Disboard, and from its inception, it has been governed by a magical system known as the Spirit Corridor. The Spirit Corridor resembles a magical circuit, with spirits of the third order swimming within it. Deities are conceived from the Spirit Corridor and belief, possessing a source known as divine essence, which can be understood as divine status. In the ethereal corridors of existence, new deities are born and slumber ceaselessly, until one fateful day, whether it was a multitude or a singular divine entity, a creation known as the Star Cup emerged. This Star Cup serves as a conceptual apparatus devised by the deities to confine the essence of God to a singular entity, manifesting only before the mightiest forces on this planet. The theatrical version reveals that there are 10 gods of equal might. Thus, we can infer that this realm is inhabited by 10 exceptionally powerful deities, who, in their quest for the coveted throne of the singular god, have ignited a conflict among themselves, even enlisting other races into this war. It is crucial to note that the ranking among them is determined by magical adaptability rather than sheer strength. For instance, the second-ranked elven race is often harnessed as a source of energy, frequently captured by the mechanical beings. Among the known deities, for a prominent 1. Kainos, the god of the forest, birthed from the essence of nature and materialized to create the forest spirits. 2. Alpheus, the god of war, who feeds on hatred, battle fervor, malice, and blood, giving rise to the celestial winged beings. 3. Okan, the god of forging, who wields dominion over forging and flames, controlling the divine furnace, and spawning the goblins. 4. Fanflor, the god of doubt, born from the primordial divinity, perplexed by the nature of godhood and existence, succumbed to isolation, thus penetrating his divine essence into a state of pseudo-inactivity, leading to the creation of the mechanical race. Now, various factions must exhibit their utmost might to reveal the Star Cup. All deities believe that by vanquishing the remaining 9, they can prove their supremacy and claim the Star Cup. This is the rationale behind the imminent cataclysm. In this cosmic struggle, humanity resembles ants upon the ground, scarcely deserving the title of a race, for they are not birthed by the gods, possess zero magical adaptability, and are frail in constitution. Even the weakest of races can effortlessly annihilate a human settlement. Thus, humans can only scurry and hide amidst this apocalyptic contention, striving for survival without drawing the attention of other races. Eventually, a sage named Rick emerged among the human populace, becoming their leader. To put an end to this protracted war and forge a pathway for human survival, Rick, alongside a young girl from the mechanical race and 180 humans willing to transform into phantoms, engaged in a battle of wits against the formidable. Through the mutual suspicion among the various races, he deftly guided the course of the conflict, ultimately paying a grievous price to pierce the very fabric of this planet. At the moment Rick touched the Star Cup, his form began to disintegrate. Subsequently, the god of games, existing between him and Hubie, was successfully summoned, seizing the Star Cup and thus terminating the war. Two hypotheses arise from this. One posits that only divine beings can touch the Star Cup, while the other suggests that Rick was in such a weakened state that he could not physically grasp it. However, according to the original narrative, it was indeed the god of games who ultimately acquired the Star Cup. This deity was a creation of Rick and Hubie, and in the end, humanity emerged victorious. As long as the plot remains unchanged, our mission hinges on safeguarding the world's protagonist, Rick, and his companion, Hubie. I believe our imperative task now is to swiftly locate Rick, for he is not only the central figure of this realm, but also the key to humanity's acquisition of the Star Cup. Although the task appears straightforward, an unsettling premonition lingers in my mind, amplified by the generous rewards being offered. After elucidating the worldview of this universe, Su Xiaoyu expressed her thoughts and inquired of the group. Do any of you have insights to share? Let us discuss collectively. The others shook their heads, not due to a lack of ideas, but rather because the vastness of the lore left them somewhat bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Broly, however, entertained a unique notion. The Star Cup might be attainable without involving the protagonist, Rick. According to the world's lore, the Star Cup manifests before the mightiest of powers. Undoubtedly, his own strength stands at the pinnacle of this realm. Broly harbored confidence in his ability to penetrate the very core of this world. Nonetheless, he was reluctant to hasten the completion of the mission, for returning to the spaceship would be rather dull. He preferred to linger in this world a while longer. Moreover, Broly was intrigued by the mechanized life forms of this universe. If he could capture one to bring back for Dr. Jero's research, it might lead to the creation of even more formidable androids. Although these mechanized beings were said to be products of divine creation, what was most astonishing was their ability to strip away the essence of the so-called strongest deity, the god of war. Even when the god of war was in a weakened state and unleashed his most powerful attack, his essence possessed an unparalleled strength, growing with each confrontation. This implied that, irrespective of his adversary, the god of war, as a conceptual deity, would always surpass his opponent. The very notion that such a divine essence could be extracted was astonishing. Additionally, these mechanized beings exhibited remarkable analytical capabilities and cooperative combat skills. It remained uncertain whether they could discern the cultivation systems of other worlds. If that were the case, their utility would be immense, given that he would merely be sitting aboard the spaceship upon his return. Broly found it far more appealing to accompany the members of this chat group, exploring the treasures this world had to offer. Since entering this realm, Broly had sensed an underlying dissonance, accompanied by peculiar speculations and thoughts. Thus, he resolved to act as an observer, validating the accuracy of his conjectures. Observing the lack of alternative ideas from the group, Su Xiaoyu let out a resigned sigh. She yearned for a broader array of perspectives to foster discussion, as this might address any shortcomings. A more diverse approach to executing the mission could mitigate potential casualties and errors. At that moment, she felt as though she was leading a thoughtless band, bearing the weight of responsibility alone, causing her to feel somewhat breathless. Yet, she refrained from voicing complaints, silently enduring the burden. Indeed, she bore immense pressure each time she led the team. She feared that a misjudgment on her part might result in devastating casualties or even the loss of a life. Thus, she consistently offered suggestions while inquiring if others harbored differing opinions, both to fill any gaps and to share the weight of her heavy responsibilities. With her emotions steadied, Su Xiaoyu encouraged everyone, saying, "All right, let us prepare to embark. Please don a layer of clothing to prevent the black and gray from touching your skin. Wait, something's amiss. Everyone, brace yourselves for battle." Broly shouted to the group. Over the past 7 years, he had mastered a lower-tier version of the Ultra Instinct. At that moment, he sensed a formidable life force approaching from the earth. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and a massive, red, worm-like appendage erupted from beneath, gathering a powerful beam of light aimed at the group. This is a type of demon ranked 8th in the sequence. Be cautious, Su Xiaoyu warned as she drew her weapon. Chapter 56. Indeed, it is Aqua. The red worm surged forth from the earth, its mouth coalescing a crimson beam as it shook its head and unleashed a destructive blast towards the group. Broly positioned himself in front of everyone, channeling a white luminescence in his hands before releasing a ki blast. The two energies collided, causing the very ground to tremble and collapse. Ultimately, the red destructive beam could not withstand Broly's white ki wave, which forcefully advanced, reducing the demon to ashes upon impact. After vanquishing the demon, Broly noticed an inexplicable chain materializing around his arm and paused in bewilderment. Just as he intended to investigate the chain's nature, it vanished. As he pondered this mystery, the earth began to quake, and more demons launched their assault. The ground beneath them crumbled, revealing numerous red, worm-like creatures. The group stumbled and fell. From various directions, more demons appeared, mouths agape, lunging towards them. Aqua, upon seeing a gaping maw filled with sharp, serrated teeth rushing toward her, instinctively raised her hand and unleashed a purification spell. A beam of divine white light flashed, yet the demon remained unfazed, merely pausing momentarily before continuing its advance. Just as the monstrous jaw was about to snap her up, an arm encircled her waist, pulling her away. It was Luffy, who had stretched his arm to save Aqua, simultaneously extending another to rescue others. Su Xiaoyu temporarily repelled the demon, attacking her with a swift strike, urging the group to flee in one direction. Rimuru, having effortlessly dispatched another demon for the safety of the group, chose not to linger in battle and quickly followed, trailing behind everyone. As they hastily exited the encirclement, all followed closely behind Su Xiaoyu. Aqua, witnessing the relentless pursuit of the demon species, suddenly summoned her staff and unleashed a water invocation. As the goddess of water, all the water in the world belonged to her, and thus, upon her call, a deluge of holy water descended from the heavens, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike. Before anyone could react, they were overwhelmed by this sudden torrent, akin to a waterfall of biblical proportions. Among the unfortunate souls, Luffy suffered the most. Having consumed a devil fruit, he had entirely lost his ability to swim and was detested by the sea. The deluge struck him, rendering him breathless. The entire group was scattered, each person thrown to different corners by the force of the water. Su Xiaoyu, Naruto, Rimuru, Luffy, Gugugugu. As Aqua was swept away by the flood, she immediately lamented her situation. "I merely wished to assist. I never anticipated this outcome." Although Rimuru was momentarily stunned by Aqua's summoned waters, as a demon lord, he quickly regained his composure and sprang into action to protect the nearest individuals, Naruto and Aqua. Utilizing his devourer ability, he consumed one of the demon species. Subsequently, 2 pairs of bat-like wings sprouted from his back, and he surged forth from the flood, carrying Naruto and Aqua to safety. Broly, witnessing Aqua's typical antics, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and sighed in resignation. He dove into the torrent, quickly locating Luffy through his sensing abilities. Adhering to the principle of proximity, he rescued Luffy from the depths and handed him over to Rimuru for care. Continuing his descent into the water, he sought out Su Xiaoyu. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu was submerged, her consciousness growing increasingly hazy. In her daze, she felt herself enveloped by darkness, at the end of which, a beam of light emerged. Within the light stood her deceased father and brother, beckoning to her from afar. Beneath her, a demon species had opened its gaping maw, poised to devour her. Just as it was about to swallow her whole, a beam of white light pierced through its body, creating a gaping wound and causing it to float to the surface. Broly, having sensed Su Xiaoyu's presence, swiftly dealt with the demon species and propelled himself and her out of the flood, placing her atop a high slope. Gazing at the unconscious Su Xiaoyu, Broly attempted to transmit his energy to her, yet to no avail. He could not even feed her a senzu bean. At that moment, a sense of panic gnawed at him, a fear of loss he had not felt in a long time, leaving him perplexed as to its origin. Suddenly, 3 more demon species emerged from the waters, launching an attack on Broly. With a darkened expression, he glared at the three demons and declared, "Hey, do you wish to court death?" He then concentrated energy into a ki blast, striking them and evaporating the trio. The terrifying destructive force continued to surge into the distance, leaving one to wonder when it would finally exhaust its energy and dissipate. He activated the protective shield, isolating himself from the dark gray sky, and finally regained his composure. Recalling how to rescue a drowning person, Broly gently unfastened the two collars of Su Xiaoyu's garment, revealing her alluring collarbone and fair neck. He then inspected her nose and mouth for any obstructions, tilting her head back to ensure her airways were clear. He took a deep breath and evenly exhaled into her mouth, intermittently applying gentle pressure to her chest. Through his diligent efforts, Su Xiaoyu finally responded, her brow furrowing. Upon opening her eyes, she realized Broly was performing artificial respiration on her. Feeling the sensation of his lips, her eyes widened in shock as she abruptly sat up, expelling a large mouthful of water. Relieved to see she was unharmed, Broly exhaled, "I'm glad you're okay. You truly frightened me." Su Xiaoyu's face flushed slightly as she turned away from him, nodding. It was evident she understood what had transpired. She had nearly drowned, and Broly had come to her aid. The realization made her cheeks burn even more as she lamented the loss of her first kiss. Anxiously, her fingers instinctively grasped the delicate fabric of her white stockings around her calves. Frequently criticized at school for her attire, even her mother complained about her reluctance to wear sportswear or practice outfits, which led her to don a short skirt and white stockings paired with a sailor uniform. Her hair styled in a single ponytail. Although her ensemble was eclectic, it did not hinder her mobility or combat capabilities, sparing her from her mother's incessant nagging. Presently, aside from a slight flatness, Su Xiaoyu's physical attributes could easily overshadow many youthful and charming schoolgirls. Regrettably, none in her group seemed to appreciate her allure. They were all rather dull. Chapter 57. I Command You to Die. Rimuru descended from the sky, carrying 3 individuals, and joined Broly and Su Xiaoyu on the hillside. He conjured a simple protective barrier using magical energy to shield them, ensuring they remained unscathed by the flames. Upon seeing the others arrive, Su Xiaoyu approached to mask her previous embarrassment, her small ears burning bright red. "Is everyone all right?" The 3 individuals Rimuru bore landed roughly on the ground, their faces reflecting lingering fear from the recent ordeal. Particularly, Luffy, having consumed a devil fruit, was already incapable of swimming and had been struck by the deluge from above. Although his rubbery physique prevented him from being knocked unconscious, the inability to breathe nearly cost him his life. Naruto fared better, as he was not far from Rimuru and was pulled from the water before swallowing too much, making him comparatively fortunate. However, he was somewhat dazed from the force of the falling flood. Aqua, with a guilty expression, pouted and turned her face away. "I truly didn't anticipate this. I genuinely wanted to help." Her words rendered the group momentarily speechless. Indeed, there are times when Aqua's assistance often proves counterproductive, truly embodying the essence of 100% capability to hinder her teammates. At this moment, in a world where blessings are sent to a beautiful realm, I felt an unprecedented sense of ease, even finding tasks to be remarkably simple. The absence of Aqua was indeed a blessing. Su Xiaoyu, observing that everyone was unharmed, let out a sigh of relief, gently patting Aqua on the shoulder, and reassuringly said, "I understand you intended to help. I bear you no ill will. However, if you wish to use your abilities next time, please inform us in advance so that we may all be prepared. After all, we are a team and companions. No one will hold it against you." Luffy, who had nearly choked, chuckled, "Haha, though I am unaware of what just transpired, since you aim to assist. Nothing can be done." Naruto sighed, spreading his hands in indifference, for he was one who could forgive anyone. Rimuru observed the reactions of the others, stroking his chin with a playful smile. Aqua had anticipated being scolded and rebuked, yet she was pleasantly surprised by their understanding. The frustrations from being bullied by Kazuma suddenly erupted, and she rushed towards Su Xiaoyu, sobbing profusely. "Wah, you are all so wonderful. I thought you would blame me. I truly did not intend for this to happen. Being bullied by a hero I summoned as a goddess must be a first among deities." Su Xiaoyu gently reassured her, "It's all right now. Everyone is fine. Just be more cautious in the future." Aqua replied enthusiastically, "Yes, yes." Broly, with a look of exasperation, bore the large characters of speechless written across his forehead. While he initially felt anger towards Aqua's earlier actions, he found himself unable to remain upset, for after all, she was Aqua. If wisdom were to possess a color, it would undoubtedly be blue, he mused inwardly. After this farce concluded, the group began their search for the surviving humans of this world, as well as the protagonist, Rick. Broly trailed behind the others, activating his senses to locate the existence of humans in this realm. Perhaps due to the dark and gray atmosphere, his sensing abilities were not as expansive as they were on Earth, and besides humans, the presence of other species made it difficult for Broly, who had never encountered the essence of this human world, to pinpoint their locations. He could only focus on detecting the faintest life forces. It was also possible that his landing site was too distant from the remnants of humanity. Broly gazed at Su Xiaoyou's charming profile, engaged in cheerful conversation with Aqua, and an image of himself performing artificial respiration and CPR on her flashed through his mind. At that moment, it seemed he had pressed against something soft. Such a thing should not exist on her. Could it be that a girl at 16 could still be developing in that regard? Broly gently tapped his forehead, realizing that he had been indulging in frivolous thoughts once again. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, in an underground ruin, a group of individuals clad in gray robes stealthily infiltrated the site. Their faces were obscured by masks and goggles, rendering their expressions indiscernible. Through the lenses, only dark, reflectionless eyes could be glimpsed. Before long, they stumbled upon a colossal meteorite crater, a haphazard pile of steel debris, and various discarded machine parts. These remnants belonged to the airships crafted by the 8th-ranked goblin species, capable of soaring through the skies. A few weeks prior, this region had witnessed a conflict. A minor war erupted between the forest spirits and the goblins, resulting in cataclysmic changes to the landscape. The wreckage of the airships stood as a testament to the devastation wrought by that battle. Rick and his companions aimed to salvage usable resources from this site. Upon investigation, they discovered a fissure in the armor of the wreckage that seemed to offer an entryway, and they slipped into the shadows within. Rick gazed at the immense remains of the armored hull and inquired of a middle-aged man nearby, "How does the spirit needle plate respond?" The middle-aged man replied, "It's ineffective. The excessive black-gray haze is merely causing the spirit needle plate to spin in response to the influence of the black-gray spirits." A young man among them inwardly gasped in realization. So, it was merely lacking a vital life signature. The spirit needle plate, an artifact composed of luminous stones capable of detecting large spirit reactions, combined with ordinary obsidian, could guide them toward the direction of gods and their kin. It was a creation of Rick and his sister, yet now rendered useless. Consequently, they were left to rely solely on their senses to locate the enemy. The trio stealthily navigated the wreckage like mice, and after a thorough search, they soon discovered an object resembling a small box. Composed of intricately interwoven cubes akin to a puzzle, one of the companions grasped it tightly and twisted it forcefully, causing the box to emit a radiant spectrum of light. This illuminated a grand image projected into the void, eliciting an exclamation of surprise from the middle-aged man. Could it be a world map? Indeed, and it's the latest version. Although humanity had previously constructed maps to some extent based on collected data and measurements, the lines cast by the light now meticulously delineated the land and sea of the world. Due to the war, the terrain of this world was in a constant state of flux, making this discovery exceedingly valuable. Rick took the box with a surge of excitement, exclaiming, "This is not merely a strategic map and current power distribution chart. Despite the use of ciphers, I can decipher goblin language effortlessly. Ha ha ha, this is fantastic." The middle-aged man could not contain his laughter, for grasping this intelligence could likely allow them to deduce the current state of affairs in the ongoing conflict. Moreover, they were capable of estimating alternative residential locations with relatively lesser danger. With an air of calm composure, Rick spoke, "Ivan, Yair, you will compare and amend the left and right halves respectively with the existing map, while I will recreate the strategic and power distribution chart. Let us pledge allegiance to the legacy." This was a solemn vow to be made in honor of the deceased, publicly sworn to signify their commitment. The three men retrieved paper, ink, and measuring tools from their backpacks and commenced their task. A few minutes later, a heavy tremor reverberated from the ground. In that instant, as if by silent agreement, they all crouched down and swiftly retreated into the shadows. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed around them as a dark red worm emerged from the earth. This creature was a manifestation of a mutated demon lord born from the realm of fantasy. It possessed terrifying power, rendering it an insurmountable force for the humans of this world. Regardless of how lowly ranked the demon might be, any human it touched would be reduced to mere flesh. The weapons carried by Rick and his companions were utterly ineffective against it. A reckless approach could lead to their complete annihilation. Rick contemplated various escape routes before turning to a middle-aged man beside him and issuing an order. "Ivan, I command you to sacrifice yourself here. Pledge allegiance to the legacy and leave it to me." Without hesitation, the middle-aged man complied. He entrusted his belongings to a younger man, and boldly stepped forward to draw the demon's attention. Indeed, one would serve as bait, while the other two seized the opportunity to flee. This was their only option. A distance of 50 meters could be covered by a human in approximately 8 seconds. When facing a demon at such a close range, there was no alternative from the very start. Should all three attempt to escape together, the best-case scenario would result in their collective demise upon discovery, while the worst would see them tracked back to a human settlement. Demons possessed that level of intelligence. As the leader of the humans, Rick's contemplation centered solely on where to sacrifice someone. Chapter 58. Naruto's fortuitous acquisition of an external advantage. The middle-aged man patted the shoulder of his longtime acquaintance, then turned back to find Rick silently observing him. "I'm off now, Rick. I entrust my family, my children, to you." Rick remained motionless, coldly regarding the middle-aged man before nodding. "Very well, leave it to me. I'm sorry, but I shall precede you in death." With those words, the middle-aged man dashed forward. Upon hearing this unexpected declaration, Rick touched the emotional lock on his chest, feeling a wave of constriction in his heart. The trio crouched low and began to jog away, while the middle-aged man, distinct from them, deliberately created a loud commotion as he charged ahead. Hearing the roar of the beast, the middle-aged man maintained his speed, glancing back momentarily. The demon sensed the humans scattering amidst the remnants of steel charging towards it. The enemy was colossal, exactly as Rick had surmised. Its size was more than 3 times that of a human, even beneath its coat of black fur. The robust red muscles were discernible. A gaping maw, split halfway across the face, revealed a jagged array of sharp teeth. The baiting tactic had succeeded. All that remained was to delay this beast for as long as possible, ensnaring it. If one must undertake a task, it is only fitting to deliver the finest results. For this is the final endeavor of a lifetime. Indeed, my duty concludes here. All that is required now is to run forward with unwavering determination, an exceedingly simple task. My apologies, Rick, for relentlessly burdening you with this heavy responsibility. How terribly unfair we have been. Yet, I entrust everything to you. Cursed be it all. Rick sprinted with all his might, the sounds of explosions and the roars of the monstrous beings echoing behind him. On his face, fear, hesitation, doubt, and even sorrow and pain were conspicuously absent. It was precisely this absence that allowed the middle-aged man to place his trust in him. For the sake of this youth, younger than himself, he was prepared to lay down his life. Given the choice, the middle-aged man would naturally prefer not to perish, for he had a beloved wife and a proud daughter awaiting his return in the settlement. He longed to experience the simple joys of life with them before meeting his end. However, in this nascent era, he had no choice but to proceed as he must. Just as a beam of light emitted from the monster's mouth was about to strike him, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Broly gently raised a hand, and with a firm squeeze, obliterated a beam capable of piercing a small mountain. Astoundingly, it was reduced to nothingness. Observing the creature before him, Broly noted its resemblance to the ones he had encountered previously, though it appeared equally feeble. He raised a finger and unleashed a ki blast, penetrating its body, and with a simple upward gesture, cleaved the entire monster in two. The middle-aged man, witnessing this spectacle, was struck with terror, collapsing onto the ground, his body instinctively retreating as he gasped, "Impossible. A human cannot achieve such feats. You must not be human." Just as Broly was about to clarify, Rimuru descended from the sky, sprouting 2 pairs of wings. Upon witnessing this scene, the middle-aged man's fear intensified. "I understand now. You are beings of fantasy. I shall not yield. Kill me, if you will," he cried out, anguish etched across his face, clearly aware of the grim fate that awaited humans captured by other races. Broly sensed that words would be futile at this juncture, so he raised a hand and placed it upon the man's forehead, invoking the ability to control minds. A power granted by Shinran. He implanted a directive in his mind. Regardless of what you see, rationalize that we are the good ones, that we are human. The middle-aged man stood up, a look of dawning realization on his face as he gazed at the two before him. "Oh, so you are the good ones. You are human." Rimuru, eyeing Broly with suspicion, inquired, "What have you done to him?" Broly waved his hand dismissively. "I merely implanted a suggestion in his mind, convincing him that we are the good ones. This will save us a considerable amount of time. Rest assured, it will not influence his other thoughts and ideas." Rimuru summoned his system, and after Raphael examined it, he confirmed that there were indeed no issues, choosing not to inquire further. However, his gaze towards Broly was filled with wariness. This ability to implant commands into the minds of others and manipulate their thoughts reminded him of the demon lord Kramen, whom he had defeated. Broly inquired of the middle-aged man, "Who is the current leader of humanity?" The man scratched his head, seemingly unguarded. and replied with a hearty laugh. Haha, it's Rick. Thanks to him, we are able to survive in this dreadful era. Can you take us to meet your leader? Broly asked. No problem. The man readily agreed. Observing the middle-aged man's demeanor, Rimuru's expression grew increasingly grim. The abilities of this companion to manipulate hearts appeared to surpass even those of Kramen, and he seemed considerably more powerful than Rimuru himself. The level of danger posed by Broly rose yet again in Rimuru's mind. Meanwhile, within Rimuru's body, Su Xiaoyu and her companions were engaged in a game of military chess with the Storm Dragon King. Rimuru's body formed a unique space, allowing the creatures she had swallowed to exist within this stomach realm. Currently, aside from the Storm Dragon King, there were also the high-ranking fire spirit, Su Xiaoyu, Aqua, Luffy, and Naruto present. The Storm Dragon had actually escaped from the infinite prison long ago. However, he remained within Rimuru's body, concerned for her safety in the other world. Now that new individuals had arrived, this playful dragon maintained his draconic form, preparing to unleash his prowess in the game of chess. During his time in the infinite prison, he had honed his skills in military chess, becoming nearly unbeatable. Yet, the idyllic vision of victory contrasted starkly with reality. At that moment, the Storm Dragon found himself facing his greatest adversary in the form of Su Xiaoyu, who was playing for the first time and swiftly besting him. Frustrated, the Storm Dragon was startled when Aqua unexpectedly appeared, unafraid as she playfully patted the dragon's rear, perhaps not realizing it was indeed the dragon's posterior. Hey. Although you look fierce, you do have a certain cuteness upon closer inspection. Luffy extended his arms and perched atop the Storm Dragon's neck, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A dragon. It's truly a dragon. Meanwhile, Naruto was conversing with the high-ranking fire spirit, introducing himself. Hello, I am Naruto, the fire spirit. Upon seeing Naruto extend his hand, reciprocated in a gesture of respect. However, when their hands met, the spirit sensed that Naruto possessed a space of his own. Driven by curiosity, the spirit transformed into a burst of sparks and entered that space. Upon entering Naruto's body, he found himself in a rather humid cage. Before him lay a large, naked red fox, lounging on the ground, looking quite arrogant as it bared its teeth and inquired, Hey, where did you come from? The superior fire spirit gazed at the fox before it, sensing an ominous presence. Just as it intended to step outside, an unseen force propelled it back, trapping it within. Outside, Naruto frantically clutched his hair, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the fiery figure that had just been before him. In Chapter 59, the Storm Dragon and the superior fire spirit, the Storm Dragon, agitated, surveyed the nearly checkmated chessboard. His mood already soured by the unwelcome touches and the weight of a rider upon his back, he was further incensed by the cacophony surrounding him. With a flick of his body, he dislodged Luffy and, using his tail, sent Aqua sprawling aside. Rising to his full height, he bellowed, Enough! Were it not for your incessant distractions, I would have triumphed long ago. And you, the blonde-haired brat over there, cease your incessant shouting. It is utterly irritating. After venting his frustration, the Storm Dragon feigned turning away, accidentally nudging the chessboard with his tail, sending pieces scattering to the ground, all the while smugly waving his tail in satisfaction. Su Xiaoyu, recognizing the dragon's shameless antics, was adorned with numerous black lines of exasperation across her forehead. Naruto promptly approached the Storm Dragon, inquiring, What just happened? That fiery man vanished all of a sudden. The Storm Dragon moved closer, scrutinizing the situation, and was astonished to discover that the superior spirit had taken refuge within the child's body. Employing his X-ray vision, he discerned a seal upon the boy's form. Deep within this seal, alongside the superior fire spirit, lurked a formidable beast. Exhaling a plume of heated breath, the Storm Dragon pointed a claw at Naruto's navel, proclaiming, That superior fire spirit has entered your body. Within Naruto, the Ninetales, trapped by the four-symbol seal, regarded the invasive presence with the ferocity of a territorial beast. Displaying a fearsome countenance, the Ninetales sighed, crossing its forearms and resting its head. Though I know not how you entered, having done so, do not presume to leave. I have been confined here for 14 years. Since you've come in, I shall reign supreme here, and you will be my subordinate, understood? Since its inception, the Ninetales had been subjected to countless human hosts, each regarding it as a mere vessel for their own purposes. Over the years, it had been sealed within various hosts, each branding it as a malevolent force. Now, countless ages later, it had been forgotten that it was once an innocent little fox. Its fondness for humanity had dwindled to naught, yet this newcomer was evidently not human and shared a similar fate of confinement. The Ninetales mused that perhaps it would finally have a companion to converse with, alleviating the tedium of its isolation, sparing it the daily burden of eavesdropping on the trivialities of the child's life. However, just as it was poised to assert its dominance, the superior fire spirit traversed the four-symbol seal. The nine-tailed fox was utterly bewildered, launching itself in a fierce dash that collided directly with the four-symbol seal, only to be repelled by a powerful current. Its fox-like visage pressed tightly against the barrier. It growled fiercely, "What is happening? How could you escape?" The superior fire spirit scratched its head, displaying an apologetic demeanor. "I formed an incomplete contract with him, and that granted me passage. Fear not. You shall remain the master here." The nine-tailed fox erupted in a fit of rage, bellowing from within, "What nonsense is this? Get back in here this instant. I shall tear you apart." The superior fire spirit shrugged. "Do you take me for a fool?" and then vanished from that space, leaving behind an irate nine-tailed creature. Emerging from Naruto's body, the superior fire spirit realized that, upon signing the contract, it had gained temporary control over the chakra within Naruto's being that was previously inaccessible. Its form underwent a remarkable transformation, growing taller, with flames becoming more vibrant and intense, perhaps influenced by the Azura power within Naruto or a mutation of the chakra itself. The storm dragon, furrowing its brow, inquired, "Your power has increased, and you've signed a contract with this young lad?" The superior fire spirit nodded, savoring the surge of its newfound strength. "Indeed, it appears so." Outside, Rimuru sensed the upheaval within her body. After entering to ascertain the situation and learning the details, she refrained from rebuking the superior fire spirit and instead asked, "So, you have chosen to leave me?" The superior fire spirit shook its head. "This contract was a necessity, and it seems I have also undergone a form of evolution. Hence, I have decided to remain as a fire spirit within him. Moreover, we entered into an incomplete contract, which holds no binding power." Rimuru nodded, feeling that her bond with the superior fire spirit remained intact. She then raised her hand, utilizing Raphael's analytical ability to dissolve the incomplete contract between the superior fire spirit and Naruto. In truth, had the superior fire spirit chosen to depart, she would not have obstructed it, as she could effortlessly summon many superior spirits. Yet, this particular spirit held a unique significance for her, as it was a gift from Miss Shizue. Naruto, utterly perplexed, had no inkling of the unfolding events, the signing of contracts and incomplete agreements, merely wishing to shake hands with the elder. How did it all spiral into such bizarre occurrences? The superior fire spirit stepped closer, transforming part of its flames into a fire spirit that fused with Naruto. Although this spirit was not of superior rank, it possessed the potential to evolve into one. Naruto felt a wave of warmth envelop him, and soon a large-headed fire spirit resembling a red cloud erupted from him, playfully circling around Naruto a few times before landing on his face, exclaiming, "Pleased to meet you, master." Overjoyed, Naruto embraced this little creature, feeling an unprecedented sense of kinship, as if it were family. "Ha ha ha, delightful to meet you. I am Naruto." Su Xiaoyu gazed enviously at Naruto, who had managed to acquire a fire spirit, while a twinge of frustration welled up within her. As the leader of the group, she felt diminished, as if she had become the weakest member among them. Meanwhile, in the world of One Punch Man, she inexplicably sneezed, feeling somewhat unwell. She resolved to purchase some medicine after finishing her current game. Once matters settled here, Broly and Rimuru followed the rescued elder towards the human sanctuary. Through their conversation along the way, Broly gleaned some information about this haven for humanity and surmised that the plot was just beginning. This implied that the protagonist, Rick, had yet to encounter the female lead, Ruby. Broly activated his key sensing, noting numerous weak life forces surrounding him. Indeed, the frilier the being, the more resilient its life force seemed. Meanwhile, a dark haze obstructed his perception, and he wondered where the protagonist, Rick, had wandered off to. It appeared that their best course of action was to head to the survivors' base. Chapter 60. The human survivors' base. Broly and his companions quickly caught up with the protagonist, Rick. Upon seeing the middle-aged elder who had miraculously survived, Rick's heart, bound by emotional restraint, fluttered momentarily before he resumed his stoic demeanor, eyeing Broly and Rimuru warily. "Who are you two?" he inquired. Before Broly could respond, the elder interjected, "They are two good people I met along the way. If it weren't for them, I would have perished." Rick regarded the elder's words with skepticism. In his mind, humanity was incapable of contending with other races. Even the weakest demon spawn posed an insurmountable threat. How could these two have rescued the elder from such peril? There must be some hidden agenda at play. Broly, clearly growing impatient and contemplating the use of his telepathic abilities, was interrupted as Rimuru acted first. Her head transformed into a peculiar large flower, and as its petals unfurled, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Upon inhaling this scent, Rick and his companions were instantly overcome with dizziness. This was a unique plant from Rimuru's world, possessing the ability to induce temporary amnesia. However, it had little effect on powerful beasts, being effective primarily on ordinary individuals. Rimuru had accidentally consumed this plant long ago during her time as a slime. Broly noted Rimuru's apparent distaste for using her charm to manipulate others, which prompted her to resort to this method. Thus, he decided to observe how she would resolve the situation. When Rick regained his senses, he had lost a portion of his memory. Upon lifting his head and seeing Broly and Rimuru, he asked in confusion, "Who are you two?" Rimuru promptly replied, "We are survivors from the area, out here searching for supplies, and we happened to encounter you, so we wanted to say hello." Rick scrutinized the two before continuing. "Where is your survivor's base? How many people are there? What areas do you typically explore?" He possesses the calmness and rationality requisite for a leader of humanity. Even if he were to lose his recent memories, it would be implausible for him to be easily deceived. Rimuru is aware that Rick is active in this vicinity and likely possesses a more profound understanding of the area than himself. Should he utter falsehoods, they would be readily discernible. However, prior to their arrival, he had already employed exploratory magic to observe the surrounding environment and stated with composure, "We are located in a cave 600 kilometers to the east at the 12 o'clock position. Previously, there were 50 individuals at the gathering site. But after being attacked by demonkind, we scattered through the escape routes we had prepared. The distance of 600 kilometers exceeds their known range of exploration." And while Rimuru's words are impeccably crafted, Rick furrowed his brow, realizing that matters were not so straightforward. Two ordinary individuals could not traverse such a vast distance en route. They would have to pass through territories inhabited by both demonkind and orcs, both of whom are exceedingly hostile towards humans. Furthermore, the duo is unarmed, possessing only 2 robes, which is decidedly suspicious. The notion of having traveled 600 kilometers in search of lost companions seems excessively far. If it were to seek a new human settlement, it might be more plausible. Rick stepped back slightly, evidently having become distrustful after enduring prolonged exposure to such a bleak environment. Although Rimuru's narrative was crafted to deceive most, and indeed, a cave was situated 600 meters away as confirmed by his magic, Rick, as the leader of humanity and the intellectual pinnacle of the narrative, could hardly be so easily misled. Broly, recognizing that she had mishandled the situation, was not surprised. If Rick were so easily fooled, he would not be the protagonist of the world, the epitome of intelligence in game life. Engaging with intelligent individuals necessitates employing equally astute methods. Broly raised her hand and unleashed a white shockwave towards the distance. A blinding flash of light was followed by a deafening explosion, the terrifying blast creating a wave of force that knocked Rick and his companions off their feet. Broly understood that attempting to manipulate someone of Rick's intellect was futile. She stated plainly, "We are humans from another world, endowed with extraordinary powers. Our primary purpose in visiting your realm is to assist your kind in seizing the Star Cup, whether you choose to believe it or not. You may suspect that I am a member of another race masquerading as a human. But allow me to clarify, the humans in this world act like ants. Would it require so many convolutions to eliminate you? There exists a cave 385 kilometers to the southeast. Does it not house your gathering of 500 individuals?" Broly, having sensed their presence, was already aware of their location. By merely attuning herself to the essence of humanity in this world, she could swiftly pinpoint their whereabouts. If Rick, the protagonist of this world, remains skeptical, he may resort to mental manipulation to control him. Although the heart lock within Rick's chest confines all his emotions, a flicker of astonishment and a sense of dread towards the unknown formidable power can still be discerned in his expression. Upon a meticulous analysis of Broly's words, he realizes that he has no choice but to trust him, as this path seems to be the only viable option. After all, their hometown has already been exposed. If these beings are indeed other races masquerading as humans, possessing such immense power, they could obliterate them at any moment. There is truly no need for such convoluted measures. With fervor, Rick extends his hand and grips Broly's firmly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for not giving up on our world. I will not disappoint you." Broly nods in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further, and the group proceeds to the gathering of humans. Upon introducing Broly and Rimuru to the assembly, Rick, filled with excitement, retreats to his room. Having witnessed Broly's formidable strength, he rummages through his belongings to devise a long-cherished plan that he had once envisioned. Rimuru and Broly are assigned to a separate room. As soon as they enter and close the door, Rimuru transforms into his slime form. from which he releases Su Xiaoyu, Luffy, Naruto, and Aqua. The group convenes to deliberate their upcoming strategy. After a thorough discussion, they decide to split into two factions. Rimuru and the others will safeguard Rick, ensuring he remains unharmed during this critical period. Meanwhile, Broly will scout for information about this world, neutralizing any potential threats to ensure the safety of the gathering. When Rick's plan is ready to be executed, they will reconvene via group chat. Chapter 61. The Resilience of the World. Su Xiaoyu watches as Broly embarks on his solitary mission, exhaling a resigned sigh. This independent task was proposed by Broly himself. Perhaps he has come to perceive the others as burdens. Su Xiaoyu is not naive. She has long familiarized herself with the Dragon Ball series and understands the terrifying nature of Broly, especially after his 7 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Combined with the enhancements granted by the Dragon Shinron, his power is unfathomably intimidating. She is also aware that, should Broly desire, he could effortlessly detonate the entire Earth's core, revealing the Star Cup. Yet, it appears he has no intention of taking such drastic measures. Su Xiaoyu is an astute young woman. She understands that now is not the time to demand anything of Broly that he is unwilling to undertake, given her position as the group leader. The only course of action left for her is to strive to comprehend his thoughts and maintain their friendship. Although she often jokingly expresses a desire to cling to powerful allies, she has never entertained the notion of idly lying back and relying solely on others for success. Her enduring aspiration has been to cultivate a small team that supports and nurtures one another, fostering a harmonious and cooperative community. The mindset of Su Xiaoyu is destined to lead to increasing pressure in the future, for every individual possesses a distinct personality. Moreover, in a scenario where the leader's strength is relatively weak, it becomes exceedingly unlikely for everyone to heed her commands. The current situation is still manageable. Yet if her strength continues to grow at such a sluggish pace, she will find it increasingly difficult to maintain order in the future. Apart from exercising the authority of the group leader to expel disobedient members from the chat, she will have no other recourse. After all, this world inherently values strength. The powerful dictate the terms. The reason Broly has not swiftly concluded this world lies not only in his desire to postpone returning to the spaceship for slumber, but also in several significant factors. First, every time he unleashes his energy blast, an invisible chain manifests upon his arm, restraining his power. What is the nature of this chain? Second, the deity of this world embodies a conceptual essence, a fact that raises his concerns, for concepts are notoriously elusive, yet their strength is undeniable. It is akin to a river god, initially perceived as a regional deity, yet it turns out to be a conceptual god capable of extracting entities from the river. Indeed, the Milky Way is a river, and the river of time is also a river. His abilities are absurdly formidable. The concept of a war god in this realm implies that no matter whom he encounters, his power will always surpass theirs. Does this suggest that, in his presence, no matter how much he grows in strength, he will never surpass him? If so, the depths of this world are indeed profound. Thirdly, and most crucially, this pertains to the narrative tasks in other worlds. If no external interventions occur, will the world continue to unfold along its original storyline? If no disruptions are anticipated, why would they be assigned this task? Their dispatch implies that the mission must inherently involve some unforeseen developments, deviating from the original plot. What precisely are these disruptions? What causes them to arise, altering the trajectory of the entire world's narrative? This question must be elucidated. Otherwise, should he find himself in a similar fantastical realm in the future, his ignorance will render him even more vulnerable. Broly, harboring these concerns, ventured into a secluded region. This time, he was determined to thoroughly comprehend the essence of that invisible chain. He raised his hand, beginning to concentrate on generating a more potent energy blast. As the energy sphere expanded, the invisible chains reappeared upon his arms, their numbers incessantly multiplying, seemingly constraining him. Broly attempted to touch these chains, but found himself utterly unable to do so. As the chains proliferated, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming repulsion. It was as if the world itself was rejecting him. When he amassed an energy blast powerful enough to obliterate an entire planet, his form began to fade into a spectral state. Sensing that something was amiss, Broly promptly ceased his actions. He had an instinctive feeling that if he were to cast down the energy orb in his hand, he would be completely expelled from this world as it faced annihilation. Once he shattered the energy orb, the chains that had bound him vanished entirely. In the depths of his mind, Broly entertained a bold hypothesis. Could it be that his power was sufficient to obliterate this world, and in an effort to safeguard itself from destruction, this world sought to reject him? The chains that had appeared were perhaps a form of protective mechanism, explaining the strange occurrences. If this were the case, using his power to penetrate the very core of the planet might result in instant expulsion from this realm. Yet, if that were indeed true, how could Rick utilize the absolute attacks unleashed by various forces to execute a combined strike that penetrated the entire planet? Was it possible that his power, not belonging to this world's system, triggered such a repelling response, while Rick's combined assault was born of this world as paradigm, comprehensible and acceptable to it, thus evading expulsion? Broly could only interpret it this way. If this were accurate, the current situation would become even more dire. Upon traversing into different worlds, those realms that did not constrain their power systems could potentially reject his own, inflicting harm. Therefore, when facing the god of war and other conceptual deities should battle commence, there was a high probability that the entire world would be laid to ruin, for his power was already sufficient to annihilate it. The concept of the god of war dictated that the stronger the opponent, the stronger he would become. Thus, at the moment of confrontation, this world would encounter unprecedented devastation, leading to the emergence of the Star Cup, and he would find himself expelled, resulting in the failure of his mission. If that were the case, his desire to pierce through the planet with his power seemed utterly impractical. Firstly, he did not belong to this world's power system, and whether the Star Cup would manifest without recognition was uncertain. Even if it did appear, he would likely be forcibly expelled. In that scenario, competing for the Star Cup with his allies against the deities of this world would probably end in failure, leading to the declaration of mission failure. Broly had previously contemplated how to discern strengths and weaknesses when traversing to different worlds with varying systems. He had not anticipated that the choice would not be to suppress the powers of other worlds. Was it possible that these traversed worlds were utterly incapable of analyzing the power systems of different realms, rendering them unable to suppress those systems? When faced with other power systems potent enough to destroy an entire world, the only recourse available to this world would be to activate its protective mechanism to expel them. Chapter 62. Who has an opinion on my wife? After receiving an answer to his first question, Broly resolved to investigate the levels of combat strength among various factions in this world. He sought to ascertain whether the effects of magic could influence him, and, if so, to what extent. Though I have sought the dragon to make wishes for formidable magical resistance and immunity, vigilance remains imperative. Should circumstances take a turn, Broly will promptly employ instant transmission to depart. I have encountered the demon species before, and their strength is commendable. Among this tribe, the mightiest is undoubtedly the Demon Lord, a being mutated from the illusion species. Broly harbors a keen curiosity about this Demon Lord and, indeed, about the myriad races within this world. Numerous species and deities that appeared in the original novels and animated films have yet to manifest, and having found myself in this realm, I am compelled to explore it thoroughly. However, my immediate priority is to locate a magical race to test my magical resistance and immunity. After all, I would prefer to avoid a scenario in battle where a divine being casts a spell that halts time or traps me in another dimension, or worse, transforms me into a child or an elderly person. This apprehension stems from the fact that, in Dragon Ball, the magical resistance of all Saiyans is nearly zero. When Goku and Vegeta fused into Vegeto, they were effortlessly turned into chocolate beans by Majin Buu. Broly is determined not to meet a similar fate. Therefore, it is wise to tread cautiously until I grasp the intricacies of this world's setting. Upon reflection, it seems that the forest sprite species aligns closely with my requirements. This race possesses the highest magical adaptability among biological forms, embodying magic itself. They are the only biological race capable of simultaneously casting multiple spells. Although the power of a forest sprite's magic pales in comparison to that of the celestial winged species, the latter cannot match the former's prowess in spellcasting. It can be said that the forest sprites are the grand sorcerers of this world. After some exploration, Broly soon discovered traces of the forest sprites in a nearby forest. An elder female forest sprite was leading 3 younger ones in hunting a few goblins that had trespassed into their territory. The forest sprites bear a striking resemblance to humans, albeit with elongated ears. Any one of them could easily overpower those fairies that some exalt to the heavens. Generally, forest sprites are not only tall, but also fair-skinned. More importantly, their garments are woven from leaves and vines, exuding a natural aura that invites endless contemplation. Upon witnessing these beings reminiscent of Western mythological elves for the first time, particularly the elder sprite, imbued with an air of maturity as she frolicked through the forest, certain aspects of her form undulated, conjuring images of the sea. Broly cleared his throat, admitting that he had momentarily lost focus. It is time to attend to more pressing matters. He swiftly took action to eliminate the goblins, who, while resembling humans, bore green skin. With a single blow, he shattered the mech they piloted, carefully moderating his strength to ensure the goblins within remained unharmed. Swift as lightning, he employed his mind control, seizing dominion over the three forest spirits. Initially, he had harbored doubts about his ability to exert control over these magic-savvy beings, but to his astonishment, the power bestowed upon him by the divine dragon proved exceptionally potent, successfully binding them to his will. Through their confessions, Broly gleaned a wealth of information regarding the forest spirits. The realm of the forest spirits ostensibly adhered to a democratic system, governed by noble families and a council of elders. However, they still kept numerous slaves from other races, primarily acquired from territories they had conquered. This led to the establishment of generations of enslaved families serving as subordinates. Intriguingly, this race was solely comprised of females, with no males in existence. Those forest spirits exhibiting superior magical prowess were also notably more beautiful, with the contemporary preeminent intellect and foremost spellcaster, Nirba, being strikingly exquisite. It remained a mystery how they reproduced, perhaps through a form of parthenogenesis. After gathering this information, Broly instructed them to cast various spells upon him to test his magical resistance. The results revealed that he could indeed withstand the majority of spells, demonstrating the highest immunity to those of lethal destructive capacity, while experiencing only faint reactions to those with negative effects. However, the forest spirits he had captured were not among the elite mages of their kind. The elder among them was merely of average skill, indicating that magic in this world could still have some effect on him, particularly spells with adverse consequences. In pursuit of further validating his magical resistance and preparing for his forthcoming plans, Broly resolved to send one of the young forest spirits to the human settlement to assist Su Xiaoyu and Rick. He would then assume her appearance and infiltrate the forest spirits alongside the other two. His ultimate goal was Nirba, the reputed foremost intellect and spellcaster of the age, not out of desire for her physical form, but rather a yearning to experience the affection of magic. Meanwhile, Rick finally encountered Hubie. Rimuru remained in her slime form, perched protectively atop Rick's head. Having learned from Su Xiaoyu that this mech was destined to be the future heroine, she refrained from intervening in their meeting, allowing the narrative to unfold as intended. As the young girl Hubie lunged into Rick's embrace, toppling him to the ground, she bestowed a gentle kiss and, in a rather peculiar posture, declared, "Brother, I can no longer contain myself. Please allow me to become a woman." Rick, taken aback, found himself ensnared in confusion for the first time, burdened by the heart lock. Rimuru, observing from the side, was so startled that she nearly produced a masterpiece of art. As Rick's thoughts raced, he turned his gaze towards Rimuru. He understood that if Rimuru did not intervene, he would be doomed. The creature resembling a mechanical girl straddling him was far beyond his capacity to confront. The machine race, known as the Machina, was not even classified as a biological entity. They operated as a collective, interconnected entity. This meant that if one Machina spotted him, it was akin to the entire race observing him. And opposing one meant opposing them all. Their unique status stemmed from their combat capabilities, said to be capable of analyzing an attack in less than a second and instantly designing equivalent weaponry. Whether it was the magic of the forest spirits, the armaments of the goblins, or the breath of dragons, they could replicate and retaliate with precision. Due to the protracted war, their arsenal continued to grow, rendering them theoretically the most formidable race capable of infinite enhancement. However, they possessed another peculiarity. They did not initiate conflict. While they would retaliate if attacked, it seemed they would refrain from aggression as long as they were not provoked. Rick knew that Rimuru was reluctant to act, and all he could do now was refrain from resistance. He was not ready to die. Chapter 63. Rick's Awakening. After meticulously organizing all the information, Rick remained unable to grasp the situation, too apprehensive to make a move. At that moment, the mechanical girl who had been perched upon him continued. It is presumed that this scenario is not suitable for making such a request. Taken aback by this unexpected inquiry, Rick hesitated for a moment before realizing that the machine was evidently communicating in the human tongue. It was at least certain that she possessed knowledge of the human race. Although this revelation was inherently chilling, disregarding her words could easily be interpreted as an act of aggression. Rationally, Rick understood that he must comply with her dialogue for now. Until he comprehended the situation fully, he could not afford to act. Perhaps she did not intend to respond to his questions, for her expression remained impassive as she continued in a monotone voice. Reading setting 072. The subject is not voluntarily engaged in this. It is an accident. Yes, an accident. Hearing her tone reminiscent of his initial brother's scripted lines, Rick's mind once again went blank. What was happening? Confirming the subject's temperature, pulse, and organ responses show no reaction. Please refrain from prying into others' physiological responses. Rick struggled to maintain a facade of calmness upon receiving this troublesome information, internally exclaiming in dismay. She had perceived his physiological reactions. This implied that if he were to lie, it would likely be viewed as an act of hostility. He pondered whether she was aware of his underlying concerns when the mechanical girl posed another inquiry. The assumption that humans experience sexual arousal in this context. Would that be incorrect? To that, Rick cautiously replied, it varies from person to person. He could not lie, yet he could not discern her intentions, rendering him unable to grasp the situation. If she could see through to his physiological responses, then surely his fear could not escape her notice. What was her true objective? Is your lack of sexual arousal towards this unit due to a deficiency in its allure? As Rick pondered deeply, she posed an exceedingly challenging question, leaving him momentarily disoriented. This inquiry, akin to inviting extinction, presented a conundrum that even when faced with humanity, was difficult to answer without resorting to falsehoods. Rick steeled himself, meticulously observing the mechanized girl perched upon him. Her appearance resembled that of a human girl of approximately 10 years, with long, flowing black hair contrasting against her alabaster skin and ruby-red eyes, marking her as an exquisite beauty. Of course, had it not been for the mechanical elements adorning her and the two tubes trailing from her body like tails, one might find her utterly charming. However, to evoke any feelings of attraction, humans were far preferable, and she appeared rather too youthful for such sentiments. How does this response fare? It neither deceives nor rejects. For Rick, this was a flawless answer. He even felt a sense of achievement. However, the mechanized girl promptly countered. Lacking experience in that realm meant there was no opportunity for selection. Hearing her query, Rick cautiously asked, do you imply that as a virgin, I possess no right to choose my preferences? The mechanized girl nodded in a mechanical fashion and informed him, please cooperate. My current task is to analyze the unique language of humans known as heart. It has been confirmed that heart refers to the intimate contact of human skin, involving the exchange of bodily fluids. A distinctive language through which emotions arise, presumed to be an aspect of heart communication that the mechanized beings lack. By mimicking the same actions, I too can decipher the thoughts within one's heart. Is this analysis erroneous? Rick silently offered a bitter smile. Realizing a rather cruel truth, the mechanized beings had likely monitored humans for an extended period. The humans had foolishly believed they were concealed well, when in fact, everything was within the mechanized being's purview. Regardless of the reasons for being targeted, this was both the best and worst of situations. To ensure that the surviving humans could continue to exist on this planet like phantoms, Rick resolved to deepen the concealment of the heart. With a clang, a sound far heavier than usual resonated as he locked the door, opening his eyes. In that moment, he had come to terms with the fact that those unexpected allies and reinforcements were utterly unreliable. It was hard to fathom the bitterness and despair now residing within Rick's heart. Humanity could rely solely on itself. Taking a deep breath, he focused on two objectives. First, to convince himself that he and this machine were in a friendly relationship, and second, to lead her to make erroneous judgments. Her aim was the analysis of the heart. If that were indeed the case, it implied she was devoid of a heart, unlike humans, and thus incapable of concealment and deception. Deceiving a heartless entity would undoubtedly prove far easier than deceiving a human. Eventually, the mechanized girl concluded her lengthy contemplation, maintaining a serious demeanor as she articulated Rick's misunderstanding. The concept of intimate contact, she asserted, was a euphemism for reproductive behavior. Please engage in reproductive actions with me. I refuse. Perhaps a resolute refusal could be perceived as a hostile remark. However, Rick's calm and composed mind instinctively assured him that there would be no issues. Moreover, he wished to demonstrate that even a novice possesses the right to choose for the first time. More importantly, he needed to extract the necessary information. The mechanized beings were presumably interconnected through something called a linkage, were they not? I apologize, but I have no penchant for exposure, Rick stated coolly. This unit has been disconnected from the linkage. Your reasoning has been invalidated. Please engage in psychological analysis with this unit. Although Rick had anticipated this outcome, it had merely been a wishful thought on his part, now confirmed. Huh, why? Rick feigned confusion, asking earnestly. This unit seeks to analyze whether the mechanized beings possess consciousness, self and soul. Due to theoretical inconsistencies, this unit has been disconnected and deemed obsolete. Rick finally understood the rationale behind the mechanized being's seemingly erratic actions. It was because this machine had malfunctioned. That was indeed a relief. Although he could not yet breathe easy, he had distanced himself from the worst-case scenario. So, does that mean? Rick furrowed his brow, uttering words that seemed to convey concern for her. Hubie nodded vigorously, stating, "You may indulge your desires without issue. Even though this unit lacks the attributes of a human female." Rick replied, "I would never do that. So you don't possess those qualities." Understanding dawned upon him. It was because he felt no allure towards her that he rejected reproductive actions. You are completely oblivious to the situation. Chapter 64. Extracting the residual value of the world. Hubie nodded once more, then moved away from Rick. Freed, Rick slowly rose, only to see Hubie sit directly in front of him, informing him, "I propose a game." Initiating Game 001, Chess. Hubie placed her palm on the ground, and in the void, as if outlining with light, the silhouette of a chessboard emerged and materialized. This was the weapon deployment method of the mechanized beings. Rick was left astounded as Hubie slowly addressed him. "If I win, I request to be taken back to the settlement to engage in reproductive activities." "And what if I win?" he inquired. "You may take me back to the tribe to engage in reproductive activities. Isn't that the same regardless of winning or losing?" Rick pretended to shout in exasperation. Simultaneously, he realized this was a fortuitous opportunity. "Very well, I agree to compete with you, but I wish to change the terms." Even if it was not the best, it had to be the most ideal strategy. With a mind that walked alongside death, he swiftly devised multiple strategies. Rick had now learned to extract the maximum information with minimal effort, and with just one move, he aimed to exploit this situation to its fullest. "All right, how far can you go? Now is your time to showcase your prowess as the dictator of human fate. If I emerge victorious, I shall request that you provide me with intelligence." Despite his words, Rick was acutely aware that winning this game was an unattainable feat if the mechanical entity, Jikai Zone, was indeed as rumored, proficient in analysis and calculation, then chess would be her forte. Consequently, Hubei nodded in agreement, affirming that there would be no alteration to the conditions of victory for the machine. The two then embarked on a riveting game of strategy. Although Rick claimed to be no match for Jikai Zone, he played with remarkable ferocity, as chess had once been his cherished pastime. However, passion and the outcome of the game were two disparate matters. Rick could find no glimmer of hope and was defeated in a mere 29 moves. According to their agreement, Rick would escort her back to the human settlement and assist her in deciphering the nature of the heart. Through arduous negotiations, he ultimately conveyed that the heart does not arise from mere physical intimacy. On another front, Broly, having acquired the power of transformation through wishes granted by the dragon, remained concealed with the aid of two companions. Yet, he harbored doubts about whether he had already been discovered by the deity of the forest folk, who maintained a particular vigilance over their devotees, especially those capable of creating a race. Broly could not shake the suspicion that his control over them might have been revealed. Yet, why did the deity not intervene? Was there yet another trap laid before him? Indeed, engaging in such cerebral games was utterly loathsome, filled with schemes and lacking in sincerity. With a resigned sigh, Broly immersed himself in the fountain of life, savoring its revitalizing properties. This fountain served as an open-air bath for the forest folk, who frequented it to wash away exhaustion while reaping beauty benefits. The water of the fountain of life was a milky hue, imbued with a hint of sweetness. Surrounding Broly were numerous alluring forest folk frolicking and splashing water upon one another in their natural state. Suddenly, the pair of forest folk he had previously controlled approached him. From their lips, Broly learned of a crucial message relayed by the forest folk he had dispatched to the human settlement. Rick had returned with Hubei. Broly sprang to his feet in excitement, as this signified that he could advance to the next phase of his plan, to incite an all-out war between Jikai Zone and the forest folk. He would seize this opportunity to covertly stir the pot, achieving three objectives. First, he aimed to uncover how Jikai Zone had extracted the divine essence, which would prove advantageous when confronting the war god. Second, he intended to strike down the forest god, Canis, while he was vulnerable. For even ordinary forest folk wielded magical capabilities that posed potential threats to him, let alone the deity who had created them. Third, he sought to obtain Jikai Zone's core, and if the opportunity arose, to attempt acquiring the divine fox of suspicion. Fan Lu Broly is far too dignified to disrupt the relationships of others with his current prowess. He could have any woman he desires without resorting to such tactics. Moreover, he harbors no interest in flat-chested girls or young lolas. In recent days, Broly has not merely indulged in the beauty of women. Through his strategic maneuvers, the Mecha clan has already engaged in numerous small-scale skirmishes with the forest spirits. The next step is to orchestrate a full-scale war, which would also serve to ascertain whether the forest deity, Canis, has detected his presence. Should she refrain from intervening, It would indicate her ignorance of Broly's existence. However, the forest spirits would face annihilation, and Kaina's would find herself in a precarious position, stripped of faith and divine power. This would eliminate a significant threat to Broly, while also allowing him to seize the opportunity to abduct the contemporary genius, the foremost sorcerer among the forest spirits, Cinq-Nil, as well as gain control of the Mecha Clan's core. Cinq-Nil and the core of the Mecha Clan hold immense significance for Broly's potential journeys across other realms. The magic of this world leans heavily towards the arcane, relying on intricate formulations and analyses to wield power. This implies that Cinq-Nil may possess the ability to create and dissect the power systems of other worlds, which could also aid in researching how to enhance his own magical resistance. The Mecha Clan's core is even more valuable, enabling the creation of formidable androids, and possessing the capability for replication and analysis. The synergy between the two is self-evident. The Mecha Clan's core focuses on replication, while Cinq-Nil handles analysis, transforming it into a system suitable for his own cultivation. In due time, he could master the systems of other worlds. If the Mecha Clan's core could replicate the destructive powers of a god of destruction, the divine might of an archangel, or the erasure ability of the Omni King, it would indeed be a tremendous gain. Ultimately, in this world, talent is paramount. Regrettably, in Broly's own world, Bulma is still too young to be of any use, leaving him reliant on that old fool, Dr. Gero, for research. As for the second scenario, it would be nothing short of splendid. If the forest deity Kainas were to discover his existence and comprehend his schemes, Broly could then target the heroine, Hubie, and orchestrate events for the Mecha Clan to extract her divine essence. At that point, both the core of the Mecha Clan and Cinq-Nil would be his. How magnificent! Furthermore, he would have mastered methods to contend with the god of war, potentially stripping the divine essences from other beings in this world one by one. With the Star Cup in hand, he could completely drain this world of its resources. In Chapter 65, titled 180 Ghosts, in the human settlement, Rick, with Hubie's assistance, begins to traverse the territories of various factions in search of exploitable assets. Their bond swiftly deepens, and with Rick's guidance, Hubie gradually comes to understand human emotions, experiencing the complexities of love between human and machine. The migration of humanity to new settlements involves Rick and Hubie, alongside a total of 180 fallen souls, including the forest spirits disguised as humans through magical means, who have transformed into ghosts. Rimuru, due to a lack of trust, has long been excluded, along with others within her. At this moment, within the hastily constructed secret base, which serves as a refuge, the 180 ghosts are gathered around a round table. After surveying each member, Rick, as the leader of the ghosts, slowly began to speak. Though this world will inevitably face its ultimate fate, we shall never witness its arrival, nor will our descendants see it. The assembly fell silent upon hearing his words, yet Rick continued with fervent conviction. In a world devoid of merit, do we merely flee for survival and pray for the end of war? As humans, to whom do we direct our prayers? To those who claim to be gods, the destroyers? Or to a sky that cannot even halt them? Or to some other entity? In this cursed world, we linger on, waiting for the war to conclude. Only to what end? What lies beyond that? He gestured dramatically, his voice rising in an emotional outburst. I have heard that they battle for the throne of the one true God. Those who partake in such a war, regardless of who emerges victorious, can we truly expect that they will usher in a future better than the present? Right? Then, shifting his tone, he lowered his voice to a chilling calm. It is time to acknowledge that there is little hope left in this world. The group, aware of this painful truth, bowed their heads in solemnity, knowing that acceptance would shatter their spirits. As they each bore expressions of anguish, Rick proclaimed, before us lies but one path, to forge a new road, a path that allows humanity to endure. Upon hearing Rick's powerful declaration, the group lifted their heads. There exists but one method, a state of mental aberration, a madness of sorts, which, viewed through the lens of common sense, could be deemed as folly. We are ghosts, unnoticed by anyone. Rick gazed at the girl beside him, his eyes reflecting a unique emotion, and continued, we are ghosts, yet even without acknowledgement, we carry forth the legacy, driven by our will to persist. This is our testament of existence, proof that the world has not yet met its end. Rick steeled himself, his expression taut. Let us cease pretending to be wise. Humanity is a foolish species. He then stated resolutely, now, all we can do is fight. Fight, not flee, but engage in battle. Upon hearing Rick's unequivocal declaration, the gaze of the 184 focused intently on him, and he offered a faint smile. Yes, we shall fight. Any enemy that stands in our way, regardless of who they are, We shall unleash our strength, our folly. We will act like ghosts, deceiving them all, and seize the initiative. We must adopt the guise of the weak, employing various stratagems, unreservedly discarding shame and honor, even if history deems us despicable. If we are labeled as mere refuse or praised as nefarious, we must still attain victory. Rick asserts that our adversaries are those who have repeatedly reduced humanity and civilization to naught. If they so desire, they can transform mountains into abysses, convert oceans into land, and even shatter planets. The atmosphere in the room is tinged with incredulity. As laughter erupts among the baffled crowd, Rick joins in, smiling. Indeed, we shall dare to challenge these monstrosities and emerge triumphant. Such folly, absurd in its extremity, provokes laughter, does it not? Upon concluding his remarks, Rick surveyed the faces of the 180 individuals present and proclaimed, "The culmination of this great battle is the victory we seek, an end to the eternal conflict among the gods, achieved by human hands." Observing Rick's unwavering conviction, even Hubie beside him gazed wide-eyed. As for the conditions of victory, even a conservative estimation renders them daunting enough to induce faintness. Broly, through the hidden forest spirits, witnessed Rick's impassioned speech and recognized the narrative aligning with his own intentions, leading to clarity regarding his third inquiry. If no external intervention were to occur, would the world continue to unfold along its original storyline? Upon reaching this conclusion, Broly planned to incite an assault on the forest spirits using the earth spirits, drawing the flames of conflict into the territory of the machine race, compelling them to engage in battle, while orchestrating a scheme to ensnare the other races in the quagmire of war. Within the domain of the forest spirits, he had gradually taken command of a substantial force. Concurrently, he disseminated misleading information in the territory of the machine race, luring them toward conflict. Now, all that remained was to observe the actions of the forest deity, Kaido. Would she resist or choose to submit and languish? Meanwhile, within the Elders' Council of the Forest Spirits, Signal was summoned by the forest deity, Kaido. Enveloped in luminescent green vines, she radiated a refreshing aura of nature, imbued with a sacred essence, evoking a profound sense of maternal love. The enormity of her presence was overwhelming. Kaido had sensed Broly's influence when he commanded the 10th Forest Spirit. However, upon perceiving the formidable energy emanating from him, she hesitated to intervene, deciding instead to observe his intentions. Could it be that he was merely captivated by the beauty of the forest spirits, seeking to enslave a few? If that were the case, it would be fortuitous, for a handful of ordinary forest spirits held little significance for her. Yet, as her scrutiny deepened, it became apparent that his ambitions were far grander. Upon learning of the situation, Signal discerned that this was a calculated scheme, one that could no longer be thwarted, as various factions were already stirring with intent. The Dragonkin and the Celestial Wing have already discerned that the forest spirits have been ensnared. These two races are merely biding their time, plotting how they might seize a substantial piece for themselves. In recent days, Sincariel has been restless, tirelessly seeking an opportunity to turn the tide. Alas, this is a scheme laid bare, not one hidden in shadows. No matter the circumstances, you are destined to fall into the trap. The forest spirits too will tread the path toward annihilation. For the first time, Sincariel has tasted the bitterness of defeat, and she has begun to prepare for dual contingencies. Moreover, she intends to engage in a serious discourse with Broly, seeking to uncover his true desires and ascertain what it would take for him to relent. The latest installment of Dragon Ball Super, Broly Joins the Dimensional Chat Group, is now available, currently being drafted. Please refresh the page after a brief moment to access the latest updates. Sick leave notice. I have been utterly exhausted from training recently, and I request a day off. Chapter 66. The Ghosts of Death. Sincariel, having received instructions from the forest deity Canis, swiftly located Broly, who was masquerading as a young forest spirit. At that moment, Broly was fully immersed in the role, merrily gathering nectar alongside another large and fair forest spirit, their laughter echoing as if they were the closest of friends. Upon entering the garden, Sincariel was met with the respectful curtsies of the surrounding female forest spirits. She approached Broly, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain and disgust. Indeed, such manipulative machinations are utterly repugnant. Their minds are riddled with schemes, lacking any semblance of sincerity. The common forest spirits around them dared not utter a sound. Upon noticing her expression, Broly realized his cover was blown, and he ceased his pretense, rising to scrutinize the enchanting figure before him. Indeed, she was undeniably alluring, precisely his type. Sincariel, suppressing her aversion, adopted the demeanor befitting nobility, slightly lifting her skirt and courteously inquiring, "Might I have a word with you, my lord?" Broly smiled faintly, and his appearance began to transform, reverting from a beautiful forest spirit to his true self. The surrounding forest spirits showed no surprise, as they had all fallen under Broly's mental control. I cannot accompany you with complete assurance. Who knows if the forest deity Canis might suddenly betray me? Broly spoke slowly. You jest. Have you not been scheming against us forest spirits these past days? Nil said with a forced smile, her eyes flashing with a hint of malice. The forest spirits were known for their grudges, and being so thoroughly manipulated only intensified her displeasure. With a snap of his fingers, 2 forest spirits beside him immediately cast a spell, summoning 2 intertwining vines that formed a chair upon the ground. He sat down naturally, as if it were his own home, a display that only fueled Sentinel's anger further. Let us discuss matters here, and I must remind you, I can teleport at will. Broly leaned back in his chair, the forest spirits standing orderly behind him. Sentinel clenched and relaxed her fists, exhaling slowly before calmly asking, what do you truly desire? Broly pointed directly at her, declaring, I want you. Sentinel was taken aback by his words, stepping back in shock, her expression darkening. Yet, considering her faith in the deity and her entire race, she gritted her teeth, seemingly resolving to make a decision. If your aim is me, then I am pleased to inform you that you have succeeded. In the end, Sentinel chose the greater good, willing to sacrifice herself. After all, if such a small price could ensure the peace and continuation of the forest spirits, it would be a significant gain. Regrettably, this was her first encounter, feeling as though she was being prodded by a pig or pricked by a needle. Despite her thoughts, her body betrayed her. The idea of yielding to a base human before her own people stirred an unexpected thrill within her. Are we to do this here? With so many present, I feel a bit shy. This is my first time. Noticing Sentinel's flushed face and her bashful demeanor, Broly instantly realized she had misunderstood him, believing him to be a lascivious fiend. He was exasperated, having orchestrated such an elaborate scheme not merely for her physical form. He stated plainly, I believe you have misinterpreted my intentions. What I seek is your ability to analyze magic, not your body. Additionally, if possible, I hope to meet your deity at an opportune moment. My true objectives, beyond you, also include the core of the Jikai clan and the deity of the Jikai clan, the suspicious god Fanlu. Upon hearing this, Sentinel felt as though her worth was being equated with that of the other 2 valuable entities. Moreover, from his tone, it was evident he regarded her as a high-quality object. This realization filled her with a profound sense of humiliation, leaving her feeling somewhat despondent. It is difficult to fathom why she felt disheartened just moments ago. Was she perhaps anticipating something? Certainly, Sentinel was disheartened, but it was not due to the inability to preserve the forest spirit at such a minimal cost, contrary to what some might imagine. After all, as a prominent noblewoman and an elder of the forest spirits, how could she harbor such peculiar thoughts, nor possess such inclinations? Broly had indeed contemplated this situation and simultaneously devised another strategy, aiming to temporarily placate the forest deity, Canis, through negotiation while obtaining intelligence from the god of suspicion, Fanlu. The next step would involve probing the strength of the war god among the heavenly winged, steering them toward conflict with the fairy race, and severing the alliances of the forest spirits. One could only hope to compel the forest deity, Canis, into action. Broly rose from his chair, regarding her with an appreciative gaze, and remarked, I must say, I am quite pleased with your physical attributes. Should the opportunity arise, we could engage in a deeper conversation, and you may come to realize that I am not as malevolent as you might think. Sentinel, her teeth clenched in frustration, watched the man gradually fade from her view, a smile gracing his face while her eyes, filled with a malevolent glare, bore into Broly's back. By the way, have you heard the rumor regarding the forest spirit's penchant for vengeance? I have heard it said that they will pursue revenge for generations. Thus, I shall uncover your true identity and ensure your demise. It is unwise to toy with someone of my stature. I will make you regret it. The origin of this notorious reputation for grudges stems either from others or from the Near-Barian clan. Broly waved his hand dismissively. Very well, I shall await your attempt, provided you possess the capability. With the arrangements among the forest spirits complete, attention shifted back to Rick. In the command center, Rick displayed a bold smile as he announced the rules of this game. First, no one is permitted to kill. Second, no one may die. Third, no one must be aware of any wrongdoing. Fourth, any means employed are not considered cheating. Fifth, disregard the rules of those individuals. Any violation of the aforementioned will be deemed a loss. Rick surveyed the 180 individuals surrounding the round table with righteous conviction. We represent all the ghostly races, including the divine. We shall not kill, nor shall we be discovered. Our sole purpose is to manipulate the battlefield until this war reaches its conclusion. The rules that lean heavily on emotions can be likened to the capriciousness of children. Yet, if we are to end this great conflict in the guise of humanity, there exists no other recourse. For the very act of concluding a war in human form is, at its core, childlike folly. It is self-evident that failure results in total annihilation. Indeed, all precautions may be rendered futile. Should those individuals discover that a talking monkey is orchestrating the battlefield, then everything would truly be at an end. Chapter 67. The probability of success approaching zero. The members chosen by Rick, without exception, possessed exceptional intellect and skills. In other words, had they lived during a time of human prosperity and peace, they would undoubtedly have risen above the rest. To put it differently, all present were astute. The smarter one is, the more adept they become at navigating fortune and misfortune. Waging war against all races with the frail body of a mere human holds an infinitesimal chance of success, and for these specters, the only path that awaits is that of becoming phantoms themselves. It is likely that none would remain. This is not the course of action one would expect from a sound mind. A fool suffices in solitude. If it were to come to that, so be it. In the worst-case scenario, even if it were only himself and Hubie, Rick was determined to achieve his goal. After a full 10 minutes, he opened his eyes once more, only to discover that none of those present had chosen to depart. Witnessing this scene, Rick became increasingly convinced that humanity was indeed a foolish species. It is this foolishness that sharpens wisdom. Intellect ensures one does not fall victim to folly. Surviving to this day, even in a world devoid of survival value, they persisted. Now, these individuals, wagering all their intellect, wisdom, and skills, if they are not noble fools deserving of respect as the weak, then what are they? Hey, Chief, do not make an erroneous judgment at the outset. That would raise concerns for the future. Rick, do you really think there are still intelligent people in this world? Madness. In this era, what could be more insane than the world itself? For the wise, death is a choice in this world. The even wiser opt not to be born at all. All those who chose to stay mocked Rick. Meanwhile, in a corner of the room, the cloaked Rimuru, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, absorbed every word exchanged among them, as well as the scene unfolding before his eyes. In that moment, all present were struck by the gravity of the situation. Humanity, to survive and ensure the continuation of their race, many willingly embraced foolishness, sacrificing their lives to bestow the chance of existence upon future generations. Have you all lost your minds? How reliable. Now, allow me to share the next phase of the plan, Rick said, his heart brimming with joy as he unfolded a map. 5 years. No, even earlier than that. Rick had been orchestrating a game continuously updated for humanity as survival. During this time, he commanded countless individuals to relinquish their lives, weaving a game board from the myriad of corpses, all under the watchful gaze of 180 specters, including Rick and Hubie. Rick began to elucidate the specific plan. All right, let the game commence. We shall pledge to the legacy. As usual, the crowd responded, but Rick interjected, cease uttering that phrase. We are not pledging to a legacy. We are swearing an oath to the rules we have agreed upon. Thus, we should be swearing an oath to the covenant we established. From this moment forth, the covenant of this world was born. Thus, the non-existent individuals quietly commenced their covert actions. The future and hope were snatched away, leaving even despair feeling desolate, ultimately leading to a weariness of such despair. Everyone wagered everything for a hope that scarcely existed, oblivious to whether it held any significance. They merely felt it was their duty to act this way. After the meeting concluded, Hubie and Rick stood at the entrance of their secret base, engaged in a card game. Hubie remarked, Rick, the probability of success for each of your strategies is less than 1 in 100,000. The chances of all strategies succeeding, when subjected to logical reasoning, amount to 0. Well, Hubie, Rick interjected, seemingly eager to disrupt Hubie's train of thought. Is your explanation of probability accurate? The likelihood of rolling a 6 is 1 in 6, and the probability of rolling 2 6s consecutively is 1 in 36. Is that the calculation you're suggesting? Yes, that is correct, Hubie affirmed, confident that she had never underestimated Rick. Yet, she found it astonishing that he could so effortlessly unravel the intricate mathematical theories of probability. Thus, she resolved to elucidate the success rate of their endeavors. Let me share some good news with you. That calculation is erroneous. Hubie's body stiffened. The chance of rolling a 6 is indeed 1 in 6, yet in this game, the calculation does not follow that logic. As Rick shuffled the cards, he chuckled playfully, since rolling a 6 means victory, while everything else equates to loss. That implies the probability of winning stands at 50%. That is a fallacy, Hubie retorted. However, In terms of probability, the perspective from which one calculates and the conditions applied are also crucial factors. It's either all win or all lose. If one calculates from Rick's viewpoint, such a fallacy could be deemed consistent. The analytical Hubie found herself unexpectedly refuted by human reasoning, and the impact was so profound that her thoughts nearly ground to a halt. Rick continued, furthermore, the second error lies in the assumption that a die can yield a 6 in one single roll or even 1,000 consecutive times. Such calculations are flawed. In this world, nothing possesses a probability of 0. Conversely, when considering variables, the error distribution will converge as one increases the number of rolls. The probability of rolling a 6 is not strictly 1 in 6. Numerous variables are at play. However, as the number of experiments increases, the probability will converge, making calculations simpler and yielding results akin to the theoretical outcomes. Upon hearing Hubie's rebuttal, Rick maintained a grin. Can all variables truly be accounted for? The unknown variables, the unpredictable ones, are they all included? For instance, what if I stealthily replace the die with one that only shows 6s? Rick said with a meaningful glance. That would be impossible, at least initially, Hubie replied. Yet, if it persisted, anomalies would become apparent, revealing the reasons for the discrepancies. As this realization dawned upon her, Hubie's body froze. At last, she comprehended Rick's words and the significance of his strategies. It cannot be perceived, nor can its true essence be discovered. Their strategy involves manipulating the battlefield within the realm of unnoticed discrepancies, thereby becoming an unpredictable variable imbued with will. Mathematically speaking, there is no more challenging element to calculate than this, a conclusion to which Rick nodded in agreement. This is what is termed cheating, rather intriguing, is it not? Even so, Hubie still fails to comprehend that this game cannot be explained through probability theory. Hubie has grasped this concept. Yet questions remain. Why can one utilize the lowest probability as the expected value? Rick gazed out towards the entrance, which gradually transformed into a desolate world, responding, because this is humanity's final opportunity. Chapter 65. Probability is not everything. Moreover, probability theory is the most unreliable of constructs. Allow me to demonstrate. Suppose I were to inquire about the probability of proposing to Hubie at this moment. The components of Hubie's brain and computational chip whirred rapidly, answering according to her inherent logic. The intent of the question is ambiguous, thus the estimated probability is nearly 0. See, you guessed wrong. Marry me, Hubie. Hubie was momentarily taken aback as Rick produced a small ring and said to her, in probability theory, there is no 0. No one can deny the probability of victory in this game, correct? Hubie gazed up at Rick, who was extending the small ring, her round eyes reflecting uncertainty, and replied, I cannot comprehend. I refuse. Upon hearing her response, the 19-year-old virgin Rick was instantly petrified, collapsing onto the ground, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. A heartfelt proposal met with rejection felt akin to an apocalypse for Rick. In this moment, Hubie, as a machine, remarkably displayed a spectrum of human emotions. Articulating seriously, marriage is a contract established between humans and their reproductive partners. As an analytical entity, I do not possess this capability. That is not the issue. Rick asserted resolutely. Am I to remain a virgin for eternity because I cannot reproduce? I care not. Yet, at that moment, Rick hesitated slightly. Oh, do not dwell on such trivialities, he exclaimed, attempting to divert attention. However, Hubie maintained an unnaturally expressionless demeanor and continued, there are no precedents for interspecies couples. Then we shall be pioneers, the world's first interspecies couple. At this juncture, Rick began to understand that Hubie's feelings were not rooted in dislike for him, but rather in other reasons. A newfound confidence emerged within him, convincing him that persistence would lead to success. Nevertheless, perhaps overwhelmed by his fervor, Hubie's expression gradually crumbled. It is impossible. We cannot be together, because... Rick noticed the tremor in her voice and anxiously called her name. Her face bore confusion, chaos, and sorrow. And she uttered a few chilling words, because Rick's homeland was destroyed by Hubie. Rick's kin and friends were all killed by Hubie during a catastrophic large-scale conflict 12 years ago. The counterpart is one of the 3 crowned as the King of Dragon Essence, the Yanlong Elanglife, alongside 7 dragon entities. In contrast, the might of the Machine Kai species is led by Kaberii, forming a composite entity composed of 8 Eubalian connections. Each connection consists of a total of 3,496 machines, with configurations of 4, 3, and 7 respectively. This battle engaged a quarter of the total military strength possessed by the Machine Kai species, marking it as a colossal clash. Rick's homeland was obliterated in this great war, with all his kin and friends mercilessly slain. Shubi lowered her head, unable to meet Rick's gaze. She surmised that his face must be suffused with sorrow, hatred, and rage. From our first encounter, I sensed a familiarity, though it was merely an intuition. It felt as if I had seen you in my childhood. Rick embraced Shubi, his eyes revealing a tumult of emotions, as he expressed, despite contemplating everything, I still found myself in love with you, Shubi. Shubi, caught in his embrace, struggled for breath, despite being a machine devoid of respiratory organs. Yet Rick seemed to comfort her, continuing in a tranquil voice, I shall not deny the past. Shubi's past, the present with you by my side, and my desire for you to accompany me into the future, these are all that I cherish. Thus, Rick gently took Shubi's left hand and adorned her ring finger with a ring. Will you walk this path with me as my wife? Shubi managed to respond with difficulty, tears inexplicably welling in her mechanical eyes. Please let me forever remain by your side. They exchanged vows in a simple ceremony presided over by Rick's sister, officially becoming husband and wife. Suddenly, Shubi whispered in Rick's ear, as long as I understand the structure for self-construction, I can create a… What? He interjected, astonished. Are you saying I won't have to remain a virgin for life? Indeed, Shubi affirmed resolutely. Overjoyed, Rick lifted Shubi and showered her with kisses. Days later, the Phantom Project commenced. Subject 180 was injected with a substantial amount of black-gray substance, resulting in abnormal body temperature and heart rate, rendering it impossible to discern lies through subtle examination or magic. In the 5 years that followed, Rick explored various factions' territories, uncovering numerous intelligence regarding their endeavors. Several races were conducting experiments on weapons of mass destruction and intended to execute test explosions within the territories of other races. Now, Rick's mission involved utilizing Subject 180 to traverse the factions, consuming undetectable poisons to earn their trust with his life. He planned to leak all this intelligence and subsequently manipulate the entire battle landscape. However, a significant deviation emerged, a flaw in the plan. In the original film and its narrative, Subject 180 would not perish, ultimately witnessing the game god obtain the Star Cup. Yet here, the fate of these individuals was dire. They had no opportunity to consume the antidote. Most of those apprehended succumbed to poison, and some factions even trailed behind them, eager to ascertain their origins and intentions. Logically speaking, if an individual were to provide crucial intelligence to another power, that power, assuming it possesses a modicum of intelligence, would undoubtedly pursue a thorough investigation into the identity of this enigmatic informant. Questions such as, where does he hail from? How did he acquire such intelligence? Does he possess further knowledge? The apprehension of these individuals is somewhat understandable. In reality, it is implausible for such glaring lapses to occur as depicted in certain anime. This represents the first significant flaw. Rick and his associates have deemed these individuals as deceased, hence referring to them as ghosts, allowing them to adhere to their principle of not wishing to witness anyone's demise. After acquiring this intelligence through the covert actions of the forest spirits, Broly sensed something amiss. Naturally, he would not send his subordinates to their demise, so he summoned the forest spirit girl back immediately. Presently, he sat upon a large stone, surrounded by the remnants of dozens of massive craters carved into the ground, with scorching white smoke swirling in the air, a clear indication that a fierce battle had recently transpired. Not long ago, Broly had instigated a war between the celestial winged and fairy races by wielding the power to manipulate hearts. However, his actions had drawn the attention of a celestial winged entity, and there was little to discuss. A direct confrontation was inevitable. He found himself pressing down on the head of a small girl who was resisting vigorously. Chapter 66. Another misdeed by Aqua. This girl was none other than the once mighty Gibril, now stripped of all her powers and referred to endearingly as Little G. The mischievous, villainous form of Gibril flailed her tiny fists desperately, but her head remained firmly pressed down, rendering her strikes futile. As a young girl, her stamina waned quickly, leaving her panting heavily. For a being capable of switching between an alluring mature form and a youthful one, it would indeed be a pity not to cherish such a unique race. At this moment, a peculiar thought emerged in Broly's mind as he held Little G captive. Should he not scour the finest female specimens across all races within this world? He could then present them to Dr. Gero for the creation of powerful androids endowed with extraordinary abilities. If even ordinary high school students like androids 17 and 18 could be transformed into entities capable of slaughtering Super Saiyans, one can only imagine the potential of those with exceptional talents from other races. He envisioned leading these formidable beings to the tournament of power, seeking the glory of victory. It seemed akin to one of the methods of obtaining the Super Dragon Balls, a most appealing strategy indeed. Broly relinquished Little G to Lilianlo, a forest spirit who served as a substitute for Shinkanal. Lilianlo, a strikingly dark-skinned forest spirit, inevitably evoked the image of the enchanting queen from the realm of the Black Beast. She established a sorcerous magical circle and cast a spell upon Little G's head, instantaneously forcing the still wriggling child into a deep slumber. Broly is currently contemplating the sudden shift in the narrative, gazing at the sand table constructed by Lilianlo. Through a synchronized neural link, he begins to introduce various markers into the tableau. After considering numerous variables, he predicts the trajectory of future battles and arrives at an astonishing conclusion, followed by a bitter smile. All his arrangements have proven futile. Alas, it seems I am ill-suited for such cerebral contests. A Saiyan thrives in straightforward confrontation. It feels somewhat cumbersome. Were it not for my reluctance to return to the spaceship so soon, I would have concluded this game long ago. At this juncture, Broly has discerned the essence of Rick's intentions. In the original anime plot, the 180 individuals who were meant to survive have all been captured or succumbed to poison to avoid exposure. This vulnerability has led the true narrative to diverge significantly. Although this loophole may appear trivial to others, after all, what does the fate of these 180 individuals matter to the overarching story? It bears considerable significance. Rick's original scheme did not include his survival. He sought to perish, leveraging his love for Hubie to undermine the entire mecha race. The mecha possess a unique attribute that allows them to upload and share data. Thus, if Hubie falls in love with Rick, the entire mecha race would consequently come to love him as well, transforming them all into Hubie. This is a profoundly terrifying prospect. As a sage and the leader of humanity, Rick has access to certain information about various races. Yet he remains oblivious to the knowledge possessed by the divine beings who created these races. The likelihood of successfully executing this plan is exceedingly slim, and he understands that it is ultimately unattainable. Humanity cannot hope to contend with such formidable races. However, should he perish, Hubie, who inherits his will, would assimilate all mechas. With the support of the entire mecha race, the probability of success for his remaining plans would undoubtedly increase significantly. This elucidates why the anime narrative depicts the entire mecha race willing to sacrifice themselves for the victory of humanity in war. Rick's love for Hubie is beyond question. Yet, as a human sage and the last beacon of hope, he must choose between love and the greater good of humanity. This internal conflict is why, in the anime, Rick perceives himself as a blood-soaked, tainted individual upon encountering the Star Cup. If my conjecture holds true, Rick will meet his end before Hubie after visiting the forest spirit Sinknell. However, the current dilemma is that within his team resides a goddess of wisdom, capable of resurrection. In other words, Rick may not die after all. It is likely that he has already been captured by Sinknell of the forest spirits. Although Rimuru, as a demon lord, possesses formidable strength, she may not fare well against the world's most powerful sorceress and the divine entity backing her. It is highly probable that she has already been forced to retreat in disgrace. Rick, having been captured, could never betray humanity. However, Hubie's affection lies solely with him, not with humanity as a whole. Should she witness Rick subjected to relentless torment, there is a possibility that she might divulge her entire plan. The forest spirits, previously cornered, could obtain a valuable bargaining chip, the Star Cup that could save their entire race. Furthermore, any recent conflicts could be redirected towards humanity, allowing the forest spirits to extricate themselves from their dire predicament. This is precisely why Broly lamented that his scheme had failed. He had not anticipated that such a minor twist of fate would culminate in this outcome. Indeed, as he had foreseen, through his observations of the information circulating within their group, Broly was already aware that events were deteriorating in the most unfavorable manner. Hubie and Rick had been captured. Taking a deep breath, Broly utilized instant transmission to arrive at the location where Su Xiaoyu and the others were situated. At that moment, everyone bore wounds and appeared utterly dejected. Rimuru had been reduced to the form of a slime. Had it not been for Naruto's transformation into the Nine Tails and his use of Tailed Beast Bomb to fend off a barrage of attacks, they might not have escaped at all. Su Xiaoyu felt a profound sense of guilt. Her face was haggard, her eyes swollen, clearly having wept, due to her erroneous decisions. The team had suffered significant casualties, and now word had spread that other races were hunting down humanity, with even Aqua being captured by the enemy. It was uncertain whether the forest spirits had taken her for her resurrection abilities or for some other reason. Nonetheless, that seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Could they possibly be interested in her comedic talents? Upon seeing Broly return, Su Xiaoyu forced a smile upon her pale face. "You're back." Broly nodded. "Indeed. I have returned." I am aware of what transpired. You need not feel overly guilty. You have done your utmost. The unfolding of events is partly my responsibility as well. Allow me to address this aftermath. Hearing Broly's words, the accumulated pressure and guilt that had burdened Su Xiaoyu erupted, and she sank to the ground, covering her eyes as tears flowed silently. If possible, she truly wished to relinquish her role as group leader. The responsibilities were overwhelming, and the pressure was immense. It would be easier to be an ordinary member. Chapter 67. Analysis of the situation. Broly entered the cave and discovered that everyone bore serious injuries. Naruto's skin was severely burned by the Nine-Tails chakra. Luffy had transformed into a childlike form, lying upon a stone slab. Due to the activation of his Gear Second, the strain on his body rendered him immobile. During a mission in a chat group, Luffy had already augmented his strength, having preemptively mastered Gear Second and Gear Third. Broly, perplexed as to why they did not utilize Senzu beans for healing, soon discovered that the cave harbored many humans. Instantly, understanding dawned upon him. It was evident that they had shared the Senzu beans with these individuals, neglecting their own injuries in the process. Meanwhile, Rimuru had succumbed to his slime form, falling into a state of unconsciousness, thereby rendering him unable to produce Senzu beans. This was the reason for the injuries among these people, truly beyond comprehension. Broly let out a bitter laugh and retrieved Senzu beans from his own supply to distribute among his companions. After all, he still possessed several hundred of them. A few would not be of great consequence. Should the need arise, he could always return to the Dragon Ball world to request more from the cat sage, who was diligently cultivating Senzu beans in hopes of enjoying fresher canned fish. Once the group consumed the Senzu beans, their wounds healed instantaneously, and their spirits lifted from the previous despair. Rimuru also reverted from his slime form back to his Demon Lord state. Though he had yet to regain the capacity to produce Senzu beans in bulk, everyone turned their eyes toward Broly, who seemed to embody a pillar of strength. He was the mightiest among them, and in times of peril, the inclination to seek guidance from the powerful was a shared trait. Broly produced a capsule and tossed it to the ground, conjuring a grand house, inviting everyone inside. Once inside, they gathered around a table. Luffy instinctively rushed to the refrigerator in search of food, while the others sat in silence on their chairs. Broly addressed the air. Lilienthal, please come forth and greet everyone, and proceeded to manifest the war simulation he had previously devised. A forest spirit, adorned with a black magical hat and clad in a tight black leather outfit, complemented by a flowing black cloak, appeared beside Broly, cradling an unconscious young girl. Lilienthal surveyed the astonished crowd, slowly crouched, and performed a courteous bow, offering a polite smile. Pleased to meet you all. I am Lilienthal, the servant of Lord Broly, proficient in various magics. Of course, I cannot compare to Lord Zenkiel. I look forward to your guidance. After her introduction, Lilienthal raised her hand to unleash a magical circle, swiftly materializing a war simulation before the group. The simulation perfectly replicated the diverse terrains of this planet and marked the activity zones of various factions. Broly pointed to the region inhabited by the forest spirits, magnifying it, and explained to the group, this illustrates the environment of the forest spirit territory and their troop deployments. At that time, I had orchestrated a strategy that forced the forest spirits into a corner. However, I did not anticipate that the narrative of this world diverged from what we are accustomed to. Certain plot inconsistencies became coherent here, leading to the unfolding of an entirely different trajectory. Under normal circumstances, Rick would meet his demise. After inheriting Rick's will, Kyuubi would take his place and continue executing the plan, leading the entire race towards annihilation and aiding humanity in obtaining the Star Cup. A critical aspect to note here is that the God of Games is not solely Rick's deity, but rather a manifestation born from the bond between Rick and Kyuubi. In other words, under normal circumstances, Kyuubi could also summon the God of Games. However, due to our possession of a goddess capable of resurrection, the entire narrative has suffered a catastrophic collapse. Even if we had not intervened, should the plot unfold as intended, the God of Games would still find it challenging to acquire the Star Cup, as other deities would not simply stand by and allow it to be claimed. Although the breach of the Elven Corridor may have diminished the powers of these gods, they would not completely lose their combat capabilities, much like the God of War. When the Elven Corridor was breached, he was even able to annihilate the mechanized beings that sought to kill him. Thus, the notion that the breach of the Elven Corridor renders the deities powerless is utterly implausible. I surmise that our mission should be to thwart these gods when the Star Cup manifests, assisting the God of Games in obtaining it. This would constitute the proper progression of events. However, it is now too late. The narrative has already been disrupted by our actions. Moreover, The situation has become more complicated with Aqua being captured. Aqua possesses the ability to resurrect, which raises my concerns about whether she could revive the deities whose essences have been breached. Although she can be somewhat comical, she is indeed a bona fide goddess, born from the primordial concept of water, and holds a significant rank among deities. If she has the capacity to resurrect those slumbering gods trapped within the breached elven corridor, we would face an even greater number of adversaries. Therefore, our immediate priority is to rescue her. We must not allow her to revive the deities within the elven corridor. After Broly's analysis, the expressions of the group turned peculiar, as an inexplicable thought emerged in their minds. Although they recognized this thought as erroneous, they could not help but ponder why Aqua's assistance would paradoxically escalate the difficulty of completing their mission. Why is this the case? At that moment, in another world, Kazuma was enthusiastically contributing to the construction of the novice village. Broly observed the contemplative expressions of his companions and nodded, realizing they were indeed reflecting seriously. He then continued, stating that the male and female protagonists, Rick and Hubie, remain crucial figures for accomplishing our mission, as only they possess the ability to summon the god of games. Currently, the information is unclear, and we are unable to ascertain whether only divine beings can obtain the Star Cup. Thus, the existence of the god of games is of utmost importance. Despite often being dismissed as a mere opportunist, he is indeed the linchpin of our endeavor. If it is indeed true that only the deities of this world are entitled to claim the Star Cup, we can only bring forth the deity of games. Everyone nodded in agreement, evidently supportive of Broly's perspective. Su Xiaoyu cast a peculiar glance at Broly, and when his gaze fell upon her, she nervously lowered her head. Could it be that my earlier suspicions were not unfounded? Broly may have long ceased to exist, and the person before me is the very traveler often spoken of. During her first encounter with Broly in the world of Parasite, she had harbored doubts about whether he might be a traveler. After all, for a mere child to conceive thoughts that elude even adults is no ordinary intelligence. It borders on the extraordinary. At that time, Su Xiaoyu had even attempted to test him by feigning a desire to bathe together. As most travelers are typically socially inept and would likely agree. To her surprise, he outright refused. Thus, she dismissed her thoughts at the time. Yet now, Broly exhibited such profound understanding of this world and familiarity with the plot. If he were not a traveler, then what could he possibly be? In this moment, Su Xiaoyu felt a surge of anxiety, for within the narrative, many travelers have had their identities exposed and subsequently silenced those who discovered them, fearing the revelation of their true nature. If that were to happen, her situation would be dire. Her mind buzzed with apprehension as her hands fidgeted with her skirt, visibly tense and uncertain about the future, for in her memory, all travelers were far from benevolent. Broly, however, remained oblivious to the fact that his identity had been sensed during their initial encounter. Even if he were aware, he would not be particularly concerned, as he had never intended to maintain a fade. He considered himself merely a blank slate traveler, devoid of systems or extraordinary advantages. In contrast, those formidable beings in anime, capable of traversing universes, could effortlessly conjure multiple travelers. Comparatively, Su Xiaoyu, with her group chat system, was indeed rarer, was she not? Aside from a few memories of modern society, Broly possessed no significant abilities. The multiverse harbors numerous worlds akin to his own. Who could guarantee that his world is not merely a chapter from someone else's narrative or an anime? One should not be so presumptuous as to consider their world uniquely special, naively believing that only they possess the knowledge of other universes. The world is vast. One ought to venture beyond their confines. If his world were a fan fiction of time travel, there must be other travelers alongside him. Even if he were to take 1,000 steps back, would their knowledge assist him in finding a way home? Until this moment, Broly had not deemed the identity of a traveler particularly rare. His strength stemmed from the rigorous training he endured in the hyperbolic time chamber. What if one's identity as a time traveler is revealed? It matters little, for the members of this group are exceedingly innocent and benevolent, akin to a multitude of do-gooders. Even if they were to discover the truth, no peril would ensue. Thus, Broly feels no compulsion to consciously conceal his identity as a time traveler from those who once aided him. He is unencumbered by this identity, free to act as he wishes without trepidation. Broly then proceeded to examine the sphere of influence and military deployment of the dragon race, explaining to the assembly. Currently, the dragon race has begun to withdraw its forces from the territory of the forest race, indicating they have likely reached some form of accord. The Sky Wing race, having just emerged from conflict with the fairy race, is in a weakened state, with a remnant force in retreat. Your task is to orchestrate an encounter between the Sky Wing race and the dragon race, inciting discord among them. This will inevitably affect some civilians of the forest race, creating chaos through which we can rescue Aqua, Rick, and Hubie. This mission is entrusted to you, Rimuru. Is that acceptable? Rimuru nodded, thumping his chest in assurance. Leave it to me, I'll handle it. Broly scrolled further, revealing numerous red dots on the map. These locations indicate the camps of human survivors detected by other races. If humanity were to face total extinction in this world, our mission would be deemed a failure. Therefore, it is essential for more human individuals to survive and propagate. This task is assigned to you, and I will dispatch my subordinates to assist. Lillian, please reach out to the others. Meanwhile, I shall infiltrate the territory of the forest race to ascertain if I can rescue Rick and Hubie. Aqua may be temporarily beyond our reach, but should we manage to save her, we might ignite a cataclysmic conflict that could devastate the entire planet. However, as a goddess, she should not perish so easily. One would hope. Broly's voice faltered slightly at this thought, yet he recalled Aqua's comedic nature, leading him to believe she would not succumb so readily. For now, he felt somewhat reassured. Su Xiaoyu glanced at the group chat and noticed Aqua had not been removed despite her death, which eased her worries. However, Aqua had not responded to any messages, suggesting she was either under control or unconscious. With the mission established, the group commenced their tasks. As anticipated, the war between the Sky Wing race and the Dragon race led to countless casualties among the Forest race, compelling them to dispatch troops and high-ranking warriors to the battlefield to quell the conflict. The deities from the three factions closely monitored the situation, fearful that a misstep could result in the Star Cup being unleashed by this overwhelming force. Having learned the correct method to acquire the Star Cup from Hubie and Rick, the divine beings of various factions began to exercise greater restraint over their powers. Amidst the captivating turmoil of battle, Broly effortlessly infiltrated the confines of the cell where Hubie was imprisoned. Presently, Hubie's condition was dire. All her mechanical components had been dismantled, leaving only her head and a container connected to an energy source. Upon sensing an intruder and determining through scanning that it was not a forest spirit, she emitted mechanical noises, her vocal cords evidently dismantled. You are not a forest spirit, but a human. How is it that a human can enter here? It appears you were not captured. Thus, I conclude that you sought to enter of your own volition. Hubie implored for the rescue of Rick. Broly shook his head, stating that everything comes at a price. If you wish for me to save him, what price are you willing to pay? Hubie vowed to pay any price. Then upload your feelings for Rick to the mainframe of the Mecha Clan and replace Rick with me. Hubie consented. However, many crucial components had been removed from her, including the electronic circuit connected to the spirit corridor, which had been forcibly severed. She requested assistance in retrieving them. Broly nodded and instructed some of his subordinates, whom he had just commanded upon entering, to recover Hubie's parts. Once the electronic circuit linking to the spirit corridor was reinstalled, Broly spoke softly. You must understand how significant a role humans play in Rick's heart, yet you have betrayed all of humanity for him. Do you believe he will forgive you? If you save him, how will you face him? Hubie, the flawed mechanical girl, sat on the ground, repeating these words, clearly broken by the forest spirits. Do not be clever. Rick is in the adjacent cell. If I discover you have not complied, I will annihilate both you and Rick. Trust me, when the forces of the Mecha Clan arrive, I possess the means to do so. As sparks of electricity coursed through her machine, Hubie began to link to the spirit corridor, dutifully uploading her love for Rick while rewriting her target to be Broly. Through such despicable means, Broly acquired access to the mainframe of the Mecha Clan, achieving a minor objective. In truth, he would have preferred otherwise, had circumstances allowed. He could have obtained the mainframe of the Mecha Clan openly, adhering to his original plan. However, with the entire scheme now in disarray, he was left with no choice but to resort to this method. Chapter 69. Hubie and Rick, Void and White. I do not wish to forget Rick. I do not want an unfamiliar person to take his place. I do not want to never see Rick again. This reality induced a frozen sensation within her cognitive circuits, plunging her essence into an irreconcilable conflict. Broly's demand was for her to supplant Rick, thereby usurping his identity and uploading her heartfelt concept to the Mecha Clan's mainframe. This necessitated that Hubie's original memories of Rick be entirely replaced with those of Broly, causing her to eternally forget Rick and perceive Broly as him. Yet, in order for Rick to survive, she felt compelled to acquiesce. Moreover, Hubie found herself utterly incapable of confronting her husband, Rick, and his willing companions, the 180th, who had transformed into genuine specters. They scorched their skin, seared their innards, wagered everything they possessed, and even forfeited their lives, all for the sake of that singular victory. It was unfathomable that they had succumbed due to Hubie's transgressions. She simply could not reconcile with this notion. She firmly rejected it. Identification number 207459 submitted a request for relinking to the primary command of the collective entity. After a brief interval, a response was received. 207459. Your unit is under a permanent disconnection order. The application is denied. Rejecting the application is unacceptable. I strongly urge that the data be transmitted to the entire command of the collective entity. The analytical unit possesses the right to transmit data to all connected entities. Your unit should not have the authority to refuse transmission. In truth, I did not wish to hand this over to anyone. This sentiment belongs solely to Hubie. I cherish Rick and do not wish to part from him. He has filled my heart to the brim. I had initially resolved never to relinquish it to anyone, as it would cause them embarrassment. This is a feeling that solely belongs to Hubie. Such a profound emotion. Now I declare my intent to surrender it. Do you not comprehend this significance, you fool? For there exists no alternative. Beyond this, Hubie could fathom no means to atone for her blunder and secure Rick's triumph. Hubie had even forgotten that she was communicating, her voice escaping in a shout. So stop rambling. Carry forth this yearning. 207459. Your unit is indeed malfunctioning. I am aware. Your unit is paradoxical, flawed, yet it continues to operate. That is abnormal, a violation of protocol. I am well cognizant of this. Hence, I deem your unit to be a valuable specimen. In an instant, the previously severed connection reignited, and Hubie felt herself relinked to the collective. After years, the shared sensations among the 437 units, including her own, returned. It was determined that her unit met the exceptional criteria, and data synchronization commenced. As a unit of the mecha species, a collective amalgamation, it began to think. Now, the sensation of being intrusively observed by others felt profoundly discomforting. As the data synchronized, every morsel of information was finally transmitted to the collective. In that fleeting moment of success, all mecha units, including the main unit, acquired human emotions and grasped the concept of the heart. Just as Broly prepared to extract her, he discovered that Hubie had entirely malfunctioned, her contradictions irreconcilable, trapping her in a fatal loop that ultimately led to her self-destruction. She had betrayed all of humanity for Rick, and in doing so, betrayed her own kind. Broly gazed at the mechanical maiden, a weighty sense of melancholy washing over him, accompanied by a twinge of shame for his own actions, as Hubie had been reduced to a mere heap of scrap metal under his duress. Now, it mattered little whether she was taken away or not. Yet, Broly remained steadfast to his promise, rescuing him and Rick and ensuring their safety within a secure gathering place for humans. Rick has been subjected to unspeakable torment. His limbs grotesquely twisted and contorted, resembling a shattered figure. His fingernails and toenails have been brutally torn from his flesh, a testament to the horrific tortures he endured. After administering a healing beam to the unconscious Rick, Broly placed the lifeless body of Shio by beside him and departed in silence. Days later, upon Rick's awakening, he discovered that the cataclysmic war among the gods had abruptly concluded, ushering in the long-anticipated peace that all yearned for. According to legend, a powerful deity manifested in this realm, vanquishing all other gods and acquiring the Star Cup, which he used to heal the world and establish a beneficial code for humanity. All races were mandated to adhere to this code. Failure to comply would invoke the punitive will of the remaining divine entities. 14 races were compelled to coexist harmoniously, a number diminished by the complete annihilation of the Jikai race, whose fate remains a mystery. With the gods nearly eradicated, this world now thrives, witnessing the emergence of hybrid nations, where various races cohabit, alongside human-led states. Humans have harnessed the powers of spirits, entering the extraordinary realm and gaining the capacity to contend with other races, no longer regarded as the weakest of them all. In a grand, opulent villa, numerous servants diligently attended to their tasks. None dared to slack off, for working here was considered an unparalleled honor. Their master, the illustrious Count Rick, is reputed to have been one of the founding figures of the human Radiant Empire. He is credited with proposing joint trade initiatives that fostered economic and cultural exchanges among the 14 races, gradually dissolving long-held prejudices and embracing the presence of others. His indelible contributions to peace and amicable relations among the races have rendered him the most esteemed human leader among them. Many races sought matrimonial alliances with him, yet he steadfastly declined, claiming to be married. However, his wife has never been seen in public, giving rise to a plethora of peculiar rumors. Some speculate that his wife has long since passed, and unable to accept this fate, he continues to believe she is alive. Others suggest that he is homosexual, fabricating the tale of a wife to conceal his true identity. Still, others whisper that he is a woman disguised as a man, fearing the revelation of her true self. Regardless of the swirling rumors, Rick, the protagonist of this tale, remains unperturbed, for he is presently by the side of his beloved wife. In the depths of the villa, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, clad in a sharply tailored suit, knelt before a small girl who appeared to be merely 10 years of age. His eyes shimmered with affection as he gently wiped her body with a silk handkerchief, murmuring to himself, "Ruby, the war has ended, do you know? Now, humanity and other races can coexist peacefully. Although I remain unaware of the identity of the deity who appeared so suddenly, it is undeniable that he has saved our world. Ruby, while I am oblivious to what has befallen you, I shall wait for your awakening. I will wait for you always." Having become a count in this nation, Rick had embarked on various trade agreements with other races to acquire numerous technologies and methods to restore her. He reassured himself that one day he would bring her back to consciousness. As he continued to tenderly care for her, tears cascaded down his cheeks, falling onto Ruby. For he had long come to terms with the tragic reality that she might never awaken. The present Ruby was merely a heap of scrap metal. Yet, Rick could not accept this truth and kept hypnotizing himself with the belief that she would one day revive. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door, and the butler softly reminded him, "Count Rick, the king requests your presence to discuss matters regarding the mechanical trade with the goblin race." Wiping his tears, Rick replied, "All right. I understand." Just as he prepared to turn away, he felt a gentle tug on his hand. Instinctively, he looked back, and Ruby was grasping his hand. Slowly lifting her head, in a voice both familiar and strange, she tilted her head with a sweet smile and declared, "Rick, I have returned." Upon hearing this, the floodgates of Rick's emotions burst open. He fell to his knees, burying his face in Ruby's lap, weeping like a child. "Ah, Ruby, you have finally awakened. I was so frightened that I might never see you again before my last breath. I am so sorry. I was wrong, so wrong. I should never have devised that plan." Ruby gently stroked his head, silently comforting the man who had long awaited her return. Golden rays of twilight streamed through the window, enveloping the two blissful souls, a scene that astonished the butler who entered. After bowing politely, he closed the door and stood outside, tears streaming down his face. For the Count's beloved wife had finally awakened. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, the two had at last reunited. Thus, their journey through life had reached a relatively happy conclusion. As the tides of time ebbed and flowed, over 6 millennia later, the tale of Rick and Ruby gradually faded from the collective memory of humankind. In the annals of history, perhaps only a name remained, encapsulated in a few brief words that summarized one of humanity's most tragic epics. However, 6,000 years later, in another world, a pair of socially anxious siblings spent their days holed up at home, engrossed in gaming, gradually transforming into an urban legend known as the illustrious Kong and Bai. One fateful day, as they sat before their computer desk, mentally exhausted, a peculiar email materialized in their inbox. Upon opening it, they discovered it was an invitation. To Kong and Bai, life is but a game. Some emerge as victors, while others inevitably fall as the vanquished. The rules are merely those of the game. Victory can be claimed by any means, as long as the opponent remains unaware. Are you interested in a game to save the kingdom? Kong and Bai exchanged glances and shared a smile before replying to the email. A game to save the kingdom? Are you referring to a strategy game? If that is the case, it lacks challenge. We decline. As they simultaneously pressed the mouse to send their response, the entire computer screen erupted into a frenzy of flashing lights, and an enigmatic figure began to emerge from the depths of the monitor. A mysterious woman with blue hair appeared, donning a grotesquely exaggerated grin. Looking down upon them, she pointed a finger and mockingly declared, "Foolish humans. Do you think that by refusing, you can escape? Whether you agree or not, you must come to my world. Tremble under the might of Aqua." With a maniacal laugh, Aqua seized the young Bai, her grin becoming even more absurdly exaggerated. Kong, initially intent on fleeing, was horrified to see his sister grasped by this ghastly creature. In a surge of protective instinct, he kicked Aqua in the face, snatched Bai, and attempted to escape, only to be drawn back by an overwhelming force emanating from the computer, accompanied by Aqua's deranged laughter. Kong and Bai found themselves transported to a world high above the clouds. These socially anxious siblings, who had never ventured beyond their room, were nearly overwhelmed by the shock, clinging to one another in tears. Suddenly, a colossal dragon soared past them, followed by bird-like humanoids with immaculate white wings. As they safely landed, the siblings gazed in awe at the extraordinary and mysterious entities that defied the boundaries of their modern existence, tears streaming down their faces. Kong, in a state of disbelief, remarked, "Hey, sister, we must have crossed over." I nodded, her voice trembling with emotion. "Yes. I fear that if I do not write this conclusion, I will surely face harsh criticism, and no one possesses the patience to await the resolution." As for why Aqua became a deity in this world, the tale traces back to a great battle over 6,000 years ago, when Broly effortlessly seized the entire Makai species by exploiting Riku's affection for Hibi. Broly gazed upon the machine-like beings that were wholly devoted to him and inquired, "I wish to understand how to vanquish the deities. As conceptual gods, in my understanding, they will lose their divine power once their faith is shattered. Thus, I have been tirelessly depleting various factions, continually weakening these divine entities. However, even if I manage to defeat them, these gods will not perish. Rather, they will descend into a slumber within the ethereal corridors of this world. Therefore, I seek to discover how to strip away their divine essence." An unclad, alluring figure from the machine race elucidated. The machine beings were created by the primordial god of doubt, Famlu, and predate many of the deities of this world. We encompass observational forms, analytical entities, design constructs, combat units, and the overarching connective command bodies, theoretically capable of infinite learning and enhancement. Throughout the ages, we have discerned numerous weaknesses of the gods, including methods to sever their divine essence from their corporeal forms. Through analysis, we have identified the vulnerabilities of the god of war. According to the machine race, these so-called conceptual gods possess two principal weaknesses. The strength of their divine power is intrinsically linked to the intensity of their faith. Broly's strategy is sound. By instigating warfare among various races and thereby exhausting their resources, he indirectly undermines the spiritual energy of each deity. Furthermore, these gods are birthed from concepts. They initially manifest as the embodiment of nature's laws, coalescing under the weight of collective belief, gradually forming their divine essence. This implies that they cannot be annihilated. As long as the natural laws of this world persist, even if their essence is shattered, these deities will merely enter a deep slumber within the ethereal corridors, not facing true extinction. If they were to truly perish, it would signify the obliteration of the natural laws and concepts they represent. For instance, if the god of war were to be erased from this world, all beings would cease to engage in conflict, contradiction, and bloodshed. At first glance, such a scenario appears idyllic. However, it is not so. The laws governing every species in any world are predicated on survival of the fittest. Should all species cease to compete, with predators and prey coexisting harmoniously and weaker beings refraining from mutual elimination, evolution would stagnate. Consequently, with an ever-increasing population depleting the planet's resources, a critical threshold would eventually be reached, leading to mass extinction. As for their second vulnerability, the divine essence of each deity is unique, symbolizing different powers and responsibilities. This essence is not merely a crystallized entity, but rather a flow of billions of faith particles traversing the intricate circuits of the various natural concepts they embody. Moreover, the divine essence resides in a minuscule, constantly shifting location within their bodies. The machine beings possess the ability to detect the ever-changing position of this divine essence within them, which explains how they succeeded in extracting the god of war's essence in the original narrative of this world. Upon grasping this realization, Broly finally understood how to confront these deities, secretly relishing the acquisition of the entire mech armor species. He had formed a rough plan in his mind. The next step was to eradicate the gods, ensuring they would forever slumber within the ethereal corridors, ceasing to instigate further warfare. He aimed to decisively conclude this conflict. Unbeknownst to him, ever since encountering Rick and Hubie, his mood had soured significantly, igniting a desire to vacate this world. Before embarking on his divine slaughter, he needed to eliminate the forest god, Canis, whose magic posed a potential threat. However, with the full support of the mech armor species, he felt no need to concern himself with her. Regardless of her magical prowess, the mech armor could serve as a formidable shield, retaliating with equal force. This time, he resolved to employ the Saiyan method to resolve the war and fulfill his mission. Having overthought strategies previously, which yielded little success, he found himself in an awkward predicament and decided that a straightforward approach, striking with sheer force, might be more effective. Yet, he harbored concerns about unexpectedly falling victim to some bizarre magic, such as being transformed into a woman or inexplicably becoming an elderly person, child, or animal. In such a scenario, he would have to seek the dragon to restore his original form, wasting a wish unnecessarily. Wasn't that even more foolish? Simultaneously, These schemes and arrangements had clarified many issues for him. Should he traverse into another world, he could draw upon this experience as a reference, minimizing the risk of failure. With knowledge of all the gods' weaknesses, Broly was determined to eradicate them completely, thereafter rescuing the comical goddess to discern how many deities she had resurrected. In the cavern, all the mech armor species resolved to follow Broly, aiding him in his grand endeavor of divine extermination. Broly extracted a small clip from within his body, retrieving 3 capsules, into which he placed the entire mech species. As the mech armor was essentially a collection of robots and not living beings, their containment was entirely plausible. Subsequently, Broly employed his instant transmission ability to arrive at the headquarters of the forest spirits. He released the entirety of the mech armor species from the capsules, initiating a large-scale bombardment to compel the forest god, Canis, out of hiding. The mech armor species refrained from slaughtering the defenseless forest spirits. Instead, they restrained them, urging them to pray to their deity. This sudden raid unfolded unexpectedly within their stronghold, and the sheer number of mech armors mobilized left the forest spirits utterly unprepared. Just as Sinknier had led her kin to quell the conflict with the Skywing and Dragon spirits, exhausted from her efforts, she had barely settled back into her territory when Broly invaded once more. Through her keen observation of the magical array, she swiftly connected to the sensors strategically positioned in various regions, realizing with dismay that it was that detestable man leading the mechanized forces against her kin. Sinkiel seethed with rage, wishing fervently to leap upon him and rend a piece of flesh from his body. How could this man be so insufferable, so utterly loathsome? Did he truly desire the annihilation of the entire forest-dwelling race? What on earth did he want? Was it not enough that she was willing to offer her own first experience? Yet, this man clung to her like a stubborn leech. Now, positioned in the very heart of the forest people's capital, she dared not unleash the Void's Zero Shield, a cataclysmic weapon of mass destruction. Should she invoke such a strike, everything within the capital could be reduced to ashes. In her desperation, Sinkiel prayed to her deity, seeking divine guidance. With the increasing number of captives taken by Broly, the ranks of the supplicants swelled as well. The forest deity, Canis, could only manifest in resignation. As she appeared, a radiant white light enveloped all the forest dwellers present, instantly transporting them away. Following this, various magical arrays illuminated, encircling Broly, forming strange interconnections that culminated in 6 colossal magical formations. The area spanned thousands of meters, completely ensnaring Broly from all directions. In an instant, the magical energies ignited, unleashing catastrophic power that shattered the surrounding space. Countless mechanized beings formed a defensive formation, erecting a barrier to absorb and counteract the magical onslaught. True to expectation, some of the spells delved into the realm of time and space. Dozens of machines began to rust, afflicted by the temporal magic, accelerating their aging as though eons had passed. In mere moments, they were reduced to mere scrap metal. Though they stood firm against the onslaught, Broly felt a slight impact, forcibly adding 5 years to his age, transforming him from a 14-year-old boy into a 19-year-old young man. Broly was uncertain if this magic would induce accelerated aging in his body, and whether the dragon's divine power could counteract it. If it could, would it merely consume his lifespan? If it could not, would he face the inevitability of aging? Shaking his head, Broly acknowledged his ignorance of the potential consequences and felt no inclination to experiment. After all, curiosity can be fatal. Had he not been cautious, encountering such time-related magic could have led to unforeseen calamities. The differing power systems of each world rendered cross-franchise discussions of strength inherently absurd. Broly stood before them, gathering a dazzling white light in his hands, infused with cataclysmic energy. Invisible chains began to manifest around him, yet he merely smirked at their presence, dismissing them entirely. With a sweeping gesture, he unleashed a powerful energy wave that collided with various magical forces. Simultaneously, high above in the sky, the forest spirit, Canis, activated the Void's Zero Shield, a beam of light descending from the heavens as if to pierce the very core of the planet, aimed directly at Broly's head. In a surge of power, Broly activated his protective barrier and charged forth, shattering Canis's most formidable weapon. Through his energy perception, he located the essence of the forest god. In swift succession, the Mechkai species transmitted critical data regarding the essence they had captured. A hand pierced through her back, emerging from her chest, extracting a glowing core, a unique crystal birthed from the shattering of her essence. Canis gazed in shock at her own impaled chest, slowly turning her head to behold Broly. Her form disintegrating into fragments as she fell into the elven corridor, succumbing to slumber. In the command center, Sinknil watched in disbelief, her entire being collapsing to the ground. She could never have anticipated that the conniving villain, known for his petty tricks, possessed such terrifying power. Not only had he withstood the forest spirit's mightiest blow, but he had also obliterated the very deity she worshipped. As her faith crumbled, Broly reappeared before her, callously hoisting her onto his shoulder, ignoring the other forest spirits surrounding them. The onlookers, terrified by the slayer of their deity, dared not utter a sound, allowing this man to abduct Sinknil without resistance. Just as she began to comprehend her predicament and resolve to struggle, a sharp slap on her rear sent pain coursing through her, reddening her cheeks. She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Broly brazenly declared, "There is no need to resist. You are mine now. Do not expect anyone to rescue you. Even the god you revered has been rendered powerless by my hand." He punctuated his words with another playful slap, reveling in the sensation. "Damn you. I will never forgive you." Sinknil protested, tears streaming down her face as she frantically wiped them away. She realized escape was futile, his power was too overwhelming. As a girl, her only recourse was to weep, bewildered by his relentless pursuit of her. Would she truly have to debase herself to survive, contorting her very being to appease him? In that moment, Sinknil, once the undisputed leader of the forest spirits, wielding supreme authority akin to a queen, experienced for the first time the profound feelings of helplessness and despair. Upon hearing the sobs emanating from her shoulder, Broly recognized that Sinknil was in distress. He gently set her down and sat opposite her, subtly implanting a mental suggestion to influence her psyche, encouraging Sinknil to gradually open her heart and accept herself. As a powerful sorceress, Sinknil possessed formidable mental strength, rendering the dragon's attempts at direct mind control ineffective. Broly had previously attempted to control her during their first encounter, but found it utterly impossible, thus resorting to this more nuanced method of influence. He aimed to plant a seed in her subconscious and nurture it through their daily interactions, fostering its growth into a towering tree. This way, regardless of how strong Sinknil became in the future, she would remain oblivious to the fact that she had been subjected to hypnotic control. After crying for 2 hours, Sinknil noticed that the man who had abducted her remained utterly indifferent, failing to utter even a single word of comfort. Truly, men could be insensible. Yet, for reasons unknown, when she scrutinized his face, an inexplicable fondness began to blossom within her. Was this man truly so handsome? This bizarre thought inexplicably surfaced in Sinknil's mind, startling her. Nevertheless, the more she gazed at him, the more she felt a sense of familiarity, as if he were an elder brother she had lost long ago. Broly observed her silence, realizing she had ceased her tears, and inquired with genuine concern, "Why have you stopped crying? Are you too exhausted?" Sinknil, now devoid of sorrow, felt a spark of indignation instead. Her once aloof demeanor transformed into a delightful, almost childlike pout. Her cheeks puffed like a small apple as she turned her face aside, exclaiming, "What does it matter to you, you wretched man?" Since Broly had not yet fully planted that seed, he sought to evoke her tears once more by presenting a mystical being with gentlemanly grace. "Are you crying so softly because you haven't eaten lunch? Take this, and you will have the strength to continue crying." Sinknil was caught off guard and burst into incredulous laughter, stammering, "You truly are quite clever." She found herself at a loss for words, struggling to formulate a response. Broly, taking advantage of her stunned state, pried her mouth open and forcefully inserted the bean. Never before had she been treated with such roughness, and despite her frantic attempts to resist, it proved futile. Her heart raced wildly. The sensation of being handled so roughly unexpectedly brought her a peculiar delight. After consuming the bean, Sinknil felt her exhausted spirit and body rejuvenate in an instant, leaving her astonished. However, her spirits remained low, for she was still aware that this man had forced something strange into her mouth, leaving her feeling sullied. Chapter 71. The Manifestation of the Star Cup, Twilight of the Gods. With Sinknil thoroughly weeping, Broly successfully planted a seed within her consciousness. As time passed, her affection for him would inevitably intensify, ultimately transforming her into his most devoted supporter. Broly successfully subdued Sinknil. However, he had other matters to attend to, and it would be inconvenient to bring her along. He instructed Sinknil to wait here, suggesting that she could consume a few senzu beans if she felt hungry, assuring her that he would return shortly. Sinknil, feeling offended, expressed her disdain for Broly, considering him the most insufferable individual she had ever encountered. She puffed up her cheeks in irritation, refusing to utter a single word to him. Observing her sulkiness, Broly felt helpless. After all, the seed he had sown required time to germinate before it could flourish. It was unrealistic to expect immediate results. He shrugged and began to search for the presence of the troublesome Aqua, determined not to forget about her. Moreover, he needed to ascertain how many deities she had resurrected, as this was crucial for his impending confrontation with the god of war. Broly pressed his middle and index fingers to his forehead to sense the energy around him, and soon he detected Aqua's aura within a dungeon of the forest elves. Utilizing instant transmission, he arrived at the cage where Aqua was imprisoned. Originally, this cage was fortified with numerous magical arrays set by the forest deity, Canis. However, Broly obliterated these defenses with a single punch, rendering the arrays powerless and merely decorative. Testing for other traps, he found none and easily entered the cell. Inside, the goddess of wisdom appeared oblivious to the gravity of her predicament. As she indulged in the fruits provided by the prison, she lounged comfortably with her legs crossed, absent-mindedly humming a peculiar tune. More disturbingly, she seemed unaware that her skirt had become disheveled in her relaxed posture. Broly stood directly opposite her, his mind filled with exasperation. Were it not for the need for information, he would prefer to avoid any further contact with her, fearing that her lack of intellect might inadvertently diminish his own already modest intelligence. Upon noticing Broly's imposing figure entering her confinement, Aqua leaped from her bed, mistakenly believing he was there to assist her in resurrecting the deities or some important forest spirits. She proudly puffed out her chest, her nose elongating slightly in self-importance. Brimming with arrogance, "The deities of your world are pathetic. Their ranks cannot be compared to mine. Do you still need me to revive those gods? Lead the way. But make sure to prepare plenty of fruits for me. I want to eat cantaloupe this time." Broly could barely tolerate her antics. She was completely oblivious to how her behavior was aiding the enemy and the considerable trouble it posed for the entire team. He raised a finger and delivered a sharp thump to her forehead. If it weren't for her words, his carefully laid plans would not have unraveled in such a manner. Having orchestrated the self-destruction of these deities and races, the mastermind has concealed themselves in the shadows, brazenly acquiring the Star Cup and effortlessly abducting Sinker and the entire mecha race. Was there truly any need for such convoluted schemes? At this moment, Broly finally comprehended why he had contemplated abandoning the goddess of wisdom, Jun, on several occasions. Her intellect was overwhelmingly profound, elevating the difficulty of their quests by several degrees. Inside the confinement, a crisp sound reverberated as a sudden impact caused Aqua to clutch her forehead in pain, tears welling in her eyes. Her body involuntarily rolled on the ground, and she abruptly found herself in front of Broly, her face contorted in a dramatic display of agony. "Ah, that hurts." Broly sighed in exasperation and placed a senzu bean in her mouth, which finally calmed her down. However, she immediately slumped to the ground, rubbing her eyes in a rather pitiful manner, clearly beginning to sulk. Broly lifted her up and utilized instant transmission to whisk them away to the location of Sinker. As Aqua rubbed her eyes, she was startled to find herself in a drastically altered environment, where a beautifully alluring forest elf, clad in revealing attire, greeted her with a polite smile. Instantly recognizing her as the enemy who had captured her, Aqua was taken aback, her body instinctively retreating. "All the water in the world. Heed my call." She conjured a staff to cast a water spell, only to receive another blow to her head. A somewhat familiar voice echoed behind her. Glancing at Sinker, who still wore a disapproving expression, Broly resignedly stated, "She is not our enemy. You need not be afraid." Aqua turned to find standing behind her none other than a companion she had only met once or twice, who had since vanished, her most formidable ally. Instantly emboldened, she hid behind Broly, peering out with her staff in hand, defiantly declaring, "Come here." Broly remarked, while Sinker observed, "Well, it seems she hasn't processed what I've said yet." Broly reiterated, "All right, Aqua, stop causing a fuss. She is no longer our foe." "Really?" Aqua looked at Sinker, who offered her another polite smile, causing Aqua to retreat once more, akin to a startled little hamster. Just as Broly was about to inquire how many deities she had resurrected, a deafening roar erupted from the distant sky. A blinding white light spread outward, fracturing the earth, and in an instant, countless mountains, trees, and rivers were rendered to nothingness. Broly grasped the person in one hand and swiftly employed instant transmission to relocate them to a safer distance. His countenance darkened as he beheld the terrifying assault. If such power was unleashed, it was highly likely that the Star Cup was about to emerge. This could spell trouble. Broly originally believed that the war god, with his inherent nature, would never collaborate with other deities. After all, his essence lies in his conviction of being the strongest, rendering any notion of alliance with other gods beneath his disdain. To choose cooperation would be a betrayal of his divine principle. However, The manifestation of the Star Cup signifies that the war god has indeed engaged in this collaboration. Alternatively, he may have been ensnared by others, compelled to unleash his most formidable celestial strike. The only deity possessing the capability to orchestrate such events is none other than the god of suspicion, Fanlu, the creator of the Jikai race. 6 millennia later, this entity even proclaims himself as the emissary of the gods, endowed with the intellect and prowess to unite all divine beings and set a trap that would provoke the war god into action. With piercing eyes, Broly gazed into the distance at the gradually materializing Star Cup, continuing his inquiry to Aqua. Have you ever resurrected a deity known as the god of suspicion, Fanlu? Does she don a white hat adorned with orange-yellow ribbons, with a traditional Japanese fox mask hanging to her left? Broly remained uncertain if the god of suspicion, Fanlu, bore such an appearance 6 millennia ago, hence his tentative questioning. To his surprise, Aqua nodded without hesitation. Indeed, I previously resurrected a deity whose name resembled that of the god of suspicion, but her appearance differed from your description. She existed in a quasi-inactive state, essentially a mass of consciousness. After I revived her, she transformed into a girl connected by numerous black wires. Broly's expression darkened. It was evident that the most troublesome figure had been brought back to life, posing a danger comparable to that of the war god. He had unwittingly prepared a significant gift for himself from the outset. Broly recognized this as a trap, a blatant scheme. Just as he had previously ensnared the forest spirit, the god of suspicion, Fanlu, had ensnared him as well. With the Star Cup now taking form, if he chose to remain passive, it would inevitably fall into the hands of one of the many deities, leading to the failure of his mission. Conversely, should he take action, he would find himself besieged by all the gods. Broly raised his hand, contemplating the effects of time and space magic that had forcibly aged him by 5 years. His heart filled with hesitation. Certain magical effects could yield unavoidable consequences if he were to succumb to them. However, the greatest threat, the forest god Canis, had already been vanquished and sent into slumber, and Aqua, the unfortunate soul, had been rescued by him. As long as he ensured Aqua was not captured again to resurrect this deity, he believed he could manage the other gods without issue. Broly despised failure, ultimately deciding to engage in this overt scheme to gauge the powers of the other deities in this world. If matters grew too dire, he could always resort to instantaneous teleportation to escape. Yet, if pressed to the brink, he would have no choice but to annihilate this world to fulfill his mission. The reason Broly currently restrains his power and refrains from annihilating this world is not due to an inherent kindness or a lack of capability. Rather, his motivations are twofold. Firstly, he seeks to understand whether this world would ultimately perish if he were forcibly excluded from it, and if such destruction were to occur, what form he would assume in the aftermath. In the event of a world's demise, in what realm would he find himself? Would the group communication system within that realm possess the means to bring him back? Secondly, while Broly claims to be unburdened by the act of killing, he does not indulge in senseless slaughter or destruction for amusement. He resembles a mature individual who does not feel guilty for inadvertently crushing an ant, yet would not engage in a spree of stomping on ants for no reason, nor would he destroy an ant's nest without cause. He would only act against those ants if they posed a threat to him, or if their dwelling disrupted his life. Broly shares a similar mindset. He does not experience guilt from taking lives, yet he is averse to indiscriminate killing. This is evident in the world of Parasite, where he refrained from obliterating an entire planet, allowing the inhabitants to destroy themselves instead. He recognizes the limitations of his influence in such matters. Of course, should circumstances spiral beyond his control, compelling him to wield his utmost power to resolve the issue, despite the potential for such power to annihilate the world or affect the entire planet, Broly would act without hesitation. Zincknell, upon analyzing the current situation, swiftly deduced that this was a trap set specifically for Broly. If he was not mistaken, the death of the forest god, Canis, had provoked other deities, leading them to be persuaded to collaborate in addressing the potential threat posed by Broly, a being capable of slaying gods. Zincknell mockingly inquired, "What will you do next? Will you abandon this Star Cup and witness the birth of the soul deity? Or will you step into the trap and face a fatal onslaught from the other gods?" Broly, unfazed by Zincknell's scornful remarks, found amusement in the situation. He approached Zincknell, playfully pinching his cheeks, and jested, "Oh, you actually worry about me now, reminding me that this is a trap." Zincknell arrogantly swatted away Broly's hands and took a step back, crossing his arms defiantly. You should focus on how to navigate this predicament." Broly, indifferent, gazed into the distance at the emerging Star Cup and the wary gods. He nonchalantly remarked, "Zincknell, do you know? Sometimes wit and strength can complement each other. When one's power is insufficient, one resorts to cunning to compensate for that lack. Conversely, when a person possesses ample strength, both schemes and deceit become mere paper tigers. The god of suspicion, Fan Lu, has indeed orchestrated a formidable scheme. If my surmises are correct, the Pantheon is currently maintaining its full strength, lying in wait for my appearance to deliver their most potent strike. Under such circumstances, even the god of war would find it impossible to survive. Yet, they have underestimated one crucial factor. My power far exceeds their wildest imaginations. Broly clenched his fists, unleashing a terrifying aura that reverberated through the entire atmosphere with his roar. In his initial form, he activated the Golden Boy state, causing his well-honed muscles to swell dramatically, transforming him into a veritable muscular giant as he charged into the circle of gods. Simultaneously, over 5,000 mecha units, having received Broly's prior command, refrained from engaging in battle. Instead, they devoted their efforts to analyzing the flow of divine essence among the gods. In the more distant heavens, a girl with an impassive expression, her back adorned with black wires, extended her hands toward the materialized star cup below, murmuring, "The Star Cup," a title for the magical conduit of all sentient life, capable of defining the concept of the one true God. For its bearer, the one true God, creation and destruction, past and future, even observation and determination, can be wielded at will. If that is the case, might it resolve all uncertainties within my heart? Chapter 72, Godslayer. Supreme System. All mecha units shall escort the battling master at any cost, irrespective of losses. The combat action is termed Godslaying. Analyzing the most significant potential divine threats to the master. Analysis. From previous data, it has been determined that the master is not immune to various effect-based magic. The analysis indicates that the goddess of dawn, possessing powers of time and light, poses the greatest threat to the master. Reconnaissance confirms the god of war, Alpheus, is absent from the battlefield. Reconnaissance also indicates that the god of suspicion, Fan Lu, is not present. The divine essence of the goddess of dawn, Aurora, has been locked onto. Priority is given to eliminating the first target. The divine essences of the god of forging, Okan, the beast god, Gula, and the ocean god, Roshanara, have also been identified. A black crystalline entity was embedded in a specific location on Broly's neck. This serves as the central hub for all mecha units, as well as the connective framework. He has discarded all prior armaments, opting instead for a primordial state, optimizing the integration into his neural pathways. In this state, it can instantaneously transmit all mecha unit information directly to Broly's consciousness. Furthermore, it can absorb Broly's sensory perceptions. Thus, when Broly senses the auras of others, the mecha hub can likewise perceive them. Broly, following the prompts, charged towards the most significant threat, the goddess of dawn, Aurora, who wields powers of time and light. In addition to the analytical mecha units, other combat-oriented mecha units formed a protective formation behind Broly, ever ready to sacrifice their lives for their master. In a state of transcendence, Broly surpassed the limits of this world, manifesting a staggering array of 130 chains upon his being. Previous speculation and experimentation had led him to the conclusion that upon reaching 400 chains, the world would forcibly expel him. Whether his unyielding presence would lead to the world's collapse remained uncertain. At this moment, Broly shared his sensory perception with the mainframe of the mecha species, which acquired Broly's dynamic vision. Every divine magical assault and myriad magical arrays were instantaneously observed and relayed back to over 3,000 analytical machines for scrutiny. These machines identified the vulnerabilities within the magical formations, as well as the most effective routes for evading attacks, transmitting this intelligence back to the mecha's mainframe in real time. Through a neural connection with the mecha's mainframe, Broly discerned the weaknesses of these magical arrays and the distinctive effects of various magical attacks. For certain effect-based magical assaults, he opted for evasion, as he had no desire to sprout extra heads or transform into an elderly person or child, among other peculiarities. Conversely, for direct offensive spells, he boldly charged forward, bracing himself against the onslaught with his formidable pectoral muscles. Following this, he placed his hands on his hips and unleashed a Kamehameha wave, precisely targeting the Dawn Goddess, Aurora, who was preparing her ultimate move, guided by the mecha's analytical pathways. The attack struck her divine essence, shattering all 12 of her golden glowing wings, scattering feathers across the sky. Aurora's body was relentlessly pushed forward by the Kamehameha wave, inflicting continuous damage to her corporeal form and divine essence. Although she cast a spell to halt time, it was far too late. Her divine essence was pierced, and her body began to fade into a spectral state, succumbing to slumber within the elven corridor. However, a fragment of her divine essence eluded Broly's grasp, as he was besieged by other deities at that moment. Despite Aurora's descent into sleep, all fragments of her divine essence retained vestiges of her will, destined to seek out the most suitable host. At this juncture, Su Xiaoyu was aiding fellow humans in their migration to safer grounds. She bore an elderly man on her shoulders, held a child in one hand, while the other clung to the rocky wall. Unbeknownst to her, a shard radiating a golden luminescence, resembling a wing, hurtled through the air from afar, striking her at the back of the head. In that fleeting moment, as her consciousness slipped into oblivion, she plummeted downward, but fortunately, Rimuru released an upper-tier fire spirit from within him to catch her, averting dire consequences. Within Su Xiaoyu's consciousness, a colossal female statue, exuding a divine golden aura, unfurled the 12 pairs of wings behind her and began to draw her hands towards Su Xiaoyu from 2 distinct directions, seemingly intent on claiming her consciousness. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu was utterly captivated, losing her ability to resist as she knelt before the magnificent statue with reverence. However, at that very instant, a colossal figure began to materialize behind the imposing female effigy. It was a rather rudimentary creation, characterized by a circular head and slender limbs, resembling a stick figure hastily sketched by a child on a scrap of paper. At that moment, the stick figure produced a brick from an unknown source and struck the suddenly intrusive statue with it, momentarily overwhelming the residual consciousness of the goddess of dawn, nearly shattering it to pieces. Soon after, lines of text began to appear upon the stick figure's face. Detection indicates the host has encountered a mental usurpation attack. This system initiates autonomous protection, commencing eradication of the invading consciousness entity. Despite being in a dormant state, this system remains the supreme entity of the multiverse, the ultimate force of the past, present, and future. Any actions invading the host are deemed malevolent attacks. Counterattack commencing. As the stick figure brandished the brick, it charged toward the consciousness of the goddess of dawn, delivering several resounding strikes. Each blow was more forceful than the last, ultimately shattering the entity into countless fragments. These fragments were then consumed by the stick figure, which subsequently reformed into a more intricate and bizarre shape resembling golden wing fragments. The stick figure gently cradled the golden wing fragments in its hands and touched them to Su Xiaoyu's forehead. Upon the entry of the golden wing fragments into her consciousness, Su Xiaoyu departed from that space, returning to her physical form and regaining her awareness. However, she now bore a golden wing-shaped mark upon her forehead. Shaking her head, she felt an intense throbbing pain, as if an overwhelming influx of thoughts had been forcibly crammed into her mind. Limulu descended from the cliffside, retracting his wings, and inquired with concern, "What happened? Are you all right?" Su Xiaoyu, slightly dazed, shook her head and replied, "I'm not quite sure why I fainted, but I believe I'm fine now. Let us continue transporting these survivors to the base." Limulu, having activated Raphael to examine Su Xiaoyu's condition and finding no issues, nodded in agreement. The group diligently worked to relocate the remaining humans to a safe haven. Meanwhile, the stick figure, which had proclaimed itself the supreme entity of the multiverse, reclined languidly in Su Xiaoyu's consciousness space after devouring the essence of the goddess of dawn, Aurora. It appeared quite despondent, holding the golden wing fragment aloft, its smooth face resembling a circular display screen, upon which more lines of text appeared. Detection of the true host's essence. System temporarily awakens. 6th cycle failure. All previous 6 hosts have perished. As the 7th round of reincarnation commences, the system postulates that this iteration may be the final cycle of the multiverse. The success rate stands at a mere 30%. In order to avert the tragic fate that befell the true host and the previous 6 hosts during their formative years, this system has gleaned insights from past experiences and will no longer reside within the true host's body. Instead, it adopts the guise of a chat group, temporarily inhabiting the body of an individual destined to encounter the true host in the future, thereby assisting the genuine host in their development. Awaiting the opportune moment, the system shall reunite with the true host, though it surmises that at this juncture, the true host is feeble and the timing is not ripe for fusion. The system lies dormant. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu remains blissfully unaware of the tumult occurring within her own body, oblivious to the fact that she is merely a temporary vessel for the system. At this moment, while she strives to aid humanity in this world, she is also preoccupied with concerns for Broly, having learned through the chat group that he has rescued Aqua. However, She remains ignorant of the fact that Broly is currently engaged in battle with the gods. Given Aqua's limited intellect, it is unlikely she would comprehend Broly's sudden disappearance. Simultaneously, she finds herself being tormented by Sinknir, a peculiar forest spirit with a penchant for the torment of slaves and captives. Riku and Hibi are likewise suffering under her cruel whims. Bored, Sinknir has now turned her attention to Aqua. Despite Aqua being a deity of the multiverse representing the essence of water and ostensibly superior to many gods within the gaming realm, it is bizarrely true that she possesses no combat prowess aside from her magic, which is indiscriminate in its area of effect. Even more alarming is her lack of intelligence, resulting in her being pursued by a powerful sorcerer. Didn't Broly say we aren't enemies? Why are you attacking me? Aqua cries out as she dodges incoming assaults from behind, directing her pleas towards Sinknir. Ha ha ha. I have no idea why either. Perhaps I'm just bored and a bit flustered. But hearing your cries excites me. Come closer so I can give you a light tap. I promise to be gentle. I'll just fold your hands and feet. Sinknir coyly covers her face, uttering these chilling words with a playful tone. Aqua, alarmed by her theatrics, leaps away to narrowly evade a painful spell, shouting, "Pervert! You're a complete pervert. Help me, Broly, Su Xiaoyu Rimuru." At this moment, Broly is intently engaged in combat with the other gods. Before long, he has dispatched them all, rendering each one into a state of slumber. And he has successfully acquired their divine essence fragments. Though uncertain of their purpose, he believes it prudent to collect them, for they may prove useful one day. Broly placed all the fragments into a capsule, preparing to confront the most formidable deity in this realm, along with the most cunning one, the god of war, Alpheus, and the god of doubt, Fanlu. In Broly's calculations, it was evident that the god of doubt, Fanlu, would refrain from revealing herself upon witnessing her plans unravel. Simultaneously, she awaited an opportunity for both herself and the god of war, Alpheus, to be mutually annihilated, thereby allowing her to seize the Star Cup. The god of war, Alpheus, due to his divine essence, was incapable of collaborating with other deities to overpower himself. Moreover, if his suspicions were correct, he harbored resentment towards being manipulated by the god of doubt, Fanlu. Indeed, as Broly surmised, Alpheus did not engage in this scheme and observed as Broly and the Zenkai obliterated all the deities. Alpheus belonged to the divine lineage, having created the celestial winged beings. His divine essence was composed of the most potent concept of warfare. As the supreme embodiment of battle, he was invincible, for his strength was unparalleled. The conclusion drawn from these two aspects is that the power of the god of war could augment infinitely and was irreversible. Had Broly not chosen to confront him directly, it was highly likely that this world would have collapsed. In the event of the world's destruction, Broly was uncertain whether Su Xiaoyu and her companions would be affected. As the leader of their group, if she were to perish, would the chat group dissolve? If that were to occur, he would be unable to return to his own world. Such a predicament was utterly vexing. Consequently, Broly meticulously devised plans to ensure the success of this mission in the most prudent manner. Of course, he had not anticipated the Zenkai's ability to calculate the divine essences of various deities. Had they lacked such capabilities, Broly would have continued to lay his traps, only choosing to strike after eliminating the god of war, Alpheus, and the forest god, Canis. While some might perceive these preparations as superfluous, given that he, as a Saiyan, could charge in recklessly, each step was, in fact, crucial. He had to consider numerous factors, including Su Xiaoyu's feelings. Otherwise, he would not have been so considerate of her emotions in the world of parasitic beasts. Su Xiaoyu's excessively kind nature posed a risk. If he presented himself as an extreme malevolent force, he could easily be expelled from the group. In such a scenario, he would forfeit the opportunity to venture into other worlds and engage with their respective systems. This was indeed a rather troublesome and unavoidable situation. Chapter 73, The Final Battle. The birth of the unique deity, you are aware of your own limitations. Yet, the art of decay, amidst the dust and grass, strives within the mire. Gather and coexist. Yet remain oblivious to the heights of the heavens, which are unattainable. The god of war, Alpheus, sat upon his throne, commanding the sky city of Abanthine. Having finally arrived at the battlefield, as the mightiest, he regarded others as mere trifles, maintaining his aloofness as the god of war. Because his essence is inherently the strongest, he gazed down with an air of superiority from his sharp, luminous golden eyes, not only upon Broly but also towards the distant and dubious god of Fox, Fanlu. Although he felt discomfort from being plotted against, he still regarded himself as the mightiest. Thus, he chose not to partake in the trap set for Broly. Firmly believing in his capacity to vanquish him single-handedly, even after witnessing Broly's triumph over other deities. Surrounding the god of war, Alpheus, were numerous winged ones, each adorned with 2 pairs of wings at their waists. These winged ones were the god-slaying vanguards crafted by Alpheus himself. In truth, the god of war, as the strongest, was not particularly concerned with the Star Cup. However, to symbolically participate in the grand conflict, he created the winged ones to combat other gods. Each of these beings possessed the strength to challenge divine entities, making them a remarkably ruthless and terrifying race. Faced with this formidable adversary, Broly remained remarkably composed, first choosing to stow away the shards of divine essence he had acquired. Observing Broly's actions, Alpheus shook his head, stating that if the shards derived from divine essence were not bestowed upon a suitable wielder, they would eventually dissipate. It would be prudent to utilize their powers before they vanish completely. I suggest you employ these shards to confront me, he proposed. Upon hearing this, Broly retrieved the shards, only to discover that they were indeed slowly fading, which struck him as a pity. These shards represented the embodiment of certain laws. If harnessed for study and application, their worth would be substantial. Broly shook his head, securing the shards once more, before raising his gaze to the towering figure of the man before him, who stood over 2 meters tall with a black beard. I sense that you seem rather indifferent to the Star Cup. Why then have you come to this place to impede me? Broly inquired. The god of war, Alpheus, lifted his head and laughed heartily. Indeed, I care little for the Star Cup, for I am the strongest, needing nothing to define my existence. However, I yearn for a worthy opponent, one who can challenge me, match me blow for blow, and perhaps even defeat me. At long last, I have found that person. It's you. So, let us engage in a glorious battle. Rising from his throne, Alpheus unfurled his feathered cloak, which transformed into 18 pairs of wings, unleashing a terrifying aura that caused the very world to tremble. Broly sensed the overwhelming presence of this man and began to channel his own energy, his already long hair being swept upwards by the force of the rising power. Chains began to manifest around him, ultimately solidifying at 400, marking his utmost limit. Initially, I intended to shatter your divine essence with the aid of the Mekai species to secure my victory, he declared. However, I have changed my mind. Before this world meets its end, I shall revel in a fierce battle with you, and then I will shatter your divine essence. Beside the god of war, Alpheus, the celestial winged beings listened with growing indignation to Broly's audacious proclamations, and they began to gather their strength, preparing to unleash their most formidable strike to utterly annihilate this disrespectful mortal. Azrael, the first individual of the celestial winged species and the speaker of the 18 Wings Council, as well as the sister of the young G, knelt before the god of war, imploring, "This human is not worthy of your attention. Allow me to deal with him. Our existence as celestial winged beings is to clear all obstacles for our Father, to eliminate every adversary, even if they are divine. Anyone who dares challenge our Father must first pass over my body." The god of war, Alpheus, upon hearing her words, did not respond with anger, nor did he, like those tyrants who lash out at their subordinates when thwarted. Instead, he spoke with remarkable calmness. I see. That presents a bit of a dilemma. This human possesses considerable power. If you wish to engage him, I shall not hinder you, but do exercise caution. Azrael nodded, her heart brimming with joy. She had long since merged a portion of herself with a Bandahiram, the fantastical realm also known as the City of Skies. Now, she possessed the strength to slay deities. And with the assistance of her kin, she was confident in her ability to vanquish this human. With that, Azrael unfurled her magnificent wings, each spanning 50 meters, and adorned with a radiant halo. She directed a lethal strike towards Broly, bolstered by the support of her fellow celestial winged beings. Drawing forth intricate and vast circles of light with her hands, she proclaimed, "You are a threat that must be eliminated here. I acknowledge you as a worthy adversary." Behind her, her kin raised their hands, channeling their collective power into Azrael. Her hands swiftly coalesced into a luminous, colossal spear, several hundred meters in length. As it manifested, the surrounding space began to fracture and distort, as if the world could scarcely contain such power. Heavenly strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Azrael transformed all her internal structures into a neural connection with the Elven corridor, drawing strength from its source to unleash her attack. As the words convey, this was the celestial winged species' ultimate and most potent strike. The mainframe of the mecha species at Broly's neck issued a warning, compelling the other mecha units to sacrifice themselves for Broly. Yet, Broly rejected the mainframe's suggestion, lifting a hand and coldly stating, "Such an attack is utterly feeble against me. There is no need for your sacrifice. Each of you is invaluable. There is no necessity for needless sacrifice and expenditure at this moment. With one hand, Broly caught the terrifying strike that could have obliterated everything within a 1,000-mile radius. He then exerted pressure, transforming the ethereal attack composed of elven energy into countless motes of light that dissipated into the air. After Azrael and the other celestial winged beings unleashed their full power, they instantly transformed from elegant figures into childlike forms, clad in loose garments that resembled burlap sacks. One by one, they plummeted from the sky like dumplings. As Azrael descended, she glared at the unscathed Broly, her teeth clenched in frustration, and exclaimed, "Damn it." Broly had initially considered capturing her, for as one of the original celestial winged beings, she was inherently stronger than her counterparts. However, reflecting on her recent erratic intelligence, he reconsidered. Capturing her might lead to the unforeseen presence of an Aqua by his side. Better to avoid such an outcome, as Broly had no desire to be ensnared alongside his companions. The god of war, Alpheus, unfurled one of his 18 wings, transforming it into a soft expanse of earth that gently embraced the children he had created. Despite his sustenance deriving from hatred, combat intent, malice, and blood, he exhibited a remarkable tenderness and indulgence towards his creations, treating them as if they were his own progeny. The god of war, Alpheus, safely transported these incapacitated celestial winged beings to a secure area, merely waving his wing to relocate them a distance of 10,000 meters. Broly's expression grew increasingly grave as he sensed the god of war's aura intensifying moment by moment, subtly surpassing his own. Alpheus clenched his fists, his body slightly crouching, and a terrifying energy surged forth from him, eliciting a genuine, joyous laughter. The power was overwhelming. He had never experienced such might. It felt as though with a mere flick of his hand, the world could be annihilated. My essence is the strongest, eternally superior to any adversary. In this context, your power is also approaching that level. Though you are formidable, you would still fall before my prowess. Sensing the formidable aura of the god of war, Broly furrowed his brow. At that moment, Alpheus had reached an approximate battle power of 20 billion. Broly contemplated how he might engage in a fierce battle with Alpheus without bringing about the world's destruction and endangering Su Xiaoyu and her companions when a piercing cry for help pierced the air. A blue figure darted past him from the left. Broly immediately recognized this figure as Aqua. The expressions of both Broly and Alpheus mirrored each other, utter bewilderment. Aqua had been propelled through the air just moments earlier by a spell from Sinknir, landing fortuitously in their vicinity. "Help me, Broly," she cried, tumbling through the air, flailing her limbs in a desperate attempt to grasp something, her hands closing around the star cup below. The sequence of events transpired too swiftly, and both the god of war and Broly were entirely engrossed in their confrontation, failing to react in time. In the shadows, the deity of doubt, Fan Lu, had meticulously calculated that she could ultimately obtain the star cup. Yet, she was unprepared for the unexpected variable that was Aqua. Even more absurdly, this being, not originally born of this world, had gained the recognition of the star cup. How could such a phenomenon occur? It is not difficult to comprehend the emergence of Aqua as the goddess of water. Her essence, like that of the deities of this realm, is a manifestation of natural concepts entwined with belief. In Aqua's own world, this essence is referred to as divinity. Although there are distinctions, fundamentally, they are of the same nature. Moreover, the goddess of water of this world had long been shattered by Broly's formidable punch. Upon her descent into slumber, she never anticipated that her concept and responsibilities would be entirely usurped by this foreign deity. This was evident as Aqua, since her arrival, had gained dominion over all the waters of this realm. With a brilliant wave of light, the entire planet was instantaneously governed by a surge of overwhelming energy. Thus, the singular deity of this world was born. She was Aqua, the goddess of water. Aqua, oblivious to the events transpiring around her, raised the star cup, her once wise eyes now reduced to mere pinpricks. With the power of the star cup, Aqua transformed into an omniscient and omnipotent deity, capable of altering all aspects of this world and erasing its very essence. In simpler terms, she could, at a whim, obliterate the war god, Alteshu. To frame it within the context of the Dragon Ball universe, Aqua now resembled the Omni-King of the Creator's world. However, given her intellect, it might prove challenging for her to comprehend how to wield such power. Upon safely landing, she gazed towards Broly and Alteshu, who were staring at her from a distance. Despite knowing she was once again in trouble, her habitual nonchalance prevented her from acknowledging it. She scratched her left cheek with her index finger, pondering aloud. What on earth has happened? At that moment, silence enveloped everyone. Broly, overwhelmed with frustration, felt a headache brewing. What madness was this? The most magnificent artifact in this world had been seized by the wisest of goddesses. The prospect of the entire world potentially venerating Aqua sent a chill down Broly's spine. It was truly terrifying. Aqua, feeling the star cup was akin to a hot potato, tossed it directly to Broly. As a conceptual artifact, the star cup could never have anticipated being so carelessly discarded. Nor could it fathom that someone would willingly relinquish such omnipotent power. Upon receiving the star cup, Broly found, as he suspected, that a mysterious force repelled him, as the star cup did not recognize him either. The liberated star cup sensed an unseen will guiding it directly into the hands of the god of war, Alpheus. Upon receiving the star cup, Alpheus assumed the role of the omnipotent deity of this world, endowed with the power to define and establish everything. He raised the star cup high, harnessing its force to create an indestructible realm, freeing Broly from his chains, and confidently tossed the cup to Aqua, proclaiming, "Though the power of the star cup is formidable, accepting it means I cease to be the god of war, Alpheus. I am the strongest. Come, let me witness the true extent of your strength. Speak your name, for it is worthy of my remembrance." Broly, taken aback by Alpheus's forthrightness, realized that the latter sought not omniscience, but merely a spirited contest. As a Saiyan, Broly possessed an innate combative spirit, and he yearned for a worthy opponent capable of continuously enhancing their strength. "You are a respectable adversary. My name is Broly. I intend to defeat you in a most visceral manner. After all, I am no demon." Hearing such audacious words, the god of war Alpheus, rather than being angered, chuckled. "Well said. I too shall strive to vanquish you in the same manner." Upon entering this extraordinary realm, it seemed as if they had reached an unspoken understanding. Without further ado, they vanished from their original positions, their elbows colliding with an explosive force. A terrifying aura erupted from both, and where they clashed, the space fractured like shattered glass, countless cracks spreading outward. These fragmented shards of space, resembling mirrors, suddenly coalesced as a mysterious force emerged, restoring this area. Broly experienced an unprecedented thrill, a feeling of exhilaration he had never known since his transformation into a Saiyan. He had either encountered opponents far too weak or those overwhelmingly powerful, never a challenger of equal might. The essence of the god of war, Alpheus, was to grow stronger in the face of strength, making him the perfect sparring partner. This exhilaration was truly delightful. Broly finally comprehended why Goku reveled in combat. The sensation of each punch landing with tangible impact was exhilarating. Broly unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes, pushing Alpheus back, each punch more ferocious than the last. Alpheus's expression briefly faltered. His essence dictated strength in the face of strength, yet curiously, he found himself on the defensive, indicating that Broly was consistently surpassing his own limits. Such a formidable existence in this world was indeed astounding. Boom, boom, boom. The god of war, Alpheus, gazed upon the rapidly accelerating fist and gradually relinquished his intent to attack, opting instead for a defensive stance. Simultaneously, he continued to gather his strength, resolved to unleash his most potent divine strike to repel his adversary, subsequently harnessing his divine essence to further augment his power. Due to the unique characteristics of Alpheus's divine essence, he could now unleash his strongest divine blow without requiring the assistance of the entire celestial wing race. Broly, too, sensed his intentions but harbored no desire to impede him. Rather, he anticipated whether Alpheus's divine strike could inflict harm upon him. In a simultaneous clash, both warriors retreated, though Alpheus found himself propelled further back than Broly. Broly possessed the innate ability to grow stronger with each battle, sharing certain similarities with the god of war's divine essence. Even in his first state, this talent persisted, albeit diminished compared to his unrestrained, frenzied form. In the latest cinematic rendition, Broly dominated Goku and Vegeta, growing increasingly formidable. The proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta, initially struggled to withstand Broly's might, resorting to transforming into a Super Saiyan to gain an upper hand. However, as the battle progressed, an inexplicable turn of events ensued, leading him to transform into Super Red and Super Blue. In a pivotal moment, the king declared, "Broly, your father has been slain," triggering Broly to enter his full power state, losing all rationality and succumbing to a wild fury, his hair transforming into a natural green. In this state, he overwhelmed Vegeta, reducing him to a tragic state. Had it not been for the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, the proud Saiyan prince might have faced utter defeat. The king expressed his astonishment, remarking on the near catastrophe. Alpheus raised his hands, summoning a colossal magical circle above him, its rotation distorting the surrounding space. A cataclysmic red beam erupted from the magic circle, hurtling toward Broly. In response, Broly swiftly formed his hands into a blossom-like shape, positioning them at his waist, and concentrated a white energy sphere in his palms. This sphere was none other than the Kamehameha. The two energy waves collided, each pushing against the other in a stalemate. With every passing moment, Alpheus's power ascended, reflecting Broly like a mirror. No matter how much Broly's strength increased, Alpheus's would rise in tandem. Boom. Bang. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the surrounding void, suggesting a principle of smoke without harm. After a significant interval, the haze gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of Alpheus and Broly. At that moment, Alpheus had been propelled skyward by Broly's Kamehameha, maintaining a defensive posture with his hands raised before him. His gaze fixed upon Broly below. Broly was taken aback by the formidable strength and resilience of his opponent. Since emerging from the room of spirit and time, his battle power had reached an astonishing 200 million, surpassing even the first transformation of Goku into a Super Saiyan. Bolstered by the immense power of the Great Ape transformation, his strength now soared to 2 billion. The god of war, Alpheus, was capable of contending with him, indicating that his power resided on a similar level. Had it not been for Broly's ability to continuously elevate his prowess through combat, he might have truly been overwhelmed. With a series of explosive clashes, Broly and Alpheus engaged in fierce combat, their speeds escalating with each encounter. The terrifying energy radiating from their battle was potent enough to obliterate an entire planet. And had it not been for the Star Cup mitigating much of that energy, the consequences would have been dire. As Broly fought, he transcended his own limits, growing increasingly exhilarated, while Alpheus found himself on the verge of exhaustion. Simultaneously, Alpheus began to question the validity of his own status as the strongest. Despite this, Broly managed to feed him a Senzu bean, reviving the god of war to full strength, only for him to subsequently endure another relentless barrage. As Alpheus grappled with his existential doubts, Broly engaged him in over 100 million exchanges within a mere 2 days, pushing him to the brink of nausea. The god of war consumed countless Senzu beans, but ultimately succumbed to despair, opting to pierce through his divine essence and retreat into a slumber within the elven corridor. Weary of the conflict, Alpheus, now thoroughly defeated, relinquished his spirit fragments, which actively chose to merge with Broly, enhancing his already formidable talents. In this battle, Broly also flawlessly unlocked the transformation into a Super Saiyan. In his base form, he maintained absolute clarity and awareness, and even in his transformed state, that remained unchanged. His power had surpassed the limits that this realm could bear, leading to the complete collapse of the space created by the Star Cup. Broly sensed a powerful repulsive force attempting to expel him from this world. With all matters resolved and free from concern, he began to experiment with the idea of whether the world would collapse if he chose not to leave. As he resisted this force, the world around him fractured like a mirror, and everything began to disintegrate into nothingness, sweeping across the realm relentlessly. With a furrowed brow, Broly relinquished his Super Saiyan form, reverting to his base state, causing the world to cease its collapse. His hypothesis was confirmed. When a force beyond this realm's comprehension descends, the world instinctively rejects it to prevent destruction. However, should this force be resisted, the world would exhaust all its might to expel it, even to the point of total collapse, rather than allow it to linger within its realm. Upon reaching this conclusion, yet another question in Broly's heart was resolved. Merging with the divine essence of the god of war, Alpheus, Broly's innate combat prowess was significantly enhanced. Moreover, his comprehension of the Ultra Instinct technique ascended to a new echelon, faintly brushing against the domain of the divine. With further progression, he would master the rudimentary version of Ultra Instinct, truly stepping into the divine realm of the Dragon Ball universe. Broly approached Aqua, eager to ascertain whether, with the shard of the god of war's essence he had acquired, he could now engage with the Star Cup. After all, Aqua merely kept it as a trinket. He might as well claim it for himself, considering it was originally his. Aqua readily relinquished the Star Cup to Broly, still unaware of its true significance. As he extended his hand to grasp the Star Cup, he felt a familiar repulsive force, yet another power within him counteracted this repulsion. The instant he touched the Star Cup, he felt as if he had transcended into Gaia's consciousness. His perception magnified infinitely, allowing him to see every corner of the world with clarity. He realized that he could accomplish anything he desired. The world was him, and he was the world. After acquiring the Star Cup, however, he received no notification from the group chat system indicating the completion of a task. leading him to question whether the mission was indeed contingent upon the game god, representing humanity, for success. Upon further reflection, he discerned that the situation might not be as straightforward as he assumed. What was amiss? The game god, being a divine entity, was fundamentally distinct from humans. Yet the group chat system's task was to assist humanity in obtaining the Star Cup. However, humans could not attain the Star Cup independently. They relied on divine beings. Now that he possessed the shard of the God of War's essence, he had, in a sense, been acknowledged by the Star Cup. Furthermore, if he was deemed unworthy, why would Aqua not be? She had never experienced repulsion from the Star Cup. Logically, the task should have concluded the moment Aqua acquired the Star Cup. In that instant, a flash of insight struck Broly. Could it be that the individual who claimed the Star Cup must stand from a human perspective? Gripping the Star Cup tightly, he made a heartfelt wish, harnessing its power. Heal the entire world. Restore it to the state it was in before the Great War. The Star Cup, responding to Broly's command, began to radiate a kaleidoscope of colors, illuminating every corner of the world. The desolate land, once scorched by conflict, regained its vitality as tender sprouts broke through the earth. The ashen remnants of countless spirits scattered across the dust-laden sky were swept away. Astonishingly, these lifeless forms revived, traversing every corner of the world, transforming each ecosystem anew. Immediately, Broly established his own rules to formulate a code that would benefit humanity in this world, bestowing upon them extraordinary powers. As their thoughts transformed into tangible actions, the Star Cup incessantly exuded its strength. Upon the final completion of the code, a prompt indicating the completion of a group chat system task echoed in his mind. Broly wore a satisfied smile. As the primary instigator and executor of the task, he amassed nearly 10,000 points, surpassing anyone else. Although these points held little utility for him personally, it was prudent to retain them. For should more formidable beings join the group in the future, he could exchange them for rare items or other treasures from their realms through the chat system. He harbored an intuition that as group members accrued more points and completed additional tasks, the system might eventually upgrade, acquiring new capabilities. With a slight sigh, Broly lamented that this chat system was not his own. Otherwise, he could enhance his strength more rapidly without regard for others' sentiments. Within mere months, he could conquer the myriad realms and become the strongest in the multiverse. However, Broly was oblivious to the fact that the possessors of the first 6 systems shared similar aspirations, and they possessed systems that had not yet fully succumbed to slumber. Some of them were even more powerful than Broly, having been born as children of the dimensions, yet all had met with untimely demise. The first generation of system holders was the mightiest, and their systems were the most complete and undamaged. At that time, the first generation system materialized as a sign-in system, rewarding those who checked in daily, allowing them to grow stronger incessantly. It was a system that enabled one to grow effortlessly while traversing different worlds, signing in to various power systems. Yet, he too had fallen, and in a most tragic manner. Each successive generation of systems had manifested in various forms. Some were monetized systems, while others could foresee the future in exchange for extraordinary powers, yet none proved beneficial. Ultimately, demise was inevitable. After completing the task, Broly did not immediately opt to return. Instead, he summoned all the Mechkai species and stored them in capsules. The next course of action was to confront the most cunning deity, the god of doubt, Fanlu. Broly resolved to straightforwardly utilize the power of the Star Cup to obliterate her. Given the immense intelligence and cunning of such a deity, far surpassing his own, he had no intention of bringing her under his command, deeming it too perilous. Just as he prepared to strike, the god of doubt, Fanlu, approached him willingly. After Broly had defeated the god of war, Alteshu, she recognized her lack of prospects, and no amount of intellect could alter the impending destruction. Yet, before her demise, she longed to unravel the lingering questions that haunted her. What is a god? Why do they come into existence? The essence of Fanlu lies in the exaggerated interplay of doubt and aspiration, whether it be skepticism or desire, rejection or hope. All these elements serve to amplify the power of Fanlu. Broly, however, is not so benevolent as to act as a mentor, aiding her in resolving her queries. Besides his own ignorance of the answers, the principal question remains: why should he provide her with solutions? Such behavior is nothing short of foolish, transforming a life and death confrontation into a grand educational spectacle. He promptly eradicated this notion, seizing her essence fragments, thereby compelling the god of doubt, Fanlu, to retreat to the Elven corridor for a well-deserved slumber, advising her to seek solace in a more temperate realm. 6 millennia hence, A pair of siblings from another world would aid her in addressing this quandary, allowing her to reclaim her concepts and essence. Of course, this is merely an aside. Side note, my setting, Broly currently possesses a battle power of 200 million in his base form, 10 billion in his second form, and maintains 100 billion at full power without transformation, which can further combine with Golden Boy and Super Saiyan. Is this power level reasonable? Finally, it is concluded. The next chapter will delve directly into the Dragon Ball universe, focusing primarily on that narrative. Chapter 75, Return and the Android Project. Broly utilized the Star Cup to heal the entire world, instituting a series of codes that slightly favor humanity. All beings within this realm collectively sense the presence of a supreme deity. These codes gradually evolved into the foundational rules of this world, being heeded by all. Any transgression against these codes, regardless of race, would incur the wrath of the Gaia consciousness of this world. Simultaneously, to prevent the gods from meddling, Broly sealed off the passage to the Elven Corridor, making it exceedingly difficult for these deities to descend into the mortal realm. Even if they did appear, their divine powers would be rendered ineffective. Upon completing these tasks, he extracted the divine essence obtained from vanquished deities. These fragments were now in a state of constant dissipation. Although he could use the power of the Star Cup to stave off their dissolution, Broly sensed that removing these essences from this world would render them mere useless shards. To prevent such waste, Broly approached Su Xiaoyu and her companions, eager to ascertain whether they could assimilate the divine essences. After all, if these allies could enhance their strengths even slightly, it would be advantageous to him, especially since as long as Su Xiaoyu remained alive, no challenges would arise. However, he found himself somewhat disheartened. None of his companions possessed the capability to absorb the divine essences, although Broly could forcibly integrate them into others' bodies using the Star Cup. Such a forced amalgamation would ultimately lead to mutual rejection once they departed this world, resulting in the complete dissolution of the divine essences. The Star Cup could elevate Broly to an omniscient and omnipotent deity within this realm, yet it bore no influence in other worlds. Feeling a twinge of regret, Broly suddenly recalled another matter, and with a thought, he traversed the space to the cave where Hubie and Rick resided. Observing the comatose Rick and the utterly wrecked Hubie, Broly took out the Star Cup and mended Hubie's body, forcefully infusing it with fragments of the divine essence from the god of suspicion, Fan. His remarkable success in this task hinged significantly on Hubie's contributions. Under the divine manipulation of Aqua, without Hubie's assistance, it would have been impossible for him to subjugate the entire Makai species, vanquish all the divine beings to acquire the divine essence of the war god, Althis, or even procure the Star Cup. After accomplishing all this, Broly began to teleport everyone he wished to take with him directly to his side, and soon, all appeared beside Su Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Broly again, a complex array of emotions washed over Su Xiaoyu. This mission, spiraling into chaos, had been salvaged almost single-handedly by Broly, who had turned the tide and fulfilled the objective. If circumstances allowed, Su Xiaoyu entertained the thought of relinquishing her position as group leader to him, believing he would lead the team far better than she could. Just as she contemplated approaching him with concern, she noticed a throng of stunningly beautiful women standing behind Broly, all possessing fair skin, long legs, and voluptuous figures, representing various races. They shared a singular trait, an abundance of curves, particularly pronounced. Instinctively lowering her gaze to compare her own modest bust with theirs, Su Xiaoyu felt a wave of despair wash over her. Her spirits plummeted, prompting her to retreat to a corner where she squatted, drawing circles in the dirt with a twig, clearly affected by the blow to her self-esteem. Broly turned his head and immediately grasped the reason for her despondence. Nevertheless, he approached her with a bold facade and inquired, "Hey, little group leader, didn't you mention you could bring people from the mission world back to other realms? How many can I bring with me?" Hearing his voice from behind, Su Xiaoyu felt a flicker of irritation. Her small chest had always been a source of inner turmoil, and despite her earnest efforts during her teenage years, drinking milk and eating papaya, she had seen no results. It seemed that men invariably favored the voluptuous, which she found exceedingly vexing. However, she quickly composed herself and refrained from lashing out. Glancing at the array of beauties behind her, she replied, "You can only take 3. My current authority allows for just 3 individuals. You can't possibly take them all, and each one requires 3,000 points. Have you thought this through?" In this regard, Su Xiaoyu spoke truthfully, not out of spite. She genuinely could only take 3 individuals, each demanding the expenditure of 3,000 points. Broly pondered briefly, deciding that he must take Sinkiel with him, for she could assist in researching magical resistances, and her talent was exceptional. If she mastered the magic of the Dragon Ball world, she might become a sorceress on par with Babidi. In fact, he could also find time to deal with Babidi and Majin Buu later on. He then entrusted Babidi to Sinknir, allowing her to master all of Babidi's magical abilities. Buu's cells could be fused into other bodies, transforming them into more formidable artificial beings, much like Android 21. Furthermore, given that little G, as a celestial winged being, already possessed considerable strength, if she were to be transformed into an artificial being by integrating Buu's or King Frieza's cells, her potential for the future would be unimaginable. Additionally, she could seamlessly switch between a lowly and a mature woman, which is simply extraordinary. As for the final slot, he had yet to decide whom to bestow it upon. The Makani species could be easily transported in capsules, thus not occupying this precious spot. For other races, it seemed that any choice would yield similar results. As for the aquatic species, it was best to forego that option. The Dragon Ball world was not devoid of mermaids, and he could easily procure a few to keep in an aquarium. The goblin species, with their dedication to science, was worth considering, yet their creations, including armors and mechs, paled in comparison to the invincible mech piloted by Pilaf. While Broly was deep in thought, he suddenly spotted a white cat girl in the crowd, scratching her face with her paw while playfully teasing a nearby forest spirit. This cat girl sported a bag of dried fish, dressed provocatively in only a bandeau and a fur skirt, with two twitching cat ears atop her head and her brown eyes sparkling with a blend of cuteness and cunning. She looked quite enchanting. Upon seeing her, Broly's expression grew peculiar, tinged with complexity. This cat girl was a beast folk he had encountered in the territory of the celestial winged beings. At that time, she had audaciously molested a forest spirit under Broly's control, not an assault, but rather an indecent advance, as she was a female cat girl. Strangely, this cat girl's mental fortitude was not particularly strong, and Broly's psychic control failed to subdue her. Moreover, spells from the Dragon Ball universe had no effect on her, suggesting her magical resistance was extraordinarily high. Broly had sensed something unusual about her and had memorized her aura, convinced she harbored some secret. Thus, he decided to bring her along. At that moment, the cat girl was enticing Lily Amlo, the dark-skinned forest spirit Broly had previously subdued, with her dried fish. Meow. Would you like some dried fish? If you want it, just let me touch you, meow. Lily Amlo swatted the cat girl's paw away, clearly irritated and disgusted. Enough. Is the master still here? The cat girl dismissed the notion of a master, declaring, "It doesn't matter now. What's important is that I get to touch you." Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she fixated on Lily Amlo's private parts, acting as though she had nothing to offer. Broly, exasperated, seized the cat girl and grasped the flesh at the nape of her neck, causing her to lose all resistance, much like a cat. Meow, 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 she cried out in panic, yet was utterly powerless to escape. Broly tossed her to the ground and directly inquired, "What is your name?" The cat girl proudly pounded her bosom and declared, "Meow, my name is Mu Yuan, but you may call me Xiao Mu. Can we discuss a matter?" Observing that many seemed to heed his words, she proposed an outlandish exchange. "I offer this bag of dried fish in return for having them listen to me." Faced with such a whimsical transaction, Broly decisively declined, as if he had never encountered dried fish before. He then grasped the nape of her neck and addressed Su Xiaoyu, stating, "Just her, along with Sinknir and Xiaoji. I will transfer the points to you now. Please assist me in opening a portal." Su Xiaoyu nodded, though internally she was quite displeased. Exercising her authority as the group leader, she connected the essences of the three individuals with Broly, saying, "They are now bound to you. When you choose to leave this world, they will accompany you back to yours." "Thank you." Broly's face lit up with joy. However, witnessing his elation, Su Xiaoyu silently cursed. Indeed, all men are such oafs. After managing all affairs, everyone began to return to their respective worlds. To carry the Star Cup with him, Broly created a smaller replica of it to maintain this realm. Finding little of value left to gather, he clicked to return. As his consciousness drifted, he finally awoke aboard his spaceship, accompanied by the cat girl Xiao Mu, Sinknir, and Xiao Ji. Although the spaceship was not small, its design only accommodated one occupant, and suddenly having three extra individuals made the space feel cramped. Broly left Sinknir on the ship while he utilized his instantaneous transfer ability to reach the essence of Earth, bringing Xiao Mu and Xiao Ji with him to entrust them to Dr. Gero. He also left behind all the mechanical seeds for Gero to conduct research, urging him to create even more powerful androids based on this foundation. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory, the unfortunate Dr. Gero had entirely lost his right to rest, engaged in rigorous research and development nearly 24 hours a day. Had he not previously enhanced his own body, he would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. This cat girl seems peculiar. She possesses immunity to many forms of magic. Please investigate what differentiates her physiological structure from others, Broly instructed. Meow, meow, meow. Upon hearing she was to be subjected to dissection, Xiao Mu's fur bristled in terror as she clung to Broly's leg, tears streaming down her face. Meow? Please don't do this. I'm still just a 3-year-old kitten. Won't your conscience ache for this? Broly lifted his head slightly, stroking his chin as if pondering seriously for a moment before shaking his head and replying, not at all. Xiao Mu. Broly shook his leg to unceremoniously dislodge her and checked on Dr. Gero's research progress. He discovered that his clone was nearly complete, an identical replica of himself, immersed in green liquid and connected to various tubes, peacefully slumbering. The head of the clone is entangled with countless wires, all connected to a supercomputer designed to modify his consciousness. Broly senses the immense power concealed within this cloned body. In a few weeks, it will be ready for deployment, serving as a vessel for his fusion. He then examines the progress of the androids, due to Broly's interference. Androids 17 and 18 have made their premature appearance and are currently under development. If progress continues at this pace, they will be operational within a month. Both are formidable beings, engineered from human DNA. Thanks to the perpetual energy cores, both androids possess limitless energy, age slowly, and do not require food, although hydration is necessary. Android 17 is a dashing young man adorned with a red scarf, while 18, his black-haired high school sibling, is a striking beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes. Tall and elegant. Despite being androids, they were crafted from human bodies, allowing for reproduction. Satisfied, Broly nods. If they can be successfully created, it would signify the maturity of the perpetual energy core technology. He envisions equipping each of his mechanized warriors with one, and with such a formidable army, he could dominate the multiverse. Perhaps he would not even need to undertake missions personally. He could simply sit back and watch as tasks are accomplished. Broly shares his vision for the mechanized warriors with Dr. Gero, before utilizing instant transmission to teleport back to his spaceship, locating Sinkneil in the cosmos. At that moment, Sinkneil is aboard the ship, cursing Broly for forcibly bringing her to this strange realm without her consent. Upon seeing him reappear, she seizes his garment, pressing her body against his in a state of exasperation, demanding, "What on earth do you want? Why have you brought me here?" In response to Sinkneil's fierce demeanor, Broly flips her over, pinning her beneath him, locking his gaze onto her eyes and earnestly stating, "Rest assured, I have no ulterior motives towards you at this moment. I do not enjoy coercing others in such matters. The reason I brought you here is to assist me in researching some magic to enhance my magical resistance. If possible, I hope you can become my most trusted aide, or even a partner. I aspire to assemble a powerful team to help me attain the super Dragon Balls of this world. Moreover, I have a premonition that formidable foes will emerge in the future, thus I require strong allies." As Sinkneil listens to his perplexing words, her irritation only intensifies. Convinced that this man must be unhinged. "Are you insane? Who would want to be your subordinate?" Recognizing her reluctance to accept him for the time being, Broly pulls out a chess set, shaking it gently, and suggests, "Never mind, since you cannot leave right now. Would you care for a game of chess to pass the time?" Sinkneil struck the chessboard with both hands, leaning forward, and indignantly exclaimed, "Who would want to play with you, you despicable scoundrel?" Moments later, the two found themselves seated opposite each other, deeply engrossed in their game. Indeed, none could escape the delightful allure of the truth. Chapter 76, System Upgrade and Unexpected Parenthood. As Broly was deeply immersed in the comprehension of the ultimate technique, a sudden notification from the group chat system disrupted his train of thought. Task completion accumulated 8 times, a total of 50,000 points earned, upgrade requirements met. System upgrading. Task execution postponed for 1 month. Other functions of the group chat system remain operational. At this juncture, the others in the group chat began to engage in discussion. The dumpling maker, little group leader, "Do you know what new features the system upgrade will bring?" The Emperor Engine, same question. The boy next door, 1. Tasmi, 1. Broly, 1. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu had just returned to her room, feeling sticky and grimy. After indulging in a refreshing bath, she received the upgrade notification from the group chat system. Upon seeing the messages in the group, she replied, "I too am unaware of what features will emerge post-upgrade. Like you all, I am equally perplexed. The leftover child, if that is the case, won't we be unable to meet through tasks in the future? We will all have to be apart for a month." Little group leader, "Not necessarily. While we cannot enter the task world, we can visit each other's worlds as long as both parties consent. Goddess of wisdom, by the way, I seem to still be in the task world and have not returned. I wonder what transpired. This little star cup has bound itself to me. This is disastrous. Little group leader, Broly, the Emperor Engine, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. At this moment, everyone was enveloped in a profound silence, unsure of how to resolve the situation. Su Xiaoyu hastily offered reassurance. Do not fret. I will investigate the source of the problem. It's inconceivable that you alone would be trapped in the task world. But truly, I cannot return to the original world. Every time I attempt to click on the return option, I am thwarted by an unseen force. I am doomed. I am finished. Aqua knelt on the ground, clutching a smaller star cup, sobbing as she wiped her tears. Broly produced the larger star cup, the original one he had obtained in the Game of Life. The smaller star cup in Aqua's possession was a replica crafted from the essence of the larger one. Broly speculated that she must have been the first to acquire a star cup, leaving her essence upon it, and thereby becoming the first conceptual deity, holding primary rights over the star cup. Meanwhile, the war god Alpheus was the second to touch the star cup. As Aqua had no comprehension of the artifact's significance, she temporarily relinquished her claim, granting Alpheus provisional rights to the star cup. By merging with the divine essence of Alpheus, Broly also acquired temporary usage rights. In the absence of any resistance from Aqua, the star cup was successfully taken away. This implies that Aqua, the goddess of wisdom, possessed absolute authority over the star cup in her possession. Contemplating this, Broly's expression darkened considerably, for he understood the terrifying consequences if this artifact were to fall into Aqua's hands. Simultaneously, a sense of dissatisfaction brewed within him, realizing that his extensive efforts had merely garnered him a secondary right, and a temporary one at that. Faced with this outcome, he could only sigh in resignation and accept the reality. However, it was fortunate that Aqua was bound by the world of Konosuba, rendering her incapable of participating in future quests, which meant he would not have the opportunity to encounter her. Therefore, it seemed that the true master of the Star Cup remained himself. Su Xiaoyu had explored numerous methods, yet none proved effective, for which she expressed her apologies. After all, no one had anticipated such an outcome. Aqua, too, could only helplessly become the sole deity in the realm of Konosuba. Furthermore, she whimsically began to promote her own Akusis faith, leading to the emergence of fervent devotees among various races. These individuals were enamored with hot springs and eager to recruit others into their faith, forming a turbulent current within the world of Konosuba. In the days following Broly's acquisition of the Star Cup, he spent his time aboard the spaceship, studying the artifact while engaging in military chess with Zincknel for amusement. Through his research, he discovered that the Star Cup could not define the entities of his universe. In other words, within the Dragon Ball universe, he could not attain omnipotence or omniscience through the Star Cup. However, it appeared that the Star Cup contained a creative force, allowing Broly to forge a miniature universe within his own body, where he could establish all entities and rules. With the Star Cup, he was entirely capable of expanding a microcosm, ensuring that all its inhabitants would worship him, alleviating any concerns regarding insufficient faith for his war god essence. Within his miniature universe, he could also influence the evolution of its inhabitants, cultivating a race that would satisfy him, and even extracting beings from this microcosm to bolster his formidable strength. Regrettably, as the microcosm was still under construction, it was unlikely to produce any particularly powerful races, which was somewhat disappointing. Simultaneously, the Star Cup could redefine his divine essence, transforming what was once fragmented into a complete form. Now, Broly could regard himself as the war god Alpheus. Consequently, upon returning to Earth, Japerial directly referred to him as father, abandoning her previous demeanor of shaking her tiny fists and calling him a bad guy. Broly found himself inexplicably thrust into the role of a father. To safeguard against any uncertainties, he left a seed within her consciousness, clarifying that he had merely acquired a fragment of the divine essence of the war god Alpheus, and was not Alpheus himself. Indeed, there are certain matters best addressed sooner rather than later. The seeds of affection planted in her consciousness will only lead to an increase in her fondness for him, rather than granting him complete control over her. Broly is reluctant to face the potential turmoil that may arise from this circumstance. However, Japerial has firmly convinced herself that he is the god of war, Alpheus. After explaining the situation a couple of times, Broly grew weary of further clarifications, recognizing the futility of convincing someone who refuses to believe. She seemingly only acknowledges divine essence. It appears that both Japerial and Dongus suffer from facial blindness. Thanks to his ability to teleport, Broly can traverse between the spaceship and Earth, liberating himself from the confines of the vessel. Upon returning to Earth, he swiftly mobilized the resources of his commercial empire to exert economic influence over global scientists, consolidating the planet's foremost intellects into the artificial human project. Under the relentless pressure of financial incentives, these scientists gradually lost their moral compass, fervently dedicating themselves to Broly's nefarious scheme. While money may not be omnipotent, a lack of it is entirely debilitating. Simultaneously, their involvement offered a sigh of relief to the beleaguered Dr. Gero, who could finally rest. Broly also sent Sinknil back to Earth and sought out the magical academy known as the Seven-Star Cave, where he discovered a pig and a cat capable of transforming within the Dragon Ball universe. By expending wealth, he enrolled Sinknil as a magical apprentice, allowing her to delve into the arcane arts of that world. After all, keeping her by his side in silence was hardly a solution. It was far better to allow her the freedom to explore. Currently, Broly is accompanied by Jipriel, who is equipped with the eternal energy furnace for artificial humans, and 100 modified machine mutants. This time, Dr. Gero exhibited prudence, preserving the aesthetically pleasing appearance of the machine mutants, which pleased him greatly. Previously, in his eagerness to expedite 18's adaptation to the eternal energy furnace, he had transformed her physique into a more muscular form, resembling the character Neza from the animated series 10,000 Cold Jokes. At that time, 18's sleek body had nearly blinded Broly, causing him to bleed from all 7 orifices. After enduring a thorough lesson from Broly, Dr. Gero finally recognized his folly and made significant corrections. The once cold 18 has now reverted to her former elegant self, possessing a commendable figure. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, Jipriel clings to Broly, wishing to remain by his side incessantly. Regrettably, Jipriel, who is imbued with the eternal energy furnace, has yet to transition into her mature form, leaving Broly somewhat disinterested. Each of the 100 machine mutants is equipped with the 110 model of the eternal energy furnace. Presently, this technology remains in the development phase, with their bodies reaching the limit of accommodating the 110 model of the eternal energy furnace. Simultaneously, Dr. Gero has magnified the innate talents of these androids to an infinite extent. Their analytical and simulated rebound capabilities have improved by several thousandfold. Furthermore, Dr. Gero has transmitted all scientific knowledge from Earth into their consciousness. Now, these 100 androids are virtually equivalent to the entire scientific community of Earth within the Dragon Ball universe. However, they lack the empirical research methods that would allow them to compare favorably with genuine scientists, as they remain tethered to the notion of machinery. Even though they have been endowed with the concept of a heart and possess emotions, their innovative and developmental capabilities are nearly non-existent when juxtaposed with real scientists. They can only apply the knowledge they currently possess from Earth without achieving any true innovation. At this moment, these androids are diligently laboring in the vastness of space, modifying the design of the spacecraft and expanding it to a much larger size. They have also constructed a gravity training chamber, should they find themselves lacking materials. Broly can effortlessly utilize instant transmission to return to Earth, procure the necessary supplies, and transport them back in capsules. 2 days later, the originally single-person spacecraft has been enlarged tenfold, now featuring an array of leisure and entertainment facilities, alongside all necessary living amenities, much to Broly's satisfaction. The androids have also integrated advanced culinary knowledge, enabling them to prepare a variety of exquisite dishes. They have meticulously arranged every aspect of Broly's daily life, allowing him to focus solely on training and recreation, without concern for other matters. Had he initially wished upon the Dragon Balls to become a king, he would have found himself burdened with myriad troubles, needing to consider numerous facets of governance. In reality, being a king is exhausting, requiring the handling of countless affairs daily. Contrary to the naive belief that kings lead a life of ease amidst an abundance of concubines, the truth is that neglecting a nation leads to its ruin, and lacking experience renders one ineffectual in governance. It is akin to an actor assuming the role of president. How enjoyable could that truly be? Had he wished for the entirety of Earth's scientific knowledge, he would still find himself squandering time on research and development, a rather foolish endeavor. Instead, enlisting all scientists to labor on his behalf, akin to a capitalist extracting every ounce of their value while demanding grueling work hours, seems far more appealing. The notion of wishing for a gravity training chamber through the Dragon Balls is indeed laughable, as Earth's scientists are perfectly capable of creating such a device. While Bulma is undoubtedly a brilliant scientist, her father is even more formidable. As the founder of Capsule Corporation, he can compress colossal and heavy objects into diminutive capsules, entirely disregarding spatial constraints. With the collaboration of the world's foremost scientists, Is there any doubt they could construct a gravity training chamber? Some may erroneously believe that wishing for wealth through the Dragon Balls is the sole purpose of such a wish. They are utterly incapable of comprehending the pivotal role that economics plays within human society and indeed the entire universe. Even the formidable King Frieza seeks to establish a cosmic real estate enterprise, aiming to forge a stable economic transaction chain through fair trade. The world has evolved, and a thriving society must inevitably emerge from a stable foundation. Frieza's ambition to create a more powerful real estate conglomerate necessitates the adoption of this equitable and stable economic model. Only then can his financial resources be effectively utilized, allowing him to access various channels of supply, upgrade his equipment, and collaborate with a formidable scientific team. Should he persist in mere plunder, his wealth would devolve into a mere concept, leading to chaos throughout the universe, thereby diminishing money's intrinsic value as currency. Currently, Broly's actions on Earth are, in essence, not dissimilar to Frieza's. However, he executes his plans with greater finesse and thoroughness, orchestrating the planet's resources to revolve entirely around him. His next objective is to consolidate all resources within the Dragon Ball universe, ensuring they serve his purposes, thereby maximizing his power and assembling an invincible team to handle unforeseen circumstances. Ultimately, he aspires to become the supreme entity governing the entire Dragon Ball world and even the multiverse. Of course, achieving this ambition requires a considerable journey ahead. Yet, there is no need to exhaust every moment of leisure. A balanced approach to work and relaxation is indeed most advantageous. At present, Broly is relishing the shoulder massages and kneading from Jipular, alongside the sustenance provided by the Mechaians. It must be noted that with the eternal energy core of the androids, Jipular possesses a remarkable strength, delivering a most satisfying massage. Chapter 77. Frieza's Real Estate Army under the modifications and upgrades from the Mechaians. The spacecraft has experienced significant enhancements in both size and speed. According to the projected route, he anticipates arriving at his destination in 2 or 3 days. Whether he approaches the Dragon Balls as an invader or through peaceful negotiations will depend on the demeanor of the Namekians. However, given that the Namekians are a race that requires only water to sustain themselves, they are virtually devoid of desires, leaving Broly with little to offer in exchange for the Dragon Balls. This suggests that his journey to Namek may necessitate assuming the role of an invader to seize the Dragon Balls. Broly is mentally prepared for this eventuality. Regardless of the role he plays, he is determined to acquire the Dragon Balls from Namek to address his physical issues. Broly has never viewed himself as a virtuous individual. During his quest for the Dragon Balls on Earth, he encountered little resistance, allowing his more ruthless side to remain concealed. Should Master Roshi or Gohan have opposed him, Broly would not have hesitated to resort to force, and if necessary, even take lives. While he perceives himself as a rather reasonable individual, his reasoning only holds merit when it aligns with his desires. When he is disinclined to discuss, words are utterly futile. Fortunately, the Dragon Ball radar on Earth functions on Namek as well, thereby saving him a considerable amount of time. As Broly's spaceship continued its voyage, it unexpectedly encountered a blockade of thousands of spacecraft while traversing a small asteroid belt. An assault was promptly initiated against him, yet through the masterful maneuvering of Jikai, he deftly evaded the laser fire. Having just emerged from the gravity training chamber, Broly was wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel when he was informed by Jikai that their vessel was encircled by numerous enemy ships, which had commenced an attack. Broly, intrigued, displayed a mischievous smile, ready to confront the audacious space pirates daring to rob him. Just as he was about to step outside, Jipular leapt onto his shoulder, wrapping her arms around his neck and nuzzling her face against his, her innocent smile beaming with childlike enthusiasm. "Daddy, I want to go out and teach those bad guys a lesson." Broly affectionately ruffled her hair and softly replied, "All right, but be gentle, don't eliminate them all. I need a few alive to discern their origins." Jipular nodded vigorously, her gaze fixed on the multitude of spacecraft displayed on the screen, a glint of bloodlust igniting in her eyes. As a member of the Celestial Wing race, Jipular was innately bloodthirsty and combative, even bearing the title of Godslayer in the realm of game life, possessing formidable strength. Following her involvement in the Android project, her combat metrics surged dramatically. Although the enhancements were not flawless, they still elevated her power to an exceedingly terrifying level. Furthermore, her body was equipped with an eternal energy core, granting her boundless stamina. Broly, after several days of experimentation in the gravity chamber, discovered that according to the power standards of the Dragon Ball universe, Jipular's strength had already reached an astounding 500,000. Once the android technology reaches its full potential, Her power could surpass that of androids 17 and 18, potentially reaching billions. Upon stepping out with Jupiter, Broly beheld an array of bizarre extraterrestrial beings surrounding the ship. Many of these aliens donned uniquely designed space combat suits, wielding advanced alien weaponry. This motley crew was none other than Frieza's real estate army, led by the formidable Ginyu Force, Frieza's most powerful subordinates. The reason for deploying such formidable forces was primarily to conquer a planet of advanced civilization, a world where magic and technology harmoniously coexisted, with a climate highly conducive to habitation. A wealthy alien tycoon had commissioned Frieza with a lucrative offer to invade this planet, prompting him to dispatch his strongest unit, the Ginyu Force. After the Ginyu Force performed a flamboyant dance for Lord Frieza, they swiftly set out to annihilate the native inhabitants of the planet. On their return journey, they unexpectedly encountered Broly's spaceship, which stood defiantly in front of their formidable team. Naturally, the captain of the Ginyu Force commanded an attack to obliterate the vessel, eager to continue their advance. At that moment, the captain was preoccupied with the thought of returning to showcase a new dance for Lord Frieza, unwilling to squander a single moment. However, upon noticing the exceptional capabilities of Broly's ship, which effortlessly evaded laser cannon fire, his curiosity was piqued, and he yearned to discern the identity of those aboard. As they encircled the spacecraft, a peculiar figure emerged, a being with a tail protruding from its posterior, accompanied by a small girl with wings perched upon its shoulder. The sight of Broly's tail and appearance instantly reminded the captain of a Saiyan planet recently obliterated by Lord Frieza. Among their ranks had been a Saiyan named Vegeta, whose tail and visage bore striking similarities. The captain swiftly deduced that this young man must also be a Saiyan, though he could not recognize the winged girl. To ensure accuracy, the captain activated his power scouter, which revealed that the Saiyan's combat power was a mere 100, indicating a low-ranking warrior within the Saiyan hierarchy. This revelation prompted a sense of disdain. Such a weak Saiyan lacked even the qualifications to join Frieza's army as a subordinate warrior. Yet, when his gaze shifted to the adorable girl with wings on Broly's shoulder, the scouter's readings surged dramatically, ultimately revealing a staggering power level of 510,000. The captain's expression darkened, and his gaze towards the girl grew fervent. With a power level of only 120,000, he contemplated the possibility of exchanging bodies with the girl, thus elevating his own strength to 510,000. The notion of transforming into a female did not concern him in the slightest. In this world, strength was paramount, rendering gender irrelevant. He had previously switched bodies with women, so this was a trivial matter for him. A power level of 510,000 was on par with Frieza's typical combat capacity. The captain's mind began to formulate a flawless plan to facilitate the body swap. Although the girl possessed formidable strength, the Saiyan youth was exceedingly weak. Their close demeanor suggested a strong bond, providing an opportunity for the captain to instruct his subordinate, Guldo, to utilize his time-stopping ability. They could then transport the Saiyan's body, conduct the exchange, and subsequently return to swap with the girl. This plan seemed utterly foolproof, and the captain deemed it his most perfect strategy. Jupiter remained perched upon Broly's shoulder, conjuring a gigantic black scythe in her hand. With delicate sweeps, she directed the weapon towards several nearby spacecraft, unleashing two colossal blades of light that reduced the vessels to mere fragments. The occupants within were utterly oblivious to their impending demise. The annihilation cannon mounted on the spacecraft struck Jupiter, yet she effortlessly dispersed the attack with her black scythe. She then resumed her assault on the remaining starships, each swing resulting in the destruction of numerous vessels, which fell apart in a cacophony of splintering metal. In a desperate attempt to curtail the escalating losses, the captain of the Ginyu Force promptly ordered the rotund Guldo to employ his time-stopping ability. Guldo, holding his breath, dashed towards Broly. As he did so, everything around him seemed to freeze in place. With a sense of triumph, Guldo hoisted Broly before the captain, envisioning the accolades and rewards he would surely receive for this act. Although often underestimated due to his lack of combat prowess, he prided himself on possessing the most formidable ability within the team, the power to freeze time, far surpassing the flashy abilities of his comrades. Panting heavily, he collapsed to the ground as time resumed its natural flow. The distance he had traversed was not insignificant. Upon the cessation of the time freeze, Broly, regaining his senses, found himself confronted by a hulking figure with blue skin and a pair of sharp horns protruding from his bald head. The giant struck an odd pose with his hands, seemingly on the verge of uttering something. The sight instantly reminded Broly of the Ginyu Force captain, known for his body-swapping technique. Before the captain could utter the word swap, Broly, seized by fear, unleashed a mighty energy wave that struck the upper half of the captain, obliterating both him and the spacecraft behind him. The powerful energy wave not only disintegrated the captain, but also pierced through half of the Ginyu Force's ship and obliterated a nearby asteroid. That was terrifying. Broly gasped, his breath coming in rapid bursts. The thought of being swapped into another's body was more than he could bear. Fortunately, his quick reflexes had spared him from that fate. Meanwhile, outside, Jipular, sensing Broly's sudden disappearance, spiraled into a frenzied rage. She reverted from her youthful form into a statuesque figure, brandishing an even larger scythe that extended thousands of meters. With each swing of her colossal black scythe, akin to that of the Grim Reaper, she harvested the lives of the spacecraft and their occupants. As she reaped this grim harvest, her voice echoed with despair, crying out, "Father, where have you gone?" The seemingly pitiful and helpless Jipular annihilated nearly the entire fleet, transforming into the most fearsome monster in the eyes of all. Bart, who had self-proclaimed himself as the fastest in the universe within the Ginyu Force, was drenched in sweat, narrowly evading a terrifying attack. Just as he contemplated fleeing, an icy chill swept over him, and a black scythe ominously rested against his throat. Stiffly, Bart turned to see Jipular, tears streaming down her face, who, with a quivering chin, asked in a tone laced with grievance, "Have you seen my father?" Sensing the dreadful aura emanating from her, Bart was rendered speechless, standing frozen like a wooden statue. "You don't know either?" Jipular gently exerted pressure, and the scythe swiftly severed Bart's head as she continued to weep while flying forward. Upon hearing a horrific explosion and the ensuing wave of energy behind her, Jipular recognized the familiar essence that belonged to her father. She reverted to her youthful form and soared towards the damaged spaceship. Inside, she immediately spotted the shaken Broly and rushed into his embrace, exclaiming, "Daddy, I was so scared." "I was scared too," Broly replied, gently patting her back. Indeed, he had been startled. The scene he had just witnessed was the most chilling and terrifying since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world. To be safe, he had obliterated the lower half of Captain Ginyu's body. The ability to exchange souls and occupy another's body was astoundingly fearsome. Coupled with the time-freezing prowess of the diminutive Guldo, it was a nearly unstoppable combination. Had he possessed slightly weaker strength, he could have easily fallen victim to a sneak attack. Even Son Goku had succumbed to it. This incident further solidified Broly's resolve to enhance his magical resistance, ensuring that similar occurrences would not befall him. Meanwhile, Guldo, who had yet to be discovered, stood aghast at the annihilation of the Ginyu Force and the entire fleet. He could hardly fathom that the person he had moved to confront had killed his captain with but a single roar. Clearly, the youth's power far surpassed that of the little girl. Sensing the impending doom, Guldo attempted to flee, only to be captured by Broly. He instantly held his breath, activating his time-freezing ability, yet he could not escape far before Broly seized him once more. Given the immense power of this individual, Broly chose not to kill him. Instead, he broke his limbs and retrieved a rice cooker adorned with yellow talismans from his capsule, using the magic sealing wave to imprison Guldo within. Previously, Broly had wished upon the Dragon Balls to master all martial arts and magic on Earth. Thus he had acquired the magic sealing wave as well. This time-freezing ability was exceedingly potent, leaving one to wonder whether it was magic or an innate talent. At that time, I will first entrust the matter to Dr. Glow to investigate whether this ability can be extracted. If that proves unfeasible, we shall then allow Sinkneil to conduct his research. In Chapter 78, titled Constructing a Miniature Universe, Broly and Jibril obliterated all remaining spacecraft, ensuring that none escaped unscathed. They returned to their vessel, where Broly offered solace to the emotionally unstable Jibril, subsequently retrieving a bottle of yogurt from the refrigerator for her to sip. Observing her, reminiscent of a child indulging in the creamy delight, Broly could not shake the impression that Jibril resembled an innocent youth. This was a stark contrast to the image he had of her as a merciless killer, one who could extinguish life with a mere blink. Could it be that she had regressed into a childlike state, with her thoughts and behaviors reflecting that transformation? Or perhaps the artificial human project had altered her consciousness in some way. As Broly pondered these questions, Jibril noticed his gaze and beamed a sweet smile, extending the yogurt towards him. "Daddy, would you like some yogurt?" she inquired. Broly gently patted her head with a wry smile. "No, thank you. You enjoy it yourself. If you wish for more after finishing, there's plenty in the fridge." Jibril nodded vigorously and resumed her enjoyment of the yogurt. In truth, Broly did not dislike Jibril in this form. It was merely odd for her to constantly refer to him as daddy. Thus, he attempted to negotiate with her. "Little G, may I propose something? Could you perhaps call me brother instead of daddy? It feels a bit strange." Jibril pulled the straw from her mouth, a smear of milky yogurt adorning her lips, and replied earnestly, "Okay, Daddy, no problem, Daddy." Broly sighed. He gently wiped the yogurt from her mouth with his thumb. After several unsuccessful attempts to change her address, he resigned himself to the situation. Unexpectedly, before he even had a girlfriend, he had gained a daughter. Such is the unpredictability of life. It often intertwines in the most unexpected ways. He could not help but wonder if Jibril addressed the god of war in the same manner, which left him perplexed. However, he chose not to dwell on these thoughts, as Jibril currently harbored no animosity towards him and even regarded him as family, which was not without its merits. Thus, he returned to the gravity training room to continue his regimen. 3 hours later, Broly emerged from the training chamber, indulged in a refreshing hot shower, and settled onto the sofa, grasping the remote control to resume watching his series. Of course, these films and shows had been pre-downloaded onto the hard drive, as receiving a signal from Earth was impossible given their current distance. Jipular discovered Broly emerging from the training room, and she immediately attached herself to him. Clad in a loose pink outfit that revealed her short, plump calves, she sat directly on Broly's lap, leaning her body against his chest. Broly's expression shifted slightly at her sudden presence, prompting him to shift her weight down his thigh just a tad, allowing him to exhale in relief. The two then settled together, resuming their daily ritual of watching their favorite series. Meanwhile, far away in his stronghold, Frieza received the devastating news that the entire real estate army he had dispatched had been annihilated, along with the complete demise of the Ginyu Force. He was struck by an unprecedented blow, his body trembling slightly, clearly reflecting his unstable mood and emotions, which seemed poised to erupt at any moment. Since inheriting his father's position, he had never encountered such a grave issue under his command. The severity of this failure would undoubtedly invite ridicule from his brother, delivering a significant blow to his reputation throughout the universe. The advisors nearby sensed the volatility of Lord Frieza's emotions. Any misstep could result in their demise, leaving them too afraid to even breathe. After taking several deep breaths, Frieza gradually regained his composure, emitting an odd chuckle as if nothing were amiss. "Fulgini Meccano, can you ascertain who possesses the capability to obliterate my entire fleet and decimate the Ginyu Force?" Upon hearing Frieza's inquiry, the two advisors immediately prostrated themselves, sweat beading on their foreheads as they responded, "My lord, we have previously received some information from the annihilated cosmic fleet. According to our analysis, the ones responsible for the destruction of the entire fleet and the slaughter of the Ginyu Force are these two individuals." Fulgini gently tapped his wrist device, projecting a sequence of images that depicted Jipular in the act of slaughtering the fleet. Broly had been momentarily paused in time and transported to the Ginyu captain's quarters, where he unleashed a thunderous roar that killed the captain instantly. No one had reacted in time, hence there were no recordings capturing Broly's involvement. "My lord, based on the power analysis relayed by the Ginyu captain before his demise, the combat power of that little girl reached an astonishing 510,000. However, the one resembling a Saiyan with a tail has a power level of only 100. Thus, I surmise that the annihilator of the Ginyu Force and the entire fleet is indeed that little girl, while the Saiyan-like individual is likely playing the role of a caretaker or servant. Truly, since you, my lord, obliterated the Saiyan race, they have fallen to such a pitiful state." Fulgini cautiously articulated his analysis, keeping his head bowed. Frieza raised his head to gaze at the cosmic star map displayed before him, clasping his hands behind his back. "So it is," he mused. "Can you trace the current trajectory of these two individuals?" Furugini continued, "We have already captured the shape of their spacecraft. The area they are in still falls within your domain, your majesty. As they traverse other planets, they will undoubtedly leave traces, enabling us to deduce their approximate location and final destination." Upon hearing this relatively favorable news, Frieza's mood lightened slightly. "I shall grant you 3 days. I expect you to locate them by then. Otherwise, I may become somewhat displeased." Furugini, sensing the immense pressure emanating from Frieza's seemingly casual remark, was acutely aware of the terrifying implications of the king's mild displeasure. "I will ensure we find their whereabouts within 3 days, your majesty, rest assured." Frieza's small tail swayed energetically as he fixed his profound gaze upon the cosmic star map, lost in thought. Furugini, drenched in sweat, exited Frieza's command chamber just as he encountered Vegeta and his companions returning from their mission. Seeing the Saiyans, Furugini's ire flared, and he immediately retorted with scorn, "Umph. These so-called Saiyan warriors are nothing remarkable. They've stooped to the level of serving others." Vegeta, incensed by the remark, felt his temper rising. Yet, given his precarious position within Frieza's empire, His capacity for restraint was evident. Instead of retaliating, he fixed a fierce glare upon the insignificantly powerful advisor. Leaning closer, he spoke in a threatening tone. I hope you never venture outside. Otherwise, unforeseen consequences may ensue, and Frieza might lose a crucial advisor. Furugini, taken aback, stumbled back a few steps, pointing an accusatory finger at Vegeta. How dare you threaten me? Do not forget your place. If I report this to the king, you will face dire repercussions. Undaunted, Vegeta merely smirked, leading his fellow Saiyans back to their base to recuperate. Many within Frieza's empire harbored grievances against him, and the addition of one more informer would make little difference. Moreover, trivial matters like this, if repeated in Frieza's ears, could provoke his ire, leading to severe consequences for those who spoke ill. Despite the relatively comfortable life here, the proud Saiyan prince had not forgotten the anguish of his lost kin. One day, I shall personally vanquish Frieza, ensuring that the name of the Saiyans resonates throughout the universe once more. Upon returning to my sanctuary for recuperation, I learned from Gita that a Saiyan had become a servant and caretaker to a little girl. Astonishingly, this young girl had obliterated the entire Ginyu force, along with thousands of spaceships and the dispatched cosmic army. A tumultuous mix of joy and shame filled my heart. In a fit of emotion, I struck a small table, sending it tumbling. I felt elated at the extensive losses inflicted upon the Ginyu force and Frieza's formidable army. If I performed admirably, I could surely earn a promotion and access to greater resources. Yet, indignation surged within me at the thought of a proud Saiyan reduced to servitude, rendering our kind a mere jest within Frieza's legion. However, after venting my frustration, clarity emerged. The Saiyan who willingly became a servant must harbor a profound hatred for Frieza's forces, much like my own. This realization ignited a determination within me to strive doubly hard in my training, to defeat Frieza at the earliest opportunity. It is a point of pride for me as the Prince of the Saiyans. In that moment, my resolve solidified, and my gaze grew steadfast. The fate of the hunted Saiyan was of no concern to me. After all, I had no desire to invite danger upon myself. Meanwhile, oblivious to these developments, Broly was joyfully engaged in a card game with Jibril. Today's training was already ample. Further exertion would yield diminishing returns and risk muscle soreness. So a moment of relaxation was in order. Jibril sported numerous small notes affixed to her face, although her skills in card play were somewhat inferior to Broly's. Witnessing her almost tearful expression prompted him to let her win a round, scattering his winning hand in the process. Elated by her hard-won victory, Jibril leapt up and playfully stuck a note on Broly's face. The two reveled in their merriment. As time passed, Broly decided to commence his training, preparing to construct a miniature universe within his being. By harnessing the power of the Star Cup, he created this microcosm where he could manipulate time and space, wielding omniscience and omnipotence. Additionally, he could draw in those of lesser strength or those who offered no resistance into this universe. Regrettably, this nascent universe was fragile, capable of accommodating only 3 or 4 individuals at most. Otherwise, he would have already relocated everyone from the Dragon Ball Earth into this realm, accelerating time to facilitate rapid advancements in technology and magic. Presently, this miniature universe comprised merely a handful of simple celestial bodies. In the center, a colossal star emanates boundless energy, light, and heat, akin to the sun's influence. Circling this star are planets of various sizes, each in distinct orbits, accelerating the passage of time within this miniature cosmos. A planet reminiscent of Earth has begun to develop an ozone layer, water, and some algae. It is believed that soon, life will emerge here, potentially evolving into beings akin to humans under his guidance. At that juncture, he will possess the authority to establish the rules of this world, determining whether it leans towards technology or magic. Consequently, he proceeded to modify several other planets. One planet was transformed into the coldest realm, perpetually encased in ice, devoid of any signs of life, and incapable of nurturing it. Although he could use the Star Cup to directly create a life form of ice and snow, it was unnecessary at present, as a more suitable life form could arise on this planet. A bold idea took root in his mind, to introduce the genes of Frieza, the Frost Demon. He aspired to birth a race similar to Frieza on this planet. It is said that this being belongs to a mutated lineage of frost demons, where the longer they endure in the cold, the greater their innate talents and potential become. Frieza, being a paragon among them, has endured the longest in this frozen state. With mere months of training, he can transform into Golden Frieza, rivaling even Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta. This exemplifies the immense potential he possesses. He must ensure that he does not capture Frieza. Should he do so, he would undoubtedly reap the consequences. Broly had long incorporated a novel plan of cellular fusion into the android project, which is currently in its preliminary development phase. This initiative aims to plunder various races in the universe endowed with mysterious talents and formidable combat prowess. The most crucial experimental subjects in this endeavor are Majin Buu and Frieza. In due time, he will command an entire army of Majin Buu and Frost demons, rendering even the god of destruction, Beerus, hesitant to speak out of turn before him. Chapter 79. Arrival at Namek. 2 days later, Broly's spaceship successfully arrived at Namek. The journey was relatively tranquil, devoid of any peculiar occurrences. Broly stored several hundred Mech-K devices in capsules and, accompanied by Chi-Li, set foot on this somewhat desolate planet. Namek is a planet located at the edge of the universe, with a diameter over 10 times that of Earth. The galaxy that encompasses this planet is unique, featuring 3 small stars that orbit around it, ensuring that night never falls. Broly first utilized the Dragon Ball radar to locate the nearest Dragon Ball, situated thousands of miles away. Employing his key perception, he quickly discerned that the location of the Dragon Ball seemed to emanate a faint aura. Although this aura was weak for him, it was considered a significant presence on this planet. Broly turned to Jipril perched on his shoulder and reminded, "Little Jip, hold on tight. I am about to use instant transmission, don't fall off." Jipril smiled and nodded vigorously, "Don't worry, Dad." With that, Broly pressed 2 fingers to his forehead and activated instant transmission, instantly appearing beside the individual whose energy he had sensed. His sudden arrival startled an elderly Namekian who was instructing a few children in the art of magic, causing him to take a step back. Fortunately, a child supported him, preventing him from falling. The younger children, frightened by Broly's imposing appearance, hid behind the elderly Namekian. After all, they had never encountered a human with non-green skin and no antennae. It was entirely natural for them to feel fear. The commotion drew the attention of other Namekians in the village, who emerged to see what was happening. From the crowd stepped an even older Namekian. Leaning on a wooden cane, his figure slightly portly, he approached Broly and inquired, "Greetings, I am Elder Neil, and you must be an extraterrestrial. May I ask what brings you to our planet?" Broly pointed to a structure resembling a cocoon behind Neil and stated, "My purpose here is to obtain the Dragon Balls, and I hope you will not hinder me." Elder Neil's expression shifted upon hearing this, and he asked sternly, "Could you explain why you seek the Dragon Balls?" Broly nodded and shared his reasoning. "My power is growing increasingly overwhelming, and I cannot control it. One day, I fear I will lose my sanity, which is why I need the Dragon Balls to help me manage this power." Over the past few days, the influence of his companions had gradually mellowed Broly's temperament. Moreover, he was not one to relish unnecessary violence. If he could obtain the Dragon Balls through peaceful means, that would be ideal. Understanding Broly's plight, Elder Neil replied, "If that is the case, I would not be opposed to lending you the Dragon Balls. However, may I examine your condition? Perhaps I can assist you without the need for the Dragon Balls." Broly contemplated this briefly. In the anime and manga, Namekians were depicted as a peace-loving and benevolent race, unlikely to engage in deceit. Thus, he agreed to Elder Neil's proposal. Elder Neil extended his right hand, emanating a green glow, and closed his eyes as he positioned his hand 3 centimeters from Broly's forehead. As he sensed the ferocious energy emanating from Broly, he suddenly envisioned a colossal great ape, larger than the planet itself, pounding its chest and unleashing devastating beams of energy that wreaked havoc upon surrounding celestial bodies. The roar of the great ape sent Elder Neil flying, his body propelled like a cannonball into the distance. All the Namekians in the vicinity were sent sprawling by the overwhelming aura emanating from Broly, each one collapsing to the ground. In an instant, Broly vanished from his original position and appeared behind Elder Neil, catching the Namekian who had been violently shaken and was now spitting blood. He promptly produced a Senzu bean and administered it, pulling him back from the brink of death. "I truly apologize. I am far too powerful," Broly expressed with a hint of regret. Elder Neil coughed a few times and replied, "This is not your fault. After all, you cannot control your own power. I am aware of your situation. If that force within you is left unchecked, it could indeed become a significant issue. I will assist you in contacting the Grand Elder to see what he has to say." Deep down, Elder Neil was somewhat reluctant to part with the Dragon Balls. Hence he invoked the authority of the Grand Elder. Unexpectedly, Jipular flapped the wings at her waist and soared directly out of Elder Neil's chamber, cradling a Dragon Ball larger than her own head. She completely disregarded the green-faced Namekians surrounding her and flew to Broly's side, presenting the Dragon Ball to him. "Daddy, I found the Dragon Ball." Broly accepted the Dragon Ball and affectionately ruffled her hair, praising her. "Well done, little Jip." With a beaming smile, Jipular settled onto Broly's shoulder, as if it were her personal throne. Fortunately, Broly's robust physique could withstand her daily perch. Otherwise, anyone else would surely suffer from the strain. Elder Neil quickly stepped forward and called out to Broly, "Even if you take this Dragon Ball, it will be of no use. You do not know the incantation and cannot summon the Eternal Dragon. Allow me to consult the Grand Elder." Broly, cradling the Dragon Ball, responded, "You need not concern yourself with that matter. I will visit the Grand Elder myself. I am gathering the Dragon Balls and will see him shortly." "There is no need for you to." Elder Neil advanced a few more steps, while several Namekians positioned themselves in front of Broly. Broly turned slightly, regarding Elder Neil with a calm smile. "I believe it would be a waste of time for you to seek the Grand Elder and run about. It would be far more efficient for me to collect the Dragon Balls and approach the Grand Elder directly. What do you think?" For reasons he could not comprehend, Elder Neil felt an inexplicable sense of dread upon witnessing Broly's serene smile, causing him to swallow the words he had nearly uttered. Simultaneously, the other Namekians who had blocked Broly's path, under Elder Neil's command, reluctantly parted to create a passage. Broly, clutching the Dragon Ball, utilized instant transmission to arrive at another location, using the same method to acquire yet another Dragon Ball. This time, however, things did not go as smoothly, resulting in minor conflict, with many Namekians sustaining serious injuries and collapsing to the ground, while buildings were demolished and black smoke billowed into the air. As Jipular felt an overwhelming impatience and prepared to seize the Dragon Balls with deadly intent, a nameless Namekian clad in humble attire suddenly descended from the sky. Upon witnessing the formidable black scythe materializing in Jipular's grasp, emanating an aura of terrifying destruction, he immediately cried out, "Stop!" However, Jipular seemed oblivious to his plea, a cruel, bloodthirsty smile adorning her face as she swung the scythe towards the young Namekian holding the Dragon Ball. The rushing Namekian, clearly unable to intercept Jipular in time, clenched his jaw until it bled, quickening his pace. Just as the scythe was about to descend, a large hand lifted Jipular, halting her. Broly had grasped the back of her collar, preventing the impending strike, and deftly acquired the Dragon Ball from the child's grasp. He calmly turned to face the approaching Namekian in tattered garb, who appeared significantly more robust than his kin. When this Namekian landed and beheld the ravaged village, he tightened his fists, veins bulging on his forehead and arms, and roared, "Why have you harmed these people? Why must you take lives?" A wounded Namekian crawled painfully from the ruins, a gash on his head bleeding green fluid. Weakly, he extended his hand towards the newly arrived Namekian, saying, "Naru, do not act rashly. No one in the village has died. Their only aim is the Dragon Balls." Jipular gazed at Naru with a terrifying smile, her lips curling upward as she excitedly shook Broly's arm, exclaiming, "Daddy, this fellow seems rather formidable. May I sever his head?" This peculiar desire stemmed from the Tenyu species' odd penchant for collecting the heads of powerful foes. She had previously claimed the heads of several members of the Jinyu force, preserving them in her personal freezer and magically transforming them into specimens. Now, with Naru being the mightiest among the Namekians, Jipular's collecting obsession was ignited once more. Naru's gaze fell upon the pouting little girl, sensing an overwhelmingly terrifying aura emanating from her, which instilled a twinge of fear and trepidation within him. Broly, noticing Jipular's abnormal behavior, delivered a light smack to her head, prompting tears to well up in her eyes as she pitifully cradled her head. "Enough, little Jipular. Our purpose here is solely to obtain the Dragon Balls, not to take lives. However, should they persist in obstructing us, we shall have no choice but to eliminate them." Broly admonished Jipular in a tone that carried an unsettling weight of menace. His calm words enveloped Naru in a profound sense of oppression and volatility. Broly walked past him, holding 2 Dragon Balls, seemingly indifferent to the presence of this so-called strongest Namekian. Naru gazed at the retreating figure, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of defeat. The little girl perched upon the man's shoulders had already surpassed him, let alone the man himself. Ultimately, he called out to Broly, not out of a desire to challenge, nor from his own lamentable feelings of inadequacy, but because he had a task at hand. "The Grand Elder seeks your presence. I must trouble you to accompany me." He continued, "The Dragon Balls you require have already been entrusted to my kin for delivery. It won't take much of your time." Upon hearing his words, Broly halted, as he too intended to meet the Grand Elder to obtain the Dragon Balls. It seemed reasonable to go now, especially given their demeanor, which suggested they were not averse to handing over the Dragon Balls. Could it be that the Grand Elder had foreseen his arrival? This notion piqued his interest. He wondered if the Grand Elder possessed knowledge of greater significance. "Very well, I shall accompany you," Broly consented to Naru. The 3 ascended into the sky, progressing toward the location of the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, Frieza was leading his real estate army toward the planet Namek. Just a day prior, Broly's whereabouts had been revealed. After all, he was operating within Frieza's domain, and it was only a matter of time before he was discovered. This time, Frieza had not brought many followers. Only a small squad, as he believed that dealing with two individuals did not necessitate a large force. Moreover, the little girl's combat power was astonishingly high, reaching 510,000. Sending his subordinates against her would only result in needless casualties. It was more prudent for him to confront the girl directly and eliminate her himself. Frieza contemplated the possibility of recruiting the girl as one of his subordinates, recognizing that a power level of 510,000 was not to be trifled with. Despite the loss of many subordinates, including a member of the Jinyu force, gaining a follower of such strength could be worth the cost. Additionally, as his real estate army continued to expand, he found himself in need of talented individuals. At this moment, a small tail behind Frieza wagged excitedly, reflecting his improved mood. He had resolved to demonstrate his terrifying prowess to the little girl, intending to frighten her into submission. His plan might involve treating the planet Namek like a firework display. Unbeknownst to Frieza, the planet housed Dragon Balls capable of granting wishes. In his eyes, Namek was merely a low-value planet, one that no one would desire even if sold. It's only worth lying in its potential for destruction. As Frieza drew closer to Namek, danger loomed ever nearer. Meanwhile, the frail Grand Elder inside his dwelling lifted his head slightly, struggling to open his murky eyes. He gazed at the ceiling and sighed. Resigned to the inevitability of fate, what is destined to come will always arrive. Perhaps this is what we call destiny. As he heard the footsteps approaching from outside, he opened his eyes once more and quickly beheld the young man who resembled the figure from his prophetic dreams. In a feeble voice, he uttered, "At long last. You have arrived. I have dreamt of you in countless visions long ago."